Good morning, said Kirnavar. I trust your trip here was not too unpleasant. A sinking feeling overcame Byron. He could accept the presence of a beautiful naked zombie, could accept the presence of a living maze and even a weird worm-like fish with big teeth and whiskers sprouting from its face. But there was one thing he could not accept, a rational Kirnavar. I don't like this, he said. Me, neither, Loireau agreed. Killian nodded. Let's get the fuck out of here. The werewolves got 2 steps before they realized that a score of armed zombies had gathered at the tunnel from which the crew had come. I told you it wouldn't be easy, said Lashira. This wasn't the deal, growled Killian. Deals change, my friend. She glanced to Kirnavar. Remember, I don't like him either. Were it not for him, I might still be alive and the heir to the Dark Throne. I should have let you kill me, shouldn't I? Kirnavar said. How terribly impolite of me. Ah, but then your blood did taste good, sweet and pure like a mountain spring. Well, maybe not that pure. Her visage hardened, but she said nothing. Perhaps her own strength held her back, or perhaps it was the manipulation of her lords. Killian withdrew a pistol and pointed it at Kirnavar's head. You still a zombie, Kay? For the first time, Byron realized that Kirnavar no longer had shit smeared all over him, nor did he wear a loincloth. Instead, he was completely naked, and Byron wasn't sure just whether or not that was an improvement. No, Kirnavar answered. I don't get it, said Loireau. What's going on here? In my opinion, you all deserve each other, Lashira said. Anyway, my job's finished. You're leaving us? And high time, too. She stalked off toward a distant archway and disappeared. Loireau watched her go sadly. Shall we begin? Kirnavar said. Begin what? Said Killian. Our reunion, of course. Killian swallowed. Just why the hell are you speaking in the proper pronouns now and not wearing shit for clothes? Insanity is usually caused by a chemical imbalance of some kind within the brain. Jean-Pierre's blood wasn't strong enough to correct this, Laszlo almost did, but he kept such a tight lock on my mind it was a wonder I could even speak at all, let alone heal. Then Junger and Yagoda's blood, well, they gave me some to help me through the arena, but that was it. No extras for Kirnavar. But then, when Ruger savaged me, my allies did at last take care of me. No, said Loireau. They didn't. I wasn't there, but I heard about it. They sent a handful of debtors disguised as monks to defend you, knowing full well that wouldn't be enough. That was just a distraction. Their real feat was in disguising some of their better-kept zombies as castle guards, and it was these that carried me off to my prison cell, only I never got there. They delivered me straight here, where Junger and Yagoda gave me good blood, lots of blood, and now I'm strong. Too strong for a zombie, but not yet strong enough for balaclava. But whenever Laszlo tried to grow himself back, they would clip off his extras, and save them, and it was to me that they gave these gifts. Now I'm Calgid, and the chemical imbalance is almost gone. Soon I will have more. Kirnavar will yet be king. Killian laughed, and in a quiet voice said to the others, he's insane as ever, only now he can talk. He cocked his pistol and said to the lunatic, so I guess if I shoot you in the head, it won't make much difference, will it? Not at all. Killian fired. The bullet struck Kirnavar squarely between the eyes, but the lunatic neither budged nor flinched. A little blood trickled from the hole and was happily lapped up by his writhing tongue. Okay, said Byron. I've had enough. Obviously, the balaclava never intended to meet us. They sent us down here to meet you. Why? Because they find me amusing, and they think me a pawn. They should beware. A queen in pawn's clothing can be very dangerous. You didn't answer his question, said Killian. Why the hell are we here? Because Junger and Yagoda have so few zombies that were immortals first. As you must know, an immortal retains much of his power when he crosses over, and it is this power that my associates find lacking in most of their puppets. Also, they desire a will, and a mind predisposed to the task at hand. In short, they need you. It's time to get out of here, Byron said. Men, said Killian, his jaw set and his voice hard. We might die in the attempt, but, go. They spun about to charge the zombies guarding the exit, but while their backs had been turned, 2 more score of the rotten things had gathered. Even as Byron thought to try another tunnel, he heard a kingly voice bellow from behind and above him. The Calgid Kirnavar said, Charge, my children. The 60 zombies drew their blades and guns and descended on the werewolves. Killian braced himself. Sell it dearly, boys. Byron and Loireau obeyed. The crew of 3 fought fiercely, banding together as a unit like they hadn't in years. The debtors opened up with their firearms first, tearing through werewolf bones and tendons and organs. Riddled, the death squad returned fire, but even before their first clips were emptied, the minions of Younger and Yagoda were upon them, hacking and slicing with their rusted machetes and daggers and swords. As Byron finally went down under the horde, his last thoughts were of his family, his crew, but most of all he thought of Claire. She, at least, would be spared. With a grin on his face, the big man died. And was promptly hacked to bits. *****. Somewhere, as he made his way along the dark, cool passages of the Sabo, Ruger could hear a steady drip. That was it. All else was silence. The scars of the mud shark's gastric juices had long since healed, but he was ever alert for other unwelcome parasites, and he was not disappointed. They came at frequent intervals, but always he was able to dodge them in time. He was lost. Having no beacon to home in on, he had little choice but to wander aimlessly until he found what he was looking for, which was some sign of the Libertarians' encampment. For the umpteenth time, he quested out with his psychic abilities, trying to needle his way into any sentient creature in the area. Again, none allowed him access. Suddenly, a noise behind him, as if the earth itself were being split apart. A mud shark. It cut to his left, as if to charge from that direction. On his right, he saw an archway about 10 feet down. He could make it in time. Instead, he vaulted backwards, over the mud shark's fins. Landing, he threw himself down the tunnel the parasite had been blocking. It slipped into the ground again. Ruger didn't smile. It hadn't been the first time in the last half hour that the balaclava had tried to hurt him in a particular direction, but he hoped it would be the last. More to the point, he feared that the balaclava had switched tactics, that now they anticipated his countermeasures and led him to think they were hurting him directly when in reality they one step ahead. Maybe they really hadn't wanted him to follow the tunnel the last parasite had been driving him towards, had, in fact, been counting on him going the other way, as he'd done. If that was what they were doing. He had no way to tell either way. His nose alerted him to the smell of sulfur, and he noticed a distant light just as the soft gurgle of a small river reached him. Cautiously, he stepped out onto an old wooden bridge, half-rotted, that stood on long wilting legs above a glowing red river. Stung by the smell of sulfur and acid, Ruger stumbled forward, shoving a hand over his face to protect himself from the fumes that rose from the pit. The narrow bridge creaked underfoot, and he moved gingerly, not wanting to end up in the small but hellish gorge below. A plank broke under the weight of his boot. To avoid falling through, he dove forwards onto his chest. The bridge creaked around him, trembling slightly. Ruger was about to get up when, between the boards his face now pressed against, he spied strange creatures swimming in the red stream below, circling. "Waiting for me to fall, are you?" he said. "Sorry, guys. Maybe you'll get lucky on the next one." The creatures didn't wait. Two of them bobbed to the surface, and he could make out pinkish skin and tentacles in a swirling mass of flesh and muscle. The things propelled themselves to opposite sides of the gorge and, on long, skinny, and very quick crab-like legs, scrabbled up the steep slopes. Ruger rose to his feet, careful not to upset the bridge. A step at a time, he tried to cross to the other side. One of the creatures made it first. Standing on its spindly crab legs, it wasn't any more than 4.5 feet tall, but it certainly made the most of its size. The main body of it much resembled an octopus, but instead of hanging limply or waving like eels around its head, the bruise-colored tentacles converged in a spiral to form a lance-like point, aimed directly at Ruger. The outside of the tentacles looked to be dry and ridged, while the insides, for the brief seconds Ruger had seen them, seemed soft and aquatic. The thing was an amphibian, with a large conical snout sharp and barbed enough to cause some real damage. Still studying the amphibian's twisted spear-like nose, Ruger was distracted for a moment by the eyes of the creature, set on each side of the long ridged horn of its tentacles. They were milky white and bloodshot, but the strange thing was that each bore 2 pupils, and all 4 gazed at Ruger. Slowly, so as not to spur the creature into action, he let a blade fall from his sleeve into his hand. "We can do this the easy way or the hard way," he said. Slowly, it blinked its strange eyes, and advanced a step. "Okay. Door number 2. Suddenly, the tentacles unraveled from their cone and stood out stiffly from the beast's head like flames in a picture of the sun. And, where the stabbing point had been, was the thing's true snout, a wicked, scaled maw nearly 2 feet long that opened sideways, revealing 2 layers of formidable teeth. In the back of its throat, its tonsils spasmed in a belch that blew a lethal cloud of sulfuric gas straight at Ruger. The darkling stumbled back, closed his eyes and raised his scimitar, thinking the squidoid, as he'd begun to think of it, was about to strike. But no. This had just been a distraction. The real attack came from behind, from the second creature. It plunged its long barbed beak into his back and lanced him through a kidney. He screamed and stepped forward, trying to get himself off the hook. But the barbs of the horn made sliding off it difficult, and meanwhile the first squidoid was crab-walking his way, its tentacles shaping back into their attack posture. Ruger sent his blade straight through its snout to lodge in its head. The point of the scimitar stuck out the back, where blue-tinted blood squirted onto the bridge. The squidoid sagged to the side but somehow maintained its footing. Ruger was about to inflict more telekinetic damage when the barbed lance already in him began to saw side to side, widening the wound. He screamed. With one hand, he reached around and grabbed the squidoid by its lance, stilling its movements. It proved stronger than he gave it credit for. Coiling its skeletal legs, it lunged forward, thrusting its stabbing weapon straight through Ruger, who was dismayed to see a bit of some organ on the tip of the lance's point. His own blood poured down his belly and the wooden bridge lapped it up at his feet. He recalled the blade from its lodge in the first parasite, caught it in one hand and severed the tip of the organic lance sticking out of his abdomen. The creature retreated with squeal, and painfully, at least to Ruger, removed its outer snout from the darkling's insides. In a movement so swift the beast never saw it, he spun about and cut the thing in half. In two pieces, it fell in wet heaps to the bridge, where he kicked both off into the raging Red River. He wheeled to confront the first one, recalling his second blade as he did so. But, while he had been preoccupied with the second parasite, the first had advanced several steps. Even as he prepared to begin swinging, it squirted another acidic cloud of sulfur vapor his way, driving him backwards. Damn you! In a blind fury, he charged it, and despite the stinging vapors managed to slice off one of its tentacles before the other 7 wrapped around his right arm. He strained his eyes to see through the mist. A long, broad, dark shape, the squidoid's reptilian mouth, bit off Ruger's arm at the elbow. Not even bothering to eat the severed forearm, the creature let it drop. Through the settling cloud, Ruger watched his arm, still clasping the scimitar Karker had given him, as it fell, almost floating. It moved so slow, and then plunged into the red tides and was lost to him forever. He roared in pain and then had to grit his teeth hard in order to distract himself from it. Without his forearm to find purchase on, the squidoid's grasp slackened and Ruger was able to stumble back. Mustering his strength, he focused his mind on the portion of the bridge the squidoid perched on, and broke it. With a wet snapping sound, that part of the bridge fell away, and so did the squidoid, joining his arm in the ravine below. Ruger leapt across the gap in the bridge and landed on the other side. Just seconds after he'd managed to hop off, the bridge trembled, gave a last convulsion, and collapsed into the hungry gorge below. Bitterly, after realizing that there was no way to go but forward, Ruger whispered, "So you were hurting me, after all. Bastards." "Ha ha," caught a peculiar voice, and Ruger glanced up to see an odd, almost prehistoric-looking bird perched on an outcropping just a few feet above his head. The bird had bright blue human eyes, and its teeth, though so large they looked surreal in its long dark beak, appeared human as well. The quasi-pterodactyl watched him intelligently. "Does it hurt, Mon?" As it spoke, Ruger caught a glimpse of a big pink tongue flashing between its eerie teeth. "What do you want?" he asked, knowing he addressed the balaclava. "You know what we want, Darkling. Surrender or your arm may not be the only thing we take." Even without lips, the leather-skinned bird seemed to smile. "Shove off," Ruger said. It tittered. "Did it hurt? Did it, Darkling? Did it hurt?" Still laughing, it fluttered its leathery wings and shot off down the hall. Ruger sank to his knees, clutching his bloody stump with his single hand, and nearly screamed aloud in pain and frustration. The arm would come back, he knew, probably much faster now he had Roche Sarnova's blood, but meanwhile the wound burned as badly as hot coals shoved down his throat. On top of that, he had a ragged hole through his lower midsection. He pushed the pain aside and climbed to his feet. On the bright side, if the assassins were now forced to play mind games with him, perhaps their arsenal of parasites was nearly at an end. With 1.5 arms and a hole in his body one could stick a turkey leg through, he plowed on. It seemed as though hours passed, and more horrors faced him, which he just barely survived. At last he entered a medium-sized chamber with a domed ceiling maybe 60 feet high and with hundreds of ledges and crags etched along the walls, especially in the higher regions. Torches burned on the lower walls, throwing steep shadows into the higher ones, but illuminating little. There was an uneasy stillness in the room, and Ruger studied his surroundings. A smell reached him, light and old, almost like bat guano, but drier. Darkness covered most of the chamber, but he heard faint leathery rustlings from somewhere above him. He sparked a cigarette lighter. Under his mental influence, using powers he hadn't possessed prior to taking Roche Sarnova's blood, the lighter's flame threw more light into the room than all the torches combined. It revealed hundreds of big human eyes high up on the ledges where more quasi-pterodactyls clustered in great numbers. All stared down at him, with their bright intelligent human eyes and their overlarge human teeth that made them look like grinning skulls. So, he thought, this is where their home is. He clicked the lighter off and stuffed it back in his pocket. Now that he knew where they were, his eyes found them easily. He started across the room and halted when he heard a general rustling of old dry wings. He glanced up again, but the parasites had not moved. Still, their colorful eyes peered down at him, their gazes laden with some emotion he could not read. Hunger? Sympathy? Hatred? Cautiously and deliberately, he edged forward, gauging the birds' reactions. Some shifted restlessly. Some opened long beaks, revealing big cow teeth, and yawned, their big tongues flashing out and then back in before their mouths snapped shut with a sharp clap. I come in peace, Ruger said. Laughter, high above. He took another step, now almost in the middle of the room. Almost lazily, one of the winged parasites leapt off its perch and started flying. Several others joined it, and soon, scores more. Within half a minute, hundreds of the things circled Ruger, pinning him in place in the center of the room. This had been their intention all along. The roar and wind created as they swept past him nearly forced him to the ground, but he struggled to remain standing. All of a sudden, out of every prehistoric beak in the chamber, came a voice, die, die, die. The parasites chanted. Die, die. You will die. They laughed horribly, and their circling of him grew tighter so that the tumultuous cloud of claws and beaks and leather increased in density, stifling him. Some of the birds even dared to brush up against him, but he knocked them away, feeling bones break beneath his one fist. Die, they chanted. You will die as you watch us gnaw on your entrails. A sudden suspicion crept over him, the balaclava did not want him dead. No, and they wouldn't promise to kill him unless they meant it. On the other hand, a promise of death would certainly inspire fear in most people, and what being would profit from such? You're the Sabo, he said. That we are called. A bird raked his shoulder with its filthy talons. As it retreated back into the swarm, Ruger grabbed it by one leg, flung it to the ground and stepped on it. Its blood spattered his boot. The other birds caught in mocking laughter. You don't scare me, Sabo, Ruger said. I don't know why you can think for yourself now and why you're not controlled by the balaclava, but I know you live off fear, so go find your meal elsewhere. Snickering, all about him, from maybe 300 or 400 giant bird-like things. It was hard to tell just how many were here, and how many more still resided in the dark crags of the room. If you feel no fear, you are of no use for me. Still, I think I can manage to give even you a fright or two. You didn't lose that arm by accident, now did you? The birds tittered in amusement. No, Ruger said. Younger and Yagoda took it, using your own parasites. At this, the birds made no verbal sounds, just flew around him in dizzying sweeps. Continuing, Ruger said, they killed you, didn't they? And resurrected you afterwards, to serve them. The big-eyed birds cawed angrily among themselves. Well, he said. Is it true? The Sabo, through its birds, made a derisive snort that echoed about for quite some time. Yes, the labyrinth conceded. But they didn't bargain for my resilience. I am too much for their limited minds. It would be like a human trying to possess God. So why are you able to think and act for yourself now? Tee-hee-hee, cawed the birds, their patterns of flight becoming more intricate and elaborate as the Sabo grew impassioned. Because their efforts at controlling me have taxed them, and they're spending time to recover. Soon, I fear, they will be back, and unless I can feed before that time I won't be strong enough to resist. I thought you were a god. Several birds swept down and clawed at Ruger, but he couldn't help but smile. Not quite omnipotent, are we? I need to feed, the bird said. I need to feel the taste of fear. Cannot you help me? Do you remember Roche Sarnova? Of course. He has been one of my only outside friends in the years I've spent in this mountain. I'm his friend, too. Please, get your birds closer, you can probably smell him in me. After following the suggestion, the Sabo said, yes. You've had his blood, I do smell it. And, more, now I stretch my mind. Yes, I can touch him, sense his approval of you. You can sense him? Have you no telepathy? Not on your scale, no. I can sense his great disappointment with himself, that he has allowed his kingdom to be overthrown, but he has faith in you, you're his heir. I see it now, and also, as I sense him, he senses me as well. A long moment passed. He sends you good luck, and gratitude. Despite himself, Ruger felt relief flood through him, and he was about to ask if he could be permitted a shared thought with the Dark Lord when the Sabo said, and now he has finished with his duties, and is returning to his bedchambers, where some friends are waiting for him. He says they've been brainstorming. He hopes they've come up with something. The sun is up, and he is weak, and he has less than 14 hours before the ambassador's speech, 14 hours in which either you will succeed, or his friends will arrive at some solution, or the kingdom will fall. If that happens I will stay here, permanently a prisoner of Younger and Yagoda. The Sabo fell silent. No more? Asked Ruger. Sorry, replied the birds. I grow weary. Your balaclava are growing strong again. It will not be long before I am no longer myself. Maybe we can help each other. Ruger said. How? Indeed, how? Cawed the birds, speaking with slight Jamaican inflections. Tell us, Marshal, how do you and our precious Sabo conspire against us? The birds laughed. Really, we would like to know. Also, does it still hurt? Does it? Can we make you hurt more? Yes, cackled the birds. I think we can. Everything spun into chaos as Younger and Yagoda sent the quasi-pterodactyls to attack. Caught off guard, Ruger wasn't prepared for the onslaught, and the things dove viciously at him, tearing at his skin and ripping off chunks of flesh. He raised his blade, cutting one down, then another. Each time he killed a pterodactyl, one beak stopped laughing, but the others only laughed louder. With increasing tenacity, the wicked leathery things dove and slashed and gouged him. Long beaks plunged into his back, his sides and belly. One bird even became entangled in the hole the squidoid had dealt him. He tried to pull it out, but he only had one hand and that could only be used for battle for the moment. He began slicing a swath toward the far exit. The birds dogged him at every step and from every angle, maiming him and scarring him cruelly. One even managed to fly off with a piece of his scalp in its teeth. Steadily, if slowly, he was in fact progressing to the far side. Only a dozen more feet. A big old bird dove down and ripped at the stump of his right forearm, destroying the healing that had begun there. Enraged, Ruger slashed at the bird, cleaving it in two, but as he was occupied, another pterodactyl barreled straight toward his face. If he'd had two hands, he could have protected himself, but that was not the case. The bird lanced its long beak through his left eye and into his brain. For a moment, Ruger felt himself sway, lightheaded, but somehow he managed the strength to stick the bird with his blade, extract it from his face, and fling it into the tittering throng. Half-blinded, with only one arm, lightheaded, and with a hole through his midsection large enough to entangle a small pterodactyl, Ruger fought ever harder and more desperately. Eventually, he cut his way through the birds to the exit. Beyond a large passage angled downward, torches burning here and there along the walls. As he prepared to fling himself down the tunnel, the birds cried, "Run, Ruger, run! Run while you can!" He ran. Even as he picked up speed, he heard the birds gathering into a different formation behind him. He knew that if they attacked him again, this might well be the end. He stretched out his mind, trying to collapse the wall behind him, but the magics of the Sabo were too strong. With nothing else to go on, he returned the dagger to its sleeve and seized the bird still struggling to free itself from his intestines. He shook the creature and shouted, both at it and at the walls, "Sabo! Sabo! God damn it, can you hear me?" The parasite blinked its eyes slowly, and Ruger thought he saw a twinge of recognition in them, but recognition from the Sabo, or its masters? "Sabo!" he shouted. "Can't you focus just a tiny part of yourself, overcome the balaclava just enough to inhabit this one bird? Damn you, I command you to answer me." The bird blinked at him. "I am here. I have a request. We're both friends of Roche Sarnova, and we both wish to thwart Younger and Yagoda, right?" "Yes." "Then relax your magics, just a little, just enough to allow me to collapse a wall. It may save my life, and that of Blackie as well. Never shall anyone desecrate my home. Without Sarnova you wouldn't have a home. Besides, your resurrectors have already desecrated your mind. How much worse is your home? I will do this thing for Roche. My energy to speak is gone. Do as you must be done. Thank you." Ruger released the bird and faced the direction of the undead atrium once more. Within, he could see busy shadows, congealing into one great column. They sprang. In one long cloud, maybe 1,000 of the evil prehistoric parasites lit out from their chamber, bright eyes glinting in the torchlight, monstrous teeth bared in menace. When they saw him, they laughed. Ruger focused his telekinetic abilities on the walls and ceiling between him and the hungry horde, and pushed. Nothing happened. The birds, laughing, drove closer. Desperately, he tried again, and this time was gratified to hear the bucking of earth. Picking up speed, the pterodactyls bore down on him. He could see their large flashing tongues behind their triumphant toothy grins. Even more strongly, he exerted his will, and suddenly in a great roaring whoosh the ceiling collapsed with a force so strong it crushed the parasites and sent shockwaves that knocked Ruger to the ground. Afterwards, the earth trembled and dust rose so thickly he could hardly breathe, not that he needed to. Slowly, he stood. He stepped backwards, shielding his mouth, and nearly trod on the bird he had so thoughtlessly tossed down, the bird that had saved his life. It was up on its talons now, and grinning at him mercilessly. "Thank you," he said to it, though he was quite sure the Sabo could no longer hear him. "Darkling," said the balaclava. "You will be ours. Why? Ruger slammed his heavy black boot down and squashed the pterodactyl. Gasping, he sagged backward. He was tired, and beaten and battered and weary. He must move on now, or else give in to exhaustion. He slipped off down the well-lit corridor. It was a long march, because for every 20 yards he covered, another mudshark threw itself out of the earth toward him. His energies were so drained that several almost succeeded in bearing him off. But he wasn't that far gone yet. Instead, he looked at these more frequent attacks as a good sign. It meant that the balaclava were as desperate as he in expending much of their powers to control the parasites. Soon, he hoped, their powers would be depleted. All he had to do was. A squad libertarian soldiers leapt from an alcove. "Declare yourself." "Too tired to feel surprised," he said. "I'm Ruger, and I have come to see Melisawell." Before he could put up a fight, they pinned him to the ground, and he offered no resistance. After conferring with each other, the libertarians sent one of their number on some errand, and when he returned a familiar figure strode at his side. With his one eye, Ruger looked up to see the enormous, bald, reptilian-winged Captain Rolf d'Aguila regarding him. For a long time, neither said a word. Finally, Rolf gave a mirthless laugh. "Well, let him up already. And be quick about it." "Hurry up," I said. Once Ruger was on his feet, the captain winked. "So you've come to see Malie, I hear." Ruger's head swam. "That's right." "Well, this should be interesting. But how about a pint of ale first? We have things to discuss, and you look like you could use it." Chapter 17. When Byron awoke from his death, he felt muddled and sore. Unable to open his eyes, he explored his body with his hands, finding it naked but in one piece. He lay for a long time trying to collect his thoughts. A smell of decay surrounded him, and at first he didn't know where it came from, but then, with horrible certainty, he realized the truth. The smell came from him. He was a fucking zombie. With every second, he seemed to grow stronger. Finally he was able to open his eyes. Kirnavar hovered over him, staring at him intently, and Byron felt waves of resurrecting energy thrown into his dead flesh. Kirnavar was healing him. The lunatic slashed one wrist and let his blood drip on Byron, like someone feeding water to a dead plant. Slowly, the big man felt more himself, though his body still didn't seem quite right, and his thoughts came fuzzily, but not as fuzzy as they had been. He noted countless scars on his dead flesh. They hadn't put him back together very well. With a sigh, he knew he would not be the well-kept sort of zombie Lashira had been. "Stand," Kirnavar said. Without his conscious permission, Byron's body rose. Once on his feet, he saw both Killian and Loireau standing nearby. "I cannot abide this," said Loireau, one hand over his genitals. "Enough already," Killian said. "I most certainly look, Byron's up." "Hi, bye." "Hey, that rhymes." "Hi, bye." "Hi, then bye." "Story of my life." "Hi." Loireau laughed like an idiot, and Byron realized that both he and Killian were rather addle-brained, as many zombies that were not well kept tended to be. Byron couldn't think so well either, but at least he wasn't acting like an utter moron. Younger and Yagoda made their entrance. It wasn't as grand or dramatic as Kirnavar's had been, rather, they strode in brusquely and with an air of business about them. Following them was a well-armed entourage of their better-kept zombies. Byron felt a twinge of jealousy as he studied them. Also, several human children huddled among the zombies' ranks, but Byron envied them not at all. "Step aside," Kirnavar, Younger ordered, the ivory tusks sticking from his cheeks angled severely. "But you said they were mine to," began Kirnavar, and Younger cut him off with a wave of his hand. "We can't be away for long," said Yagoda, running an impatient hand through his dreadlocks. "And yes, Kirnavar, Jean-Pierre's old crew was yours to revive, but not to keep." "But..." "Shut up," said Younger. "Ruger will be arriving in the main chamber soon, and we don't have time for your whining. Fuck, look at those two over there," he pointed to Loireau and Killian. "You're not even a strong enough Khaljit to bring them back properly." "That's what you told me to do." "No," corrected Yagoda. "We ordered you to arrange their deaths and then to bring them back, only to spare us the energy of a resurrection, for we had more pressing concerns and could not afford to tax ourselves. Anyway, they aren't yours to keep. We have other plans for them, and to execute these plans they'll need our powers, and our influence. We don't want you mucking about in their minds when we need them for ourselves." The two balaclava turned to the death squad. Byron felt waves of rejuvenation sweep through him, waves 10 times stronger than those Kirnavar had sent his way. When they were done with that part of it, the balaclava stepped up to Byron, cut their wrists, and poured their own bloods down on him. Then they moved to Killian and Loireau and did the same. It staggered Byron to find that he could think freely once more, and the scars on his body were already mending. The foul odor was diminishing. Soon, he hoped, he would be as healthy-looking as Lashira. When the balaclava had finished the resurrection that Kirnavar had started, they bid the 3 crewmates to gather close. "How do you feel?" asked Younger, looking first at Killian. Killian shot darts of pure hatred into Younger. "I'd rather be fucking dead." Younger smiled. "Other than being mad that we've made you our servants, do you feel fine?" "I serve no one unless I decide to do so." "Is that right?" "Well, what if I wanted you to suck me off right here and now? Would you refuse?" Killian snarled. "Good," Younger said. "Now do it." Suddenly, Killian fell to his knees before the balaclava and parted his lips. He unbuttoned Younger's charcoal trenchcoat just below the waist and reached up to massage Younger's lax penis. Byron tried not to gape, but his surprise did not last long. It was replaced by a fierce anger toward Younger and Yagoda that they could force Killian, his own leader, to abase himself in such a manner. Then again, thought Byron, a puppy sometimes needed to be swatted with a rolled-up newspaper before it was house-trained. He knew that that's how the balaclava saw the 3 of them, as things to be trained or beaten into obedience. "Stop it," Younger told Killian, who'd yet to get the assassin's penis erect. "Stand up." Killian did so. "I hope we've proven our point." Killian, looking pale even for a zombie, just nodded. "Good," said Yagoda. "We don't mean for you to resent us, that's why we called off the demonstration. We're your masters, but we want you to serve us willingly. If you do well by us, we shall reward you well, of that, you can be sure. Now, Killian, how do you feel?" "Fine," said the werewolf, his eyes narrowed to slits. "And Loireau?" Loireau started, as if suddenly pricked by a cattle prod, and swallowed hard before saying, "Chipper." "Oh, real fine. Have no doubt. I'm as merry as a fucking lamb, you sons of bitches." "Fucking." Loireau started gasping for breath. He put his hands to his throat as if to ward off throttling, then his knees buckled and he landed face down in the dirt. Slowly, the balaclava eased off him, and, shaking, he was able to climb to his feet. "Sorry," he muttered, but to Byron he didn't look the least bit sorry, just frustrated. "That just came out." His voice quavered, and his hands trembled at his sides. "I was not born to serve." "But you see now that you have no choice," Yagoda said. Gritting his teeth, Loireau remained silent for a long time, obviously biting back his true thoughts before he finally said, "I do." The balaclava turned to Byron. "And you?" asked the tusked one. "How do you feel?" Slowly, he said, "Better than when your other zombies were chopping me into little pieces." "I like that." "Really, though, how do you feel?" "I think Killian and Loireau expressed my own opinions quite well." "Please, all 3 of you, try to contain your rage," said Younger. "If I'd set Lashira up to ask you all to become zombies, you wouldn't have appreciated the offer, would you?" "Of course not. But we needed your skills. For one, you're all day beasts, which is something we find lacking among our zombies that were first immortals. Those, like Lashira herself, the ones made from vampires and Gensivs and Morbines and such, cannot survive the sun, even while our human-turned zombies can. A shade zombie, if resurrected properly, maintains the same powers he held before his death, and the same weaknesses, as well. So we needed werewolves. Also, you functioned as a unit for about a century, and are as close-knit as any others we were able to locate. That is good. Plus, you all have quite a bit of, shall we see, cloak and dagger skills. The diplomacy of the blade. That, too, we need. Also, we need debtors that have a past history and strong knowledge of the Darkling. We need to keep him alive as our prisoner. That will be the main part of your duties, to guard him. It will not be so difficult, but it requires debtors with your backgrounds and predisposition toward Ruger to do it." "We'd rather kill him," said Killian. Younger smiled. "As we've said, we need him alive, but we don't want you to spare him any pain, either. So hate him at your leisure, just don't kill him. But there. That is your job. We'll bring Ruger to you shortly. Have you got any questions?" "Yeah," said Killian. "When do we get to eat?" "Lashira, please bring out the children." From among the huddled mass of the balaclava's entourage, the still-naked Lashira emerged. With one hand, she wiped at her nose in a bored and distracted manner, but in the other she held the leashes of 3 human children, none older than 5. Obviously scared out of their minds, the children followed, stumbling after her. Byron had not noticed their collars earlier, but now that he saw them, a sense of damnation all but drowned him. Lashira dragged the children to stand to the side of the tall dark giants and handed over the leashes to one of her masters. Then, with a sad knowing look in the direction of the death squad, she returned to the other undead minions. Holding the children's leashes, Yagoda said to Killian, "These will be your meals." You will eat them, and then we will drain you of your blood. That is how we, as Kaljids, feed. But our draining you will not weaken you much, or at least not for long, so have no fear. Fear? Killian said. I only have disgust. I've never eaten thy child, and I never shall. Amen, said Loireau. Byron said nothing. He, even more than his comrades, abhorred the thought of what was about to happen, but he knew that this was just one more test, just one more rolled-up newspaper that he had not the power to escape. The balaclava laughed. Suddenly, Byron felt the balaclava intrude upon his mind. It felt much like a big fat oily python had plunged into his head and taken over. His actions were no longer his own. Now he was nothing but a minion, a marionette, an extension of the balaclava's will. He struggled against the psychic dominance of Younger and Yagoda, struggled fiercely, but to no avail. Within a minute, his own body was acting on its own, and it was then that he agreed with Killian's earlier statement. He began to envy the dead. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Accompanied by the contingent of soldiers under Captain de Guillelet's control, Ruger entered the main chamber of the Libertarian and Balaclavian encampments. Rolf had prepared him for the division between the Mistress Melisawel's army and that of the Balaclava, a barrier guarded not only by a host of zombies but by a towering collage, as well. Ruger wondered how many of the great beasts his enemies had created. De Guille said that he knew of 2 for certain. De Guille had also prepared him for the carefully guarded human fodder, and while Ruger wished there was something immediate that he could do to relieve their situation, he knew there wasn't. The Libertarian encampment itself was divided. In the near sector gathered the 100 or so soldiers that Rolf had commanded when they thought their mistress dead. To them, Rolf was still the leader. It would have been otherwise, Rolf said, had Malie acted differently upon her belated arrival, but she had already entrenched herself in fawners and lackeys and seemed quite content with that lifestyle. Rolf's followers found her new ways distasteful and, even, obscene. Strangely, the half of the army loyal to the mistress stood guard in 3 circles about their queen, as if not only to protect her from the Balaclava but from Rolf's followers as well. Accompanied by Rolf and several other soldiers, Ruger pushed through these 3 rings and into Melisawel's inner court, where she sat upon her throne happily watching a few fool-type dancers swaying to the rhythm of a small band's music. The notes were pretty, and the dancers graceful and light and festively painted, but the soft-spoken singer that put lyrics to the melody sung only about the great qualities of the queen and of her victories yet to come. Despite himself, Ruger felt great sympathy for de Guille. Rolf had not prepared him for the absence of Younger and Yagoda, who had abandoned their own bony thrones for unknown reasons. When Ruger quietly asked the captain about this, de Guille seemed just as puzzled. They were there when I left, was all he could say. Then, at last, Ruger found himself standing before the dark adobe throne of his oldest and best friend's widow, who looked down on him with surprise. Now was his chance. He took a deep breath to begin, but Melisawel spoke first. Ruger. Jesus, what have those bastards done to you? Hope flooded him. If she referred to the Balaclava in such a manner, maybe she wasn't as far gone as he'd feared. Squaring his shoulders and looking her straight in the eye, he said, they were trying to prevent me from seeing you. Why should they do that? Suddenly, Ruger felt uncomfortable. If he was going to bring her down to earth, he needed to talk to her friend to friend. Malie, he said. May we speak somewhere privately? I see no need for that. You will, he said. Anything that must be said shall be said before my court. If I kept secrets from them, how could they serve me and the cause? His brief surge of hope turned to anger. Rolf had been right about her. Please, he tried again. Ruger, I've already turned down your request. Don't make me turn it down again. If she wanted to play that way, he could play as well as any. Bluntly, he said, they never raped you, did they? She seemed taken aback for a moment but recovered herself quickly. Ruger knew, from de Guille, that she had kept this part secret, but why the captain did not know. Then, to Ruger's chagrin, she gave a small shrug, as if the whole business was insignificant. That. Yes, it's about time I let everyone privy to that little scene, since it's from that this whole thing arose. What really happened? She sighed, pausing a moment to gather her thoughts. You want me to begin at the beginning? The night of Ludwig's murder? Off his tense nod, she said, well, Ludwig knew they were going to kill him. He sent me away so that I, at least, would be spared. When he told me he was about to be murdered, I didn't take it well. I can imagine. At last she sounded human now, and he allowed himself to wonder if some hope might not be warranted, after all. I begged him to tell me what it was all about. He said I knew too much already, but I didn't even know what he was talking about. I didn't know anything. He insisted I wasn't safe, so he sent me off to a snowy cottage in the wastelands where he was sure I'd be out of harm's way. Then they came and killed him. You know more of that than I, of exactly what happened. She glanced away. It's still painful to think of. Anyway, they came to me. How they knew where I was I still don't know. Maybe they tortured Ludwig into telling, or perhaps, as they killed him, he realized that they would not harm me. Seems strange, but I now think it true. Anyway, they found me. Understandably, I put up quite a fight, but to my amazement they didn't fight back. They said they came to me to tell me why they had killed Ludwig. At first I didn't believe them. In fact, it took me several months to eventually conclude that they spoke the truth that night. What did they say? Asked Ruger. That Roche Sarnova had, through his ambassador, contracted them to kill Ludwig, because he posed a threat to the Dark Lord just when he needed his threats minimized the most. They said that Roche Sarnova had lured them out of their voluntary exile to create a piece of art for him in his growing galleries, but it was a lie. Sarnova wanted them in his castle, overwhelmed by his power and kingdom, so that they would be awed into accepting any missions he gave them. And, since they'd been assassins before retiring to Jamaica, he thought they would play his game. But they didn't. They refused the offer. Ruger couldn't contain his sneer. So they say. Yes, she agreed. So they say, and I've come to believe them. He promised to lavish gifts on him at the completion of their task, but they'd have none of it. Secretly, I suspect they would have killed Ludwig for Sarnova anyway, had he not been so pompous about the whole deal. But they were offended at the king's power games and refused. However, he placed enough pressure on them to at least go and visit Ludwig, to get a feel for the situation there and then report back to him. Younger and Yagoda resisted, but there was little they could do against the Dark Lord. Also, Blackie said that if they didn't at least go to Liberty he'd destroy the art they'd sculpted for him. They couldn't suffer that. They went to Liberty, not intending to kill Ludwig, exactly, but just to get away from the Dark Lord. But when they got there, Ludwig found out about them and requested an audience. They agreed. Once dinner was served and all formalities had been put aside, my husband asked those bastards to kill him. What? Said Ruger. That's right, my friend. I didn't believe it either, not for a long time. But it is, apparently, the truth. Ludwig, who wanted nothing more than to disband Liberty, was stuck between a rock Rolf Alberto de Guila over there, who was the leader of the militant section of Liberty, and a hard place, his conscience. He would not allow the shades he'd assembled to conquer the world, as he feared they would use it for ignoble reasons, and they probably would have. So he couldn't proceed with his original plans for Liberty, and he couldn't disband it. On top of that, Danielle and I were used as blackmail against him, in case Rolf's threats and bombings weren't enough. Ludwig wanted Younger and Yagoda to kill him? He said it was the only way out for him. If he died, he knew I'd assume control of the army, and he hoped that I would disband it. And when he found out I was sleeping with Rolf, that's not a scene I care to discuss, the fight we had about that, he knew I wouldn't be in danger from the radicals. Seeing his desperate situation and probably hoping to capitalize on the riches Sarnova had promised them, Younger and Yagoda agreed to the task. Still, Ludwig feared the balaclava and their violent tendencies, so he sent me away the night of his murder, thinking they might further quench their lusts for sex and blood on me. To my shame, I left. And they killed him. Then came to me, to tell me about it. Why? Because Ludwig asked them to. He wanted me to know why. He also asked them to tell me to disband the army and live a peaceful and progressive life. He didn't want me to give up my dreams for a better world, but he didn't want me to think I had the right to take it over in order to change it to my liking, either. Ruger smiled darkly. The bastards had other ideas. Yes. They were still bitter about how Sarnova had treated them. They urged me to avenge Ludwig's death by killing him. If they hadn't done the deed, they were sure Sarnova would have contracted others to do it in their stead. I was angry, furious at them and Ludwig and myself and pretty much everyone else. I wanted them to go, but they wouldn't. They told me that they'd discovered a safe place below Sarnova's castle, a place where we could all find shelter and, from there, plan a sneak attack on the Lord himself. I told them they were evil monsters and to get the hell out. Of course they refused. They said that, as Ludwig's widow, I had an obligation to find out why he was killed, and that if I didn't believe them, then I should undertake a mission to answer that very question. This I couldn't argue. I was angry. I wanted blood. I still do. So, instead of disbanding Liberty as Ludwig had wanted, I united it to go off and disprove the assassin's lies and avenge my husband's murder. So they didn't rape you? No. You lied. Yes. There was no regret in her voice, only a flat statement of the truth. They said that if anyone knew I was even a possible ally of theirs, I'd be in danger. They told me that I couldn't keep my meeting with them a secret forever because later I would need to tell others about it, once I finally came to accept the truth that the Dark Lord was really the one responsible for Ludwig's death. They said that, for the moment, people must think they came to me to rape and torment me. They said that if I was to gain your sympathy, this must be so, as they'd already been commanded to dog your every step, and they didn't want you and Danielle to think I was acting in concert with them. Neither did I. At that point, I still hated them and thought them liars. The first part hasn't changed, they did kill Ludwig, no matter if he asked for it or not. They could have refused. Anyway, with my permission, they tore off my wings and gave me some serious cuts and bruises to corroborate the story. They said that once I came to understand that they spoke the truth about Sarnova, then and only then I could reveal what they'd actually not done to me, and I could reveal the truth that they had spoken. So yes, Ruger, I lied to you. I lied to you all. When he said nothing, she continued. They'd told me that a Commissary, allied with Vistrat, had ordered them to harass you and Danielle and to make it a public spectacle. They asked me to be lenient with them on this, as they had no choice. The Commissary. Amelia. Melisawell raised her black eyebrows. They said she was too strong for them to resist, and that I should know they never intended to kill you, they just intended to avoid Amelia's wrath. I knew I couldn't protect you and Danny from 2 balaclava and 1 Commissary, so I let them do what they had to, under the assumption they wouldn't hurt you. She paused. But they did, didn't they? His one black eye stared into her, not giving an inch. His silence forced her to continue. She did. Anyway, with help from Liberty, I set out to find the true party responsible for Ludwig's death. I didn't believe he could have himself killed, and I didn't want to believe Roche Sarnova could either. I figured the best way to disprove their lies was to go to New York, where their supposed Commissary master was, and ferret out any information I could. I knew I couldn't attack Vistrat himself, not with a Commissary guarding him, so I chose a lesser target, but one who would know much about the inner workings of the Titan's operation. I selected Jacob Icod, Vistrat's right-hand man. I captured him and tortured him, but he knew of no plot involving Ludwig. It was the best I could do, I figured Vistrat innocent. Unfortunately, I so much wanted to disprove Jungerin Yagoda's words that I tortured Icod past the point of healing. He died groaning about his boss's innocence, at least concerning Ludwig. At this point, I had to decide if my quest for justice was worth the blood I had to spill. I'm sure you've held similar thoughts throughout the last few weeks. Of course, most of the blood spilt on your quest was your own, or Danielle's. I went to London to find Subert, Roche Sarnova's arch-rival, to do the same to her. I did. After a long and bloody interrogation, I found out she was innocent and, still feeling bad about what I'd done to Icod, I actually apologized to her, even went so far as to explain my predicament. And you know what? She actually forgave me for torturing her. Really, I think she just saw the strategic advantage my army might present to her, and she knew that if all else failed I would go to the castle itself. She offered me her assistance if I were ever to go up against Sarnova. Later, as you know, I accepted. For the time being, though, I went out to the Congo and with my loyal followers plowed my way through the jungle until I got to Karker, who had by this time publicly accepted blame for hiring Jungerin Yagoda to kill my husband. But even he turned out to be innocent. She sighed, as if the memories hurt her. Throughout all this, Jungerin Yagoda kept in contact with me, constantly offering me their services, saying they had a foolproof plan to kidnap Roche Sarnova and, perhaps, even take over the castle itself. First, though, they said they needed certain bloods they could only find in the desert. Ruger scowled. Another piece of the puzzle had fallen into place, and he didn't like it. Out loud, he said, they just wanted Laszlo's blood. His one hand balled into a fist. Apparently, she said. As you can see, they were right. With their new bloods, they've converted many of the castle servants and others into zombies, creating quite a powerful army for themselves. Not only that, but they brought the Sabo to its knees. You knew of the Sabo all along? Of course. They told me of it when they invited me to avenge my husband's murder with their help. And, on the side, I knew I'd have Subert's backing if I wanted it. So, yeah, when I made that deal with Karker for you and he to sneak into the castle, I was aware he kept his secrets, and I let him. It's better sometimes to let a man think he has something over you than to tell him he doesn't. Remember that. I'm just sorry he turned on you and you wound up in the dungeon, that wasn't part of my plan. For a moment, she faltered, suddenly blurting out, I just wanted you to know that. For a second there, she almost sounded like her old self, and Ruger's heart swelled, until she began her next sentence. Anyway, by the time I tortured and killed everyone I could think of that might have some reason to kill Ludwig, I gave up and listened to what Jungerin Yagoda had been saying all along. I didn't like it, but I knew I now had the power and the allies to crush the Dark Lord. And so, since he's the last one on my list and since I have witnesses to prove his guilt, I will. Trust me, Malie, Ruger said. Roche didn't kill Ludwig or have him killed. And as for what Jungerin Yagoda said about him acting pompous, why, he's one of the most unassuming rulers I've ever known. The fuckers have been lying to you this entire time, waiting for just this moment. Sorry, Ruger. You're my friend, but you're also the Dark Lord's heir, who better to stick up for him. Plus, he's probably tainted your mind, building a better picture of him in your head than exists in reality. The opposite can be said of what the Balaclava have been doing to you. They built up an image of Roche as a great and evil dictator, everything Ludwig despised. So now you want to kill him. But he did not kill Ludwig. Maybe he deserves death a million times over for what he's done to his human victims over the thousands of years he's been alive, but kill Ludwig he did not. Malie, are you listening? She wasn't. While he had been speaking, a stirring in her court had diverted her attention, and when he turned his head to see what the distraction was, he beheld Jungerin Yagoda, accompanied by a tight cluster of armed debtors, entering the room. Both paused and swiveled their bloodshot eyes to stare at Ruger, then grinned fiercely, eagerly. He knew that grin. They marched on and retook their thrones. As soon as this was done, they sent a tall, beautiful, and very casually naked woman out from beyond the line that the collage presided over and into libertarian territory. Libertarian soldiers leapt to her side and Ruger was almost surprised at their speed, but then she was quite pleasant on the eyes, or eye, as the case may be. She strolled directly into Melisowel's inner court, bowed slightly, and said, "Good morning, Mistress Melisowel." "Good morning, Lishera. Your chores done for the day?" Lishera's lips tightened, but to this she made no reply. "My masters wish to have a moment with you, lady. On the border, with as many soldiers as you care to bring. They also suggest that you bring Ruger along." "Why? Haven't they done enough to him already?" Lishera rolled a shapely shoulder. "I know nothing of that, only of what my masters instruct me to do. They request an informal meeting on the border. But collage will stand far away. You have nothing to fear. If you agree to the meeting, it is to begin in 30 minutes. Why so long? My masters have had a taxing evening. They need a few moments to rest. Shall I tell them that the meat is set?" Malie snorted, as if this were nothing but more aggravation. "Sure. Why not?" Lishera withdrew. Ruger was amused to see how many turned to watch her go. But he was not yet done with Melisowel. "Malie," he said. "Much of what you say is simply false. I can't believe Ludwig would hire those assassins to kill him. He was not too cowardly to take his own life. Ah, but he did not wish others to think he had. He wanted his death to remain a mystery, save to me. That way his reputation would be preserved and I could assume control of liberty without having the taint of a suicide husband on my hands." "So the Balaclava told you?" "Yes. And they also told you of a Commissary that ordered them to harass me?" "Yes. That, too, was a lie. It was Vistrat that ordered them to hunt and harass Danielle and me, not Amelia, but because of her. We were his holds over her. Perhaps Jungerin Yagoda knew of her existence and used this make you believe them when they said they had no choice but to follow orders, but the truth is they did have a choice. They knew Vistrat and Amelia had begun the scouring, or at least suspected as much, and they hoped to get in on the ground floor of the new world order that presented to them. They've told me as much. That's why they accepted the assignment to dog Danielle and I. Point is, they fear Amelia, true, but the rest was just a lie so that you'd allow them to do what they did to Danielle and myself. You just stood by." "Ruger." "No," he said quietly. "They deluded you, as they deluded me and, probably, countless others. It's how they operate. But once Vistrat vanished, they knew they could achieve nothing by continuing to pursue Danielle and me, so they started in earnest on cultivating you and the opportunities you presented to them. They used you, much as Subair did. Ruger, you weren't there. You don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, but I do." Inside, he seethed with anger, but he wrapped his inner hands about it, squeezing it and shoving it into a vial for further use, when he would need it. Now was the time for tact. "Malie, look at yourself, at all these people around you. Since when did you have bards and jugglers and dancers and musicians and fawners and a fucking throne? When? How did this happen?" For a moment, she just regarded him darkly, then said, "Jungerin Yagoda suggested that since Roche Sarnova acts with such pomp, that I adopt his tactics to better understand him and, from there, to crush him. Don't you see, Malie? They've corrupted you, or at least they're trying. Now that I'm here, I beg you to put an end to it." Quietly, she said, "I've actually grown to like it, Ruger." He nearly lost it then, but, slowly, he reeled the anger back in and sealed its vial. "Malie," he began. "Why the humans? They don't look like the stock you kept at Liberty. At least there you made a pretense at morality. Times are tough, Ruger. We had to take humans where we could get them. And you see nothing wrong with that? Nothing more wrong than with letting Roche Sarnova live. The ache to strangle her flared in him. Malie, Roche is a typical vampire in many ways. He tosses aside basic morality and embraces practicality. Find a meal, take it. It's not my way. In fact, I've killed many who did think that way. Still, I don't think Roche is evil. He wants to establish a peace between humans and immortals, to give us all a homeland. Unexpectedly, Malisoel laughed. Yes, she said through her chortles. Subert told me about that. His greatest folly ever. What do you mean? She gave him an amused but not unfriendly look. Ruger. Always the idealist. Come on, you really think we're ready to announce ourselves to the human race? Ready to make peace with them? Ha! We can't even make peace with ourselves. Exhibit A, everything you see around you. Subert understands that, as Blackie does not. And on top of that, humans aren't ready either. We, at least, have the easy excuse that we must kill to live. They don't even have that. They war and kill and oppress each other because they can. Really, we're all alike, humans and shades, but in this case I don't think two evils would complement each other. And Jesus. It's pretty much the worst time to announce our presence to them. I mean, the tabloid era. Christ. Think of it. Sarnova wants us to go up to the United Nations and say, hey, guys, here we are. Oh, but don't worry, we'll only kill your criminals. And by the way, we want our own country, too. That's his plan, right? Grudgingly, Ruger nodded. In essence. Then he's a fool. Once the media got wind of us, we'd never be let alone. Worse, they might paint us all as evil and villainous, a reputation we pretty much deserve, and demand that the UN stamp us out altogether. I mean, really. Let's let humans mature a little more, and let's let us mature a little more, and maybe, someday down the line, it will be time. But it's not now. Ruger had considered all this himself and did not need her to bring these points to his attention, but still he had no answer for her other than to say, things will only get worse, Malie. We'll grow worse, and very possibly they'll grow worse, until the inevitable apocalypse occurs and most of us, on both sides, are wiped out. But maybe, if we announce ourselves to humans now, we can all learn from each other's mistakes. Maybe, together, we could mature together as we could not apart. Maybes. You can maybe me till doomsday, Ruger, and I won't change my mind. She groaned. You're hopeless. You're a cynic and an idealist all rolled up into one. This was Ruger's last chance. Will you support Roche Sarnova and help him win this thing? She shot him an incredulous look. Ruger, she said, and then could find no more words for a long time. Sadly, she shook her head. My friend, I have eliminated all the ones I could think of that would want Ludwig dead. Your king, if I can call him that, is the last and most likely on my list. Soon I will have Sarnova and will know the truth, once and for all. If I think he's innocent, I'll let him live. If he's guilty, I'll kill him very slowly. I've given it a lot of thought. Then I'll make a treaty with Subert and give her the castle. Her voice trailed off, and her eyes grew cloudy. What? Well, to tell you the true truth, I think you've always been right. Power corrupts, as you and Ludwig always maintained. I fought that power, once I had possession of liberty, but I wasn't as strong as he was. I'd always thought before that when the chips were down I'd have the strength to resist, but I was wrong. It's like an addiction. The power got to me. Now, with an army. I have ambitions. Maybe I could make a better queen than Subert. Maybe I could help our races mature faster than she could, so that one day we could carry out your dream and Blackie's. But as for now, her black wings fluttered. Once the castle's conquered, we'll see how things look. Deep, deep down, a part of him died. He could find no words to say. Take heart, she said. Anyway, you look like you could use a good feeding more than anyone I've ever seen. I promise to rake those bastards over the coals for what they did to you. Anyway, there's a waiting list for shades that need to kill a mortal, but I know that's not your way, not unless you think the mortal amoral. She smiled. I should really get a jester. Anyway, I won't make you wait. Take your pick of mortals and drain him or her until you're better. Hell, kill him if you want. You're my friend and I won't begrudge you a mortal or two. He should give up on her, he thought. Just give up. The problem was that she was his only hope. Feed, Ruger, she instructed. We'll talk later, although I hope we can change the subject. She offered him a smile, which he did not reciprocate. Go. I must meet the bastards in a few minutes and need a moment of peace first. This was his dismissal. He had accomplished nothing. And all he'd left behind. No, he said with a bluntness that was like a slap across her face. You can't do this, Malie. Once you were a good person, a moral person. You still are, somewhere under all that shallow self-interest. And I'm going to stand right here, even if I have to recall in detail every noble and kind thing you did to deserve my respect and all the things you did that you didn't have to, just because you thought they were the right things to do. I'm going to stand right here and remember you until you remember yourself. I think not, she said, and her voice had changed. Rolf, take him away. The captain hesitated. Malie, maybe you should hear him out. God damn it, I've heard him out. And I'm sick of it. He can't change me, he's got to realize that. Ruger felt a rough hand on his shoulder and turned to see Rolf looking at him sympathetically. You ready to go? The captain asked quietly, and Ruger knew there was no other choice. Chapter 17. With a last glance at Melisawel, whose answer was a withering and uncompromising stare, Ruger let D'Aguila lead the way out from her inner court of sycophants, past the 3 rings of soldiers and into the quarter of the chamber Rolf presided over. Ruger felt great relief to be out from under Melisawel's throne, but overall he felt disheartened and weary. He had failed. Have a seat, Rolf said, indicating a bench. I'll go get you someone to feed from. He paused, as if about to ask what sort of person Ruger chose to find nourishment from, but then seemed to think better of it. I'll get you a big man, with lots of blood to drain and still leave him alive. Ruger nodded, and D'Aguila turned to leave. No, said the Darkling, and the captain turned back. Ruger forced a smile. Thank you, Captain. No, Ruger. Thank you. You tried your best. You did what I was afraid to do myself. I just wish she was reachable. Rolf paused, started to leave, then stopped again. Just call me Rolf. He departed. Did D'Aguila now consider himself Ruger's friend? The idea was strange to the Darkling. He was still puzzling over it when the captain returned with Ruger's meal, a fellow even bigger than Rolf himself. Thank you, Ruger said. I'll let you alone while you heal. But, if you don't mind, I'd like to come back in a while. Maybe we could tell each other a story or two. With feeling, Ruger said, I'd like that. Once the captain had gone, Ruger looked up at the big man. What's your name? The man did not answer, and Ruger repeated the question, this time patting the bench beside him in hopes that the mortal would take a seat. Still, the man did not answer, and Ruger grew suspicious. He didn't like questing into a human's mind, didn't like using his psychic abilities at all for that matter, lest he invade the privacy of another. But he remembered what Roche had told him about Melisawel's mindbenders and felt certain that the man now standing before him was under a spell of psychic dominance. Gently, he quested out and wasn't surprised to find strong walls built up around the man's mind, but not walls the man had built himself. Ruger was a strong vampire and a legendary telekinetic, but through centuries of disuse his psychic abilities had developed very little, so he wasn't surprised to find that he couldn't break through the mindbender's barriers. But why did they guard the man's thoughts so closely? Did he know something that Ruger could turn to his advantage? Or were they simply keeping up walls around all the humans to prevent Roche from hearing their thoughts? Please, Ruger said, come. I won't kill you. And, if you don't want me to, I won't even take your blood. Can you understand me? The man's eyes were blank and he didn't answer, but he did move closer to Ruger. He even took the initiative and knelt down before the vampire as if blatantly offering himself. Ruger didn't want it this way. He wished the mindbenders would relax their guard but knew they would. If they let go of even one man, it would allow Roche Sarnova an opportunity to enter a human captive and, through his or her eyes, see the libertarian encampment and learn much about his enemies, as well, perhaps, of their location. At this, Ruger had a sudden idea. Maybe Roche couldn't see in, but perhaps Ruger could see out. With only minor qualms of conscience, he reached out to find Harry Lavaca. He concentrated. And was blocked. The mindbenders were not only refusing to allow Roche access to the human's thoughts, but they were refusing Ruger the opportunity to communicate with anyone outside the Sabo. Smart. Malie was being very careful, indeed. You tried to betray the mistress, said the man, and the sound of his voice almost jolted Ruger to his feet. He knew the words weren't the man's own, they came from the mindbenders, or from a particular one that had caught Ruger trying to reach Harry. You tried to reveal our location to an ally of the castle, the man continued. I cannot allow this to go unknown. Until your misdeed is brought to the mistress's attention, you will be denied the right to feed. Shit. The man rose to his full height, spun about and rejoined the other mortals in what Ruger knew to be called the stable. Several libertarians from within Melisawel's quarter marched out from the 3 rings and came to stand before Ruger. There were 5 of them, and he knew that in his condition he was no match for any of them. Damn it all. He should have just taken the human's blood and been done with it. Lord Ruger, you're under arrest, said the lead soldier. Please, follow us or we'll have to escort you. Ruger closed his eye and swore to himself. For a long moment, he just sat there, and he could feel the libertarians grow anxious. As weak as he was, they still feared him. For some reason, that made him smile. Fine, he said. I'll come. They flanked him, at some distance, back through the 3 rings and into Melisowell's court. She did not look happy to see him again. God damn it, she said. Why? Jesus, Ruger, why did you do it? She already knew. He had to hand it to her. Despite her faults and vanity, she ran a tight ship. Why? She repeated, and this time he felt a rifle but jab into the hole in his midsection. Just as the libertarian was about to draw his weapon back, Ruger reached out with his mind and broke the rifle in 2. Damn it, Ruger, Melisowell all but shouted. What am I going to do with you? You just can't control yourself, can you? Maybe that's not the point, he replied. What do you mean? I mean, what if I push you to your limits, whatever they might be? What if I put you in the position of having to discipline me, or, worse, execute me? Would you do it? She glowered at him, her wings stiff behind her, but she said nothing. He continued, maybe that's the only way I can bring you back to yourself. If I forced you to decide between killing an old friend for trying to save a kingdom, or to let his transgressions go, what would you do? Would you kill me, or would you forgive? It could be that's the only choice I have left, to make you choose who you really are. She was seething, he could tell. Emotions roiled and thundered about her mind, but she kept her face carefully guarded. He waited for the storm to pass, or come to a boil. Unfortunately, his timing was off. Just then the beautiful Lashira came bouncing into libertarian territory again and, as before, she was escorted to Melisowell's throne by not a few guards. The Lords Younger and Yagoda are ready to meet with you, she said, then rested her gaze on Ruger. So you're the Darkling? That's what some call me. She smiled slyly. Looks like you did pretty well by my master's defenses. She turned back to the mistress. Again, my lords entreat you to bring Lord Ruger to the meeting. Sounding weary all of a sudden, Melisowell nodded. Very well. Lashera gave a quick curtsy and trotted off to her own side of the fence. Again, many watched her go, but not the mistress. Her eyes remained on Ruger, who returned her ponderous expression with one of his own. Ruger, she whispered, and he couldn't tell if she addressed him or not. What am I going to do with you? He said nothing. Well. She called to her court. We've got arrangements to make, so everyone prick an ear. She issued orders and commands like a veteran colonel, and soon the preparations were ready. Melisowell waited until Younger and Yagoda had gathered at the border with only a score of zombies to protect them and with the collage at a very respectable distance, then handpicked 20 of her elite soldiers. She didn't want to appear afraid of the assassins by bringing along more guards than they had, and turned to Ruger. Well? She asked. Will you come? What if I said no? I'd have you carted over. Then I'll come. He wondered what would have happened had not Lashira interfered. Would Malie have come back to herself, or would she have killed him for attempting to betray her location to the castle? Well, he would never know, and part of him was glad for that, because he feared that she would have made the wrong decision. And now what was he? Her prisoner? Out of nowhere, he wondered where Rolf was, and realized that he wanted the captain to be here. For protection? For friendship? A hand to hold? Melisowell delegated 5 more soldiers to guard Ruger, then she and the rest of the procession crossed to the borderline and met the balaclava. At first glance Younger and Yagoda appeared to be standing. As Ruger drew closer, he saw that the 2 assassins sat astride the heavily finned backs of 2 mudsharks, themselves half submerged in the ground. The bastards liked a throne even here. Well met. Called Younger to Melisowell, and Yagoda echoed the sentiment with a cheery good morning. She stopped at a point about 5 yards from them. What's the point of this meet? Before you've always preferred I send Captain d'Aguila to you, why the change? Both balaclava looked to Ruger. Him, they said in unison. They waved at him, smiling their wicked smiles. Yes, I've seen what you've done to him, and an old friend of mine at that. Did you want me close so I could whip you both personally? Is that the point of this meeting? They laughed. Dear sweet Mistress Malie, cooed Yagoda. How you tease and amuse us. But no. That is not the point of this meeting, although, if you desired, I'm sure we could give you great pleasure. Even his thick dreadlocks could not hide his big sharp animal-like teeth. Please, she said in a disgusted voice. The fact of the matter is you tried to bring harm to an old and dear friend of mine, and now I demand answers. Oh, she demands. The bearded one turned an eye to his mate. What say we? We say that our actions need not be defended, said Younger. We wish to prevent Ruger from reaching you, Mistress Malie, because we knew he desired only to spread lies and discontent among you and your army. He wishes for us to fight amongst ourselves so his dear king can win the day. So you tried to kill him? Asked Melisowell, hands on hips. No. But we did seek to capture him a time or two. Younger smiled at Ruger, and Ruger felt chills run up his spine at the perverted intimacy in that smile. We found him a worthy foe, through and through, but now he has come into your home, dear mistress, and has he not sought to sow the seeds of doubt in your mind? Yes, she admitted. Ruger couldn't stand this any longer. I told her the truth, he said. I told her you'd lied and manipulated her from the very beginning. The assassins raised their eyebrows. Did you now? Said Younger. How surprising. Yes, agreed the other. I guess we shouldn't have given him such a hard time getting here after all. Hell, we should have escorted him arm in arm. Together, they laughed. Ruger's hatred of them swelled with each note, and he saw Melisowell shift uncomfortably on her feet. Well? She demanded of the balaclava. Does he speak the truth or not? Have you really been lying to me? Slowly, the assassins stopped laughing and regarded her with some seriousness. No, said Yagoda. We've told you true, and we wish no disrespect upon Ruger by saying this. He, too, was telling you the truth, but only as he knows it. He doesn't see the whole story, doesn't see the big picture for the frame. He believes us evil since we delight in our natures while he rejects his, choosing to sacrifice himself rather than spill innocent blood. He sees us as alien and evil, and in his arrogant self-righteousness wishes to squash us. Why? Because his morals imprison him, while our amorality liberates us. He's grown to hate and resent us, as he sees in us what he could have been. Should have been. And now he desires to turn you against us, to satisfy his own narrow vision of the world. The bearded one fell silent, and Ruger knew the assassin intended to let his words sink into Melisowell's brain for a while before continuing. If Ruger was to salvage the situation, he couldn't allow Malie to take what they said for truth. Bullshit, he said. Yagoda blinked. Before they could reclaim Malie's attention, Ruger said, they're doing it again, Mal, don't let them. Let them do what? Turn you against me. Don't you see? There. But the balaclava were not about to allow him the upper hand. Yes, Darkling, hissed Younger pleasantly. What were we going to do? Tell the mistress nothing she couldn't have figured out on her own? Oh, Ruger. You're good, but not that good. You can only mask the truth for a time, and that's a very short limit indeed when you're trying to delude someone of our dear sweet mistress's intelligence. Shut up, all of you, she said. All of you jackasses are lying to me. Younger, Yagoda, you're trying to get me to do what you want me to do. You're trying to turn me against Ruger. And you, Ruger, are doing the same thing, turning me against them. But you know what? I don't care. I don't believe any of you. All I believe is what I've found out for myself, that all those I've suspected of plotting Ludwig's murder were innocent. The only ones who'd know for sure why he died are him, and you, she said to the assassins. You've told me your version of the story. I didn't believe you then, and Ruger's certainly planted enough doubts in my mind about you, but it doesn't matter. Why? Because Roche Sarnova is the last one on my list, and that's all there is to it. If I could have, I would have long ago had you two bastards tortured and interrogated, like I did Sub-Baron Ikad and Karker, but I've never had that opportunity. I'll proceed as planned, as much to avenge Ludwig as to take over the castle itself. And what of Sub-Baron? We thought you were going to concede the castle to her, or at least not make her an enemy. Have your plans changed? I don't know what I'm going to do with Sub-Baron, but I am going to make a play for the castle. And us? Our original agreement stands. You can have the Sabo, and the catacombs, and anything else below the castle you want. And maybe if I grow weary of the castle, you can have that, too. Well, now, said Younger. All we really wanted was the labyrinth. But you're right, maybe we could extend it to the catacombs, and beyond. I suspect your offer is in payment for something, perhaps future services we might provide you. Services against Sub-Baron. Yes, she said. Everything else goes according to the original plan, but once the castle's conquered, will you assist me in Sub-Baron's removal? The assassins considered, conferring with each other silently, through looks and tiny hand gestures. They smiled at her. How can we be sure that you will not later turn on us, as you will so shortly turn on Sub-Baron? Because I haven't the resources to turn on you. You're too strong, too well fortified and protected. Once I have the castle, there's nothing I could do to clear you out of the Sabo. Nor would I wish to. Saber's an ally I can turn on at my whim, since I really don't need her after the fact. You two, however, will be a presence to discourage anyone from attacking me while I restore and claim the castle in my name. For that, you'll always be valuable to me, and I will always be valuable to you, as I will not attack you so long as I inhabit the castle. Were someone else to take it from me, they might attempt to remove you. They would find it difficult, maybe impossible, but nevertheless they could do you serious damage if they were intent on it. There. I need you, and you need me. Is there any more that needs to be said? No, answered the tusked one. We'll help you with Sub-Air and her army once the castle forces have been eliminated. He paused. Now for the reason why we called this meeting. For the sake of our continued good faith and alliance, we need to relieve you of Ruger. What? You heard right, Mistress Malisoel. As long as he's within earshot of you, he'll riddle you with half-truths and seek to undermine the alliance between our armies. Malie, Ruger began, but she waved him to silence. He wasn't all that surprised by the balaclava's deception, but he suddenly feared that he'd pushed Malie too hard, had made himself a nuisance to her rather than the kind and friendly mentor he had intended to be. If I said that I wouldn't give Ruger to you, what would you do? Without hesitation, Yagoda said, do you really want to know? Yes. To know would require a demonstration, and we will not demonstrate until you decide against handing him over. What do you mean, a demonstration? Just that. We will have Ruger, with your permission. Now, you can give us that permission now, or refuse us now, and, after the demonstration, then give it to us. You sound pretty sure of yourselves. How do I know you're not bluffing? Younger cocked an eyebrow. Are you refusing to give us Ruger? She turned it over. If I concede, what will you do with him? Oh, he'll be just fine, sweet mistress. Have no fear. We need Ruger alive. Now, we might weaken him a little, to save ourselves the trouble of constantly worrying about whether he's trying to communicate with his mortal friends above, but otherwise he'll be fine. So is it a deal? No, said Ruger. Malie, you can't. Shut up. She said. I'm perfectly able to think for myself. But no. A few minutes ago I was so disgusted with you that I would have been happy to hand you over to these pricks, but now they've given me a threat, and that I can't tolerate. Call me petty, but I refuse to be bullied or bluffed into doing something that I would have done on my own had not the bullies and bluffs been there to start with. She snorted in the direction of the balaclava. You can't have him. In concert, they both gave her light-hearted shrugs and smiled helplessly. You're calling our bluff, mistress? Goddamn right. Very well, then. Ruger heard shouts and screaming noises behind him. There was brief gunfire, and a voice shouted at whoever had fired the gun, "Don't shoot the nukes, you stupid fuck." Cease fire, cease fire. Ruger peered inside the 3 rings of soldiers that guarded Malisoel's inner court, 3 rings that were presently in great turmoil. Suddenly, several messengers broke free of the melee and ran across the chamber toward Malisoel. The 3 spoke up fast, vying for her attention and favor even now. Quiet, she said. What's going on? You, tell me. The messenger she'd indicated took a deep breath. Mudsharks, ma'am. They came up, swallowed the tactical nukes and disappeared. The man pointed an accusing finger at Younger and Yagoda. They've stolen them from us, mistress. Malisoel spun about. You bastards. You called us on it, Younger said. We gave you a choice, you picked wrong. If your fucking parasites damage my nukes, our alliance is off, right here and now. Don't worry, sweetie. Our children are handling your weapons of mass destruction with the greatest care, I assure you. And they will be happy to return said weapons back to you, once you've given us Ruger. She looked to him and this time did not look away. He said nothing, just hoped that half a century of friendship would count for something. She let out a breath. Fine, she spat. Just give me my damned nukes back and you can have him. At that moment, 2 mudsharks surfaced, face up, not 10 yards away. They opened their mouths and extended their tongues to reveal the intact crates that rested atop the great ink muscles. There's your weapons, mistress, said Yagoda. Now. Ruger. Just get your worms to set those crates down carefully. The parasites sank slowly back into the ground, the earth closing over them as they disappeared, so that at last all that remained of them above ground were those 2 thick and sickly tongues, and the crates perched on them. Get them, said Malisoel, and several of her soldiers bolted over and, very gingerly, removed the crates from the tongues, which vanished back into the ground. The soldiers checked the hardware inside the crates and turned to Melissa. "Well, one's missing," said a soldier. "3 are here, but the 4th is gone." She glared at the balaclava, but they just smiled. "We'll keep one of your weapons as a token of good faith," Yagoda said. "We've left you 3. Surely that's enough. We could not let you have them all, and we none. Maybe we'll give it back to you once the battle is over, if you haven't turned on us by then." "God damn you." They shrugged. Ruger could tell that her adrenaline level had skyrocketed in the last minute, and further that these weapons were very important to her. He wondered if that meant she intended to actually use them. When she had control of her temper, she said to the balaclava, "So, that was your demonstration. Was it effective?" She nodded wordlessly, then gestured to Ruger. "He's yours." To her soldiers, she said, "All right, let's get out of here." She cast one last look at Ruger. "I'm sorry, my friend." "Yes," he agreed. She snorted, steeling herself against any emotional involvement. "Be well," she said by way of parting, and without another word pivoted and headed her soldiers back to her inner court, tactical nuclear weapons in tow. Then she was gone. Slowly, Ruger turned around to face Junger and Yagoda, who smiled at him as if they were all old friends. Yagoda steepled his fingers below his bearded chin and said, "So now you're ours." He made a great show of licking his lips and teeth. "Ours," he said again. He shared a look with the other. "Brother, I think we're going to enjoy this." They started to laugh. "No," said Ruger, and shot them a grin so wicked it put theirs to shame. "I don't think so." Suddenly all the anger he'd kept bottled inside him rose to the surface, and he endeavored to use every bit of power he still retained to fight these bastards. It struck him that, at no moment in time had anyone thought to remove his weapons from his body, and he knew with certainty that he could inflict much damage. If he was to be taken, it wouldn't be without a fight. Swiftly and without much thought, he lifted his left arm, and the dagger still residing in his sleeve shot out at full speed. The balaclava were not prepared. Before they could marshal a defense, the blade cut through Yagoda's thick dreadlocks and through his throat. Even as Junger cried out in anger, Yagoda's head fell heavily to the floor and blood spurted out of his topless neck like lava from a volcano. 1 down, 1 to go. The blade spun around and drove toward the tusked one. Junger caught the scimitar in both hands, but Ruger didn't release his hold on the blade. He kept pushing it to slice at the one who held it. The score of well-kept zombies that had been guarding the balaclava descended on the Darkling, but by this time Ruger was as prepared as he could be. He held one pistol in his hand, and all of his other firearms, an even half-dozen, hung suspended in midair, gripped by his mind thrust. The guns crashed, pelting the deaders. Buzzing around the flying guns was a swarm of clips, ready to be taken by a hungry gun when its own ammunition had expired. With grim satisfaction, Ruger watched as the wave of animated corpses descend on him, only to have their heads explode in colorful showers of gore. Within seconds, all 20 zombies lay dead at or around Ruger's feet. Junger, meanwhile, had hopped off his mudshark throne and, still holding the Darkling's dagger out from him as far as he could, advanced on Ruger. The assassin's face was livid, but from rage at the Darkling's audacity or in simple mourning for Yagoda, Ruger could not tell. Ruger's floating arsenal tore into the balaclava, but the bullets hardly slowed him. Ruger felt vibrations in the ground beneath him and knew mudsharks were on the way. But the balaclava would not be so easily saved. He leapt into the air just in time to avoid the snapping maw of the first tiger-striped parasite, and the moment he hit the ground he vaulted back into the air to avoid the second. And was immediately seized by the collage. Caught in its huge pincher, he didn't have the strength to resist. He knew he could turn his guns on the beast itself, but he preferred they kept tearing at Junger. Perhaps if he could weaken the assassin enough, the balaclava's grip on the collage would falter. Ruger ran out of bullets. Not wasting any more effort at suspending the pistols in midair, he let them drop and, with renewed effort, forced the blade to cut deeper into Junger's palms. Beaten and savaged as he was, the assassin was a powerful telekinetic still, and Ruger could have no hope of beheading this one. Just the same, it was reassuring to know that Junger's mind thrust was no more powerful than his own. If it had been Ruger's equal, or better, then they wouldn't be engaged in such an odd Mexican standoff. The pincers squeezed tighter about Ruger, cracking ribs. Well, then. Not so much of a standoff at all. Ruger tried to prise the pincer open, but it barely budged. Against the collage, he had little hope, unless... At the last moment, his plan was tossed aside, for the great limb, composed entirely of humans and shades, did something Ruger had not expected. It bent one of its many joints and thrust the struggling vampire against its hide. Hands and claws raked at him, and one large werewolf tried to rip off his face. Ruger's one arm held them at bay. The roiling, ever-moving mass of the collage's hide shifted, parting to expose a rift in the creature Ruger hadn't noticed before, and the pincer stuffed him into the cavity. The roiling wall of its hide shut closed behind him. Desperate, Ruger glared all around this strange cave but saw no humans or any other living being, except on the outer wall that was close to him. Shit! He stepped forward and his eyes picked up new details. The chamber was dark, tubular, and seemed to be made out of stone? Yes, and their stalactites leered down from the ceiling, and stalagmites rose mightily from the stone floor. With a sickening feeling, Ruger realized where he was. He didn't know how, or why, but the balaclava had resurrected the Gryph and installed it in the collage. As if the Gryph had been waiting for him to discover just what sort of trap he'd fallen into, the cave walls began to constrict and the stalactites and stalagmites shot out from their stone positions like darting tongues. Ruger reacted, swiftly and ably, but it was not enough. He was trapped and weak, and had just spent about all of the energy he had on tap. He didn't even scream when one of the stalactites drove itself into his chest, through his heart, and out his back. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough to black him out. For the first time in his life, Ruger cursed his strength and resilience, for he had to be impaled many, many times before his consciousness released him from the pain, and all he saw was darkness. The end. Of Volume 3. The Living Night. Part 4. By Jack Connor. Copyright 2014. All rights reserved. Cover image used with permission. Author's note. To receive a free novella, and to hear about my next discount or free promotion, sign up for my newsletter here, http://forms.aweber.com/form/42/1144971442.htm. Chapter 1. It was many hours before Ruger rose from the darkness, and when he did, it was slowly. His consciousness felt like smoke trying to rise through fissures in an ice ceiling. Beyond that ceiling the smoke would reform and congeal into himself again, but it couldn't get through. Also, he had a splitting headache. Slowly, when his consciousness had collected somewhat, he cracked an eye. Only one eye, he mused. The other had not yet grown back. Neither had his right forearm. The light, though dim, proved too much for him at first and he had to mash his eye against it. Swaying. He was lying down on rusted metal, and he swayed, ever so slightly. For a time, he wondered whether the perceived motion was real or a trick of his overtaxed mind, but eventually he realized the swaying was real. He almost felt like he was on a boat. He wished he was on a boat. No. He knew where he was. With a painful sigh, he ran his one hand over his body, poking at the many holes the Gryph and the quasi-pterodactyls had dealt him. His wounds would have killed 40 mortals. There were other, newer wounds not inflicted by the Gryph or the parasitic birds. His Achilles tendons had been slashed, as well as the major arteries in his legs and arm. He felt at his throat, but that at least had been spared. Death. He smelled the stink of it all about him. No, it wasn't coming from him. He was in far too much pain to be dead. Slowly, ever so slowly, he forced his eye open and propped himself into a sitting position. Pain jolted every movement. His vision was hazy, but he squinted hard and eventually could make out his surroundings. He wished he'd just kept his damned eye shut. He was in a cage, brittle and rusted and domed at the top to give it the appearance of a birdcage. Would that it were? For human skeletons in various degrees of deterioration shared the cage with him. Except for their evil smiles, they offered little solace. In fact, 2 of them had lost their lower jaws and could not even offer him that. The cage was just barely large enough to accommodate all of them, cramped by so many inhabitants that Ruger felt a bit claustrophobic. The cage dangled by a thick chain from the ceiling of a vast chamber. Ruger peered out from behind his bars to see similar cages at varying heights throughout the room. Endless chains, rusted and creaking, hung like vines, some almost to the floor of the chamber itself. He strained his eye toward that floor, but all he could make out were a few shadowy shapes, some sitting still, looking up at his position, some moving about restlessly. He was at least 200 feet off the floor. His eye went to door of the big birdcage and the lock. The door was closed. There was no lock. Struggling against the pain, he heaved himself over to the exit, crushing one of the skeleton's legs in the process, and pushed against it. The door refused to budge. He hadn't expected it to. This was where the Sabo quenched its need for fear, and it would brook no escapes. Its magic, yes, Ruger admitted, its magic kept the cage closed, or open, if a human came clambering up to find shelter from the parasites here. By the number of human remains, Ruger had to admit that the Sabo knew its business. And now it was possessed by the balaclava. Idly, Ruger wondered if he'd succeeded in killing Yagoda, but doubted it. Decapitation was probably too little an injury to bother that one. Yagoda had probably stood up shortly afterwards, found his head and placed it on top of his spouting neck. Or perhaps Junger had assisted him. The thought of a friendship between the two assassins was strange to consider. But, as Ruger had little left to do but consider, he did, and found that their intimacy was not so unlike his and Karker's, at one point in time. But where did Junger end and Yagoda begin, or vice versa? It was almost as if they were one being, even down to sharing each other's thoughts. One soul, in two bodies, was it possible? Maybe. Probable? No. So, what then? More than brothers, more than lovers, more than simple kin. Ruger puzzled over it for some time, but came up with no satisfactory answer. He stayed in the cage for a long while, having no watch. He didn't know how long, but he could sense the sun outside and knew it to be almost noon when, finally, the birdcage buckled suddenly and began to descend. How was this possible? The chains, he reflected. They probably were very long indeed, and the sabot could raise them or lower them as it pleased. As it was lowering him now, rather swiftly. Had it come to aid him again, as it had done before? With a jolt, the cage struck the ground and the rusted door swung open. Ruger tried to rise. As he fell in a bloody heap onto another skeleton, pounding a large portion of it to chalky dust, he heard mocking laughter from outside. With a sickening feeling that he was becoming far too familiar with, he recognized that laugh. Kirnavar, he said. He struggled to free himself from the ensnaring ribcage, then lurched to his feet to confront the lunatic. Kirnavar stood just a foot beyond the threshold of the cage, leering and licking his lips. Ignoring all pain to his body and the absence of some major tendons, Ruger lunged clumsily toward the gaunt lunatic only to fall flat on his face. He was simply too weak and crippled, and that's all there was to it. Above him, Kirnavar's laughter swelled. Please, begged the madman. Do that again. Give me an excuse to kill you. He glanced over his shoulder at the other shades that inhabited the great chamber, but no one cared to join or even acknowledge his taunts. Wearily, Ruger rose to his hands and knees and leaned against the deceptively fragile-looking bars of his cage. A part of him wanted to emerge from his cell and attack his jailers, but the larger part urged caution. So, bleary-eyed, he studied his new surroundings, and was shocked at what he saw. Killian. Luaro. Byron. A strange surge of hope rose in his hole-ridden chest and was abruptly strangled. True, the three members of the death squad that so recently had pledged to set him free were there, but they were not the same. Killian appeared as dar as ever, but it was clear from the twitches in his face that he had to constantly fight to maintain his own identity. It was the same for the other two, more or less. Luaro glared at Kirnavar with sincere hatred for a moment, then fell slack and expressionless, only to reform his face into a mask of rage. As for Byron, he seemed the most inwardly drawn, and Ruger could not tell whether this was from resignation, disgust, or an honest attempt to drive the balaclava from his mind. Nevertheless, Ruger saw them for what they were, zombies. And obviously not happy about it. Junger and Yagoda had tricked them, then, had killed and resurrected the crew, but for what purpose? Time would tell. That is, if Ruger lived through enough of it to come out the other side of this thing. Right then, he wasn't at all sure he would. Kirnavar reached inside Ruger's cage. The darkling snapped his teeth at the hand, but his reflexes were slow and the lunatic easily grabbed him by the collar of what once had been a decent enough shirt and yanked him violently into the main chamber. With nothing to lean against, Ruger collapsed to the ground and lay there panting and sweating in the dirt. Such a heavy sleeper you are, Kirnavar said. I thought we might have to cut you up again while you were still comatose. Rather takes the sport out of it. And look at you. Nothing but a wretch, and a failure even at that. Ruger rolled an eye up to peer at the lunatic and saw him afresh. Kirnavar was no longer a zombie. The change was obvious in his mannerisms and confidence. Also, he was completely naked, but his body showed no signs of feces or the cross-shaped scars Laszlo had forced upon him. He was using the proper pronouns, but even so still seemed unhinged. Whatever bloods had given him back his mind had not given all of it back, or, Ruger reflected, perhaps this one simply liked being insane. You are a wretch, continued Kirnavar, not simply addressing Ruger but the zombies in the chamber as well. He enjoyed an audience. A wretch, a leech, a thing to be squashed. Oh, all the rest of you used to look down on me, didn't you, and now who has the power? Who can kill anyone in this room and not suffer a scratch? Me. I am a Khaljit. A poor one, said Luaro, inciting a quiet riot of laughter from the other shades in the room. Shut up. Fuck you, Key, said Killian. We're not yours to command. I'm the leader. No, you're the supervisor. I am a leader, at least of my men. He turned to Ruger. Sorry about all this, Darkling. We didn't have much choice. We had a choice, Byron said suddenly. But you were too ambitious to choose it. Yes, and you too lovesick. And Loro too open to suggestion. Blame me if you want, Byron. I won't deny my guilt. Shit. I know, bye. To Ruger, we're supposed to guard you and to bring you down every hour to cut you up so you can't regain your strength. We're to keep you weak until the castle's conquered and the balaclava, my lords. Decide what to do with you. Ruger accepted this, knowing neither Killian nor the crew had much choice in the matter. He couldn't fight them, and they couldn't fight their condition. They were slaves, no more. And he was a dying vampire, and a prisoner. Other zombies milled in the background, but they weren't as well preserved as the werewolves seemed to be. Those others, probably servants of Kirnavar and the Death Squad, were little more than puppets. So what happens now? He asked, his voice a croak. As soon as you were to awaken, we're supposed to inform our new lords, Killian said. If I could resist their commands, I'd leave you be, but I can no more do that than I could sprout wings and fly. I've just sent them a message. I don't know what they'll do with you, Ruger. I don't think you can take much more. Ruger couldn't argue. He needed to feed and to be given time to heal. If denied both, it was quite possible he would die. Suddenly, Kirnavar stepped on his one hand, crushing the small bones there, and spat on the Darkling's half-turned face. That's for the chess game. Despite himself, Ruger tugged his hand free and, in a movement so fast he surprised even himself, wrapped his arm about the naked lunatic's heels and pulled. Screaming and flailing, Kirnavar toppled, and Ruger was smart enough to roll out of the way. While the young Khaljit was getting to his feet, Ruger launched a missile from his mouth. The spittle hit Kirnavar square between the eyes. Unable to resist, Ruger laughed and was rewarded by reawaking all his old pains. And that's for being you, you stupid prick. Give me back my blood and I'll show you power, Kirnavar, and I won't use it to spit on people. That's a promise. Kirnavar glowered down at him, but made no move to avenge himself. Loro piped up, lucky he didn't kill you while he had you down, Norman. He could've, you know. Ruger just shook his head. No. He saved Danielle's life. I could never kill him. As soon as the words left his lips, Kirnavar kicked him so hard in the face that Ruger nearly blacked out again. Kirnavar kicked him again, breaking his nose and several other facial bones, and Ruger spun away into darkness. When he could see again, he wished he'd stayed in oblivion. Kirnavar was above him, now transformed into a wiry werewolf with great teeth, unkempt claws and impossibly mad eyes. The lunatic, straining against the three crewmates, snarled and drooled and roared as he tried for Ruger, but the Death Squad held him back. From a far archway, two tall dark figures emerged that Ruger knew simply by their outlines. If he could have given up anything at that moment, it would have been the easy recognition of those two. Instantly, Kirnavar stopped his attempted assault on Ruger and flung himself to the ground, hands pressed to temples and mouth opened in wordless horror. So, apparently he was still something of a zombie yet. As Younger and Yagoda approached, they released Kirnavar from their psychic torture and allowed him to stand. Don't do that again, Younger said. Ruger is to be kept alive, at all costs. Besides, what the hell did you think you were doing? Remember, we can see through your eyes and hear through your ears, just as we can everyone else in this room when we choose, save the Dark Lord's heir himself, when we choose. So tell us, Kirnavar, what did you hope to gain by killing Ruger? The lunatic, still recovering, just shook his head mutely. Younger shrugged, losing interest in the subject and turning to regard Ruger, still on the ground, beaten and savaged and weary. Yagoda stepped forward, giving Ruger a good view of the one he'd hoped to kill. Other than cutting a foot off his artfully tangled beard, Ruger had accomplished little. The assassin smiled. Nice try, he said. Better luck next time, groaned Kirnavar, who was quickly thrown to the ground again and began convulsing in seizures that must have been quite painful. Gesturing feebly, Ruger pointed to the floundering madman, now human-shaped once more, and said, "He's not a Khaljit, is he?" Yagoda's smile deepened. "If he was your slave, Darkling, would you let him have full range of his senses? Or would you only restore him to the point where he's manageable?" Darkness swirled about Ruger's vision, threatening to send him into limbo again, and he knew he must get this over with quickly. "What now?" he said. "Well," said Younger slowly. "Normally we would beat you and slash you to an inch of your life. For your deeds against us a few hours ago, you deserve as much. But we can see you've suffered as much as your body can take. More, we've come to respect you." Carefully, the assassin stooped down and pulled Ruger up to lean against the cage. The gesture immediately threw Ruger off. "So, we won't be unnecessarily cruel. Yes, we'll bleed you so you can't get strong again, and keep you up in the air until we've taken the castle." Quickly, a scimitar, maybe Ruger's own, was in Yagoda's hands. The bearded one slashed at Ruger, cutting him open and draining what blood he still possessed. He cut the major veins in the vampire's legs and arms, then withdrew the blade. His motions had been as matter-of-fact as that of his brother, and Ruger knew they were making an effort to be as merciful as they could, which confused him more than it relieved him. Ruger managed to keep his one eye open, but for the moment was too stricken to speak. All watched him, waiting. What the hell were they waiting for? And then, somewhere in his fading mind, he found the question, and with it the voice to speak. He looked at the balaclava, one at a time, and said, "And if you do take the castle, what then?" Both assassins nodded, as if this had been a good question. "Only time will tell," answered the tusked one. "But with you safely out of the way, I think things will run as smoothly as we've planned them to." "What plans?" "No, Ruger." Younger shook his head meaningfully. "It's simply too cliched. A dying hero finds the truth at the last moment, and, armed with it, is able to rally the troops and defeat the villains. No. Even if we told you, you have no way to rally the troops, nor defeat us. That would make our revelations rather anticlimactic, don't you think?" He smiled. "We're artists, Ruger, as you once were. We must think of these things." "Exactly," concurred the other. "That's why we can't leave you now, thinking we're anything less than villains and doers of evil. We respect you, so we won't hurt you unless it's necessary that we do so. Then again, we can't exactly walk away and leave you feeling good about us." "Trust me," said Ruger. "That would never be. Then you'll appreciate our next gift all the more." From behind, a zombie tossed a blood-soaked burlap sack into Younger's hands, and from the sack Younger extracted the head of Laszlo, holding it by scraggly salt and pepper hair. "Jesus," said Ruger. The balaclava chuckled. "I'm sure you two will have much to discuss. Kirnavar." Suddenly Kirnavar was up on his feet and dragging Ruger back into the cage. The rot of death washed over Ruger, and with renewed vigor he longed to be with Danielle. Once the lunatic released him, he fell to the metal floor. With an effort, he managed to turn back around to face the open doorway, and just before the door closed Younger flung Laszlo's head into Ruger's lap. The cage rose swiftly. Ruger could hear the balaclava, Kirnavar, and a dozen zombies laughing from below. He noticed that the death squad did not join in. When the birdcage resumed its former place 200 feet above the chamber's floor, Ruger picked Laszlo's head up by the hair and studied it. The eyes popped open. They blinked a few times, then narrowed as Laszlo observed who sat before him. "Sinner!" Laszlo cried. "Fornicator and murderer of your brothers." Under his breath, Ruger muttered, "Oh, fuck this. Listen to me, you sinner. Listen to me, the word of God, and I will wash of you your sins." Ruger socked Laszlo in the side of the head and sent him crashing into the other side of the cage, where he landed in the ribcage of one of the skeletons and became lodged. His face was still where the darkling could see it. He resembled an evil television, a disembodied head trapped in the bare ribs of a dead man. Immediately, Laszlo began a ranting tirade of some perverted strain of Catholicism, and Ruger could only swear and shake his head. He hoped the balaclava found this amusing. "Fornicator. Sinner. Listen to me, and heed what I say." Ruger leaned back against the bars of the cage and waited. Surely, he thought, this must be hell. Chapter 2. The day did not pass quickly or pleasurably for Ruger. When Laszlo wasn't rattling on at the mouth about Christ and God, Ruger was being lowered to the floor, where Kirnavar sliced him open all over again. The lunatic took no pleasure in it, though, as it was clear that when dealing with Ruger he was under tight psychic control. Once Ruger was hobbled again, he'd be raised back up to listen to another hour of Laszlo's sermon. Finally, just to shut the psychotic preacher up, Ruger grabbed him out of the ribcage and sank his fangs into Laszlo's cheek. He drained the head until Laszlo lost consciousness, and for that Ruger was immeasurably glad. It was the best thing to VE happened to him all day. With the brief surge of energy Laszlo's blood lent him, Ruger telepathed a message to Harry, informing him that he'd failed in his mission and that now the balaclava possessed one of the Libertarians' tactical nukes. Harry took the message as calmly as he could. "I'll tell Danielle," he sent back. Ruger thanked him and then leaned back in his cage, waiting. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Ruger had finally reached Harry, the mortal had been asleep in Danielle's old bed amidst the chaos of the warren of rooms the funhouse of the Forsaken inhabited. After breaking it off with Cloire, he'd wanted to put some distance between them and had gone looking for Sophia, but, unable to find her, he'd worried that he might have to return to his own room, which was very near Cloire's. Not good. Thus he was glad when he ran into Claude, the four-armed dwarf and star of the funhouse that he'd met on several occasions. Claude offered him a bed and a room to himself. It was the same chamber in which Younger and Yagoda had strung up Torque, and no one else wanted to room there, but Harry was happy to take it. Better than facing Cloire. Just before drifting off into a restless sleep, he looked up to find that old publicity shot of the balaclava standing before their tree. Torn to ribbons by Danielle's darts, the image was hardly recognizable, but Harry knew it. As his last act before falling asleep, he tore the picture up, burned it and tossed it into a wastebasket. He dreamt of Claire, of how he'd abandoned her. He'd had to do it, he reminded himself. She had wanted to go, after all. Then Ruger popped into his mind and forced him back to wakefulness. Harry hadn't known of Ruger's plight to find and salvage Melissa well, but was horrified to find his old friend in his current predicament. Hastily, he threw on some clothes and went searching for Danielle. She wasn't in the room Sarnova had assigned her or the vacant room she, Ruger and Jean-Pierre had holed up in after their adventures in the refuge. Knowing that the best gossip would only be found in taverns, Harry boldly walked into the floor show, counting on his friendship with the heir to allow him access, and was gratified that the gambit paid off. There he overheard the details of the great battle the night before, and of the great defeat. Finally, he learned that both Mauchlery and Sarnova, along with some odd companions, the heir's beloved, the great white hunter and the albino and his wife, had locked themselves away in the Dark Lord's rooms. Reportedly, they were brainstorming. The soldiers who said this sounded derisive, as they'd lost some friends out on the battlefield near the lake. Harry finished his martini and hurried off toward Roche Sarnova's suite, at last finding the room and the cluster of castle guards before it. "What's your business, mortal? Were you there at the chess game last night?" Harry said. "Of course." The soldier snapped his fingers. "Yes, I see your game now. You're Lord Ruger's mouthpiece, aren't you?" Harry grimaced but didn't argue the point. "Yes." "You've a message from the heir?" "I do. It's very important that I see the Dark Lord, and, new Dark Lord." The guards smiled. "Yes, we've been having trouble with the titling ourselves. However, we've been given instructions not to let anyone through. As I said, it's an emergency." The guard debated the matter with his mates, then came to the conclusion that this human wouldn't be risking his life if he didn't speak the truth, and if it really was an emergency, Roche Sarnova or Francois Mauchlery would be very displeased if the mortal was denied access. "All right, then," the soldier said. "But let me knock first." The man did so, and a long moment of silence passed before Sarnova's voice called out, "Yes?" "It's a messenger from your heir, my lord." "Shall I let him in?" "Yes." "Hurry." Harry entered the foyer and moved into the den. When he at last saw Danielle and the bizarre scene before him, he almost wished he hadn't come. Around 5 o'clock, Ruger was lowered down again. This time, Younger and Yagoda were there to greet him. "Howdy," said Younger, helping him out of the cage in a manner so gentle Ruger didn't know what to think. Then the assassin strolled into the cage himself and grabbed Laszlo's head. He lifted it for Yagoda's perusal and smiled. "I suppose you've already sent off a message by now," said the bearded one. "You wanted me to send a message?" Ruger said. "Of course." Yagoda's casual tone completely bewildered and, even, scared Ruger. "What do you mean? Why do you think we gave you Laszlo, so he could convert you?" The balaclava laughed. "No, we just wanted to be rid of him for a while we plan what to do with him next, and also give you some false hope." "Bastards. We've never claimed otherwise. Anyway, we intended for you to send off your message." "Why?" "We knew your friends would be anxious to hear from you and would expect, with your resourcefulness, to be able to get a word to them. So we let you give them the story as you saw it." "But not the complete story," said Younger, and gestured to Loiro and Byron. "You two, come here." Reluctantly, the zombies obeyed. To Ruger, Younger added, "We figured you'd be arrogant enough to think we zombified Jean-Pierre's old crew just to imprison you. We were right, weren't we?" Silently, Ruger cursed himself. What were the balaclava up to? A ragged zombie ambled out from the cluster of guards the assassins always kept with them, holding a large wooden crate in his arms. Wordlessly, he crossed to Byron and retreated. The big Australian opened the crate carefully and peered inside. His face betrayed only the smallest hint of shock. "That's right, Byron," said Yagoda. "You've got the nuke. Now we want you to use it. It's why we needed you three. Not only are you day beasts, but you're known figures in the castle and won't be questioned harshly. Hell, some still think you're Vistrat's diplomats. But we only need one of you for the main mission. So go, Byron. We choose you. Guides will meet you further up the trail. From there we'll instruct you on what to do." He turned a rueful eye toward the Darkling. "We wouldn't want the heir to overhear our plans, would we?" For a moment, Byron looked as if he would have liked nothing better, but then his face fell slack as his controllers overpowered his own personality. "There's a good lad," said Younger. Now you, Luaro. We do have a task for you, as well. You're to use your abilities to survive the sun to go out the rear entrance of the Sabo and through the little valley. You're to meet with Subair, tell her the new situation. Ruger couldn't believe what he was hearing. The balaclava intended not only to nuke the castle but to betray the libertarians, as well. And they were letting him hear it all. Byron and Luaro departed to carry out their errands, leaving Ruger, Kirnavar, the assassins and the other assorted zombies alone. Ruger began to have a very bad feeling about this. Guess you feel pretty stupid right about now, don't you? Ruger glared up at Younger but said nothing. What more was there to say? He'd given up everything that ever meant anything to him in order to reach Melisawell and bring her back to the way she had been. He'd failed, miserably, and try as he might to think of a way out of this, he just couldn't. Look, Ruger, I can see you're in a bind, but you know what, I think you'll find us very willing to help you out. Heck, that's what we're here for, just good old-fashioned neighbors lending a hand, which you could use, by the way. We'll even bake you a cherry pie. They laughed and gestured toward the group of zombies. One well-preserved debtor approached, holding in his arms the body of a pale little girl. The debtor set the girl down just beyond Ruger's reach and withdrew. Look at her, Ruger, Kud Yagoda. Is she dead? No. Just asleep, and look at how beautiful she is. A beautiful little Romanian girl, what would you say her age is? 7, 8? Somewhere in there. Well, we're prepared to make you a deal. We've drained the little jewel of pretty much all her blood. Loses any more and she'll die. Probably die, anyway. Ruger looked at the discarded body and felt tears well up in him. Just how cruel could these bastards be? You see? Continued the other. We offer her to you. You can drain her, and of course in the process kill her, and then you'll have strength enough to send out another message. It's our gift to you. Really, an exchange, I guess you'd say. Your morals for our exposure. What do you say? Ruger wasn't sure he could say anything. If he'd had enough fluid in his body just then, he'd be crying. But he didn't. He just sat there, almost as discarded as the girl, and closed his eyes in horror. The assassin's offer wasn't real, he told himself. As soon as he began to feed from the girl, they'd snatch her away. Of course, they knew he wouldn't do it. How could he kill this poor creature? He couldn't. Even if his sparing her meant that she'd either die of the wounds they'd inflicted or would become a zombie herself, they knew he wouldn't touch her. To save a kingdom, he wouldn't kill a girl that, if he didn't kill, would suffer a fate worse than death. So he did it. It caught them completely by surprise. He just lurched forward, sank his fangs into her neck and began to feed. At once, he could feel the old strengths returning to him. And with that blood, he finally found the strength to cry. And so he cried, as he took the girl's life, drop by drop. Kirnavar rushed forward and yanked her away from him, howling and screeching like a banshee. He returned the body to the assassins, whose evil smugness was broken for a moment by utter shock. As one, they lifted their eyes to meet the Darklings, and he just smiled a bloody smile back at them. As soon as they'd recovered their wits, the assassins descended on him with long curving blades and cut him open all over again. Pain flared through every synapse of him, but he grinned through it all. Damn you, Ruger! Yagoda shouted. If you send off a message, we're going to torture you till the sun explodes. You got that? So stop it. If you're in the process of telepathing a message, stop it. Ruger just smiled. Let them think what they would. He hadn't done it for them, or for himself, or even for the castle or Danielle. He'd done it for the girl. They slashed and beat him, trying to draw out the blood and strength he'd just imbibed and ended up nearly killing him. Once they saw how bad off he was, their fury calmed and they backed away. He could see the angry confusion in their faces, but said nothing. Fuck you, said Younger. We'll make a zombie out of her, yet. He laughed, as if a dark thought had just struck him. And we'll make her sit here in this room and watch you. How do you like that, Darkling? Her big dark eyes staring endlessly into you, her murderer? Every time you look at her, a little piece of you will die. Does that sit well in your conscience? Still, Ruger just smiled, thinking to himself that that would sit just perfectly in his conscience. He felt the blackness start to overwhelm him again, but it didn't come. They'd beaten and cut him pretty good, but it wasn't enough to erase the strength the girl's blood had given him. Without much further ado, he was raised back up in his cage, but not so high this time. They wanted him to be able to look the girl in the eye. Maybe he was less than 100 feet up. He smiled sadly at her, who even before his eyes they were bringing over into zombiedom, and lay back against the bars, waiting. And crying. Don't worry, he thought at her. I couldn't save you, but soon I will give you peace. When the balaclava stormed out of the room, they left only Killian, Kirnavar, the girl and a dozen debtors behind to keep watch over Ruger. That suited him just fine. He waited for about 20 minutes, waited for the girl's blood to travel throughout his body and do as much good as it could, then set his plan in motion. Sabo, he said to the cage, knowing that this is where its mouth was, where it truly fed, and knowing that it could hear him here as well as anywhere in the whole labyrinth. Sabo? He kept repeating the name for maybe 5 minutes, then felt his cage drop and rise suddenly. He smiled. Sabo, if you can really hear me, do that again. It did. Ruger nearly cracked a tooth. All right, he said. Briefly, he told it what he wanted from it and asked that, if it agreed, to bob him up and down again. He waited for a long moment, and then it did. Up. Down. Thank you, he said. He peered down into the large chamber, deciding upon his first course of action, and it didn't take long. Using his newly awakened powers, he stirred the endless chains, just to make sure that he could. Then, without mercy, without even much conscious thought, he launched his initiative. The chains closest to the floor lashed out, all at once and in a motion so fast no one down there could have been prepared for it. The first chain struck and entered the girl's head, felling her and putting her out of what would have been a most miserable existence. The second chain, or at least its heavy end link, smashed into Killian's brain, felling him instantly. Well, he'd killed Danielle's pig, after all. Ruger had promised her he'd dispatch the swine killer, and now his promise rang true. Simultaneously, the chains smashed into the brains of the other 12 debtors. Some evaded the chains on the first pass, but none evaded Ruger's aim a second time. Finally, a chain drove through Kirnavar's head, but this did not kill the lunatic, as Ruger had foreseen. That's why, as the madman fought to extricate the heavy link from his head, Ruger sent several more to ensnare him. The Sabo lowered Ruger swiftly to the ground, so swiftly, in fact, that when the cage struck the ground it burst apart, its magics dispelled. Clumsily, Ruger lurched out from the cage and smiled at the trapped Kirnavar. You! Said the lunatic, hoarsely. A chain encircled his throat and gripped him tighter by the moment. You? Ruger nodded. You saved Danielle, and for that I'll be ever grateful, but you're an evil toad of a creature and I've got to lay you down, at least for now. With that, the chain around Kirnavar's throat constricted massively and, in one terrible motion, wrenched the lunatic's head from his shoulders. Night, Ruger said as Kirnavar's gaunt carcass fell to the floor spouting blood and his head rolled off in another direction. Before the balaclava could arrive, and Ruger knew they would, seeing through the eyes and ears of their zombies as they did, he ran over to the fallen debtors and extracted a rusted saber from a zombie's grasp. Before he could have second thoughts about it, Ruger rushed over to the girl and hacked her into 7 separate pieces, then ran to a wall, grabbed a torch and dashed back to her. The fire caught quickly on her clothes and drained, dry body, and soon she was little more than blackened bones. For some strange reason, maybe because he figured it was probably her own religion, he made the sign of the cross over her remains and said, with feeling, "You saved my life, child. I thank you, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But I'll never let them make a zombie of you again." His eye darted about quickly, knowing his time was limited, and fell on the bodies of Killian and Kirnavar. He sighed. Killian, he would let live, if that was the right word, in the hopes that if Ruger ever managed to kill Youngeren Yagoda the werewolf could be restored. But the lunatic he would kill. Kirnavar was a powerful wild card who obviously hated Ruger, and Ruger simply couldn't allow him to persist, whether he'd saved Danielle's life or not. He never got the chance. Youngeren Yagoda and an army of zombies sprang into the room, guns and blades at the ready. "Goddamn you, Ruger!" shouted the bearded one, surveying the wreckage with an anger so livid it almost took on a life of its own. "Look at what you've done! Fool! Stupid fool! Why? Why did you do this? You knew you couldn't get away with it." He shook his head in mock pity. "Now we're going to have to teach you a lesson that you'll never forget." "No," said Ruger. "I don't think so." "Oh, and why is that?" Ruger shrugged. "Because you're trying to possess the mind of a god, and neither the Sabo nor I like you very much." He gave them all a sharp salute. It was the end of his only middle finger. Just as the zombies started to fire at him, a giant mudshark surfaced directly beneath Ruger, its mouth wide open, and swallowed the darkling whole. "See you in hell!" He shouted to the balaclava as the Sabo-controlled parasite bore him away, through the endless earth and, hopefully, toward Danielle. He reached out psychically to the big mudshark, trying to establish a link with its mind. Weary as he was, he finally succeeded. "Thank you, Sabo." "You're welcome. Roche Sarnova has been a friend of mine for many years, and if you are his heir and his friend as well, then you are also a friend to me. But you will uphold our bargain?" Of course, if you still desire. I set you free, and you kill them, yes? Younger and Yagoda. That was the deal. You'll die if I do. I know. But it is better to be dead than a mindless slave. I'm sure Roche will miss you. A pause. They're fighting me, Ruger. Trying to win back this parasite, as you call it. I cannot hold out for much longer. Enough to get me to your borders? I hope so, or else I will have failed you and myself as well. Are my acids stinging you badly? I'll get over it. And you will kill them? If you can get me to your borders, then I can kill them. We're almost there. Ruger settled back in the belly of the worm, exhausted, both physically and mentally. And, he supposed, magically. He still held the rusted saber he'd taken from the zombie in one hand. As he slipped it through his belt, he felt the big mudshark angle itself upwards toward the surface. They've almost won me, Ruger. This is as far as I can take you, but it should be far enough. Just head forward. You'll come to the end of my domain. No marker marks it, but you'll notice the difference just the same. Thank you. And I thank you. Ruger could somehow feel it smile. You know I am no god. It laughed, telepathically, and he joined in. As evil as the Sabo was, he was almost beginning to like it. They surfaced. Ruger hauled himself up through the worm's throat, past its tonsils and into his mouth. Hurry, it told him. Just as he scurried past the teeth, he realized what its warning meant. The mouth closed with a snap as his last leg cleared it. Younger and Yagoda possessed the worm once more. The Sabo had told him to run forwards, and it had placed itself in the center of a wide corridor, its face angling in the direction it wanted him to go. He ran. The mudshark followed. As he rounded a bend, he saw maybe 20 zombies racing toward him. Of course. Younger and Yagoda would have placed sentries to guard their domain. Damn it all, Ruger said. He drew his saber and charged forward. As he drew closer, he saw the look of fear in the zombie's eyes and for a moment was almost flattered. Then he realized he had one large mudshark hot on his heels. The deaders were afraid it would get them if they got too close. He resheathed the blade, wrenched a torch off the wall and leapt forward. The zombies backed away, and then he was among them, waving his torch in their faces. Afraid of both fire and shark, the zombies fell back. The dirt tunnel ended, replaced by brick instead. Ruger could almost feel a difference in the air. This was where the Sabo ended. He turned back to see the mudshark reach its boundary and submerge again, then circle angrily, clearly unhappy it could no longer pursue him. Reluctantly, it sank back into the mud and disappeared. The zombies, seeing their opportunity, ran at Ruger. Tossing the torch back at them, he fled, soon finding himself lost in a maze of brick-walled rooms and ancient crypts. At last he came to a room with no doors. Secret walls. He could sense them but couldn't see them. Fuck it, he said, and, using the last ounce of power he had, he leveled every ancient brick in the room. The walls tumbled down in a loud roar, but he didn't stop to enjoy the spectacle. There, an opening. He dove through it. It led into another doorless chamber. Great. The scraping and whooping of the zombies grew louder at his back. I don't have much time. He saw it, then. The casket of a mummy. He broke upon the door, tossed out the ancient cadaver and burrowed through the back of the casket. He stumbled into another room, but this one had a door. Thank the gods for doors. He rushed through it, and through another, and found himself in the main part of the catacombs. Still carrying the saber at his side, he did a quick check of the area, recognized it, and hurried off toward the nearest exit. Noises behind him. He whirled. The zombies' half-jellied eyes glistened by the light of a nearby torch as the creatures raced towards him. Ruger hurled the saber at them. It clove through 3 of their heads before it stuck in the 4th. The other deaders paused, then came on. Ruger turned and bolted up through the catacombs toward the exit. Sometimes the noises of the zombies drew closer, sometimes further. Finally, he came to the stairway that led up into the castle, where a garrison of castle soldiers aimed machine guns at him from behind a barricade of sandbags. Seeing him, they tensed and prepared to fire. Hold you fire. I'm Ruger. They paused, and before any of them could respond, the zombies chasing Ruger spilled out in the hallway behind him, growling and slashing. Ruger threw himself to the floor just as the soldiers opened up with their weapons, and the cacophony of gunfire filled the hallway. When it was over, a pile of broken bones and dried flesh heaped in mounds where the zombies had just been, and smoke rose from the barrels of the soldiers' guns. Cautiously, Ruger raised his head, then hauled himself to his feet. When none of the soldiers fired at him, he approached their line, but one raised a hand to stop him. How do we know you're not a zombie, my lord? God damn it. What's your name, soldier? Ruger said. Major Ackmore. The soldier leveled a rifle at Ruger's head. The only way for us to make sure you're not a deader is to shoot you in the skull. If you shoot me, I'll go down. I'm weak enough as it is. I'm sorry, sir, but this could just be another of the balaclava's ploys, like Kirnavar was. Fine. Then shoot me in the head and cart me up to the Dark Lord's room. I've got to see him urgently. Do it quick and get me there fast. That's the condition. Agreed? Ackmore squeezed the trigger. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Ruger awoke, he found himself lying where he'd been standing, the group of soldiers above him. Nowhere near Roche Sarnova's rooms at all. That major had betrayed him. When Ruger opened his eye, Ackmore knelt beside him. See, fellas? He wasn't a deader at all. Guess we're going to have to haul him up to the Lord's rooms, after all. Looks too weak to move by himself. Not for long, you shit, Ruger said. His arm shot out, seized the surprised Ackmore by the throat and dragged him to his mouth. The major screamed and thrashed, but none of his buddies came to the rescue. He'd just shot the Dark Lord's heir. When Ruger was full, he tossed the still-moving Ackmore aside and climbed to his feet. He felt much better. Still, he had a score of ragged holes in him, was missing most of an arm and all of an eye, and was generally not in the best of moods. But he'd survived. He'd failed, but he'd survived. And somehow, someway, he'd think of another plan. He was sure of it. Want any help, sir? Called several soldiers as he brushed past them, on his way up to the Dark Lord's apartment. He didn't answer. He marched purposely forward, daring to hope that he'd actually see Danielle again. Ever faster, he moved up through the castle. And stopped dead. For there, running straight at him, running so fast she didn't even look up to see him, was Danielle herself. Then she did look up and a smile blossomed on her face, whiter than any he could remember. They crashed into each other's arms, and he felt overwhelmed by the touch and smell of her body. Danny. Oh, God. Rug. I thought you were dead. When Harry told me what happened. It's okay, baby, I'm here. Alive. He pointed to the bullet wound on his forehead. The good Major Ackmore proved that beyond a doubt. But what are you doing here? When Harry told me you were trapped, I ran straight to get you out myself, me and Jean-Pierre. We didn't think we could survive a direct attack like you did. The bastards didn't have as much reason to let us live. So we went down into the refuge to try to find that secret entrance they'd used. We thought a sneak attack would work better than a frontal assault, but we spent like 2 hours down there and couldn't find it. She laughed self-deprecatingly, as if her own trials had been nothing. I was going hysterical. So I said fuck it, went back to Roche's room and came down here. Better the direct route than none at all. Jean-Pierre had to stay behind. Part of the plan. So I came here to get you out myself, me and Blackie. He could feel the wetness of her tears biting into his wounds and stroked her hair. But you're alive, she said, squeezing him tightly. You're alive. He didn't question her, not then, just held onto her tightly until they were both calmed. At last they pulled apart, staring into each other's faces. Jesus, look what they did to you, she said. I can't believe. I'll mend, he said. Damn right. Suddenly it struck him. She was different now, transformed. Her body radiated an intensity, a power or quality she hadn't possessed before. She saw the question in his eyes. My plan. Well, now's not the time. She glanced over her shoulder, at Roche Sarnova just now catching up. He too seemed different, but Ruger couldn't place just how. When the Dark Lord saw Ruger, he laughed and greeted the Darkling warmly, then said, How'd you get out? Later, said Ruger. There's something I need to tell you. Younger and Yagoda sent a werewolf named Byron, now a zombie, off with a tactical nuke. I think he's gone up into the castle, but I'm not sure. You need to find him. Those bastards. Roche made a fist, then nodded to himself. I've just sent off a message to my heads of security. They're on it. Byron. I don't know him. I doubt my people do either. It will be hard to find him if we can't recognize him. But we will. We must. Come, said Danielle, sounding shaken. I told the others to go ahead with the plan, that we'd catch up once me and Roche had gotten you out of that hellhole. She hugged Ruger again. Nuke or not, you're alive. What's this plan? Why are you two so different? She shook her head. I told them we'd catch up, But really we didn't expect to, not for some time. We thought breaking you out would be a while, if we could do it at all, so I told them to go on down and get started. Get started? Let's go. They'll have just left. Maybe we can still catch up to them. Let's hurry. But where? Down. She grabbed him by the hand, gave Sarnova a nod, and the threesome ran off, soon ascending a flight of stairs that opened out onto a wing of the castle where the low-rent denizens lived. At their approach, a residential door swung open, startling a sleeping vampire, but, as soon as he saw Roche Sarnova, the man bowed and scuttled off to the far end of his bed, probably convinced he was still dreaming. Thanks, Danielle said as she led Ruger and Sarnova over to the corkscrew, then turned to address Ruger. As I said, she explained, gesturing toward the aperture. We go down. She kissed his shoulder above the stump and said, I'll fill you in once we get there, okay? Confused but certain she knew what she was about, he watched her usher the Dark Lord into the chute before returning her attention to him. This time, she said. I'll go first. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After Younger and Yagoda had raised Killian and the other zombies from their second deaths, they stood over the charred, unsalvageable remains of the Romanian girl and shook their heads. We underestimated him, didn't we? Indeed. And lost our bait in the process. Maybe that's true, but Amelia doesn't know that. Our plan should still work. They laughed, then debated amongst themselves whether or not to raise Kirnavar. Should they chop him up and finish him off so he'd be truly dead and then resurrect him? Or just chop him up and let him rot? Or should they let his own powers bring him back to life instead? They weren't sure if he was yet strong enough to survive a beheading. In the end, they decided they didn't want him as a zombie, he was far too interesting as the wildcard that he was. So, with some amused reluctance, they retrieved his head and stuck it back on his neck, then sprinkled some of their own bloods down on him. While Kirnavar was on the mend, although as yet unconscious, they sent a message out to their mudsharks, fetch the Sabo's central form back once more and bring it here. Younger and Yagoda could not afford the labyrinth to betray them again. Once a creature was killed and resurrected twice, the chances of it having enough will to act against them were negligible, and of all their zombies it was now clear that they couldn't afford for the Sabo to have that will. You know, said Younger, as they waited. If we made Jean-Pierre a debtor, he could probably control it. You're saying his psychic tricks are more powerful than the two of us combined? After a moment, Yagoda nodded, if we could only get him into our hands. It was a mission for the future, though. For now, in companionable silence, they waited for the arrival of the Sabo, and, more importantly, of Amelia. They would yet be kings. Chapter 3. In the chamber of the Green Lake, Danielle and Ruger lay on their backs hand in hand on a treeless isle and watched the tumult of the winged creatures above as they dove and swept and played amongst themselves while waiting for the next victim. Danielle had sent Sarnova off to find the others, Jean-Pierre and Sophia and Karkar and Mauchlery, to tell them that Ruger had been found, alive, and that they should all wait for the odd flock to catch up before moving on. Ruger enjoyed the relative quiet, just him and Danielle, alone at last on an island in a magical realm. None of it felt real, except her. He wrapped his arm about her and cradled her to his chest. Meanwhile, Danielle told him the story. They give me credit for the plan, but really it was Jean-Pierre's idea, she said. He said we needed Cavassari to control the dragons, but the only other known Cavassari around were the Sangrosanks, and they would have killed Francois, so we couldn't call them. The idea was abandoned, and we went down to brainstorm. We were all too shell-shocked, though, I guess. I made everyone promise to be open to something really off the wall, something radical. Got them prepared for it. So then I turned to Francois and sprung it on him. He didn't like the idea at first, thought it was preposterous, but I badgered him and demanded if anyone else could think of a better way. No one could. We needed Cavassari. We needed dragons and whatever else we could find to help us. Eventually, he gave in, and by this time I'd gathered the support of everyone else. It was all on him, the whole war, to win or lose. All he had to do was make us all Cavassari, and we might stand a chance. We would have dragons, and they just might be enough to turn the tide in our favor. Reluctantly, he agreed. He said that since I was so keen on this, that I should go first, and if I still felt the same way about it afterwards, he'd turn the others, if they wanted to be turned. So I went. I put my wrist in his mouth and put my mouth on his throat. I fed him and fed from him, and he turned me. Then the others went. It took a long time, most of the day, because he had to rest after each time. But he fed on more shades today than he's fed on in a long time, so he was strengthened as much as weakened. He had to wait, though, in between turnings, for our bloods, now in him, to be transformed by his body into true Cavassari blood, that way we would all be strong. Then at last Roche comes in. She laughed. The surprise on his face. He said he just heard from the Sabo and had a message from you to send me your love. She smiled. Ruger didn't have the heart to tell her that the Sabo, or Roche Sarnova, had invented the message. Besides, if he'd been able to, that's exactly what he would have asked the Sabo to do. Danielle was a marvel. She had devised a plan, infinitely better than his own, to defeat the three armies, win the war and pave the way for peace between humans and shades. Not only that, but if the three armies were defeated, magic would be saved from oblivion. Ludwig had indirectly died for all this, and so it seemed to Ruger that the best way to avenge his friend's murder would be to defeat the enemies of the undead homeland. Danielle went on to explain how, once Roche's shock had worn off, he agreed that it was a worthy strategy and had allowed himself to be turned. I could see by the look on Francois' face that it was something the old commissary had wanted to do for a long time, Danielle said. When he did it, he acted towards Roche like he hadn't acted to the rest of us. He treated it almost as a holy union. It may sound strange, but watching them exchange bloods, renew their trust, it was very moving. Meanwhile, the rest of us were trying to teach ourselves how to use our new gifts so we'd be ready when it came time to meet the dragons. You know we can fly? Imagine. I'm trying. It sounded wonderful to him, and he asked what it had been like. Serenity spread across her features. Complete liberation. Of course, the place wasn't ideally suited to learning how to do it. I tried a little, but the ceiling of the chamber was too low. Still, baby, it was like... I can't describe it. Butterflies in your stomach that never go away. And here's another thing you'll like, our pyrokinetic powers are magnified tenfold. That's what got us into trouble. Again, she laughed and squeezed his hand. We had the carpets and the drapes burning, and pretty much everything else, too. It was a mess, just sheer chaos, and then in comes Harry. With Roche and Francois doing their thing and the whole room blazing, I thought he'd faint on the spot. I think I would've. And Jean-Pierre kept flying back and forth across the room, bumping his head and breaking blades off the fan. Suddenly, her laughter stopped. Then Harry told us about you. She paused for a long time, reliving the awful moment, and went on. I got Jean-Pierre to stop acting like a fool and together we went down into the refuge to find the secret entrance. As I told you, I was pretty frantic at that point. Finally, Jean-Pierre and I went back up. Roche was turned and levitating in the air, cross-legged, like he was Buddha or something. And Francois levitating right there with him. Anyway, my plan was to use Jean-Pierre's, Roche's, and Francois' knowledge of the refuge to get to the dragons, but I told them I couldn't go, that we hadn't found the secret entrance. If we were going to get you out, we'd have to do the frontal assault on the Sabo, and Roche didn't think Jean-Pierre was strong enough for that yet, and he didn't even try to get me to reconsider. I think Roche really likes you. He told me he'd go with me himself and together we'd get you out. The others were to go find the dragons and see what could be done there, as far as controlling them or what have you. So Roche and I went down, fully prepared to give it all, and there you were, she sniffed wetly, and he kissed her forehead and stroked her hair. Finally, he chuckled. What's so funny? She said. Nothing. Just that I thought I was going to be the one with the master plan, and all along it was you. Which brings up a point, she held his hand, he still only had one, and kissed him. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I'd like you to become a commissary, too. He'd known she would get to that sooner or later. All right, he said. To tell you the truth, I was just thinking I might make a good one, back up in the cage. Gently, he brought her arm to his lips, but she pulled it away, just as gently. No, she told him. I'm not strong enough, not old enough. It should be Francois. He's the one that ought to turn you. I turned you, remember. It's only fair that you turn me. No. That's your poet side talking. You need to be strong. Okay. So we're off to Mauchlery. Gently, she stroked his blood-caked face. Not so fast, tough guy. I've told you my end of it, now you tell me yours, if you want to. He wasn't sure he did. Killing that little girl still haunted him, even though he knew it had been the best way out for both of them, him and the girl. Still, he felt reluctant, even scared, to tell Danielle that he had shed innocent blood. But he would have to. He would hold no secrets from her, not about something like that. He started slowly, telling her about the mud sharks and how the balaclava had tried to hurt him, even capture him. Then, when that didn't work out, they just tried to maim him so badly that he wouldn't make it to the libertarians. He told her how he'd lost the arm, the eye, about the squidoids and the birds, and how the Sabo had saved him the first time. Then he told her about Rolf d'Aguila, about what Rolf had told him before going into the libertarians' encampment, and Danielle nodded, storing the information away for later. The captain had an interesting theory about the collage, and he told her that, too. He told her about the mistress Melisawel, about how different she was than the Malia he'd known years ago. He told of her sycophants, her dancers and lackey bards, and finally how she'd sold Ruger to the Balaclava in exchange for her nuclear weapons, most of them, anyway. He told her how they'd stolen one from her and given it to Byron. He related how Malia had conspired with them to overthrow Subair, once the battle was won, and how Younger and Yagoda had sent out Loro to meet with Subair just a few hours later, presumably to alert the council member to Malia's treachery. He told her everything, and when it came to the part about the girl, he told it slowly, detail by detail. Danielle listened closely, and he could hear the pain in her replies. Finally, he explained how he'd killed the girl not once, but twice, and dismembered and burned her body. After that, he paused, waiting for Danielle's reaction. She had always been his conscience. She remained quiet for only a short time before taking his face in both hands and staring into his one large black eye. Ruger, baby. There were tears in her eyes, and for a moment he allowed himself to be glad that she was strong enough to cry. You did the right thing. I killed an innocent. I haven't done that, not by choice, in over 50 years. You did what you had to do, and you did right by her. What was she going to become, another slave, another zombie? A little girl to pleasure those bastards when they weren't torturing her for the hell of it? Damn it, Ruger, you did the only thing you could, and I won't have you say another word about it. She kissed him, passionately. Not all the choices we have to make are black and white, Rug. You know that better than I. But your conscience won't let you off the hook when you venture into a shade of gray. I know some of it's my fault, because when you first brought me over I was appalled by most of the immortals we met, sickened, and my morals rubbed off on you. I'm glad they did. Yeah. But who am I to judge, me with my Malcolm and his gang? Jesus, I've got so many chips on my shoulder it's a wonder my bra straps don't get stuck in them. Really, babe, don't be so hard on yourself. It's not the sort of thing one should go easy on oneself about. She breathed against him. No. Of course not. But you did the best thing that could have been done in a crappy situation. She squeezed his hand. Come. It's time to go find the others. We need to get you turned, if you still want to be, and healed as soon as we can. When we get to the dragons, you'll need to be at peak strength. Are you ready? I've been waiting to see dragons my entire life. And the first time I do, I kill one. Now I'm going to rectify the situation. There's just one thing I've got to do first, but we can do that along the way. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After describing Ruger's predicament to Danielle, Harry Lavaca had relayed the message Ruger had asked him to send, then had gone back to his room in the funhouse and tried to find some much-needed sleep. It didn't come. Eventually, he gave it up and went to a tavern, where he ordered a cup of coffee instead of his usual. After the coffee, he ordered his usual. He spent a long time in the tavern, not listening to the doomsday gossip or even thinking about Cloire, just trying to numb himself into oblivion. Suddenly, a touch across his mind. Harry? Startled, he slammed down his martini, sloshing the table. Ruger? I didn't wake you, did I? No. Guess not. Couldn't go to sleep? No, Harry sent. I'm sorry I sent you there. I didn't know what they were up to, or what you'd see. Ruger, it's not that. When Danielle explained it to me I was, actually glad. That something was being done, finally. She told me about the dragons. Weird. I've always told you that, being an immortal, you should have been open to the possibility of other things out there. Guess you were right, Ruger replied. Yeah. How are you? You don't seem good. I'll be fine. Danielle actually suggested that I become a Kavasari, too. She tell you that? No. She did. I guess you need all the Kavasari you can get. She said you had to control some dragons in order to defeat Subair and the rest of them. I actually felt bad for refusing the offer. Don't, Harry. Immortality isn't something that should be thrust upon anyone, whatever the circumstances. Thanks, Ruger. Anyway, I know you didn't just drop in to say hi. What's the scoop? Back when I talked to you earlier, I woke you up. I didn't mean to, but I caught the tale of your dreams, and the thoughts behind them. You and Cloire are no more. Which makes what I'm about to ask of you very hard. But I've got to. This is very, very important. Okay? Shoot. Byron's a zombie now. Younger and Yagoda killed them all, the whole crew, Byron, Killian and Loro, and resurrected them. They gave Byron a tactical nuke and I think they sent him up into the castle. Shit. Of everyone up there, only you and Cloire could spot him right off and take him down if necessary. Jesus. I know I'm asking a lot. You are, but. A nuke. I may not like all these fuckers, but there are some good ones up here too, and I sure as hell don't want them blown to bits, especially if it means crippling the castle's forces. I guess that must be what they want. That's what I think. But you never can tell with Younger and Yagoda. Anyway, I'm sorry to ask you this, but will you do it? Harry drained his martini. You know I will, buddy. Good luck on your own task. I know you'll need it. Right back at you. Ruger out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jean-Pierre met them before they could venture too deep into the refuge. Thought you might need a guide, he said. We got pretty far, almost to the meadow, before Roche stopped us. Thanks, said Ruger. That's what I'm here for. Ruger smiled. No, I mean earlier, when you and Danielle went down to try to bust into the Sabo's secret entrance. You were willing to risk your life to save mine. Blood brothers, remember? Now come on, let's go catch up to Soph and the others, they're bound to be getting lonely. Strange, Ruger thought, how they all seemed to be on a first-name basis here, except for him. Everybody called the Dark Lord Roche and referred to the man that had wrecked Ruger's life as Francois. No, not wrecked, Ruger corrected. I did that myself. Hand in hand, Ruger and Danielle followed Jean-Pierre through the twisting caverns and tunnels of the refuge. Constantly, Ruger wanted to poke his nose into the various nooks and crannies and see what wild magical creatures waited there, but he knew time was limited. The sun would have set by now. It was probably 6 o'clock or so, and the ambassador was to give his speech at 9. They were cutting it close. Ruger envied Jean-Pierre for his time down here, wandering and exploring. They had all entered a fantasyland and Ruger was, to his surprise, finding it hard to resist curiosity. Dragons lived. Unicorns lived. All manner of creatures he'd never dreamed of lived down here, protected by Roche Sarnova and Francois Mauchlery, and, to lesser extent, Lord Carker. Jean-Pierre led them to where the others had set up camp, and they greeted Ruger gratefully, but with fury at what Younger and Yagoda had done. Ruger! Exclaimed Carker, and embraced the Darkling. It's good to see you again. I thought that maybe, when I saw you go into the mountain last night, well, it might be the last time I'd ever lay eyes on you. You could only be so lucky. Carker laughed, then grew somber. Roche told us about Malie. I thought you did a noble thing, going to her like you did. Noble and foolish, but I guess you knew her a long time, even before she crossed over. Grinning sadly, he shook his head. Just think of all the times you've tried to change me. Guess you thought you'd have better luck with her. I was wrong. If she's going to change, it's got to come from inside, not outside. I just want you to know that you've made me proud, son. No matter what I might think of your morality, I'll always love you and be proud of you. That touched Ruger, and he hugged the hunter again before his old mentor resumed sitting around a circle of stones that looked like a campfire and waiting. The group settled down after Ruger's arrival, and he marveled at their new abilities. Sophia lit a fire in the middle of the circle of stones with a flick of her index finger, and over the fire they roasted one of the large winged creatures that flew about the chamber of the Green Lake. With no utensils or plates, the group ate with their hands, but no one seemed to mind. Interesting flavor, Soph said around her first bite. Jean-Pierre gave her a sly look. You're the one that insisted on flying off and catching one of them. I have to say that catching it was more fun than eating it. I lost the scimitar and dagger, Ruger confessed to Carker, who chewed on a taloned leg. Unimportant, my son. Besides, I brought you a replacement scimitar, just in case, as well as some guns for us all. As for your former weapons, I just hope they did you some good. Oh, they did. They saved my life several times, in fact. Your powers saved your life, the blades were just tools, Carker said. Maybe, but I used one of those tools to cut off Yagoda's head. Carker broke out into a thrilled laugh. I wish I'd been there. I wish I hadn't. Danielle touched Ruger's shoulder. It's all right. We understand. You did the right thing. Melisawell is just too far gone. Still, at least in going there I learned something critical. He explained in full about the nuclear weapons, then told them what he'd done about it. Good thinking, Roche said. Yes, said Mauchlery. I just hope this Harry can get Cloire to go along with it. I haven't had much experience with her, just that one time when she ordered me to tell Amelia to set things right for her and her group in New York, but she struck me as demanding and volatile. She is, Ruger said. But right now, other than what we're doing here, Harry and Cloire just may be our only hope. When do we leave? Said Danielle. Ruger needs time to recuperate, Francois said. When he's had it, when his body can take the shock of my blood, we'll see if he's ready for the next step. For now, we rest. After the meal, when things had quieted down, Ruger and Danielle moved off to a small cavern and made love with a passion that surprised them both. At the climactic moment, small fires burst into existence around the edges of the chamber and he was surprised how powerful she'd grown. Stronger than himself, and with abilities he'd never imagined. Afterwards, as they lay holding each other and speaking quietly until the ambassador appeared at the room's opening and coughed. Ruger, Francois said. "Ma Clary." Danielle kissed Ruger's cheek. "If this is what you want, now's the time. Whatever you choose, I love you. But just imagine the two of us flying together on the night winds." She lowered her voice, making love in freefall. "Not that I'm putting any pressure on you." He rose to his feet, and Mauclery ushered him down a few tunnels and into a smallish cavern with a clear brook running through it. Francois crouched on a boulder and bade Ruger join him. With only minor hesitation, the Darkling sat beside the man that had turned Amelia into a Cavasari and set the stage for Ruger's descent. "You still blame me, don't you?" asked the ambassador. Mauclery's voice was quiet, not at all reproachful or condescending. Ruger didn't want to like this man, wanted in fact to hate him, but could not. Displaced aggression, he supposed a psychologist might call it. Ruger was really angry at himself, at allowing himself to become what he'd become, and was transferring the anger onto Mauclery. "I understand, Ruger. I was there myself, and I was there for a lot longer than you were. The embodiment of evil, a cruel and selfish tyrant that killed and tortured for amusement. Of any being now alive, I can say that I was, at one point, probably more evil than Younger and Yagoda. Or at least equally as evil. But your mind healed much more quickly than mine did, and that means something." "What?" "I don't know. Maybe you're a better person than I am." Violently, Ruger shook his head. "No. Mauclery. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, and what I've come to learn is that people really do change. We were both evil once, but now we're not. So, we could become evil again. Under the right circumstances. But hopefully, with the knowledge we've gained because of our time of villainy, and the years afterward, we won't fall into that same trap twice." "Does that mean you forgive me?" "I can forgive you turning Amelia. She was worthy. But why didn't either of you tell me?" "I couldn't, Ruger. Honestly. Believe me, when I saw what you became, I wanted to, but she wouldn't let me. Back then, she truly hated me, and I suppose I can't blame her. She was happy with you, and you with her. I destroyed all that. When I took her from you, she too became a creature of hate, but focused, not like yours, directed entirely on me. She said that I should suffer for what I'd done. She mocked my morality, as I guess she had a right to do. She wouldn't let me come to you. She wanted me to suffer in the knowledge of what I'd made you, and on some level I thought I deserved it. Of course, she always asked to go to you herself, but I forbade it. I needed her personality and drive, needed her to do things that I could not. I needed her to infiltrate the Sangro-Sanks. I knew that if I let her come to you it would all be over. I'd never be able to separate you two again, and by then I wouldn't have the heart for it anyway. So we didn't come. Meanwhile you earned the title Darkling and, after some time, you and Carker took up together. It was only after that, after Carker started showing you how to open yourself, how to heal, that Amelia's hate for me died, at least to a low simmer. Finally, and after many years, she became fond of me, as I'd already become of her. I know you don't want to hear it, Ruger, but you need to. I love her, and she loves me. It's not the same love she held for you, but it's enough. The important thing is that she is loved. I love her far more than she does me. I just wanted you to know that." Ruger nodded. "Thank you. You're right, I needed to hear that. But when you say she doesn't love you as you do her. Is she? I don't know how to say." "She's not the same," Mauclery admitted. "Maybe, in time, she'll heal completely. Still, even as you're riddled by your guilt and self-hatred, so she is with hers. I guess I wasn't strong enough of a mentor to raise her out of it, like Carker and Hoswell and, perhaps most importantly, Danielle have done for you. She's healed mostly, but there are times when she's colder than ice, and at others teeming over with fury. Over the years, though, she's stabilized." The ambassador shook his head. "I shouldn't be telling you this. The important thing is she has the capacity to love. She loves me, and you know she still loves you." "Mauclery." "Yes? May I meet her sometime?" The Cavasari considered. "I guess that will be up to her. Now she knows you're aware of her, I'm sure she'll come for you eventually. Not to take you away from Danielle, but just to see you again." "I'd like that." "As, I'm sure, would she." I would be interested to see how she and Danielle got along. And Ruger, I have a request. Will you call me by my first name? I don't think I'm ready for that, yet. But my mind is open to the idea. That's all I ask. The ambassador placed a hand on Ruger's. Are you ready to begin? To turn me, like you turned her so long ago? It's come to that, has it? Full circle. Do you want to? Yes. Ruger had no hesitation, but he could see that his lack of such somewhat surprised the ambassador. I've been a vigilante long enough. It's high time I made a living from it. Unexpectedly, that brought a laugh from Mauchlery. The sound bounced around the cavern until the sheer healthiness of it infected Ruger, too. Side by side with the man he'd hated for so long, he laughed and laughed, as outside the night grew darker and its inhabitants more restless. When they quieted, Ruger said, I'm ready. Chapter 4. The fate of the castle, and through it very possibly the world, depended on stopping Byron from leveling the whole place, Harry knew, but to stop the zombie he needed Quar. And he couldn't find her. Quar wasn't in her room, or in any room that Harry looked in. He tried the taverns, thinking that a logical place, and sure enough found a fellow that had seen Quar leaving not long before. According to him, she'd said she was hungry. Harry didn't like the sounds of that. With her tie to him severed, she was probably over at the Blood and Stone ordering the specialty of the night, enjoying the new dusk on one of the many balconies. With a sinking feeling, he marched up to the evil restaurant and tried to enter. The Gensiv at the door pushed him away. Lifers can't go in. Do you know who I am? I'm a friend of the Dark Lord's heir, and I have urgent business in there. Unless you're willing to get yourself served on a plate as somebody's breakfast, you're not getting in. She licked her lips. You would make a good breakfast. He checked all the usual watering holes of the evil immortals, searched the taverns and rooms again, and nearly gave up. Fuck. He stomped into the human tavern himself and ordered a martini. Once the drink was in front of him, he stared at it for a good 5 minutes and sent it back, ordering a coffee instead. He drank it, slow and black and hot. Unlike these damn shades, he needed sleep, and at this point caffeine was just about the only thing keeping him on his feet. That, and his mission. To save the castle. To save that Gensiv that had just told him he'd make a good breakfast. Nevertheless, he drank 3 straight cups of coffee, went to the mass latrines and took a long leak, his eyes closed and one hand half supporting him against the wall. Where was there to go? Then it struck him, like a dash of cold water on his face. Finishing, he took the elevator down several stories and approached Rosie's den. Warm and festive lights greeted him, as did the virtuous shades of the castle. These were the shades he would want to save. They emerged flushed and sweaty from the blood brothel, and he was surprised when some smiled and nodded or, even, waved at him. Yes. They may be shades, but they were decent. Then he came on a sight he would never forget. Quar, emerging from the cheerful din, staggering slightly under the euphoria of a recent feeding. She saw him and stopped dead. Unable to help himself, he smiled. She hadn't gone back. Despite their break, she still held to her morals, or, rather, his. He moved toward her, cautiously, and she didn't draw away. The next thing he knew, he was laying on the dirty stone-bricked floor, staring up at the livid expression on her face. Blood ran from his nose. Bastard! She said, and stalked away. He lay there stunned, but only for the moment it took him to recover himself. Yes, she was still good. And yes, she was still royally pissed. With a groan of protest from his middle-aged bones, he shoved himself off the floor and ran after her. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When the mudsharks had retrieved the sabot and were busy tearing it apart in plain view of Younger and Yagoda, the assassins turned their attentions to Laszlo. They'd already discussed their plans for him and both agreed that in order to fulfill his new role, he'd need to be more than a head and a set of cute, tiny lungs. So, while the mudsharks were ripping open the great black globe of the sabot with all its countless groping tendrils, a task that would take the parasites some time, the balaclava drew Laszlo out of the blood-stained burlap sack and proceeded to make faces at him until his spirits were enlivened enough to start spouting scripture at them, some of which he seemed to invent on the spot. Sinners. Fornicators. Heretics. Murderers. You who turn your back on God when you should be kneeling before him. When you should restore me to myself and kneel before me so that I may bleed away your wickedness and raise you up again in the image of purity. I am the chosen one, the second coming. I am Christ. Resurrector of the dead, healer of warped minds. Years from now, people shan't say Jesus Christ, they shall say Laszlo Christ, the Word of God. For is Christ not God? Yagoda, holding the priest by the hair, punched him in the nose, and both assassins laughed as Laszlo's head swung back and forth. We repent, said Younger. We will do as you, the word of God, command. Laszlo's expression was priceless. Again the assassins fell out laughing. Dare not mock the one true God. Laszlo said. Oh, we daren't, believe us. We will raise you, bigger than life, and give you leave to spread your word. Junger smiled. We saw what beautiful messages you crafted in your hangar. We wish you to continue your efforts, only this time with our help. Laszlo's eyes darted back and forth between them, trying to find the catch. Before he could, Kirnavar came leaping up, a thin scar around his neck the only sign of his recent decapitation. What is it, Norman? Yagoda said. We're busy. Stop calling me that. We should have put Laszlo's head on your body. Now that might have been fun. Kirnavar growled. In his eyes burned a fierce determination. Out with it, Kirnavar. Say your piece and go your way. You've already failed us once. What now? I want my freedom. I never want to feel your minds in my head again, or Laszlo's, either. Out of you, all of you. You promised you'd make me a Khaljit, and you lied. Yagoda turned to Laszlo. Add that to your list, priest. Fornicators and murderers and now, prevaricators, boy, are we going to hell? No, squealed the head. Not hell, not if you help me spread the word. That will save your wretched souls. The assassins grinned. Laszlo would be happy soon enough, and oh, what a sight he'd be. Look at me, said Kirnavar. I want you to honor your word. I'm not a Khaljit, only half of one and half zombie. I can't bear it. If you don't restore me, I swear I'll kill myself. Swear not, warned Laszlo. The ears of God are listening. Fuck you. Now, Norman, chided Junger. If you're going to be a full Khaljit, you'll need Laszlo. He's the one that turned you, remember. You'll need his healing properties to restore you. He's a fucking head. Not for long. Even now, look over there. Zombies come this way, bringing blood for Laszlo so that he can grow back. And blood for us, too, of course. And me? The tusked balaclava shrugged. Why not? You are, after all, at least half Khaljit. Hope welled over in the lunatic's eyes. So you'll grant me my request, you'll make me whole? Junger turned to his brother. True, Kirnavar isn't much fun as a zombie, he said. What's a wild card good for if he's not allowed to be wild? And a slave is not wild. On the other hand, do we really want him running around, all himself? That doesn't sound so good, either, Junger agreed. But it would be more amusing. Please, begged the lunatic. Please. I feel unwhole, like there's something missing. Don't you see? Now, after your bloods, I can speak and think better than before. And I remember, vaguely, like shadows, what I was before. I think if I was whole, I would know. Yours and the priest's bloods would restore me back to who I was. You were an insane vagrant drawn to the void of Jean-Pierre and his incredible mental powers, Yagoda reminded him. That's what you want to remember? You were a fucking lunatic and still are. But what was I before? Before all that? Don't you see? Look at this body, it's in its middle 40s, but aged beyond its years. Surely there was a time before Jean-Pierre. Maybe a family. Something. Junger and Yagoda listened to the desperation in his voice, a pitch that matched Laszlo's equally, and nodded to themselves. Fine, Junger said. Then let it be done. Asterisk. So this meadow should be no problem, then? Karker said and took a sip of the brandy they'd brought along. It was very fine, he had to admit. He and Roche sat together in a stony little hollow, passing the bottle back and forth. No, said Roche. Now we're all Kavasari, I doubt the demons will even approach us. What about that sorcerer-created sun? We were in charge of the sorcerers. We made them give us immunity to their sons, so that we could, check up on the creatures we preserved. You really should have come with us a time or two. I never wanted to see them caged. As cages go, some are quite nice, my friend. And some of the denizens of the refuge are very friendly. You old dog. Karker was chuckling, thinking about the new sights he was about to see, when in walked the ambassador. He must have just come from Ruger, as he looked both drained and invigorated. How'd it go? Asked Sarnova. Ruger's quite incredible, isn't he? What do you mean? I simply mean he's very strong. Before he came to the castle this time, I knew he'd had Karker's blood. But he's been killing off evil shades ever since he was brought over. Maybe that's how he got his strength, I don't know. But he has an incredible ability to search out every aspect of his powers and master them with enormous speed. It's like how that Kirnavar creature was. Karkur nodded. Maybe that's it. Ruger has passed through at least one period of sheer insanity, when he was mortal. He actually walled himself up in the catacombs of his family's mansion with his dead bride. Afterwards, he was thrown into an insane asylum for half a year. Maybe that's the key. Maybe if we all went insane every now and then we'd be a lot stronger. Perhaps, Mockery said, but I think it's something more. At any rate, what concerns me is that he's off right now, running loose through the refuge, testing the outer limits of his new powers. Exploring, testing. I think he'll run himself ragged if he's not careful. And without another shade to feed from down here, he won't be able to revive himself in time. He's preparing for war. All three of them turned to face the new voice, Jean-Pierre, standing in the archway with an unlit Pall Mall dangling from his lips. He's seeing just how far he can go, how much damage he can do, elaborated the albino. I think he's prepared to give it all tonight. Tell me, all of you, is this war true? Are the goals you've stated the real ones, to establish a peaceful relationship with humans and to free the magical creatures wandering around down here? You didn't honestly think we were lying to you, did you? Said Roche. No. I don't. But I needed to be sure. Be sure. We'll leave as soon as Ruger returns, Francois said. I hate to delay, but we need all the strength we can muster, and I suspect he will be formidable. Good, Jean-Pierre said. Then there might be time. Karkur, I hate to interrupt your gathering, but there's something I need to tell you in private. Karkur studied his adopted son for a moment, nodded a silent goodbye to the other two and rose. Lead on, my son. What could be so urgent and personal? The albino led him down several corridors and into an empty chamber that reeked of stale air and the flame that billowed from the 3 torches along the stone walls. Jean-Pierre sat down on the cold ground and, after a puzzled moment, the hunter joined him. Karkur started to say something, but stopped. It was clear from his expression that Jean-Pierre wished to go first. When he was comfortable, the hunter lit up an old stub of a cigar with his newly energized pyrokinetic abilities and leaned back to hear what the albino had to say. I've got something to tell you, Kark. It may not be easy for you, but it's important. All right, my son. I'm all yours. Jean-Pierre did not smile, just sat there in contemplation, puffing on his Pall Mall. At last he met Karkur's gaze. I didn't kill her, Kark. The girl, the one that looked like Danielle. I let her live. Karkur said nothing. I've changed, Kark. Soph, she's taught me the value of life. I can't explain it very well, not like she could, but I now believe it wrong to kill an innocent. I don't know whether to apologize to you or to curse you for encouraging me to slaughter wantonly all these years. I still love you, Karkur. Know that, always. But, what you said to Ruger, that you loved him despite his morality. I want it to be like that between us. He sucked on his cigarette for all it was worth. I don't want to lose you, Kark, or turn away from you like Ruger did when he found the goodness in things. But I don't know what your reaction will be, and it scares me. I've gone good. He stole a last hit from the Pall Mall and threw the butt with unerring accuracy into one of the torches. When he looked up again, his expression was hard, but at the same time hopeful. So where does that leave us? Karkur mulled on it. First Ruger, now Jean-Pierre. Both his sons had abandoned his ways. Yet they had not abandoned him. Perhaps that was the important thing. Or was it? They'd rejected his ways, his moral code, everything that made him him. What did that mean? Had they gone soft? Or was it him that had stayed evil for so long he saw it difficult to see any other way of life? For a long time, the two werewolf Kavasari just sat there, lost in each other's thoughts. To Karkur, it felt like he was aboard a ship that had just been torpedoed. His foundation was ripping out from under him. But, was there a new one underneath? At last, exhausted, Karkur glanced up into those brilliant green eyes of Jean-Pierre's and said, "For God's sakes, my boy. Of course I still love you. As for our feeding habits, shit, now we're Kavasari and I've long felt criminals to be the best prey in any hunt. All we need to feed on are shades, and most of them are criminals. With our new diet, if I kept to eating innocents, I'd likely as not starve to death. So if it's only evil you'll eat from now on, then evil it is." Together, and with a new peace between them, they shared the stub of Karkur's cigar in a silence broken only by the drip of water. Asterisk. Couar proved too swift for Harry to catch, even running. At last, exhausted, he slumped against a wall and thought the situation over. It seemed to him that she'd deliberately avoided a confrontation, and he didn't know how to interpret that. He hoped it meant that, if confronted by him and with no easy out, she'd be unable to contain her emotions, and that the prevailing feeling would be love. Of course, on the other hand, she could just as easily take off his head. He sighed and stretched his weary muscles. Obviously, if she wanted to avoid him, she'd go someplace where he couldn't. She'd already eaten, so she wouldn't go to the Blood and Stone unless it was out of sheer spite or any other feeding grounds. And she certainly wouldn't go back to her room, as he would find her there. And the funhouse was shut down for the night, pending the new Dark Lord Francois Mauclair's speech at 9, which left, mainly, the floor show and the taverns and the casino. Which one would she pick? Not the casino, as mortals were allowed there. Probably a shade bar with dark corners so she wouldn't see him if he passed by, and plenty of music and glitz to keep him off her mind. The floor show. He needed some coffee. He needed to be at his most charming if this was going to work, and right now he was dead on his feet. He punched a button on the elevator and rode it up to the Mortal Tavern, where he downed 2 strong black cups of joe and pondered just exactly how this was going to work. After his second cup, the grizzled barkeep reminded him of the blood on his face and handed him a paper towel. Harry wiped it off and stared at the red-stained paper. No, he thought again. This sure as hell wasn't going to be easy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Ruger left with Francois, Danielle tried going back to sleep but couldn't. Her new Kabasari powers brimmed over in her, like lightning running through her veins, and that, coupled with the thought that soon Ruger would share this with her, completely foiled her attempts at slumber. Also, she found herself excited by the thought that, with their help, the war would come to an end and she and Ruger could get on with their lives. That is, after they had dealt with Younger and Yagoda. Soon, though, she and Ruger could climb back out of the rabbit hole and into the real world once more. She wanted time away from all this, to sit and meditate on what she'd found and on what she had become. Surrounded by chaos and magic, all she wanted to do was find a good beach and eat a hamburger. Was that too much to ask? She untied her backpack, retrieved a flask of undiluted whiskey, rolling papers, and a healthy bud of marijuana. Once she'd rolled the joint and taken her first sip of whiskey, she sparked up the ganja with a light touch of her mind and lay back in the oversized sleeping bag, her back to the wall. Surely, she thought, straight whiskey and some weed would knock her out. After several hits and mouthfuls from the flask, the buzz began to hit her. Unfortunately, it did nothing to put her sleep. Sophia poked her head through the archway. Care if I join you? Jean-Pierre's gone off to be with the men. Bullshitting each other and smoking cigars, I'll bet. Danielle smiled. Good thing we didn't bring any dishes or we'd probably be washing them right now. Soph laughed, but Danielle could tell she was uncomfortable. Oh, come on, Soph. Plop yourself down and we can trade tokes. At this, the Gensiv/werewolf Kavasari laughed and liberated a small metal smoking pipe from a pocket. Actually, I came for a refill. They sat together, the sleeping bag thrown about their legs like blankets and their backs propped against the stone wall like a headboard, passing the joint and the flasks. Soph had brought her own, this one of tequila, back and forth. They started talking, stiffly at first, but soon they were swapping stories as fast as flasks. They levitated into the air, keeping the sleeping bag around their legs for comfort and sparking up fires in every little alcove in the room. At first, it was a contest to see who could grow the biggest fire, and then another revelation hit them. They cold changed the colors of the fire. It was at about this time that Jean-Pierre entered. He looked intrigued to see the two of them floating in midair and surrounded by pyres of psychedelic flame. Hubby! Shouted a drunken Sophia. Join us. The party's just started. I'd love to, baby, but I've got some news for you, and I think we might want to celebrate it in privacy. Danielle, would you mind if I took her away? Take her, already. Her flask was done for, anyway. The Ice Queen and the albino disappeared together. As Danielle let herself become absorbed by the largest of the pyres, a flame as tall as a man and shot through with all the colors of the rainbow, she thought of the night to come. Dragons, magic and war. What would the night bring? As it happened, it brought Ruger. He floated into the little cavern, 2 feet off the ground, sweaty and spent and smiling, and holding a bouquet of beautiful flowers in his hand. Flying up to meet her, he gave a formal bow and handed her the bouquet. But how? She gasped, burying her face in the blooms. The meadow. But the sun. He smiled. My old power is always the best. I simply used mind thirst to uproot these, and here I am. She noticed that he was whole. 2 eyes, 2 arms, and not a hole through his body, though his ragged black clothes remained. They smelled nice, as if he'd bathed in a spring and rolled around in lilacs. Full of surprises, this one. I love you, she said, touching his cheek. I love you, too. He took her in his arms and they kissed for a long time, slowly and passionately, and she savored the feel of his body against hers, the taste of his mouth and the rough silkiness of his thick black hair. As they embraced, it seemed their bodies became one. Soon they were one, amidst the colorful flames and floating 10 feet off the ground. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Harry reached the floor show, where he had been admitted the night before, the receptionist, a Morbine, he thought, shook her pretty blonde head and said, "Sorry, Lavaka. I know you're a friend of the air, but I have instructions from a certain werewolf inside that I shouldn't let you through." He groaned inwardly. "Please," he said. "It's urgent." The Morbine shrugged helplessly. "When a customer gives explicit instructions not to allow a mortal in who we don't normally admit anyway, we've got to follow orders, whether you're a friend of Lord Ruger or not." Looking sympathetic, she smiled as if to give him encouragement. "You know, the customer's always right." "All right, then. But, please, as I said, this is very important. Would you at least pass a message along to her?" When she frowned, he added, "Just a short one she'll understand." "If that doesn't work, I promise I'll be out of your hair." Still frowning, but now in consideration, she said, "Does this mean Lord Ruger owes me a favor?" Damn them all. "Yes, all right. Fine. I'm sure under the circumstances he'd be more than happy to owe you a favor. Look, some more customers are arriving. Make this quick. What's the message?" He racked his brain, but in the end, the answer was simple. "Tell her Byron is a zombie now." She stared at him, hard, and he could feel a prick of her psychic powers probe him. Instantly, he threw up his mental walls as Ruger had shown him how to do many years ago and backed her down. Finally, she resorted to verbal communication. "So the labyrinthines have claimed another one, eh? That what you're calling Younger and Yagoda nowadays?" "It's the new phrase. No one knew of the labyrinth until recently, and when news broke out that they'd taken it over, the name seemed natural." "Whatever. Please, just deliver the message." She darted off. For the love of God, why did they have to make this so difficult for him? A few months ago he'd been an antique dealer in Queens, contemplating whether or not to burn the old picture of his late wife Marcella, that had been his biggest problem, and now this. Shortly, and a bit primly, he thought, the receptionist returned to her station and said, "She'll see you now." He sucked up his courage and entered the floor show. A barrage of music broke across him and for a second he was overwhelmed at the last decadent night of the castle. He'd give the shades this, they sure could put on a show. And the dancers, like always, kicked their lovely legs high. He found Clore waiting for him in a highly coveted round booth and slid in to join her. Her eyes locked tight and angrily on him. Not much warmth there, but hoped that somewhere beneath those green amber orbs floated something else. "Clore," he said. "Harry." Her voice was not so much angry as sad. Apparently the message had worked. They sat opposite each other in the round booth for several silent and awkward moments. He knew he should let her speak first, though he felt it imperative they get started immediately. "Is it true, the message?" she said. "Not just some ploy to get in to see me?" Bloody hell. Was there actually hope in her voice? Did she actually want him to win her back? Maybe. Probably so she could squash him like she thought she'd been squashed and then walk away from their affair cleanly. It struck him that she'd probably never been dumped before. And for a mortal to be the one, that must really have pushed her over the edge. If she could only understand that he hadn't really dumped her, that he'd just done them both a favor. "Yes," he said, trying to sound gentle. "They killed all 3 of them and made them zombies. I'm sorry." She inhaled a long sip of her drink and flagged down a waitress, from whom she ordered a Jack Daniels. "And you, sir? What would you like?" "Coffee. And keep it coming." "It must really be bad," said Clore, when the waitress had gone. "If you're ordering something non-alcoholic." Well, he deserved that one. Let her get in her shots where she could. "It's bad," he assured her. "Ruger, well, the bastards captured him." "Captured him? That's not the way I heard it." "Heard he leapt off a balcony at the red light outpost and plunged into the mountain headfirst. He certainly didn't intend to get himself caught by them. It's Melissoel, you see? And the libertarians. Yeah. Everyone knows they've banded up with Younger and Yagoda. Soldiers are the worst gossips. And now they're calling the bastards labyrinthines. Giving them a title. Fucks. We're under siege from the catacombs and the Sabo, and rumor has it that Subair's staked out some land for herself, too. Word says she's moved 4 times since we spotted her. So we can't bomb her troops, I suppose." He shook his head. He was no good at getting to the point, and now, when time was critical, he was fumbling at the worst. Out with it, already. Look, Cloire. You and I, we have a mission. Ruger gave it to me and I can't turn my back on him. That's rich. Can't turn your back on him. Good thing there are some people you can't do that to. We don't have time for this. Maybe you don't. You'll be dead in 20 or 30 years anyway. Who needs you? I don't. Get the hell out of here and never let me see you again, because if I do. Shut up, he commanded, and to his surprise she closed her mouth. Byron's a debtor, Cloire. That's not all of it, though. She wasn't listening. The waitress had arrived with their drinks and Cloire was draining her whiskey like she was snakebit and it was the antidote. She slammed the glass down and ordered another, just as the waitress was setting Harry's mug of coffee before him. When the waitress left, Cloire stared down at her hands and shook her head. You know, I really did love that fool. Should have told him that. Anger blossomed in her cheeks. Should have told him that instead of wasting it on you. I'm such a fucking idiot. Damn it, Cloire. Look, we both know it wouldn't have worked out. You would have gone off with them, sooner or later. No, she countered. They refused me. They what? I told them we had to track this trot down, but that damned Killian was so set on being the best and brightest death squad of the new castle, once the balaclava had it under wraps. Cloire, they sent Byron up here with a tactical nuke they stole from the libertarians. Jesus. That's why Ruger needs you. He paused, hating himself for what he was about to say. And that's why I need you, too. Why do you care, Harry? So what if my poor zombified Byron blows up this whole stinking place? What's in it for you? Not much, he admitted. But you, and the others here that share your integrity, you don't deserve to die. As for the rest of them, you're right. This could have been my last and greatest slaying, if only I could turn my back on Byron and let him carry out his orders, if I didn't mind the balaclava or whoever gathering the survivors together and ruling them, along with the greater empire, and through it doing God knows what to the world, and if it weren't for shades like you who'd be killed in the blast. You mean because I went to Rosie's? Because you're good, whether you'll acknowledge it or not. I know it. And that's, at least to a large extent, why I'm here now. The waitress approached with the next glass of whiskey. Cloire waved the jack aside and said, just send me the bill. We're done. No dessert, no. Get the fucking bill. The waitress scurried away and Cloire grinned sadly. Come on, Harry. We've gotta think this through. We do? Yes. We're going to my room. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the great domed earthen chamber that Ruger had escaped from, Younger and Yagoda gave Laszlo their blood and powers of resurrection, then ordered a huddle of recently fed zombies to give their bloods to the mad priest so that he may rise again. Both Balaclava tore off a finger and tossed it to Kirnavar. There, said the tusked one. Now you're a Balaclava, albeit a weak one. Once Laszlo's strong enough, take his blood and soon you'll be a Khaljit, too. Like us, just weaker. And thank Laszlo's god for that. Kirnavar greedily devoured the Balaclavian fingers and rushed over to the gaggle of zombies now feeding Laszlo, waiting for his turn. Younger and Yagoda watched the lunatic speculatively. What was to become of that one? Would being a powerful shade cure him of his illness and restore him to a clear-thinking individual? If so, would that make him less amusing? In which case, they would probably kill him. What good was a wild card if he was no longer wild? The possibilities were vexing, but the artists were bored with Kirnavar the way he was and were anxious to see what would develop, even if that meant they had to put him down. After sharing these thoughts, they turned their attentions to the immense black globe of the Sabo, now gutted and torn into several large chunks. Even its blood was black. Some of its long tentacles still twitched and the assassins waited for them to cease moving before they began again. Finally, the mudsharks completed their job and slipped back into the earth. The Sabo was dead. Making their way over to the large gleaming carcass, Younger and Jagdoa began the careful process of resurrection. It took them nearly an hour, but eventually the Sabo was restored, though by now it looked like some mutant Frankensteinian octopus with all its long gashes and scars. Severed tendrils lay about it like long, dead snakes. Examining their newly resurrected creature both physically and mentally, the Balaclava were satisfied. Its wool was all but dead, it was theirs. The nerve center and the brain of the labyrinth was now just a tool, and oh, what a tool it was. They sent it back into the ground and were about to advance toward their next project when one of their agents ran up to them. The Mistress Melissoel wishes to know what you're up to and why you've been gone so long. She wants to know what you've done with Ruger and demands to see him. The assassins laughed. Tell her to go fuck herself. If she must have a message of some sort, tell her that we're preparing a new collage to further enhance our army and to secure our inevitable victory. That should hold her. And of Ruger? She wouldn't believe us if we told her, and we're certainly not going to inform her of his escape. She'd think her new allies imbeciles, and in retrospect I think she might be right. The original message still stands. Tell her to go fuck herself. The zombie trotted off. A pity, said Yagoda. Yes. Still, our plan will work. Amelia would have received news of the castle's condition either last night or the night before, and she should be well on her way here, if not already. Of course, she'll have been informed of our position. Of course. But she's a Kavasari, with a Kavasari's arrogance. She'll think she can defeat us. And she'll be wrong. She'll go through the Sabo out of habit, because, as we've now learned, she's a member of the Sangrosanks, and she'll think she knows the labyrinth quite well enough to evade us or, perhaps, destroy us. And that is our hope. Yes. If she was informed that we have Ruger, she'll come for him directly and do her best to kill us. We'll have nipped her wrath in the bud. What a fine zombie she'll make. That should be amusing. Now. Ready for our next masterpiece? Let's carry on, old man. I think we should dedicate this one to Ruger. An excellent idea. They advanced on a large group of zombies and began the first delicate steps toward creating another collage. This one would be different, they knew. It would be their strongest yet, for more than half of it would be fashioned from shade zombies and would have their power. Yes. It would be beautiful, full of lovely embellishments. One of these would be a tail with a three-pronged end forged of three werewolves, Loireau, who had returned from his meeting with Sabert, Killian, who, as the strongest, would be its center, and the third would either be a rather unremarkable werewolf zombie the Balaclava had just turned 2 nights ago, or, if Kernavar turned out to be dull once he'd regained his senses, Kernavar. It would be lovely. To top it all off, its mouthpiece would be the newly restored Laszlo. Yes, indeed, this one was for Ruger. Chapter 5. The Kavasari Ruger and the Kavasari Danielle lit cigarettes as they made their way to the campsite of an hour before to find that the other 5 were just gathering. Are we ready? Said Mauclery. Ready, came the chorus. Then let's be off. The meadow is not far. Isn't there a quicker way to reach the dragons? Asked Jean-Pierre. Afraid not, answered Roche Sarnova. We were careful to isolate them from the rest of the refuge. The only way to reach them is to swim down to their lair, deep in the heart of the mountain. I remember. Good. Because it's about 7 now, which gives us 2 hours to reach them, do our thing and get Francois back up for the speech. Time will be tight. The coven, as that's what they had taken to calling themselves, however inaccurately, reached the meadow in about 10 minutes. Before entering it, Ruger and Danielle imbibed some of Karkar's blood to protect them from the magical sun. Then, much to Ruger's delight, they emerged from the stale dusty corridors into the wide rolling hills of the meadow. Its scents intoxicated him. He inhaled deeply, holding Danielle's hand as she did the same. He marveled at the sun. It was the first time he'd seen one in 200 years. Artificial or not, it was spectacular, and he said as much. From a nearby hill, covered all over with large bright flowers, a score of fiery shapes emerged, all ragged and lean, except for one, who stared at the coven of Kavasari with hungry cat eyes. The demon's leader, most likely. The 2 dark lords hailed them, calling out a greeting, and Jean-Pierre waved at the fiery shape, who seemed to smile at him. Quickly, the albino lowered his arm and glanced nervously at Sophia, who hadn't seemed to notice. The coven pressed on, and when Ruger turned to Karkar he saw a light in the hunter's eyes that endeared him to Ruger in some vast but intangible way. Magnificent, aren't they? Breathed Karkar. As game or as individuals? Asked Danielle. Why, both, I suppose. But I referred to neither. I meant collectively, the enormity of it all, the sheer magic, Ruger finished. Karkar smiled, clapped him on the shoulder and the 3 marched on. Eventually, and much to the odd flock's disappointment, the coven left the meadow and plunged into a new network of tunnels that reeked of stale air and bat guano. Ruger noticed that Jean-Pierre glanced all about, probably for that Ladrido fellow, but the mat of bats made no appearance and Jean-Pierre seemed disappointed. Karkar had been thoughtful enough to bring along some blocks and a richly embroidered scimitar for Ruger, for which Ruger was very thankful, even if the blade was a touch gaudy. Danielle still carried her curved machete and with her new powers carried it in her sleeve in sync with Ruger. Along with 4.45s, she was equipped with a pistol-gripped riot gun, which she also wore up one sleeve, suspended there by her newly enriched power of telekinesis. The party struck a faster pace as they entered a more dangerous zone of the refuge and did not abate their pace for some time. Off and on, some odd creature would make an appearance, much to everyone's delight, even though sometimes these creatures proved unfriendly. Several had to be cut down. Roche and Mauchlery shook their heads over the losses, but insisted that the coven keep a rapid pace. It was a long and, for the most part, disappointingly uneventful trek. What of the unicorns? Ruger wondered. What of the winged nymphs or siren rainbows Jean-Pierre had spoken of? Ruger hoped someday he would have more time to explore. After leaving behind what they thought to be the danger zone, the group relaxed, and when the ambush came they were passing through a high-ceiling tunnel, toothed by dark stalactites and stalagmites. Ridges and alcoves peppered the higher regions of the stone walls, and precious few torches provided illumination. With terrible war cries and guttural howlings, surreal monsters lunged out of the alcoves and from off the ledges, sweeping down on the coven, and their bared muscles and intestines glistened in the faint light as they dove. The skinless humanoids Jean-Pierre had spoken of, Ruger knew, the ones that lived around the sentient spring, the ones that had gone insane through centuries of boredom and innate savagery. Ghouls. Winged and fanged and taloned, some with barbed tails, the ghastly things fell on the coven, maybe 35 or 40 of them in all. Ruger and Danielle merged back to back and armed themselves. The other Cavasari were not so lucky, as the humanoids dove right into and around the heart of the coven, isolating each individual and making any organized defense impossible. A winged ghoul, its skinless face elongated into a wolf-like shape, rushed straight at Ruger, long teeth bared and coated with saliva, its great claws ready to rend him limb from limb or maybe to steal his skin. Its eyes blazed with madness. His battery of Glocks hovering over him and his gaudy scimitar in one hand, Ruger fired a steady stream at his assailant, but the wolf-faced thing didn't pause, though Ruger could see lungs rupturing and bones blown to splinters under the metal hail. Heedless, the ghoul surged forwards. With one quick sweep, Ruger hacked off its head. The battle took another 10 minutes to conclude. Well over half of the humanoids had been outright killed, most were critically wounded and the others had simply run off in sheer fright. None of the Cavasari were badly wounded, except for Sophia, who'd had the skin of her left forearm stolen from her. When questioned about it, she couldn't remember quite when it had happened, being in the thick of the battle and all, but she said it was a queer and painful sensation that she never wanted to experience again. As she was speaking, a great flurry of bats stormed through the room and dove into a body of one of the humanoids, one that had not quite been killed. Within seconds, the body rose from the ground, dusted itself off and limped as one of its legs was half severed over to the coven and grinned. "Ladrido," said Jean-Pierre, and struck out his hand. After shaking it, Ladrido looked down at his new body, badly punctured and clearly dying, and said, "Not much of a catch, my friend. But it will do. Maybe I'll have a dip in the red spring and rejuvenated enough to please the nymphs. What do you think?" "I'd have loved to, Ladrido, but let me introduce my wife." Sophia took his clawed hand. "An honor, my lady," bowed Ladrido. "The honor's all mine. Jean-Pierre's told me quite a bit about you, how you saved his life." "What are friends for?" "Ladrido?" Roche Sarnova said. The ghoul looked down at the man who had imprisoned him and nodded. "The Dark Lord, so we meet again. I never thought the day would come." His eyes darted to Lord Carker and whispered, "So Jean-Pierre wasn't fibbing?" "The hunter, at last. You saved a friend of mine, I recall. A dragon named Damara, if you remember her." Carker laughed. "She was quite a beauty." "Yes, of course I remember her. In fact, we're on the way to visit her and her friends at this very moment. Would you care to join us?" Jean-Pierre said. Ladrido shook his ghastly head. "I can't go into that water, remember? It's my border. Besides, this body won't last much longer if I don't get to the spring. And by the look on your faces I can see you're short on time." "That we are," said Roche. "But I put you here, and now, if you want, I'll lift the spells that keep you. We're on a mission to free everyone down here, and I always regretted imprisoning you in the first place, so it seems logical that you should be the first." Ladrido stared. "Do you mean?" "Yes." The Dark Lord closed his eyes and chanted a few words in some ancient tongue that Ruger did not know. As if a wave had struck him, Ladrido stumbled backwards. "My," he said, examining his arms for any sign of change. "My. I can't see it, but I can feel it. You freed me." He turned his gaze. "And you, too, Jean-Pierre." "Without you." Jean-Pierre smiled. "Hurry up, get to that spring and heal yourself. Then catch up with us if you've a mind to." Laughing, the Batman disappeared down a side tunnel and was gone. More wary this time, the Cavasari bundled up into a tight group and headed off down the hall, and within 20 minutes the coven stood before the same pool of water that Jean-Pierre had emerged from to find his way to the castle. They stared down into the glittering depths and exchanged nervous smiles. Okay, said Mauclery, this is how it's going to be. Quickly, he outlined their next steps and asked if there were any questions. There was only one. Which dragon do we visit first? Said Jean-Pierre. Gethrall. Not seeming to notice the brief unease on the albino's face, Mauclery said, he was one of the few WIRMS I helped capture, and that's why I chose him for the deed against the late Colonel de Soto. Roche nodded to both Francois and Carker. I guess we're about to see what our combined labors wrought. You mean you haven't been down to see them since they were preserved? Ruger said. Oh, yes. Francois and I visited them occasionally, but only occasionally. They seem to prefer their own company for the most part and resent us for capturing them in the first place. Arrogant WIRMS, murmured Carker. Always thought anything smaller than themselves hardly worth the effort to acknowledge. Still, I can't wait to see them free. Hell, they'd better be freed soon, before those spells run out, or else they're going to rot down there. I don't get it, said Jean-Pierre. Why would the dragons die? What magic keeps them alive? Why, they're hordes, of course. Thought you would have learned that from your experience. See that dagger in your waistband, the one you, borrowed from Gethrall? Jean-Pierre fingered the weapon. What of it? Gethrall's hoard is a forgery, as are all of the dragons, Carker explained. One of the sorcerer's greatest triumphs, I suppose. It's all an illusion, a trick of magic, like the suns and whatnot. That dagger? When the sorcerer's spells run out half a year from now, that thing won't be golden, or jeweled. It'll be a simple and crude wood carving of a dagger. That's all. Now it's the real thing, and other riches like it keep the dragons healthy and fit. But in 6 months, when their hordes are reduced to rubble, the dragons will slowly lose their strength and die. Many are the times that Roche and I have spent walking along some river with a WRYM, talking and enjoying each other's company. More than once has a dragon saved my life. To call them friends would be an understatement. We won't allow them to die, said Sarnova. Or anything else in the refuge either, even the ghouls and other assorted ruffians that attacked us. They're just doing what their nature calls them to do, and once they're freed they will be very unlike the riffraff you just observed, Ladrito and the meadow demons excepted. The ghouls, for instance, will regain their sanity and walk around in human skin. The demons will have their sun, a true sun, and a meadow not constructed by magic. The unicorns will have fields to romp in, and the sprites will have a waterfall far removed from the inside of a mountain. Our mission is to liberate them, and ourselves. No longer shall magic stand in the shadow of humanity, but beside it, among it. It is the way things should be. Ruger found himself nodding along with the Dark Lord's words and turned to Danielle to gauge her reaction. She was smiling. God, Ludwig, it's a shame you died when you did, he thought. This is a revolution you would have been proud to assist in. Are we ready? Mauclery said. Ready, they said. As one, the coven dove into the clear water and plunged downward toward the lair. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So we're agreed, said Cloire, leaning back in her chair and folding her arms across her chest. She leveled her eyes, one green, one amber, at Harry like a pair of guns, reminding him of her words just a short while ago. This was to be a professional endeavor, nothing more. She seemed to be holding up her end of it, whereas he, with every minute he spent around her, only wanted her more. He glanced around her wrecked room, chairs and lamps broken everywhere, and knew that somewhere behind that cool gaze lurked some passion for him yet. Yeah, we're agreed, he muttered. If they did send Byron up here with the nuke, they'd want to wreak as much havoc as they could. They'd use him to bomb the assembly at Mauclery's speech. Candles flickered enticingly about the room, burning his nose with their vanilla aroma. For some reason, it reminded him of the way Clore smelled after sex. Problem is, he glanced at a watch, he's due to give the speech in just under 2 hours. Not much time to search every battlement that Byron might be hiding in. Then let's get cracking. As they entered the hall, they were greeted by 10 castle guards, all wearing the familiar black uniforms with the silver buttons and the occasional gold medal, stripes on the arms signifying rank. Harry looked from the soldiers to Cloire and back to the soldiers, all neat hard-looking men and women who would have enough kills to their credit to account for every night of their undead lives. The shade military, God help us. A tall Romanian officer approached and said in good English, Cloire? Lavaca? I'm Lieutenant Popescu. We've been ordered to assist you in any way we can. Cloire nodded curtly. Good, we're going to need it. But if Blackie or the new one sent you to help us, why only 10? Oh, we're just the ones sent here to find you. We've 100 others, all combing the hidey holes and the battlements around the upper courtyard. You came to the same conclusion we did, then? That the sniper means to strike at the speech? It was only logical. Besides, that's what Lords Sarnova and Mockery have ordered us, through mortal contacts, to look for. Problem is, my men have been scouring the battlements and hidey holes for half an hour now. Possibly they've run into your Byron and didn't recognize him. That's why we need you. There was some doubt as to whether you'd help us or not. She gave Harry an impassive sideways glance. I've been persuaded. Then, shall we? Harry was glad that he and Cloire had gotten some badly needed help, that they wouldn't have to hunt for Byron alone. But he felt a pang of unease, and, when he looked at Cloire, he saw that, try as she might, she felt it too. These soldiers would not be interested in sparing Byron. Their mission was to stop the coming massacre, and they'd do it by whatever means necessary, probably by killing the big Australian. Out of all the members of the death squad, Harry had found Byron to be the least objectionable of the lot, and he didn't want the big man brought down, zombie or not. And he was certain that Cloire harbored feelings for Byron far deeper than his own. Which was why he was so surprised to see her nod her head again, even more curtly this time, and say, let's do it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When the Coven of Seven entered Gethral's lair, they found him seemingly asleep atop his great mound of gold and riches. The sight awed Danielle so much that she huddled close to Ruger, not hiding behind him, but seeking comfort from his presence. This was the dragon Ruger had slain, or nearly so, but even his vivid depictions of the WIRM were nothing in comparison to seeing Gethral herself. His sheer vastness, and that of his lair and his horde, made her feel almost insignificant in comparison. How was she, and the rest of them, supposed to control such a creature? All at once, her plan spun about and stared her in the eye. Despite herself, though, she smiled, watching the slumbering WIRM, his shining green scales, fierce spinal horns and the gleaming underside of his gold-armored belly. The entire lair radiated raw, visceral power, a feeling that was almost hypnotic. No doubt part of the dragon's magic. Slowly, Francois approached the being and stopped when Gethral opened one enormous azurite and fixed it on Jean-Pierre. I smell what is mine, growled the dragon in a voice that sounded like a roaring train, lifting his great horned head and speaking from lips that, when lifted, exposed his savage teeth and rolling red tongue. With just a little hesitancy, Jean-Pierre stepped forward and drew the beautiful dagger out of his waistband. Is this what you want? Gethral snorted, a crash of thunder in the stony chamber. It is not what I want. It is what I shall have. Don't play games with him, Jean-Pierre, Carker said. The dragon arched a scaly eyebrow. I know that voice. Now both large azure eyes were open. You're the one that trapped me. One in the same. Gethral lifted his great head, swinging his long neck around so that he could face the hunter squarely. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't eat you now. Because if I hadn't hunted you down and trapped you, you'd be dead now. Not good enough. The dragon opened its mouth. Then how about this? Suddenly, the dragon's massive body jerked in what must have been a painful spasm, and the long neck sent the head smashing against the rock wall. When Gethral's head came back, one side oozed blood. Damn. Danielle hated this psychic dominance crap, but then, what had she expected? It had been her plan. When Carker released Gethral from the spell, the Leviathan roared so loudly it would have split a mortal's ears, and opened his mouth wide. A burst of flame bubbled up from his throat, but the other Kabasari seized the dragon mentally and stopped him, and the flame died. The great being shuddered, and Danielle found the strength to begin hating herself for what she had set in motion. Quickly, Francois ran up to Gethral and Danielle could tell the two were communicating telepathically. It only lasted maybe 2 minutes, but with the immensity of Geth's body twisting and twitching all the while, it seemed like hours. Finally, the ambassador lifted a hand to the other members of the coven to halt the psychic barrage, and the dragon stayed still, exhausted and bitter but knowing it was beaten. It struck Danielle that she might have been the only one not to assault the dragon when it had threatened Carker. Jesus, what hypocrisy. Her plan, and she couldn't even carry it through. And Carker could have died. But why should that matter to her? Because she needed him, she told herself, denying any possibility that on some level she might actually like Carker. It's okay, Geth, Francois was saying. We're not here to hurt you, but please don't try to kill any of us or we'll have to defend ourselves. The WIRM growled. He didn't have to bash my head into the wall. Carker. Apologize. Hell with that, responded the hunter. He was about to roast me. I'm sorry if teaching him a lesson hurt his ego, but the only thing larger than Geth's horde is his ego, and a target that big's easily hurt. Gethral lifted his lip, exposing long sharp teeth. You said if you hadn't trapped me, I'd be dead, and I resent that. You can't tell me that dragons don't still live above ground. Damn it, said Roche Sarnova. How many times must we explain that you and the others here are the last of your kind? You. And them. No more. No. More. I don't believe you. You'll get your chance to see the outside world again very soon, but only if you agree to allow us into your mind. We need you, Geth. And your friends. If you defeat our enemies, I promise that your kind will fly free again, with the sun at your backs and the mountains below. The Leviathan folded his forelegs in front of him and laid his battered head upon them. Much like a dog, thought Danielle. Explain, commanded Gethrol. Silently, the dragon and Sarnova conversed for several long moments before Gethrol's eyes widened and he nodded, almost eagerly. When the exchange was complete, the WIRM said, "Yes, I will do this thing. But first, I have 2 demands." "What are they?" "1, that you Gethrol indicated Ruger apologize for firing that rocket into my innards." Ruger nodded. "Had I known you to be a friend, I wouldn't have fired at all." "Well, I suppose I wasn't acting very friendly that night, was I?" "Francois gave me quite the chewing out when the deed was done. I promise not to let myself get that carried away again." Ruger said nothing, just looked over at Danielle and took her hand, for which she was glad. Somehow her plan had slipped through her fingers and had become something all its own, something she was no longer in control of. "Second," said the dragon, "I want my damned dagger back." The next dragon the coven sought out was a black dragon named Nakara. His shadowy scales glistened almost wetly in the torchlight and the dancing of the flames sent ribbons of color flowing down his flanks. In his utter blackness even his underside was black, he seemed even more colorful than had Gethrol. The only thing about him that was not black, other than the inside of his mouth, were his eyes, which were a striking purple. As with Gethrol, the coven found him stretched on his great hoard, but, like his more lithe and sinewy frame, so too was his hoard smaller than that of the green dragon. Also, unlike the first dragon, Nakara was far from asleep. Instead, he lazily sculpted a nearby stalagmite, using his tight cone of fire as a chisel. Danielle noticed many other such carvings jutting from the ground or hanging from the ceiling. When the ebony WIRM noticed the coven and ceased his sculpting, Danielle caught a glimpse of the half-finished piece. It was a sun, a round disc spiked by horns representing its rays, made out of dark mineral deposits. It was blackened even further by Nakara's flame. So, Danielle mused, dragons could be artists, too. This time, Roche and Karker approached the dragon together, letting Mockery take a back seat. "Well met," called the gravelly river of Nakara's voice. "The Dark Lord, here to set me free at last." The dragon gave a bitter laugh, as if this were a joke he shared with Sarnova every time the Dark Lord visited. Then the dragon's eyes narrowed as he studied Karker, and to Danielle's surprise, Nakara smiled. "The hunter. Is that you, after all these years?" "In the flesh, my friend. Now even stronger than ever." "I can tell. I smell Kavasari." The dragon cocked its great black head sideways at Roche. "Don't tell me it's finally come." "You'll have to come up with a better joke next time I see you, when you're running free above ground," Sarnova said. "Free? Not hunted and killed, like my brother?" Danielle thought she understood. This one's brother had been killed for bounty, which is why he considered Karker a friend. Maybe even a savior. "No," said Roche. "Free and safe. I've tried long and hard to win the support of my council to approach humanity, announce ourselves and to petition for our own country where all magical creatures could be free, but that only created war. My nation is at the current time torn in two, and even in the half I hold as my own I'm riddled with too many spies to count, not to mention some other difficulties. I'd hoped to keep you and your race out of it, but now we've tacked on 2 more serious enemies, both of whom have their own armies, and we need your help." "To fight 3 armies?" Karker stepped in. "We hate to ask it of you, Nikki, but with the castle in the shape it is, we can't possibly fend off 3 armies, 2 of which are embedded in the Sabo. The Sabo would never allow that. Do you remember Younger and Yagoda, the Balaclava? Their art was always a little too macabre for me, but they did have talent. A shame they were such evil things. Well, they're Kaljids now, and they've killed and resurrected the Sabo. As well as creating some big monsters and a large number of zombies, they seem to have committed themselves to destroying the castle. Karker, you can count on me. I owe you." The 3rd dragon they went looking for was Damara, Ladrito's friend. Danielle was interested to meet a dragon that had befriended a sorcerer-cursed vampire, and she was disappointed to find Damara's lair vacant. "Where is she?" asked Danielle. "Likely in the field of play," Sarnova said. "The what?" "You'll see." Francois and Roche led the way through the large corridors until the coven emerged into an immense cavern, higher than the meadow and with a sorcery-constructed sun in one corner, beneath which flowed a river dwarfed by the size of the cavern. Around this river grew tall grasses and large solitary trees. Beneath 2 of these, dragons rested peacefully. The true spectacle was in the air. A full half-dozen dragons, of different sizes and colors and breeds, tossed and turned and played games with each other in the air, sometimes drifting near the magical sun and at other times letting their games carry them to the far end, the darker end, where massive slabs of stone that rose 100 feet high blocked the view of the ground beyond. The cavern was gigantic, but Danielle could see by the dragon's cramped flying style that even this was too small for them. Probably they were used to winging through the clouds. "See her?" asked Carker, straining his brown eyes. "No," said Francois. "She might be in another lair, fraternizing like she's notorious for. Or perhaps she's over toward the dark side. Is that the lover's lane for dragons down here? They don't have our standards, Lord Carker, as you should know. They care very little whether they're seen in the act or not." Despite herself, Danielle smiled and glanced over at Ruger, who seemed equally amused. She wasn't sure she wanted to catch two dragons in the act, but it certainly brought interesting pictures into her head. "Why does it matter what order we go in?" Ruger said. "There are dragons resting under those trees, much closer to us than whatever's over on the dark side. Shouldn't approaching one of them work just as well?" "No," said Roche. "Damara, as well as being the most flirtatious dragon around, is also the most powerful telepath." "The dragons are telepathic?" "Amongst themselves, yes. Most of them only have the power in weak doses, just to receive messages but not to send them prolifically or with much force. But both Gethral and Damara are powerful with it. We'd hoped that by going to Geth first, he might spread the word and make it easier for us to approach the others, but apparently he's too surly for that. I based that on the fact that Nakara didn't know we were coming and none of these others are paying us any more than passing attention. At any rate, we've only got about 90 minutes till the speech and we can't do that until the dragons are on our side and the zombie Byron is either laid to rest or at least relieved of his weapon. If he's not, there will be no speech. We'll have to call it off, and Melisawel, using that red fellow, the zombie, made it quite clear that if Francois doesn't publicly surrender while giving the speech, she'll attack, and her allies with her. So, the speech must be given. "I didn't think we were going to surrender under any circumstances," Jean-Pierre said. "What difference does it make whether the speech goes on or not?" Roche and Francois exchanged a glance, and they seemed to decide it was the ambassador's turn to speak. "Jean-Pierre, when you took Carker away from us, Roche and myself had a little talk. We'd spoken before of a vote, of getting our subjects' opinions on the war before proceeding with it, and when you stole Carker from our company we started talking about it again. We decided that we'd hold a vote at the speech tonight. A vote given telepathically, so that no shade will have to speak his thoughts before his peers. A sort of secret ballot, if you will. They'll relay their opinions, yea or nay, to a human standing beside me in the tower. Once they've finished, I'll gather their votes from him and we'll know, once and for all, where our subjects stand on the issue of the undead Jerusalem." "Yes," said Roche, barely concealing a smile. "It's something I've wanted for a long time. If our subjects say to continue the war, we will. And if the majority speaks against it, we'll surrender. That is why the speech must happen, Jean-Pierre." The albino nodded. "Then let's find Damara." To Ruger, Sarnova said, "On our way over to the rocks, will you check up on your mortal friend and see whether or not Byron's been located? We can't very well give a speech in the upper courtyard if we're fixing to be nuked." Ruger nodded, and the coven had almost reached the first of the gigantic stone wedges when he said, "Harry's gotten Cloir's support, and your soldiers are helping them to scour the battlements surrounding the upper courtyard. He says they've found nothing yet. If they don't come across Byron soon, Harry says they'll proceed to the further battlements, the higher ones. He says that a shot from there would be trickier, but it would save Byron from the explosion. Harry doubts the Balaclava give a rat's ass about him, other than that he's their tool, but all spots must be searched. I told him the new information, that the speech must proceed at all costs, and he says that they're doing everything they can. I suggested he and Clore split up, each taking half of their allotted soldiers and search for Byron separately." They reached the first block of stone and entered the dark side of the chamber, what Carker had called the Lover's Lane. Danielle wondered if they came on a dragon that didn't appreciate being interrupted. The 7 Kavasari passed 4 gigantic mounds of stone before they found Damara, resting side by side another dragon, Gethral. Damara, diminutive compared to the mighty Geth, was, even to Danielle's eyes, shapely and alluring. The she-Wirm stretched long and lean, just plump enough to be healthy-looking, and possessed eyes of the deepest burgundy. Her scales were a pastel violet and the horns along her spine and head matched her eyes. Light teal freckles dotted her side. Though facing the dragon from the front, Danielle could tell Damara's tail was entwined with Gethral's. The big green dragon just looked placidly at the coven, as if they'd already bored him, but his mate's eyes shined with curiosity. She addressed Roche Sarnova directly. "So we're getting out of here, finally?" "That you are, Damara, if you can help us defeat 3 armies." She issued a soft laugh, surprisingly feminine, and said, "We'll do whatever it takes." I just wanted to hear it from you first. So saying, she closed her eyes and raised her pastel head like an antenna. After a moment, she glanced back down at the coven. I've sent out a gathering call. Come. Geth and I will escort you out. More swiftly than Danielle thought them capable of, the two dragons rose from the ground and flanked the 7 Kavasari. Ruger clutched Danielle's hand as the great beings escorted them back out into the main area of the field of play. Even now, the dragons tumbling about in the air were slowing, then settling to the ground, and the ones slumbering by the river lifted themselves up and ambled over. It wasn't long before dragons, more than a dozen of them, poured out of the large tunnels in answer to the summons. Among them was Nakara, and from the way 3 other WIRMs grouped around the shiny black one, Danielle could tell he'd already been putting out the word. Within minutes, the coven of 7 was surrounded by nearly 30 dragons. 26, she heard Ruger whisper. It was a sight and a feeling she would never forget. Their powerfully regal presence nearly overwhelmed her. Encircled by the giants, Roche Sarnova climbed onto a large boulder and addressed them. Friends, thank you all for gathering. What I am about to tell you is very important. If you're willing to help us, you will have carved out a true home for yourselves, and for others, as well. I won't lie to you. The mission itself will be dangerous. Some of us will most likely die. But if we're successful, if we win, you will be free. Chapter 6. Junger and Yagoda smiled at Laszlo as they stuffed his torso. They hadn't had time to let him regenerate completely, into the hollow of the blunt limb on their new collage. There, now, said Junger. How do you like it? The mad priest winced as entrails from the bottom of the hollow plunged into his own guts, thus plugging him into the collective consciousness of the collage. When the senses of the nearly complete creature reached him, he gasped, then smiled. The word of God will be powerful indeed. We thought you'd like it. Now try some simple movements. Take a few steps, flex your arms. The dark assassins watched as the collage went through the paces and were reminded of training that first Gens of Zombie how to utilize the collage. Sonia, the one they secretly feared Captain Rolf Deguila had garnered potentially dangerous information from. But whether he actually knew what they feared he knew, well, it was pointless to worry over, they both realized that. What was done was done. Suddenly, the great tail lashed around and Junger and Yagoda were faced with Killian and Loireau, both in beast form. They snapped and growled and looked thoroughly menacing, and the assassins clapped. Now for the completion of this collage, the third prong on the tail, whether to use the lackluster werewolf zombie or Kirnavar. It was the only thing they'd put off, and only because they wanted to see how the lunatic turned out now that he'd had Laszlo's blood. Keep practicing, Laszlo, Junger called over his shoulder. We're going to find the final piece. The assassins scanned the chamber for Kirnavar, but he was nowhere in sight, so they summoned a bloodslave that had been present when Kirnavar fed from Laszlo and asked where the lunatic was. Last I saw, he was just leaning against a wall, looking down at his hands, the zombie said. Nothing else? Well, maybe. I did see someone go off down one of the halls, but I wasn't really watching. Could have been him, could have not. The assassins frowned. Could it be possible that, now whole, Kirnavar had run off? Was he now more sane or more insane than he'd been before? And where the hell would he go? The balaclava gathered up a posse of debtors and gave them orders to retrieve Kirnavar. With that taken care of, they decided they'd better use the lackluster werewolf for the moment. Evidently Kirnavar might just turn out to be interesting, after all. Once Laszlo's collage was finished, they felt the familiar rush of completing a great piece of art even if the third prong of the tail wasn't perfect. Some things couldn't be helped. They told Laszlo to keep practicing and moved off to gather their elite and well-kept troops, then moved into the large feeding room that Junger and Yagoda shared with the libertarians. The assassins discussed with the other shades doubled every time they saw the libertarians, but they recognized Melissoel as a necessary evil, a means to an end. They settled back into their blackened thrones, sculpted entirely out of bone, and let Lashira ease their tensions, then sent her over to the libertarian side to deliver a message to Melissoel. Within minutes, Captain Rolf Deguila, escorted by Lashira, shoved through the tide of zombies into the balaclava's inner court. You may go, they told Lashira, and she disappeared into the fetid throne. The captain turned a glare from one assassin to the other. You requested my presence, damn it. Now what do you have to say? Would you care to join our side, Captain? Junger said. Deguila just snorted. We didn't think so. Now, for business. We see from your side of the fence that things have changed. I'm marshalling the troops for war. That is, if you're still willing to lend us the promised aid. Oh, we wouldn't miss it for the world, said Yagoda. Our zombies and collages will prove a great benefit to your cause. That is, assuming dear Francois Monclery doesn't surrender first. You're the ones with spies up there. Would you tell us if he did, or would you let us proceed with the attack anyway? Good Captain, we're shocked. You think us capable of something like that? Rolf glowered but said nothing. They laughed. Yes. Well, to lay your mind at rest, we'll inform you if he does surrender, however unlikely that might be. It's going to be like that battle a few years back. What was it? Oh, of course. The Alamo. A handful of haggard heroes surrounded by overwhelming odds. No. They won't surrender, but we'll let you know if they do. Is there anything else? No, good Captain, said Yagoda. Our original battle plans still stand, though now we have one more collage to aid in your war. Am I dismissed? Only if you want to be. He stalked off toward his own side of the fence, and the assassin's laughter followed him all the way. Younger and Yagoda watched the libertarians in silence for the next half hour as the army gathered itself, reaffirmed its purpose and tactics, then leaned forward as Melisawel rose from her stupid throne to give her subjects a speech. Younger and Yagoda knew from the studied words she used that she expected bards to be memorizing the whole fucking thing. Well, that was to be expected. The balaclava had made her into what she was now, or at least they'd used her own weaknesses to do the job for them, and now they had to live with her, pompous and irritating as she was. Nonetheless, she would serve her purpose well. At last, when the libertarians were assembled, Younger and Yagoda sent over the 60 promised zombies in 2 collages, both Sonia and Laszlo. The collages were to act as muscle for the libertarians, and also to deal with Francois Mauclery or any other commissary in order to spare the libertarians the effort and troops to vanquish such foes with their own resources. The third collage the balaclava kept for themselves, as well as the rest of their undead army. When the libertarians were finally saddled up and ready to leave, the Mistress Melisawel came, surrounded by a host of guards and lackeys, to the border dividing the room. Younger and Yagoda, unescorted, hopped off their thrones and met her. Going so soon? Yagoda said. She sucked in a large swallow of air. We're preparing to leave. I'm leaving behind some of my soldiers, a few humans, and my best mine thrusters to guard the last of my tactical nukes. You're not to touch them, understood? Yes, ma'am. They announced in unison, clicking their heels. This is serious. If you so much as stare at those nukes too long, our alliance is severed. I'll be checking in periodically with the humans to see if you've done anything stupid. If you have, the humans will give the order to detonate the weapons. And if you kill the humans in order to prevent this, the guards have strict orders to detonate the things anyway. Is that clear? Yes, ma'am. Can't you hold off on that crap for a while? In 2 hours, I'll be queen of the castle. Do you really want to make an enemy of me now? Of course not. Our eyes shan't tarry on the rockets. Good. They knew they had her in a bind, and they knew she knew it too. She couldn't take her fiercest weapons up into the battle for fear they'd get shot and discharge, and having nowhere else to stash them she would leave them here under heavy guard. The balaclava just smiled and nodded. Good luck, dear, sweet, Mistress Malie, Younger said. She shot them a final withering look and spun on her heel. Finally, the great army of immortals, zombies, human fodder and collages filed noisily out of the room, leaving the balaclava alone with their own diminished army, 1 collage, and the 3 nuclear weapons on the other side of the fence. All 3 hovered in the air, suspended by Malie's mine thrusters. As if that were any sort of protection. In any case, the assassins didn't want the weapons, not yet. They had bigger fish to fry. They left the chamber and took their whole army with them back to the feeding room in which they'd raised Laszlo. Their thrones were uprooted and carried behind them. When the room was reached, the balaclava indicated a spot, and the zombies set the thrones down, careful not to leave a single scratch. Once seated, Younger and Yagoda ordered the zombies to feed from the remaining human captives and to bring them blood. The blood slaves obeyed. Afterwards, feeling the energies flooding them, Younger and Yagoda felt only half whole. We must quench the thirst of our balaclavian sides, Yagoda said. Indeed. They commanded their zombies to bring them the dying humans, the ones just savaged a moment ago, and broke apart their bodies and bones. At last, sated with bone marrow and with blood filtered through dead flesh, the assassins felt whole. Now, for Kirnavar, Younger said. Where could he be? They searched the Sabo with their mind but found no trace of the lunatic. Either he found some way to conceal himself or else he'd broken free. But even at this thought, they smiled. A wild card indeed. They settled back, readying themselves for the battle to come. If their calculations were correct, Amelia should be arriving any time. They lit up 2 huge cigars and let their minds drift. Sooner or later, the showdown would come. And Amelia would be theirs. Then. ****. Claire and Harry, at the head of a squad of castle soldiers, were halfway down a stone catwalk leading to one of the many battlements when Harry put a hand on her arm and said, "Wait. What is it?" Claire snapped. They'd searched 4 towers already. The soldiers had already been through them but were unsure if they'd missed Byron or not. They had a description, but it was vague, so they'd all had to go through them again. Claire hated this shit. She was growing bored, listless, ready to vent on anyone in her way, but Harry's expression of concentration pushed back her anger, at least a bit. "What is it?" she said again, more quietly. "A message from Ruger." The soldiers had stopped behind them, but they looked more patient than Claire felt. When she realized that Ruger and Harry were engaged in a long talk, she sighed with disgust and let her eyes roam the courtyards and fountains and catwalks and great towers of the upper castle. It was kind of beautiful, really. She could see that already a small assemblage of shades, maybe 30, plus their human servants, had gathered in the main courtyard, probably to avoid the rush for front-row positions. Crisp winds blew all about her and she wished for the 1000th time she'd brought a heavier jacket, other than the skin-tight glossy black leather mini-jacket she wore now. Back in the room, fighting the cold had been the last thing on her mind. She'd been thinking of Byron and how she hoped to reach him before some soldiers did. She considered it good fortune that this squad had offered their aid. Apparently, the Dark Lord, whoever the hell that was these days, had commanded it. This way, she might be able to reach by first, somehow disarm him of the nuke, and thus rendering him a very minor threat, before the bloodthirsty soldiers could blow open his skull. That image sharpened in her mind, as did her resolve not to let it go down that way. Her gaze landed on a couple sitting on a stone bench below in one of the courtyards, right beside a grand fountain that jetted arcs of crystalline water through the air to catch on the sparkling light of the stars and half-risen moon. Not far away loomed a beautifully carved statue rendered of granite, depicting the likeness of a beautiful woman with a massive sword in one hand and a globe of the earth in the other. The implication was obvious. In the hand that the sphere rested, she seemed to be saying, "Shades, we hold the world in our hands." In the other, where she carried the sword, she posed a question, "Now, what do we do with it?" The lovers were kissing and groping each other, and above them, heaving itself like a fat Mississippi sheriff over the castle's walls, the moon was bright and suggestive. Live it up while you can, Claire thought, watching them. If we don't find Byron soon, you'll be nothing but scattered ash glowing in the dark in a few hours. Claire. Harry's voice nearly made her jump. Yeah? What did the fucking marshal want? He said that the speech to be given tonight is very important. Mockery and Roche Sarnova have something planned. Something big. Anyway, he said it would be faster if both you and I split up. Tell him we've got the t-shirt, already. You know what I mean, Claire. If we searched for Byron separately, we'd speed things up a lot. She frowned. She didn't want Harry to leave, as much as the thought irked her. Somewhere down in the stupid sentimental part of her brain, she'd half hoped that this little quest would bring him back to her. She wanted him down on his knees, begging her to let him back, groveling and licking her boot heels. Boots which she'd then promptly kick him with. Probably. Fuck it, she said. Go on, Harry. Soldiers. Divide thyselves. Harry and I are going to search separately to speed this along some. You, Popescu and your guys, come with me. The other half, with Harry. You search the east and south sides, we'll do the west and north. If we haven't found him by then, we'll meet at the mid-catwalk to discuss battle plans. Harry studied her face and her gestures, but couldn't seem to figure her out. Never would, most likely. Good luck, he said. Whatever. Happy hunting, Harry. He gave her an odd look. No. I think it right that you be the one to find him. He reached out a hand in parting. When she just stared at it, he shrugged and went on his way, soldiers in tow. Soon he was lost to sight behind their taller shapes. Good luck, she whispered back. Heading her column of soldiers, who in turn were commanded by Popescu, she marched to the end of the catwalk, where it met one of the many battlements surrounding the upper courtyard. For sentries guarded the tower, but they didn't bring their arms to bear at her approach. Well met, the leader called. She growled, and he retreated a step. He could be a zombie, for all she knew, and even if he wasn't, his archaic mode of address annoyed her. We're here to search the tower, she said. My lady, but may I ask why? I mean, yon soldiers have already searched this tower, turned it upside down looking for something or someone, then went on their way, without much of a word to us. We've seen you search the other towers, too. What goes on, and why the second search? Because yon fucking soldiers didn't know who the fuck they were looking for the first time around. Now I'm here and ready to set things straight. You, yon boy, you going to make it difficult for me? The soldier straightened. My name is Sergeant Reynolds, my lady. Please address me by my Put a cork in it, Rennie. Now get the fuck out of my way. She whistled over her shoulder and Popescu and his soldiers marched forward. She shoved past Reynolds and the other sentries and into the tower itself. This first level, and indeed the rest of the tower till it reached the top, was circular in shape and no more than 50 or so feet in diameter. As she stepped further into the room, her eyes recorded every detail: the many windows, perfect for snipers, the torches, the storage room, and, lastly, the spiraling staircase that led to a landing on the second level. From the sound of dusty boots on the floor above, she knew more tower soldiers waited above, and she thought to herself that this was the perfect place for an ambush. Once Popescu and the rest were in here, the sentries would start shooting from the back while the soldiers above rained missiles down. But this had been the layout of the other 4 towers, and after the first 3 the adrenaline she felt when entering this most vulnerable area had dropped to nominal. Still, she held her breath as Popescu and his soldiers stormed in behind her. "Anything?" he asked. "Let's check the rest of this place out, but first get some of your guys to pop that storage room. Byron could be hiding in there." He nodded. She always demanded they check the storage room and, as always, they found nothing in there now but weapons and changes of clothing. She shrugged and, flanked by 2 soldiers, led the way up the spiraling staircase to the next level where they were met by another weary group of guards. As always, her temper and the sight of Poppy's soldiers stole the ire from their eyes, but the guards still seemed irked the whole time their level was searched. 2 rooms on this floor, the storage room and a small barracks. Neither contained Byron, and Clore soon led Popescu and his men up to the 3rd floor, with similar results, and then the 4th, the final level. Some of these old battlements had roofs, some didn't. This one, like a picture in a fantasy book of old castles, did not. Its spiral staircase ended in the open air of a stone disc 50 or so feet in diameter, its thick wall notched and ending at waist level, so the soldiers could both shelter themselves from attack from below and fire down on enemies. However, and very unlike a picture book battlement, this one had an enormous missile launcher rolled to the far side, aimed up at the crest of the mountain in case the red light outpost was ever overrun and assailants swept down from mountain and onto the castle. The soldiers here were harder and graver than the ones below, but less put out than the others had been. There was nothing and no one to hide up here, and no place to hide them in any event, and they knew it. Clore turned to Popescu. "Nada, Pops. Cross number 5 off and let's get on to the next one. You sure none of these guards are zombies?" "Fuck, Poppy, for all I know you could be one, so don't let's start a witch hunt already." "Okay?" "Yes, ma'am." His people made sure Byron wasn't hanging off the edge to avoid them and concluded their search by interrogating the guards on top of the tower. No one had seen anything. Satisfied, they all trundled down the spiraling staircase until they reached the lowest level, where they were met by Reynolds and his sentries again. Clore licked her lips flirtatiously at the embittered Reynolds, who blinked, then led the way to the 6th tower, rather, the 7th, for she could see Harry and his squad emerging from the tower opposite hers, across the great gaping expanse of the courtyard. Their eyes met and he shook his head. She returned the gesture and, with Lieutenant Popescu by her side and his soldiers at her back, proceeded to check out the next destination. Other than the fact that this one had a roof and required an attic inspection, the search was pretty much like the last one, except that this particular tower had not been searched before. Finally, Clore was scouring virgin territory, and that is the one thing that kept her nerves alive as the evening wore on. But where could Byron be? Finally, after all the towers surrounding the upper courtyard, including the smaller tower from which Mauchlery would deliver his speech, had been searched and dismissed, Harry and Clore met at the mid-catwalk that separated the upper, or southern, courtyard from the northern courtyards. Just beyond the upper courtyard, which lay south, the catwalk looked down on the northerns, which were divided into various sections. There was a large pool and a nearby open-air saloon, a garden, a small hedge maze that still showed green even in winter, a gift shop, a restaurant, a canopied platform that served as a stage for both musicians and slavers. The list went on. And of course there were the requisite fountains and sculptures, some statues of former Dark Lords and others either symbolic or simply to please the eye. Like much of the castle, it was an area for tourists. As for the battlements that sprouted from the high walls of the northern courtyards, they were generally the same as those Clore and Harry had just checked, with one exception: the towers grew in size the farther north they went. To the east was the abyss and to the west and north rose the mountain the castle was embedded into. "Well," said Harry. Clore shrugged. He appeared just as tired and nerve-taxed as she felt, though she hoped it didn't show on her face. "Nothing," she said. "The speech is to be given in just over half an hour." He glanced south, down into the upper courtyard and saw that the shades were arriving swiftly, minus their human servants. There must be 90 shades by now, all eager for Mauchlery's words. "Then let's get busy," she said. "To keep things interesting, let's switch sides. You take the west towers and I'll take the east. After we've done those, if we haven't found Byron by then, we'll do the far northern towers and meet at the middle." That's going to take more than 30 minutes. She clapped him on the shoulder. Then, hurry. He called over his shoulder, we're taking the east side, Lieutenant Myers. And we've got a deadline. Without another word, he led his troops, imagine that, a mortal leading 50 castle soldiers into potential combat. The thought amused her as much as it dismayed her, around hers and headed for the first eastern tower. As they shuffled by on the wide stone catwalk, Clore marched Popescu and his soldiers toward the western side, and the search for Byron continued. This time a chill touched the air, and it was not the wind. Somewhere nearby, she could feel it, the zombie Byron lurked, and his nuclear missile with him. Meticulously, she and the soldiers searched the first western tower, which proved to be a battlement like the fifth had been, with an open top and some heavy artillery. No zombies here, but the sight from atop the battlement gave her pause. She stared out at the near mountains and at the brightening night sky above, the moon barreling its way through space. When she looked down from the battlement into the great chasm below, her voice caught in her throat. The void plunged sickeningly, black and deep. Suddenly she felt clammy and faint, a feeling only relieved when she glanced down to her left and saw the brightly lit balconies of the blood and stone jutting from the castle. Mirth and laughter drifted up. Laughter born of killing innocence. This is why she'd swap sides with Harry, to spare him this, but now, staring down at those bright balconies, she wondered where her heart really lay. True, she'd fed at Rosie's din tonight and she knew the others in the death squad, had they still been themselves, would joke and call her a vegetarian for doing it. Harry had been proud, and relieved. But what did she feel? Cloire? Popescu said. I'm here, Poppy. Your boys ready to go on? Just waiting for you. Fine. Let's get this circus over with so I can go have a drink in peace. She brought the whole stinking entourage to the next tower, and the next. If Byron was around, he kept himself well out of sight. Eventually they found themselves at the tallest battlement on the castle, tall and roofed, dark and forbidding. Is Byron really that dramatic? Cloire thought. Then again, maybe the assholes who changed him had put him up to it. The tower stood at the corner of the northern courtyards, and as such it could be called the northeastern tower. Little did she know that this was the place that Roche Sarnova, draped in his ceremonial robes, had intended to throw his oldest friend Francois Mauclery into the chasm if the ambassador hadn't said what the Dark Lord wanted to hear not long ago. If Byron was anywhere, she thought, he would be there. She felt it with all her heart, and at the same time denied it just as strongly. She lifted her chin. Let's do it. They marched on the battlement and were quickly greeted by the sentries huddling near the door. There were more sentries here than there had been at the other towers, 8, in all. Alarms chimed in Cloire's head. Roger! Cried one of the sentries and stepped forward to take Popescu's hand. Smithy, Poppy returned, smiling. Obviously the two were friends. Come to check our tower? Yep. One of our last stops. Hope you don't mind. Hell, said Smithy. You've got a job to do, and we'll not stand in your way. Just don't steal any of our donuts, okay? They laughed, and Clore shook her head. Shit, if Poppy didn't notice anything different about his friend, maybe Smithy wasn't a zombie. Maybe none of them were. The thought filled her both with hope and horror. On the one hand, she wanted to find Byron and end the threat to the castle. On the other, finding the big Aussie would probably spell his doom. Help yourself to the coffee, though, Smithy added. Thanks. You tower guys always get the good stuff. Pop, it's the one thing that makes this duty worthwhile. Again, they laughed, and the sound grated on Cloire's nerves. On with it, already, she said. We've got about 10 minutes before Mauclery gives his stupid speech, so quit the chit-chat and let's do this thing. Sorry, ma'am, Smithy said. I beg your pardon. Poppy turned to his own men. Come on, boys, let's check this one out. By the way, you might want to try the coffee. Clore gritted her teeth but managed enough resolve to push her way past the 8 sentries and into the first level of the tower. Other than the fact that the stone was darker here and the diameter of the tower wider, it was pretty much the same as the others. Behind her, Popescu's men jostled into the room and started searching the storage bin as they knew she would demand. Without any warning, and just as she had foreseen it, they were ambushed. Above, the guards on the second level leapt down from the landing to the staircase, rocket launchers and RPGs at their shoulders. Behind, Smithy and the other 7 sentries, apparently zombies all, closed in and started firing. The suddenness of it all stunned Popescu and his soldiers. Bullets zipped and missiles flared through the dark room. Explosions rocked the stone beneath Cloire's feet and blew open half a dozen of Popescu's men before they even realized what was going on. Poppy and his men ducked for cover or were blown apart by missiles. The ones that maintained their cool raised their weapons and fired up at the rocket wielders on the staircase, whose skulls erupted in gore. In seconds, half of them were down. The cool-headedness of the soldiers cost several their own lives, as they were sitting ducks for the missiles. As Clore watched, 3 rockets raced through the air, blasting into the chests of Popescu's men and exploding bloodily. Bits and pieces of the 3 shades rained on the survivors even as the survivors, spurred on by Popescu and Clore, ran out from the storage shed and from beneath the stairs to join the battle. "Retreat!" someone cried. To several, it must have seemed like a good idea. They rushed toward the door, where Smithy and his men had been waiting. From somewhere, the sentries had procured rocket launchers, too, and the weapons ended any thoughts of retreat. By this time, a full quarter of Popescu's troops was dead, splattered to bits and dripping from the dark cold stone of the walls. The whole place had become a slaughterhouse. Clore slipped up to Poppy, firing up at the staircase and trying to take out the last of the rocket wielders there. "Nice fucking friends you've got." Intent upon blowing apart the zombies' heads, he didn't respond. A missile streaked over her shoulder. She leapt back as it tore into the stone floor and exploded, raining shrapnel and spreading its shockwave outward. The blast knocked her back. She struck Popescu's backside and they tumbled to the floor. All about them, chaos reigned. "They're protecting Byron," she said. "We've got to get to the top." He scowled, then nodded. As a missile streaked at them, they rolled apart, and the rocket detonated where they'd been lying. Clore could only curse. When the smoke cleared, she saw Popescu on the other side, talking to 2 of his top men and giving instructions. They ran off into the chaos to spread the word. She climbed to her feet, pulling out her pistols as she did. Ready to kick some zombie ass. Firing, she concentrated her aim on the row of sentries at the front door. "Fuck you, Smithy," she said as she blew open his skull. The zombie dropped to the ground, and she lined up for the next shot. Within 30 seconds, the first level had been secured. All the zombies were dead, but this was, after all, the tallest tower. It had 8 fucking levels, and there would be more above. The survivors of the ambush gathered around Popescu and Clore, awaiting orders. "To the top!" she cried, and lunged toward the stairs. No one followed, at least, not until Poppy repeated her orders. Then the 30 surviving soldiers, headed by Clore and Popescu, ran up to the second level. Already, a row of zombies had gathered from the third level, their rocket launchers ready, and the second phase of the battle began. It was another slaughter, but the soldiers were prepared for it this time and they fanned out, taking aim at the zombies' heads. Rockets destroyed 4 of Popescu's men, but that was all. Within seconds, the deaders were dead. "Grab their rocket launchers," ordered Popescu as the soldiers ran up to the next level, stepping on the bloody bodies of their fallen foes as they went. The troops scooped up the available weapons and proceeded to the third level, which was blessedly empty. "Ready yourselves," Poppy said. "If they're protecting Byron, he'll be at the top so as to afford him the best aim at the courtyard. They'll be waiting for us there." He pointed to a group of his men. "You, go downstairs and gather all of the rockets and rocket launchers we were too busy to get the first time. A bullet might be enough to kill a zombie, but I'd prefer to go at them with the same force they've been going at us." "Yes, sir." The men ran off to follow orders. Clore crept over to an arched window and stuck her head outside for a breath of fresh air. It was just beginning to snow, and cold flakes settled onto her forehead and nose as she saw, from the other side of the northern courtyards, Harry leading his own garrison, headed by Myers, toward Clore's tower. She smiled. He'd heard the explosions and was rushing to her rescue. "My paunchy knight." At that moment, from windows higher up in Clore's tower, missiles, she could hear their roar, struck straight toward Harry and his troops. The rockets drove right into the heart of the garrison, exploding brightly and killing a dozen shades. Clore's heart leapt into her throat. "Run," she tried to scream, but her throat had constricted. Run Harry did, though, urging the soldiers to follow him. As more rockets blazed down on him and his people, the soldiers followed Harry toward Clore's tower. Jesus. He'd come to help her and had nearly died in the act and still could. "Clore, we're ready," Popescu said behind her. She turned. At least half of the surviving soldiers now carried rockets and launchers. "Then let's end it," she said, her voice still raspy. She wanted to get this done fast, before Harry could follow her up to the slaughter that surely waited above. As one, Clore, Poppy and the soldiers trotted up the stairs to the next level, also empty, and the lieutenant gave instructions to his troops as they wound their way up to the 5th level, instructions cut short by the 10 zombies waiting at the far end of the room, rocket launchers at their shoulders. As the lethal volleys began, Clore drew out her pistols and fired, thinking, "I'm killing the ones sent to protect Byron. Isn't there something wrong with that?" By the end of the battle, the rockets had blown 11 of Popescu's troops to bits that splattered the room and dripped from the walls. Red pools near the windows melted the snow gushing in, forming frothy crimson puddles of ice. Poppy and his soldiers tried to keep their faces impassive, but they weren't much for acting, Clor could see. "Come on, damn you!" she shouted in an effort to stir them. She pointed to the 10 truly dead zombies on the other side of the room. "This level's clean. On to the next. If you value your castle, you gotta reach the top." The soldiers, who numbered less than 20 now, swung their gazes to Popescu, and he said, "Let's go." On the floors below, Clor could hear Harry and the survivors of his ragged crew enter the first level. "And fast," she added. She darted toward the stairs. Behind her, Poppy and the others followed. She sensed their shock and grief turning into a thirst for vengeance, which was good, all things considered. The 6th level turned out to be more full of zombies than all the others combined, but luckily there were also more rooms down here, storage lockers, barracks, a kitchen, etc. Poppy's shades quickly took cover, as the bullets and missiles whistled around them, but not before 2 were struck. They burst like water balloons, but it was bone and blood and guts that stained the walls and showered nearby soldiers. The survivors dove for cover. "Shit," said Clor. The enemy's missiles were blowing open holes in the barracks room, where she and Popescu and nearly 10 others gathered. "This is where they're making their stand," Clor said. "But there'll be more waiting for us above, in case we survive. We've got to get to Byron." "You have a plan?" asked the lieutenant. "Yeah. Give me 7 of your guys and we'll make a run up the stairs to the next level, while you and the rest finish off the deaders down here. Divide and conquer? In a few minutes, you'll be getting reinforcements from Harry and his team. I saw them from the window. They were being fired on probably by the same deaders that we're up against now. Means 2 things, 1, that these guys are running low on ammo, and second, that you'll have helped to deal with them in a minute. Enough to lend me some of your guys to let me do my part." Reluctantly, the tall Romanian nodded. He pointed to 7 of his men and said, "Follow the lady and keep her safe. Now go." Clor offered him a small smile as she gathered the 7. She poked her nose around the corner, saw that most of the rest of Poppy's men were pinned down in the kitchen, but were returning fire just the same. The storage shed held the others. Only 3, she saw, who were rummaging through the shed in order to find weapons. Likely their own ammo was out by now. Suddenly another missile struck out. When Clor saw where it was going, she felt her insides shrivel up, but there was no time to brace herself. The rocket plunged right into the shed. With all the rockets and ammo it held, it went up in a fireball so huge it knocked Clor back into her protectors. "Fuck!" She picked herself up, spitting blood, then led the 7 over to the staircase, bullets and missiles flying all about the place, and dashed up. Just as they were almost clear, a rocket caught the last soldier, a woman, in the side. She metamorphosed into a shower of gore, and the shockwave knocked the other 6 soldiers and Clor up onto the 7th level. Eager zombies, 5 of them, were waiting, rockets aimed and loaded. Clor, the first one up, rolled into the corner as the rockets blazed out of their launchers. She lifted her 2 pistols and fired, bringing down a pair of zombies. While the other 3 reloaded, she darted toward her protectors to see that only 3 of them were left. Fucking balaclava. As she aimed her pistols toward the last 3 zombies on this level, she noticed how rotten and just dug up they looked. Smithy and his boys had been just for show, she realized, just part of the whole trap Younger and Yagoda had engineered to protect their precious nuclear weapon. She fired and fired and fired, emptying both clips of her guns into the zombies she'd killed on her opening shots. Reloaded. Her 3 surviving protectors, 1 missing an arm, limped over to her and helped her to her feet. "You okay, ma'am?" She looked at the stump that ended his right arm and almost laughed. "No, damn it." "Are you?" Below her, on the 6th level, she heard renewed fire and explosions and knew that Harry and his reinforcements had arrived to aid Poppy, if Poppy was still alive. Soon, if Harry and the others were able to clear the 6th floor, they'd march on up to the 7th. Then up still more. "Come on," she said. "Let's hurry." Her diminished group nodded and together they ran toward the stairs and up. Nothing there. They raced to the next level. 4 more zombies waited. Before she could form a plan, rockets were already in the air. One blew past her, striking one of her protectors. Another whizzed by, or at least she thought it did, until she glanced to her left and saw the rocket had taken off her forearm, and slammed into the chest of the one-armed man. Irony was a bitch. His explosion pitched Clor onto her face, but her gun, her one gun in her one hand, was up and firing. Behind her, she could hear her last protector firing the last launcher they'd brought along. The missile flared toward the zombies, blowing several apart completely and knocking the last one to its knees. The last zombie fired its own missile, killing the protector at the same time. Clor shot the zombie through the head. Bleeding and breathless, she rose sluggishly to her feet and looked around the 8th level, straining her eyes in the gloom until she realized that both tears and blood obscured her vision. Impatiently, she wiped the fluids away. She made out blood and bodies, big arched windows letting in the cold and the snow, a gigantic monstrosity of a missile launcher rolled up to one. She saw him. Byron, just across from her, a large rocket launcher at his shoulder, aimed out the window toward the upper courtyard far below. Byron's gaze wasn't following the line of his weapon, he was looking, over his shoulder and quite soberly, at her. Her pistol swung up to center on his head. "Kawar," he said, and smiled sadly. She tried to hold back the tears. How handsome he looked. How wretched and pitiful. A man she should have loved all along, but had never had the guts to let herself, and now here he was, a slave to two of the most evil beings that had ever walked the earth. "Byron," she said. For an aching moment, their eyes met, and then he turned his attention back to the scope of his missile. Now wasn't the right time, she knew. Mauchlery wouldn't even be in the tower yet, not until he got the all-clear signal, but there were enough shades in the courtyard, not as many as Younger and Yagoda had hoped for, not the massacre of their dreams, but it would do. Better a small massacre than none at all. And it might be just enough to weaken the castle so their pet Melisawel could win it for them. "No!" Kawar shouted. "Byron, don't do it." His finger tightened on the trigger, as did hers. He was fighting it, she could tell. His whole body twitched and spasmed, as if a marionette had suddenly become alive and was trying to break free of the strings that operated it. He turned back to her, tears standing out in his eyes. "Byron," she said, her voice a croak. "Don't. For me." His finger twitched on the trigger, but not hard enough to pull it. The balaclava were trying, but he was pushing them out. "For now." "Kawar." The balaclava won back control of him. On a dime the launcher was up to his shoulder and aimed out the window again. Just as fast, her aim readjusted. "Do it. End it now." Her one hand trembled and the gun nearly slipped from her grip, she was sweating so hard. Any minute now the cavalry would arrive, and she couldn't bear that. This was a private thing, a thing she had to do herself. "Give me the nuke," she said. "They'll kill you if you don't." He gave her a mirthless smile. "I'm already dead, hon, nothing can change that." Slowly, fighting for every inch, he stepped toward one of the large vaulted windows, the one which the large-wheeled missile launcher had been rolled to. The one that Francois Mauchlery would have been flung from had he not told Roche Sarnova a lie. He edged around the great bulk of the launcher, and it struck her as ironic that such a large contraption could not do near the damage that small, long stock of weapon he held tightly to his breast could. Once at the window, he looked down into the chasm below. She could hear footsteps behind her, many of them, and knew she and Byron didn't have much time. "Goodbye, Kawar." Seeing him there, perched on the edge of the window, she suddenly leapt forward. She slipped in a puddle of blood and went down. She looked up at him, at that handsome face enlarged from, that reddish hair sprinkled with snow. "Don't. It's the only way." His eyes grew sharp as he saw soldiers crowding in through the door. At once, Harry was kneeling by Kawar's side, helping her to her feet. It seemed that 20 soldiers were in the room now, all with their rifles pointed at Byron. "Throw down the nuke, damn you. Throw it down and we'll let you live." Sadly, the big man shook his head, his eyes never leaving Kawar's. His lips cracked into a thin smile. "I love." 20 guns ripped loudly in the still chamber, as the soldiers realized Byron's intention. They hoped to salvage the nuke, but that wouldn't happen if Byron took it over the side with him. As the bullets tore into him, Byron's smile did not falter, nor did his grip on the missile. As if in slow motion, he fell backwards out of the arched window and into the snowstorm. As he plummeted into the abyss, the only sound in the room was that of ice smacking against stone. Chapter 7. Gently, Harry led her down through the levels of the tower. She was unusually quiet and only stopped once, on the 6th floor, to ask after Popescu. When Harry shook his head, she just nodded and let him lead her away from the carnage. They left the dark tower and headed over the catwalks toward the upper courtyard. The wind chilled Harry to the bone even in his heavy jacket, but the warmth of Kawar's body, however mutilated, more than made up for it. As he neared the upper courtyard, where Mauchlery would shortly be beginning his speech, Harry thought to say something to Kawar but knew that words couldn't help her, not now. He only hoped that his touch would do what words could not. Below, winds angled down off the high walls and ruffled through the garden and hedge maze of the empty northern courtyards. The fountains spouted water that trapped the starlight. Above, a warm but pale light broke away from a moon bloated like a drowned corpse, surrounding Harry and Kawar in an eerie bone-colored glow that was strangely comforting. All he could think of now was Kawar, and the depth of the emotion he felt toward her swept him away as the beautiful scenery above him and below him could not. "Harry," whispered Ruger in his head. The Darkling's telepathic voice was also unusually subdued, as if he had seen Byron's final stand through Harry's eyes. "Yes, Ruger, I'm here. I saw what happened. Do you forgive my intrusion?" "Stop it, Ruger. When those missiles and bullets were whizzing by, I moved pretty damned quick, as if someone else were pulling my strings, trying to save my middle-aged ass. Don't apologize for it, Ruger. Hell, I should be thanking you. Still. Anyway, Byron's down, and the nuke with him. Mockery can give his damned speech. I'd no idea Younger and Yagoda would guard Byron with a whole battlement full of debtors. Does seem queer, doesn't it?" "It does. Anyway, Harry, I just wanted to send our gratitude, and my love and, you know what I mean." "I know. Thank Claire for me. And give her my condolences. I'm not sure whether I'll be seeing the two of you again or not. If fighting breaks out, just duck and cover. You've been through enough, and if somehow I do manage to live till dawn, I'd like you to be around then, too." "Gotcha. Remember, Harry. Duck and cover. And take care of your girl. Ruger out." Harry smiled tiredly, but the Darkling slipped from his mind as Claire's grip about his waist tightened. "What?" she asked. "We're going to the courtyard? I just thought, after what we've been through, we might as well see the results, what Mockery has to say. Harry, the last thing I want to do is listen to that fucking Kabasari address his people. I want to sit with you and have a drink, and that's about it. Whatever it is he has to say, we'll hear about it later. Also, I'm bullet-ridden and missing most of an arm. I need to stop off at Rosie's and heal myself. Then let's you and me get knockered, okay?" He grinned and kissed her ear. "Sounds like the best thing I've heard all day." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the far side of the mountain, at the bottom of the lake downslope of the Sabo's entrance, a ghostly scene played out. Just above the silty bottom floated 9 dragons of all different breeds and races, swimming like amorphous phantoms. Long sharp tails and billowing wings flap swimming, the 9 moved in a giant circle around the edges of the lake. Ruger sat astride Montalvo, a great red dragon almost as large and fiery-tempered as Gethrall, upon whom Roche Sarnova perched. Karker had been right. The dragons were arrogant and resentful creatures, for the most part. Unfortunately, the most arrogant and resentful tended to be the largest, the very ones the coven had hoped to woo. Montalvo had agreed to join the coven, but it was clear that the dragon didn't care which armies he torched. At least he was willing to fight, though, and also, albeit very reluctantly, willing to let one of the coven into his mind, even if this was just a means by which to get the hell out of the lair. He probably would have done or said anything to be shed of that place. Thus it had fallen to Ruger to control him. Out of the 26 dragons, only 14 had volunteered to help the coven, but Roche had looked them over and said that 5 were too small and scrawny, although he hadn't used those exact words, to survive battle with 3 deadly armies, and he wouldn't risk their lives for naught. He gently turned them down, leaving the coven with these 9. Gethrall and Damara, because of his great size and strength, and her because of her great telepathic skills and acceptance of the cause. Nakara, the artistic black dragon, who was also quite powerful, and 2 of his buddies who had been recruited to the cause. One of these, a big flaming pink dragon named Yazbak, had not been wooed so easily, and it was this one that Sophia rode, not without a sense of ironic pleasure. Karker had chosen a great brown named Shalung, a burly and bristly Wirm he'd personally trap and who held a fierce resentment toward the hunter. Nonetheless, Shalung had been keen on the idea of flying free. Jean-Pierre had, with some amusement, selected a sleek but powerfully built white dragon by the name of Drakeshar, who burned with a fierce desire for battle, but, like Montalvo, cared little who the battle was fought against. For her part, Danielle rode a small and crafty dragon that could not really be trusted, a dragon not striped but shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. She was called Majestica. Of the 9 dragons, only Damara, Nakara, and one of Nakara's friends, another black dragon named Venator, were not ridden or mentally controlled. They were the only true believers in the cause, the other 6 were simply mercenaries. Ruger didn't know if he or any of the others had the power to stop a dragon, at least by themselves, from doing what it wanted to do. The only exception seemed Roche, who was old and had been unknowingly ingesting Kavasari blood for 3,000 years. Not only that, but he seemed to be on pretty good terms with Gethrall, as he was the one that visited the dragons most often. When Ruger learned from Harry's mind that Byron and his missile were no longer a problem, he relayed this to Montalvo. Monty wasn't a strong telepath, but he proved strong enough to get Gethrall's attention, and when Geth asked, Montalvo told what Ruger had said to him, then relayed the information back to Sarnova. Sarnova saluted Ruger, then relayed a message to Gethrall. As per plan, Geth would send the all-clear signal to Mockery, who would proceed with the speech. Meanwhile, the Coven and the 9 dragons were stuck at the bottom of the lake, the ambassador's ace in the hole, until they were called for. Ruger exchanged a look with Danielle atop her rainbow dragon, a rainbow that shifted hypnotically with every subtle movement Majestica made, and saw from her expression that she felt the same way. Waiting sucked. Rug, called Montalvo in the Red WIRM's arrogant mind voice. For a moment, Ruger was too stunned to speak, and then his face split into a smile as he turned to Danielle and saw her nodding. Yes, they could talk through these dragons after a fashion. Danny, he sent back, experimentally. Danielle offered a small laugh. Don't sound much like yourself, she sent. What, you got a dragon in your throat? Look who's talking. Remember, it's Monty's voice I'm hearing, not yours. Yeah, and to me you sound like a girl dragon. Kind of saucy, actually. Anyway, what happened with Harry and Claire? I guessed by Roche's expression that they'd found Byron. Byron died nobly, Ruger told her. He leapt into the chasm and took the nuke with him. Jesus. I hope Claire wasn't around to see it. She was, and Harry too. I think if it hadn't been for Claire getting there first, Byron would have fired the thing anyway. Strange, isn't it? That the woman that refuses love at all costs is the one that saves the castle and hopefully Roche's Jerusalem through the very thing she despises. Yeah. The really strange thing was that Byron was in the top of the northeast tower, the tallest one, and Claire and the castle soldiers had to fight their way through a whole battlement full of zombies to reach him. Why's that strange? I mean, the nuke was precious to Younger and Yagoda. They'd want to keep it under heavy guard. True. But a whole tower? That number of zombies could have attracted more attention than it rebuffed. To me, it just seems too much like. Like what? I hate to say it, but it seems like Younger and Yagoda staged that whole thing, or at least provided a conspicuous target that might conceal a less conspicuous one. How's that old song go? Paranoia will destroy ya? I hope so, but... Danielle frowned. You think the real nuke's still out there? Yeah. Is there anything we can do about it? Montclair will have begun his speech by now, or nearly so. Too late to call retreat. She waited for a long moment. Ruger, you're right about a lot of things, but you're wrong from time to time, too. She seemed to sigh, and in Ruger's mind it echoed like the sound of the dragon that relayed it. Let now be one of those times. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Francois Montclair heard Gethral's message, he glanced out of the 30-foot-high double oak doors, now open, that led out into the upper courtyard. He could see the crowd through the open doors and the great windows to either side of them and knew that everyone that could come, had. Or nearly so. As he stood to the side of the door surrounded by his elite guards, still more shades drifted out from the castle and into the courtyard. At the far end of it rose the ivory tower from which he would address his and Roche's subjects. Suddenly, a horrible disquiet descended on him. He hadn't delivered a speech in front of so large an audience in thousands of years, not since he'd been the king of all immortals. Power. He'd wielded it deftly, but in his hands it had become a double-edged blade, so slowly he had hardly noticed. Only when he could no longer see anything but the trappings of evil did he see himself for what he was. A monster beyond reckoning, the tyrant of a cruel and bloodthirsty empire. It had taken him many years to realize his folly, or as his critics then put it, to grow weak and feeble. When he'd been barren, everyone had bent to his every whim, but when he'd grown pregnant with conscience, he knew, and so did they, that his time had come. And now he was here again. A dark lord, leader of a large percentage of the immortals that roamed the world. More, now, after he had instigated the scouring, many unworthy shades had been laid to rest, which in turn had inspired numerous uprisings and coups. He didn't regret the scouring, however, those shades needed to die. They'd been infecting the community with their poisonous ways and would have, if left to their own devices, have made immortals even more intolerable to humans than they were now, thus making a someday Jerusalem of the undead very unlikely indeed. But, now looking at it from a different perspective, he realized that he was now the leader of maybe a third of all shades in the world, maybe more. He held true power in the palm of his hand. After so many centuries, as Ruger had said, it had come full circle. Francois wondered, briefly, if he could still deliver the speech he and Roche had devised, or if he would announce to all those assembled that Roche Sarnova was no more and he was the one and only Dark Lord now. As he led his elite guards out through the large oaken doors and into the refreshing cool of the night outside, he couldn't help but feel a trickle of sweat run down his back. The crowd melted away before him, and he was reminded that most of them, if not all, now saw him for the commissary that he was. He didn't know what, if any, impact this would have on the speech and the vote, and he hoped the restrained fear and hatred he observed on every fifth face wouldn't tip the scales too greatly. He could understand, many of them had lived in the castle since its foundation, and some had known him even before that, when Roche had lived in Egypt and had based his operations there. Francois had betrayed them, had lied for thousands of years. How could he not expect their anger, and forgive it as well? Not only that, but he'd overthrown their much-beloved leader, and even those that had plotted against Roche would probably still consider Francois a turncoat of the highest order. Even the ones that had begged him to do it. Preoccupied as he was with these thoughts, he didn't even notice the snow until he was halfway toward his goal. It fell on the courtyard lightly, settling on the ambassador's shoulders like cold absolution. He wrestled comfort from that icy whiteness that could conceal flaws and brighten the darkest of nights, and marched on. When he reached the tower, he was surprised at the relief he felt to be out from under his subjects' gazes, and he paused a moment to let the world settle under him. When he felt steady, he mounted the spiral staircase to the top level, where 4 more guards waited, as well as Robbie, the human that would be receiving the Immortals' votes. He nodded at the guards and Robbie, then, the human at his side, stepped forward onto the ornate balcony from which Roche Sarnova had given the cry to arms and wrapped his hands about the elaborately detailed balustrade. Snow settled in his hair and eyebrows. He jerked his hands away from the balustrade, fearing his subjects would think his leaning on it a sign of weakness, and gave his audience a bow. "Welcome, friends," he called, his voice echoing off the stone walls on all sides, letting his eyes trail over the shades, 200 strong, plus over 1,000 human servants and slaves, and giving himself a moment to study them. At the front clustered the newest dwellers of the castle, mostly shades fleeing the war to seek protection in the castle, but also several groups of fighting men, such as the ones from Ireland, that had come to Roche more for reinforcements than shelter. Further away stood the longtime denizens, the ones that had known him the longest, and it was from this group that he saw the hardest and most immovable eyes. Beyond them were tourists and reporters, the retired castle soldiers, and at the outer edge, leaning against the far wall, a half-dozen members of the funhouse of the Forsaken. Francois thought it odd that the shades that most deserved to be here, the working castle soldiers, were in large part not here. They manned the battlements of the 2 upper courtyards and the taller battlements to the southeast, where visitors, on any other night, were received via helicopter. Also, they lay waiting above the catacombs for the libertarians' invasion. To the ambassador, as that is how he still thought of himself, the soldiers were the ones that needed to be here most, to hear his words and give their voice to the suffrage. After all, they were the ones that would ultimately fight this war, one way or another, and it struck him as terribly wrong that they were not present. But they were needed where they were, and he understood and accepted that, only with the knowledge that through word of mouth they would hear what he had to say, and soon he would let them vote as well. "My friends," he said. "Thank you all for coming. I hope my words are worthy of the audience before me. Most of you have probably heard of what transpired last night, when I temporarily forced the Lord Sarnova out of office. I did this for 2 reasons: 1, to stop an even bloodier coup, one in which my friend, and yes, Roche is still my friend, might have been killed, and 2nd, because I feared his fierce passion for continuing the war would spell doom for us all. It is this cause that I wish to speak of, because it is something that most of you know nothing about, but I will get to that in a moment." When he saw he held their full attention, he continued. "By now, most of you, if not all, have learned that I am a Cavassari. I am, let there be no doubt. I understand any anger or resentment you may hold for me for concealing such a secret for so long, and I beg your forgiveness in this matter, as I had little choice but to keep my true nature hidden. Had I been seen as a Cavassari before, I would surely have been brought down by those who feared me. But there is no need for fear, the only shades I have ever fed upon were the confessed evildoers rotting away in the dungeons. Never once have I prayed amongst you, my friends of old. Still, there are many more secrets to be told, and the night grows long while I expound. So let me be direct. The Lord Roche Sarnova wants to establish a land of our own. He wants to declare the immortal presence to the human population and wants to petition for our own country, where all shades shall be free and welcomed. He calls it the Jerusalem of the undead. A homeland. He announced his idea and his plans to the Dark Council, of which I was a part, and it was this idea that tore the council in two. Much has Roche regretted not having told you of the reason behind the rift, but he wanted to stabilize his council before announcing the plan to the world. And that, in short, is what this war has been about. Sabere and her half elected against the plan, but the other half, of which Roche and I were a part, were staunch supporters of it. We were at an impasse, and a fierce one. Neither side would back down. Sabere and her half fled to London with the forces that were loyal to them and, since, have waged a war against the Lord Sarnova and his half, several of whom we've discovered to be traitors, moles, implants that ferried vital information to her. This is why we were losing the war, because Sabere knew everything we would do before we would do it. It's the reason why I stepped in and took Roche's position, because I am more cynical than he is and knew that, riddled with spies as we were, we could not hold out against her half and their army. Especially when the libertarians embarked upon their unholy crusade against us, allying themselves with both Sabere and the Balaklavian Kaljids Younger and Yagoda and their respective armies. Now, with 3 armies poised to crush us, I come to you, my people, and ask your opinion. Only you can halt this war. I have set up a means for a vote. Quickly, he outlined the procedure. Now, my friends, I ask you what you think. Is the idea of a homeland for all immortals worth fighting and perhaps dying for? Is the idea of announcing ourselves to the human populace sound? I leave it in your hands. Please, if you would, begin the vote. He drew back from the balustrade and let Robbie assume the foremost position. Silently, Francois cursed the fact that he hadn't been able to tell his subjects of the refuge and of the 9 dragons lying in wait, as he felt that if they held this knowledge, they would be more willing to fight, but Junger and Yagoda undoubtedly had spies placed here, and if the balaclava knew of the 9 dragons, the castle's ace in the hole would be revealed. Though an ace out of its hole was still an ace, it wasn't nearly as effective. Francois closed his eyes and opened them slowly, trying for calm. An almost overpowering urge for a cigarette seized him as he waited for the vote to be completed. Finally, Robbie turned away from the railing. Francois found himself rendered speechless with anticipation. Lord Mauchlery, said the human. Yes, Robbie. Tell me the figures. 39% in favor of Roche's plan. The rest against. Shaking in fury, Francois marched toward the balustrade and gripped it so tightly he could feel it crumbling beneath his hands. No sign of weakness this time. 39% in favor of a homeland. He roared. 39%. I applaud your bravery and your open-mindedness. The other 61%, damn you. As the acting Dark Lord, I proclaim you weaklings and cowards, everyone. And I command you to leave, now. Go to your rooms, pack your fucking bags, and get the hell out of the castle. And no helicopters for you, either. Go down to the lower courtyard and leave over the drawbridge, your stinking tails tucked between your cowardly legs. March through the mountains, you miserable pieces of shit. The audience stood stunned. No one made any move to leave. Francois, his fury spent, felt nearly as stunned as they, but he felt joyous and glad, too. Send the cowards packing. They were not fit to live in or even to set eyes on the castle again. He raised one hand and pointed a rigid finger south, toward the still open oak doors. Go! The shades stared up at him, open-mouthed. Francois gritted his teeth and submitted a message to Gethrall, telling the dragon to inform Roche of the results. Go! He roared again. Still they just stood there. That's what killed them. For, even as they gawked up at the ambassador, a missile flared out from the southwest battlement and drove straight into the heart of the crowd. As it detonated and an orange-white brilliance momentarily blinded Francois, he thought, so. The tactical nuclear weapon detonated on impact, sending a spherical wave of destructive in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it killed all of the humans and most of the shades assembled in the courtyard. It also collapsed the thick stone floor in a 200-foot circle. 3 lower levels of the castle were blown apart, as well, at least where the shockwave and the ceilings collapsed. The blast spread out to all sides in the upper courtyard, crumbling walls and battlements and catwalks. Those structures that still held were scorched and blackened and cracked in 1,000 places. The white tower in which Francois stood was hurled backward through the mid-catwalk and began deteriorating as the shockwave broke it apart. Robbie was killed instantly, and several other shades died shortly thereafter. Francois, thrown back against the far wall and burned from head to toe, survived due to his age and power. As the tower crumbled and fell apart, its momentum slowed and it plummeted into the northern courtyards, where it came to rest in the hedge maze. Francois screamed in pain, but somehow found the strength to climb out of the wreckage of the tower. What? Green walls of vegetation surrounded him. This courtyard had been protected by the high wall separated it from the courtyard to the south. Ash rained down on him. All he could hear was the roar of the blast in his ears, even though it must have faded by now. That, and a ringing. Stumbling in confusion, he became lost in the labyrinth, where he searched for other survivors of the tower, but there were none. Utterly shell-shocked, the ambassador found himself in the heart of the maze, where a little gazebo and fountain stood. He plodded over to the fountain and splashed water in his face to clear his head, and when the pool calmed he stared down at the blackened creature that he'd become. He raised his head to the night sky and screamed. It was then that he noticed that the red light of the red light outpost was out. The castle was being overrun. Naked black arms flung to either side, he turned his face back to the stars and loosed a howl so loud that some of them seemed to tremble. Then he roared again. Only this time, it was to the dragons. And the last great battle of the War of the Dark Council began. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Down in the Sabo, Junger and Yagoda laughed, long and hard. Though the zombie that had delivered the missile had been quickly killed by the soldiers on top of the roofless battlement that hadn't been zombies, soldiers who had quickly been blown off the tower by the shockwave immediately afterward, the assassins had seen through their slaves' eyes the explosion and devastation. And were pleased. Had Ruger really thought them so stupid that they'd allow Byron to keep the nuke once word got out that he had it? No, that wouldn't do at all. As soon as Ruger escaped, they'd ordered Byron to pass along the weapon to another zombie, a former castle guard, and had given the Australian a sufficiently weird-looking weapon in its place that would allay any suspicion that he didn't have the nuke. Still celebrating, they sent a message to Greek, a zombie hovering around Melissa Well, telling her to begin the battle. They laughed and laughed. Their merriment rang long beneath the hundreds of hanging chains and the dozen human birdcages above. Suddenly, their laughter ceased. The Sabo had alerted them to a new presence in the labyrinth. Amelia. They turned to each other silently, somberly, and nodded. They'd been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. Chapter 8. On top of the mountain, the tall figure of Subair surveyed the wreckage of the red light outpost with satisfaction, letting the sharp wind blow through her short red hair. She had followed Younger and Yagoda's instructions, delivered by Loireau, to the letter. At exactly 9 o'clock, she and her 100 troops had stormed the outpost. Afterwards, they were to wait for the nuclear explosion in the upper courtyard before beginning their assault on the castle itself. It came soon enough, that bright globe of death that killed at least 200 of her former mates and destroyed a decent portion of the castle, as well. She'd never expected aid to come in the form of those hellish assassins, but she was glad it had, even if the cost was the reduction of her future empire. Turning to a subordinate, she said, "Begin dismantling the outpost, Major." He bellowed orders to the troops. They'd use the flat surfaces of what remained of the outpost as flying carpets, on which they'd descend to the castle. They couldn't have done such a thing if not for another group of powerful and unexpected allies, the mysterious and frightening order that called themselves the Sangrosanks. Without them, Subair's half would never have stood a chance against Roche Sarnova. But with their bloods and the inside information they garnered, victory was more than possible. 10 of her 100 troops had recently been given the blood to strengthen their telekinetic abilities. In such a way, Subair's army could use sections of the roof and walls of the outpost to swoop down on the castle. For whatever reason, it seemed that the fates simply were not in favor of Roche and his damned Jerusalem, and thank the gods for that. Subair wasn't one to question good luck, and she didn't now. She was a woman long accustomed to getting her way, and she was sure that she would get it tonight. She'd been a member of the Dark Council for over 1,000 years, and every century her thirst for power had grown, until at last Blackie had made his colossal folly, announcing his plan to make humans aware of immortal existence. Stupid, stupid Roche. Impulsive and driven by trivial ideals that Subair could only sneer at. Finally, after a millennium, he'd slipped up, and she'd jumped on that mistake and not let go. Now she would smash Sarnova to his knees, if he wasn't dead already, and sit on the throne she'd hungered for so long. The only foreseeable problem was Melisawel and her own thirst for power, as Loireau had so clearly illustrated. Through him, Younger and Yagoda had promised to aid Subair and her half against the libertarians once the castle's soldiers were beaten. Normally, she would have questioned the motives of the assassins, but since everything thus far had pointed toward a successful triumph over Sarnova and her ultimate instatement as the new Dark Lord, or Lady, it seemed that the fates were too far in her favor to question their ultimate trajectory. "Grand General," the Major said. "We've got the surfaces we need. Should we begin the final assault?" "Yes, Major," she said. "Let's take the castle." ******. Even after his humiliation at the hands of Lord Ruger, Major Ackmore had stayed in command of his unit, that was, until Colonel Hernandez came down with his 50 soldiers and assumed responsibility for guarding the catacombs. In a way, Ackmore was relieved. The reinforcements would be sorely needed in the case of an attack, and, if things did not go their way, he didn't want to be in the position of blame. Combined, the Colonel's and Ackmore's soldiers numbered just less than 100, and up against the Libbies and the Balaclava those seemed poor odds. Colonel Hernandez came equipped with motion detectors, which he swiftly ordered his men to implant downstairs. And bombs. He brought those with him, too. When the motion detectors picked up the libertarian invasion, the castle soldiers would detonate the bombs and drop 2 levels of ceiling onto them. Meanwhile, the soldiers waited tensely, their machine guns and rocket launchers poised for action. Suddenly, they felt the rumble resulting from the nuclear explosion. The castle trembled briefly, but it was far too large and sturdy to be crushed by even a tactical nuke. Still, Ackmore and the others knew what it meant. The weapon everyone had been so worried about had not been recovered, after all. Even as the soldiers hunkered in the eerie silence following the rumble, they knew that everyone in the courtyard, including the new Dark Lord, were probably dead. One of the techs piped up, "I read motion below. The Libbies. They're moving fast." With just a slight tremor in his voice, Colonel Hernandez said, "Okay, men. Whatever we may think, whatever's happened above, don't assume the worst. I'm sure the lords are in complete control of the situation." The colonel took a steadying breath. "On a count of 5, trigger the bombs. 5, 4, 3. As Ackmore listened to the countdown, he didn't stop to consider that the diminishing numbers might be among the final words he'd ever hear. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Other than the troops manning the helipad battlements at the very southeastern end of the castle, the front of the castle is seen by air, reserved mainly for receiving and sending off visitors, the surviving soldiers in the wrecked towers of the upper courtyards and those under Colonel Hernandez's control. There were about 60 soldiers left in the castle. When the soldiers in the battlements of the upper courtyard saw the light and the red light outpost had vanished, they informed the 60 of what had happened, then organized 2 units to go down into the courtyards and determine the number of survivors. When the 60 learned of the red light outpost being taken, 20 of their number were sent to man the last 10 attack helicopters in the castle's air force in the hopes that an airstrike would defeat whoever had taken the mountaintop. The general assumption was that the enemy was Subair's half. The other 40 members divided into 2 teams, 30 descended to assist Colonel Hernandez against the Libertarians and 10 moved to help the survivors of the blast. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Melisawel watched through her human fodder's eyes as they encountered the first of the motion detectors. She ordered a swift rush forwards, knowing that an explosion would soon follow, which it did. Predictably, a couple of levels crashed down on the humans' heads, but that was what fodder was for. She didn't give it a second thought. 50 humans may be dead, but it might make the castle guards just above a little more cocksure, a little more lax. Carried in a litter by her lackeys near the rear of the procession, she ordered the attack to commence. The Libertarians charged through the smoking debris and human remains, hit a spiral staircase running and swung up its dusty stone steps until they were at the highest level of the catacombs. Here they paused, and the rest of the mortal fodder were given missiles and arms. The humans assaulted the final staircase, firing missiles and shooting their guns into the waiting castle soldiers, who returned fire. The humans killed 10 of them before the last of the fodder was brought down, and Malie simply watched. Next came the zombies. Like creatures out of hell, they swarmed toward the staircase, keeping close to the shadowy walls for cover as they ran. They fired their missiles, at the same time dodging and ducking the hail of their enemies. In fact, the zombies were so successful that they actually made the stairwell. Still shooting mindlessly into the enemy, the bloodslaves fell upon the castle soldiers. The soldiers cut most of the deaders down, but the charge provided the necessary time for the next step of Malie's plan to proceed. Captain Rolf d'Aguila and his men stormed the stairs firing rockets and machine guns. The captain encountered severe resistance from the castle troops and was heavily engaged in close combat when the first of the collages climbed up the stairwell. It crushed and ate the castle soldiers with bloody glee, and Rolf made sure to keep out of its way. Next, Malie sent her own soldiers into battle, and behind them, the second collage. After that, it was over in minutes, and she had herself borne up the stairs to survey the bloody battlefield. It reeked of death and spent weapons, but she didn't mind. All she cared about was that her army had prevailed. 10 of the 60 zombies still lived, as did both collages. No humans had survived, but then they hadn't been meant to. 28 of Rolf's people and 5 of her own had been slain, but those were acceptable losses. Bleeding from 1,000 wounds and still with a sword skewered through his midsection, Captain d'Aguila approached her litter with something like distaste. "It's done," he said. "Lost some good men, but it's done. There'll be more fighting ahead." She turned to Greek, the zombie Younger and Yagoda had given her as a go-between herself and them. "Your masters are pricks, Greek. Why'd they have to blow up the courtyard? I was going to give my coronation speech there." The zombie shrugged. "The masters, they work in mysterious ways. Be happy they did it, though, else you'd have to fight another 200-odd castlemen, you would. Did you a favor, they did. Maybe. They could have asked permission to use my damned nuke, though. But would you have allowed it? Also, keep in mind me master's collages and my brethren zombies are the only things that let you to prevail this time. Also, insofar as the nuke is concerned." "God damn it," spat Rolf. "Now's not the time for this discussion. Jesus, we've just come the first step and have many more to take, and I've lost too many good men already. Let's hold off on the zombie babble and get this show on the road." Malie decided not to punish him for his attempts to undermine her authority. "Yes. Let's get me my castle. Gather your men, we need a brief strategy session before we continue. We've been over it before. Mind yourself, Captain. I've got some new orders to give. Once we've taken the castle, we've still got Subair and her half to worry about." Rolf glared at her. "So you're actually going through with it? Roche Sarnova or no Roche Sarnova, you want to be queen?" She laughed, but even to her ears it sounded off. How had this obsession with power grown so strong, so fast? Why did it eclipse even her desire to avenge Ludwig's murder? She didn't know. All she knew was that, though it didn't feel particularly right, it didn't feel particularly wrong either. It felt good. Exhilarating. She was glad to have been swept up in it, even if she was betraying the woman she used to be. Then all that had mattered was loving Ludwig and securing a better world for the future. The new Malie was different, and she embraced the difference with open arms. Yes, my dear, she told D'Aguila. I want to be queen. And before the night is out, I will. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Before he felt the shockwaves of the nuclear explosion, Harry Labaka had been in the visitors' lounge of Rosie's Den. Most of the staff had gone up to witness Mauclair's speech, but several had stayed behind to cater to the clients who declined to go. So, thinking how odd this world grew every day, Harry settled into an armchair in the funky lounge and leafed through a copy of one of the underground Immortal presses, this one called The Night Watch. The article that caught his interest was about the War of the Dark Council, and he couldn't help but notice how out of date the story was, even though it had only been published a week ago. Little did the reporter then know that the whole war would probably be over tonight. Nevertheless, he concentrated on the article, trying to block out the image of what Claire was doing in the other room. Some poor mortal would be sedated and lying on a plastic cover while she would be gnawing on his arms and legs, perhaps in her beast form. He shuddered but consoled himself that the human would be healed immediately after by an infusion of shade blood and would feel no pain and would be compensated well. Still, the whole thing was pretty grisly. And this is the woman he loved? God, would Marcella have had a heart attack? He wasn't far away from one himself. He was just about finished with the article when he felt the rumble. Claire stumbled out into the lounge, mouth smeared with blood. Fuck. We failed, he said, going to her. They fooled us, she said, hawking a spatter of blood onto the carpet. Brusquely, she wiped the blood off her face with her sleeve. Byron. He knew what she must be thinking. Had the exchange between herself and Byron, before Harry and the others arrived, been genuine or merely a trick of the balaclava? Had they been laughing at her through their zombies' eyes as they pulled his strings and flung him into the abyss? Harry could see the idea eating her up and wrapped his arms about her. For a moment, she laid her head against his shoulder and shook. I'm here for you, darling, he said, and meant it. She broke away. She examined the stub of her left arm and seemed to note that it was beginning to regenerate, then lit a cigarette and stared coolly at Harry for 4 puffs. I'm not sure if I want you calling me darling, she said. I mean, you left me. But there was no venom in her voice, only hollowness, and, maybe, hope. I'm here now, he said. For how long? For the duration, I guess. If you'll have me, stupid jerk and mortal lush though I am. No more this is for our own good shit? I'm talking about the walking out on me part, in case that wasn't clear. No more. For the duration, huh? Yes. He searched her face. I don't know why I feel for you what I do, or you for me, but it's there. He took her in his arms again and kissed her, and, after a stiff moment, she let him. When they parted, Harry noticed the few occupants of the den were running out of the rooms and either up into the castle or farther down it, seeking to help or to flee. What a mess, Claire said. What now? Ruger sending you anything? Nope. Then it's up to us. Us? She didn't exactly smile, but there was warmth in her eyes as she nodded. Us. I say we go up to the courtyard and see what we can do. First let's stop off at my room and get some guns. I've a feeling we'll need them. Sound good? If we can do something, let's do it, he agreed. But the blast, the radiation. That's right. It won't hurt me, but it will you. Better take some of my blood. No, Claire. I've told you before. Quiet, love. I'm just going to give you a little to ward off radiation, that's it. Then we go get some guns and see if we can lend a hand, just one in my case. I figure we owe that much, seeing as how we screwed up so bad. She fell silent, probably thinking about Byron again, then said, Deal? Okay, but only a little. Trust me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Even while Francois was still giving his doomed speech in the ivory tower, the dragons had grown restless. Danielle thought, as the great WIRMS swarmed about the bottom of the lake, that they seemed like nothing so much as horses in some fantastical corral. She turned her gaze to Ruger, dressed in black from head to toe and with eyes and hair of the same hue, and thought how regal he looked straddling that massive red dragon. She was about to send him a message when something else captured her attention, and that of everyone else in the lake. A ghastly skinless apparition rose like a demon out of the hole in the basin of the lake and stared about in fear and awe. Undoubtedly, the 9 dragons looked to him like circling sharks out of some dreamscape he would have preferred to have stayed out of. Then the ghoul saw Jean-Pierre atop his gleaming white-scaled dragon and smiled. Ladrido rose up to the level of the dragons and gave each one, and each rider, a bow as they passed. Daniel was impressed with his sense of propriety. Next, he sent out a message to all the dragons, who in return relayed the message to their riders. Good to see you all again, Ladrido sent. After a dunk in the spring to get this body whole, I decided to take you up on your kind offer and get the hell out of Dodge. Anyway, I see you've a couple of dragons unmounted. Would you mind if I joined you? Dragon riding and ass-kicking sounds like something not to be missed after hundreds of years in a hole. We'd be glad to have you, sent Sarnova. Just so you understand that it will be dangerous, and you will not be able to control the dragon yourself. Thanks for the warning, my lord, but if you've convinced 9 dragons to fight for you, that's argument enough for me. And I suppose I'll have to trust the dragon. Ladrido fixed his eyes on Damara and grinned broadly, if hideously. She accepted him. In fact, the flirtatious WIRM even smiled a little, despite the glower Gethrall shot her way. Just then the massive green dragon slowed to a stop in his circling, halting the others as well, but jealousy was the last thing on his mind, as Roche quickly explained. 39%. He sent, enraged. Francois just reported to me that only 39% of the assemblage voted in favor of my Jerusalem. Damn them! And I've been letting them live in my castle all this time. Over 60%, too weak-willed and closed-minded to think of announcing ourselves to humans. I hope Francois gives them a mouthful. He stopped, but Danielle could see his face was red with anger. She turned to Ruger, who nodded. Sarnova had, apparently, made the right decision in wanting the full support of the Dark Council before approaching his subjects with the plan. She swore to herself, realizing the full ramifications of the vote. I guess this means the war is off, she sent to Ruger. Damn it, yes. We'll surrender and Subair will have her way. I only hope dealing with Malie and the Balaclava slows her down enough so that humanity has a chance to rally against her. From all I've heard about her, once she's in control of the Empire she'll try to bring mortals to their knees. Even as Danielle was shaking her head, all 9 dragons seemed to jolt with electricity. Then the Coven, plus Ladrido, heard Francois' battle cry. The dragons began circling again, only this time even more rapidly than before, so that as they approached the surface they found it shimmering from their movements. In a brilliant explosion of water, the 9 dragons erupted from the lake and into the glorious night sky. Smoke trailed from their mouths. Danielle knew then, even as she felt the wind tearing through her wet hair, that the engine of death had only just begun. It was no longer a fight for the homeland. It was a fight for survival. Asterisk. In the upper courtyards, Francois Mauchlery enlisted the aid of one of the soldiers sent to search for survivors. The group of soldiers drifted out of one of the battlements, one which the ambassador had been approaching. As he'd seen movement through the windows, the group saw him and stopped dead. He knew his appearance must be ghastly. All his hair and clothes had been burned away and the front half of his body was burnt and blackened. These soldiers probably didn't even recognize him. He stopped 10 feet from them. Good to see I'm not the only one alive out here. At the sound of his voice, the soldiers relaxed. Dear gods, their sergeant said. Lord Mauchlery, is that you? Well, what's left of me? I beg your pardon, but would one of you mind lending me some blood? If I'm to help anybody, it's best I don't scare them to death before I can begin to administer aid. The sergeant himself stepped forward and knelt before the ambassador, one arm outstretched, the sleeve pulled back to expose the flesh. As Francois brought the soldier's wrist to his mouth, he could feel tears forming behind his eyes at this display of loyalty. Once the transfusion was complete, the ambassador stepped back and said, Thank you, Sergeant. I can already feel my skin reforming. Yes, my lord. The blackened parts are already knitting up nicely. Sharply, the sergeant turned to one of his men. Maynard, go back inside and fetch some clothes for our lord. Yes, sir, snapped the subordinate and within minutes returned with a suit of clothes, overcoat and boots. Thank you, again, said Mauchlery as the clothes were handed to him. The soldiers tried to help him put them on, but when he shrugged their efforts away, they backed away, and he was gladdened by the respect he saw in their eyes. Once dressed, he ran a hand across his scalp and felt bristly hair beginning to grow back. Are there other survivors in the battlement? He said. Not this one, my lord, but in others. We've spoken the Immortal and have organized a rough search party. Francois glanced toward the other battlements, but their lowest levels were screened by the hedge maze, parts of which still stood. He surveyed this group of soldiers and spied the mortal radio. Not for the first time, he wished immortals could simply communicate telepathically with each other. If you would, Sergeant, alert the others that I've been found and am going to oversee the search. Of course, my lord. What about the red light outpost? I've got that situation under control. Let's just worry about collecting the survivors for the moment. Once we've done that, We'll have to see about setting up some sort of trap for the libertarians. I doubt Colonel Hernandez will hold them for long. Though I certainly hope I'm wrong. Of course, Lord Mauchlery. I'm glad you're still with us. I was of the 39. Francois smiled. Well done, Sergeant. I'm proud of you. Now let's go see about those others. He ascertained that 5 units of soldiers had been left in the northern battlements, those least affected by the blast, to guard against any sort of invasion from the top of the mountain. 3 units, 2 besides the one he had commandeered, had been sent to search and revive survivors of the blast. Through the human, Francois organized the other 2 units. One would take the east side, one the west, while the ambassador's people would sweep through the middle and meet the others at the southern wall, where the big oak doors had been vaporized and the windows to either side imploded. Methodically, Francois and the others picked through the wasteland, but there proved to be precious few survivors. The other 2 rescue parties, searching mainly along the wall, found the greater number of still-moving shades, as they'd been furthest from the blast. Even so, they required much blood to revive. Mauchlery split his team in 2 when they approached the great crater the nuke had blown in the middle of the southern courtyard, but of course this close to the blast there were no survivors. There were not even bodies. Ash was all that was left, and even that was being quickly covered by the ever-thickening snow. It was a sad, slow business, but eventually Mauchlery and the others wound up at the southern wall and found the last survivors. Maximilian, the leader of the funhouse of the Forsaken, had actually been embedded in the wall itself, and it took some effort to get him out. He was as burned as Mauchlery had been, but his concern was not for himself but for the other members of the troop. As it turned out, only 3 of the half-dozen cast members that had bothered to witness the speech had survived, and the snake oil salesman's tears were loud and long when he discovered that Claude was not among them. The 4-armed dwarf had been killed instantly. The show will go on, Maximilian said, holding Claude in his arms. Tears stood out in the ringleader's eyes, which he turned with passion on the other survivors of the troop. It will, I swear it. Go back to your rooms, Francois said. Battle will erupt at any time. Blood. Maximilian said, with sudden anger. I was promised blood. Francois indicated the body of Claude. I think there's been enough blood for you. Nodding, Max led his diminished troop indoors, carrying Claude with him. In the end, a score of survivors had been located, and Francois opened an on-the-spot emergency clinic. He leaned the blackened husks up and ordered all the soldiers that had yet to give blood to do so, and now. As the soldiers tended to the wounded, the 10 men and women that had been dispatched to help the search and rescue units emerged from the cavernous portal where the oak doors had once stood. Francois instantly ordered them to assist the others, which they were all too happy to do. So, after bumming a cigarette from one of them, the ambassador settled back and was just beginning to think about what to do next when he was interrupted by the arrival of Cloire and Harry Lavaca. The strange couple, laden with weapons and warm attire, appraised the wreckage of the courtyards grimly, then approached the ambassador. Good to see you, said Francois. Cloire seemed irritated by his civility, but under the gravity of the situation she refrained from making any disparaging remarks. Instead, she propped her hand, the only one she had left, he noted, on her hip and said, How can we help? If you're ready to fight, we certainly will need fighters shortly. Are you willing to give your lives? Said Cloire. That ain't part of the bargain. If we're gonna beat these assholes, it means we need to be the last ones standing. He turned to the soldiers, who were just finishing up with the survivors, and ordered 5 of them to his side. He barked out orders almost unconsciously, instructing the soldiers to retrieve the 5 battle units left in the battlements to protect the northern flank. Even though they gave him puzzled glances, they obeyed, and soon the 5 soldiers returned, the 5 battle units with them. He gathered all the assembled shades, recently revived survivors of the nuclear blast included, into a rough assemblage. Before addressing them, he did a head count and came away discouraged, including himself. Only 84 shades were left to combat the libertarians. Men and women, friends all, we've a new problem, he said. Having not heard from Colonel Hernandez via the humans, we must assume the worst, that the Libbies have broken through his barrier and are even now making their way up through the castle. I know there were some reinforcements sent to help him, but again, we have no evidence that they succeeded in stopping Melisawell and her army, plus whatever aid Younger and Yagoda are lending them. I assume their original goal was to destroy the forces of the castle, or at least bring it to surrender, with the assistance of Subair and her half. However, it seems that once it was clear that the majority, 61%, of the castle was in favor of abandoning the war, Younger and Yagoda decided to force the issue by their nuclear attack, thus compelling Subair and the libertarians into battle without the benefit of knowing they could have taken us peacefully. What were the Balaclava's motives? I don't have time to speculate. The end result was to make the sacking of the castle that much easier. Many of you are wondering why I drew away the 5 battle units in place to guard against an invasion from the mountaintop, where Subert is marshalling her troops as I speak. The reason is because, with the help of Roche Sarnova, his heir and others, or rather we, have succeeded in enlisting the aid of 9 dragons. Yes, he said over their sudden babble, dragons. He raised his hands to forestall questions, and they quieted. Don't ask. Time is of the essence. Explanations can come later. The point is, the northern flank, and Subert and her half, will be dealt with. Our duty is clear, to defeat the libertarians. Not having to fight their way through the castle as they'd anticipated, they'll probably weave their way up here to meet Subert and her half. I anticipate the arrival of the libertarians in 10 minutes, which gives us that much time to set up an ambush for them. He ran a hand across his face. Alright, so here's my plan. Asterisk. Subert was just sending her first 4 skiffs each with 3 soldiers on board down to the castle when she caught sight of the dragons winging in out of the west. What the fuck? She stared in shock. Even as her army began to go berserk about her, she puzzled it over, her mind racing to conclusions with accustomed speed. Then it clicked. Clever boys, she thought. She remembered those damned sorcerers Blackie and the ambassador had brought to the castle nearly a millennium ago. The two hadn't revealed the true purpose of the sorcerer's presence, though they'd floated some nonsense about the council, a reason questioned by most, seriously so by Subert herself. She didn't like humans, and she sure as hell didn't like humans with magical powers. That made them more than what they were intended for, meat. In her quiet way, she'd sat back and watched until finally, and very mysteriously, the sorcerers had grown powerful beyond belief, 100 times more so than they'd been when they first arrived at the castle. Then the idiots grew ambitious. They wanted power of their own, Subert realized. It was only then that she dared to go behind Sarnova's back and orchestrate her first coup. She enlisted over half of the council to her cause, which was simply to eliminate the sorcerers before the arrogant humans tried to eliminate them. The assassinations went smoothly, only 1 councilman was killed, and Subert was surprised by Roche Sarnova's tolerance of her deeds. Yes, of course he punished her, had her dismembered, in fact, but it was far from a severe sentence. She respected him for that, as she realized that had she not acted, he would have in her stead. She also detested him for his weakness. But now it made sense. Somehow, someway, Blackie had used the sorcerers to create a habitat for these dragons, and now Subert and her half were up against odds far greater than they'd ever anticipated. Shouting, she called for the skiffs to return to the mountain, to abort the invasion for the moment, but only 2 of them could hear her over the raging wind at the top of the mountain. To her frantic soldiers, she began bellowing commands. She wasn't sure exactly how she was going to whip these WIRMS, but she knew that she would. She'd waited patiently, cunningly, for a long, long time, until her chance had arrived. She simply fucking deserved to be queen, and no stupid human magic or big lizards were going to ruin this for her. This was her chance. Gods damn it, the castle would be hers. Chapter 9. Joy and horror both flooded Ruger as he approached the mountaintop. Joy for the dragons, the scenery and the camaraderie he'd found with the other members of the coven. The wind whipping through his hair, a great dragon thundering below him, the scales burned Ruger's thighs, the mountains and the snow all filled him with wonder. The horror came from the thought of the wanton slaughter ahead. I will not lose myself, he thought. No matter what happens, I'll stay true to myself. Riding abreast of Danielle, the two exchanged good luck signs, and then Ruger flew down out of the formation, per Sarnova's orders, to join Jean-Pierre and Drakeshar below. The albino hailed Ruger as the darkling drew up to the sinewy white dragon and its pale rider, and he and Jean-Pierre swept down away from the other 7 dragons to deal with the 5 skiffs heading toward the castle. Make that 3 heading towards, and 2 heading back. Seeing those 5 skiffs below him, 3 soldiers to a 1, Ruger could even see individual faces, outlined against the blazing lights of the castle. Ruger felt a twist of pity at what must be done, but there was nothing for it. Ruger angled Montalvo toward the 2 skiffs heading back toward the mountain, and at Ruger's direction the dragon lanced the first skiff with fire, blasting it backwards and disintegrating it. One of the shades was killed instantly, the other 2, living pyres screaming into the night, tumbled off the skiff and fell brightly to the castle below. Ruger could hear their screams even as Montalvo wrapped his great talons about the second skiff and tore it apart, along with the 3 soldiers on board. The dragon's bulk muffled their cries. Then, with a gleeful roar, Montalvo dove to assist Jean-Pierre and Drakeshar in finishing off the last 2, Drakeshar already having destroyed one. The white dragon beat the red to the first skiff and ate it and its passengers whole. Only 1 skiff remained. The dragons raced toward it, each meaning to snare the prize as their own. As they closed on it, a bright flare struck from the floating conveyance. The missile flew straight toward Montalvo's head. Ruger reached out with his mind thrust and averted the rocket at the last second, and it flew off into the blackness to detonate loudly. After the near miss, neither team decided to take the skiff manually, but instead both Drakeshar and Montalvo incinerated the skiff and its riders from a safe distance. Jean-Pierre ran the back of his hand across his forehead. That was too close, he called across the distance, and Ruger only smiled at him wanly. The two riders steered their awesome mounts up toward the mountaintop, where Sarnova led the others in the assault against Subair's half. As the albino and the darkling joined the fray, Ruger was immediately impressed with how swiftly Subair had organized an opposition and how brutally. Like Melissoel and the Libertarians, Subair had brought humans along to feed her soldiers, as evidenced by the pile of dead and drained bodies sprawled to one side of a long scar in the earth. Really, the scar was a hastily dug trench, cut in S-shapes and filled almost to the brim with the blood of the humans now scattered to the side. The gruesome sight told Ruger that the battle was not simply over a hypothetical homeland. Subair's army sent missiles and bullets toward the dragons, projectiles quickly deflected by the telekinetic abilities of the Coven. But when one or more of the WIRMS blew fire toward their assailants, Subair's soldiers did one of the three things: they either tunneled into the cold ground, jumped in the snaking river of blood for protection, much as Ruger had done at the lake when battling Gethrol, or leapt into the mountainous pile of human bodies for shelter. Other than a few big rocks, copses of tall trees and the smoldering remains of the red light outpost, the top of the mountain was bare, so it was doubly impressive how quickly Subair had organized a defense. "Start circling," Sarnova ordered. "Look for weaknesses." Montalvo and Drakeshar fell in behind Majestica as the Dark Lord's orders were carried out, and Danielle twisted backward atop her mount and said, "Evil bastards, aren't they?" "Yes," Ruger shouted over Montalvo's wingbeats. "But this is where it ends." She turned back to assess the mountaintop and to guard her dragon against missiles, and he felt a fierce pride in her that he wouldn't have been able to articulate. "We'll begin strafing runs over their encampment," Sarnova called. This would expose the dragon's underbellies to Subair's army, Ruger knew, but it would also provide the best means for slaying Subair's people. Atop Gethrol, Sarnova led the black and unmounted dragon Venator, as well as Karkur, who rode Shalung, straight over the mountain. The three dragons rained fire down like napalm on Subair's half, who delivered bursts of machine gun fire and rockets up into the night. Ruger reached out to turn aside one of the missiles and encountered resistance. "Shit!" He strained, swinging the missile wide, then another and another. Still, deflecting the rockets proved more difficult than it should have been. What the hell was going on? Could the Dark Lord's theory about the Sangrosanks helping out Subair possibly be right? After all, there was no way ordinary shades could overpower a coven of Kavasari in the realm of telekinesis unless they were themselves given the blood of Kavasari. Gods, Ruger thought. This just went from bad to fucking awful. All three dragons and both riders crossed over the army below without a casualty. Their fires blackened the mountain of human corpses and toasted the river of blood until it was all but solidified. Another few passes and Subair's defenses would be ruined. Jean-Pierre and Sophia led Drakeshar and Yazbak next, with the black dragon Nakara bringing up the rear. Bullets and rockets buzzed up from Subair's troops, who quickly dove into shelter as the great WRYRMS, one white, one flaming pink and one a shimmering black, passed over. This time Subair's half was more organized and kept the three dragons too busy dodging rockets to cause much damage to their encampment. However, Jean-Pierre and Sophia were not so easy to sway. Using their new Kavasari talents for lighting fires, they laid waste to the pile of blackened humans. The refuge became a bonfire that rose into the night with tendrils of smoke reeking of burnt hair and skin, almost enough to make Ruger gag. Immediately, the 30 or so of Subair's troops hiding in the bonfire scrambled into the open and dove into the hardened river of blood. Several explosions rocked the bonfire of corpses, indicating that some missile-wielding soldiers hadn't gotten clear in time. Score 1. Then, disaster. Several of Subair's missiles, propelled with the unnatural power of shades gifted with Kavasari blood, broke through the Coven's net of telekinetic power. Drakeshar and Yazbak escaped, but 3 missiles struck Nakara. 2 hit him in the chest. His thick ribs and breastplate deflected some of the power of the blasts, but the third rocket entered right below his breastplate and plunged into his soft belly. Nakara roared as the missile detonated in his innards. So much blood and gore rained down from the opening blown in his belly that it renewed the fluidity of the river of blood and nearly put out the bonfire of corpses. Still leaking blood, Nakara sailed past the heart of Subair's encampment and, as his strength gave out, began a slow descent to earth, breathing fire all the way. Troops burned or scattered before him. His intention seemed to be to land amidst his killers and take as many of them out as he could, but the vitality in his wings and legs was gone and he could do little more than glide along. As he passed the heart of the encampment, rockets flared out after him. Ruger and the others managed to keep every single one from hitting its mark. Just as Nakara crested the mountain, his strength waned entirely and he plummeted toward the castle. The Coven watched helplessly as he dropped 1,000 feet, his beautiful black wings outstretched to hold the air since he didn't have the strength to pump them. He struck the northeast battlement, the one in which Byron had flung himself from, and the sharp roof of the thick blackened spire impaled him through the gut. Thrashing about horrendously, Nakara's body sank down the length of the battlement before it came to rest, with a last mournful protest, at the base of the spire. He gave a last angry shake of his head, belched a last puff of flame, then lay still. While Subairs half gave a triumphant yell, the Coven, Ladrido, and the surviving 8 dragons circled the mountaintop in grim silence. Ruger had known there would be casualties. Still, try as he might to steel his heart against the dragon's death, he found himself grinding his teeth. He cast a look at Danielle and saw the carefully concealed pain in her pale face. He wished he could comfort her, but there was no time. Using Gethrall to speak to all the dragons and riders at once, Roche Sarnova said, Nakara died nobly. He may have been an artist, but he died a warrior's death, and nothing can take his valor away from him, except our inaction to continue the cause for which he died. So, everyone, ready yourselves for another assault. As a group, the other 5 Kavasari and the 1 cursed vampire turned to him and, solemnly, nodded. Next Roche addressed the dragons and received a similar response. Despite their brother's demise, the WYRMS were still willing to fight. In fact, Nakara's death had lit a thirst for vengeance in them. Ruger, for one, and he suspected the rest of the Shades felt the same, shared that sentiment fully. Without having to be told, he understood that it was his turn up at bat. He steered Montalvo out of the ever-circling ring of dragons, past the northern lip of mountain, and Danielle and Ladrido followed. Everyone else had passed over Subairs' encampment, now it was their turn. As they went, Ruger outlined his plan. Instead of all 3 dragons charging abreast over the mountain, they would strike from different sides. Danielle would ride Majestica east to west, Ladrido would take Damare north to south towards the castle, and Ruger would fly west to east. He dispersed them to their positions, then charged. Missiles blasted out from the copses and trenches, but none so much as singed one of Montalvo's scales or warmed Ruger's face. While his steed ripped out arcs of flame, Ruger dealt out his own tricks. For one, he set the clothes of at least 20 of Subairs' troops on fire, which caused them to go into ludicrous fits during which they weren't thinking about the dragon just above them, thus making it easier for Montalvo to blow them apart. Next Ruger turned their own guns and missiles on each other, which surprised them as much as it amused the Darkling. He was just starting to have some real fun when he saw both Majestica and Damara, with Danielle and Ladrido aboard, streaking out from their own positions and laying waste to all those who got in their way. As they passed over the heart of the encampment, Montalvo torched the river of blood, curdling it, then focused on what was left of the human bonfire. The dragon blew the grotesque mountain apart, sending burning corpses everywhere. Good job, Ruger said as they flew past the heart of the encampment and started making their way toward the eastern lip of the mountain. Ruger sent out a call to both Danielle and Ladrido, confirming that they were still alive and the dragons okay, and was heartened when he received affirmative answers. A few missiles aimed at Montalvo parted around him and raced off into the night, and Ruger followed their progress against the stars as his adrenaline subsided. Finally, he and Montalvo blasted out over the lip of the mountain and into open air again, where Ruger could see the castle below to the left, and directly ahead. Helicopters. 10 black attack choppers swarmed up from the castle, the last of Sarnova's air force. Missiles gleaming darkly under their stubby wings, they rushed straight for the mountaintop. The Shades manning the helicopters must have been alerted by the absence of light coming from the red light outpost, Ruger realized as he rejoined Danielle and Ladrido in the circling ring of dragons. The cavalry's here, he thought. The helicopters fired, but not at Subair or her soldiers. They aimed at the dragons and their riders. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Captain Rolf de Guila led the procession of libertarians up out of the catacombs, the 2 gigantic collages just ahead. Rolf would risk no more of his men. If opposition was to be found ahead, as it surely would be, he'd decided to let the collages take care of it. Meanwhile, his wounds from the previous battle mending thanks to a subordinate's blood, he marched stolidly forward, leading the army higher into the castle. Even though victory seemed imminent, Rolf held grave misgivings. He joined Liberty to help Ludwig take over the world and, hopefully, make it a better place. Of course, his motives weren't all that selfless. He expected a position of power, say, Asia, to be given to him to manage once the world was solidified under Liberty's control. Ludwig had foreseen trouble with the Dark Lord and his empire, but that bridge would be crossed or burned when Liberty was ready to initiate its plan. In other words, had Ludwig himself ordered an attack on the castle in order to wipe out Roche Sarnova and any opponents to Liberty, an order Ludwig probably never would have given, Rolf would have accepted the assignment happily. But now, he didn't like this. He didn't like it at all. Melisawel wasn't the same woman she'd been before Ludwig's death. Not that Rolf felt especially pure or innocent himself, but she'd turned into a blatantly power-hungry creature. He looked forward to power as much as the next man, but he didn't want to win it this way, not under her reign or with the allies she'd chosen. But what was he to do? Back out now and lose everything? Disgrace himself before his troops? No. He'd committed himself to this battle, and too many of his people had died already for him to consider signing in his resignation. He only hoped that, somewhere along the way, Malie would find herself again and everything would work out alright. A just war he could handle. The procession hit the wreckage the nuclear missile had caused in the castle, and Rolf called a halt. "We need to assess the damage and find a way through," he said. "Of course, sir," said an underling, then opened his mouth to say something else, perhaps some suggestion. Rolf never knew, as just then a hail of gunfire and missiles struck out from the heaps of wreckage. D'Aguila dove behind cover as a missile passed through the place he'd just been standing. Although he didn't know it, it was from among the ruins that the 30 reinforcements sent to aid Colonel Hernandez had been lying in wait. Their ambush proved tragically ineffectual. "Collages!" Rolf shouted. "Forward now! Attack!" The surreal beasts loped toward the wreckage, their big and unevenly placed limbs carrying their gruesome bulks swiftly, and proceeded to carry out their orders with glee. The collages tore through the ruins, ripping apart the castle soldiers' places of concealment, then grabbed up the soldiers and either squeezed them till they popped or stuffed them in their mouths. "Ain't that something?" muttered a soldier to Rolf's right, and the captain had to agree. He'd always wondered if the victims of the collages were incorporated into the beasts after being devoured, because after each feeding the collages always seemed larger. Also, there were no anuses on any of the things, nor could Rolf ever determine whether or not they had stomachs. Hoping to get an answer, he studied the creatures as he picked himself up, lit the stub of a cigar and waited for the monsters to finish it. In the end, all the castle soldiers were killed. Unfortunately, one of the collages, the bigger of the two, the new one with the demented priest as its mouthpiece or brain, must have been seriously damaged by missile fire, as it toppled into a pool of blood. "What the hell?" said Rolf, coming up. A few of the thing's limbs twitched sporadically, and its three-pronged tail gave a thump, then went still. "Well, shit," Rolf said. He was surprised to find himself relieved that the other collage, the one from which Sonia spoke, was still up and walking. She, or it, sported a few black scorch marks, and some of the bodies that the monster was fashioned from were truly dead or at least moving very slowly. But Rolf couldn't help but think of the collage as a female was still alive. To hell with the mad priest, even if his collage had been bigger and better equipped. At least Sonia had made it. As if sensing his thoughts, she popped out of that strange blunt limb and gave him a salute and smile. He returned the gesture, and she disappeared back into the collage. Yes, good thing it had been Laszlo that had bit the big one. Still, Rolf felt a twinge of pity for the dead collage, remembering how Younger and Yagoda had thrown about the head of the priest with laughter and mockery. They'd called him their jester, and Rolf remembered feeling a twinge of reluctant sympathy for the pathetic thing. "Well," Rolf said, staring up at the heaping mound that comprised Laszlo's collage, "at least you got to get in a few licks before you went. Too bad they weren't directed at the fuckers who made you." He turned to a subordinate and told her to report the recent battle, and the loss, back to Malie, who waited on her litter near the rear of the procession. Within minutes, the woman returned and told Rolf, "The mistress says, and I quote, too fucking bad about the monster. Now tell the good Captain d'Aguila to get on with it, already." Rolf grinned. "Very well. Let's get this show on the road." Flicking the ash from his cigar onto the floor, he ordered the 10 remaining zombies to scout ahead and find a way through the maze of fallen floors and debris to the other side. Soon the debtors returned with the needed route and led Rolf and the rest of the libertarian procession onward. At last they reached a flight of stairs and traveled further up into the castle. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When they were gone, Laszlo laughed. He had climbed to his its many feet and shook away the dust and blood. The ruse had worked. The Libbies could have their fun, but his lay elsewhere. Sooner or later, he would find Ruger and carry out his master's instructions. The big collage laughed through its primary mouth, licking the skin around its lipless maw with its 3 slavering tongues, and Laszlo thought, "Oh, yes. What a joy it is to be the word of God." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After combing the castle floor by floor, searching for pockets of resistance, the libertarians concluded that the battle they'd been prepared for was not to come, courtesy of Younger and Yagoda and the stolen nuke. When the army finally reached the top floor, Malisoel summoned d'Aguila to her litter. "What do you think, Captain?" Rolf shrugged. "I'd still keep our eyes open. Maybe the nuke didn't kill them all." "Of course. After we deal with whatever resistance we find outdoors, though, I want to make sure you and your troops understand my new instructions." He nodded uneasily. "We wait for Subair and her soldiers to meet us in the courtyard, then kill them all." "That's right, dearie. You do your job right and you may just find yourself at my side on the throne." "Sure," he thought. "Doing your fucking nails. Is that all? Just so you're in agreement." He hesitated. "What is it, Captain?" "Do it," he told himself. Be a man. Well, he said slowly, what if I wasn't? Just what do you mean by that? Just curious. Save it for dead felines, Captain. Anything else? He started to reply in the affirmative, then held himself back. Now was not the time. What about prisoners? He said. I suppose we can take some, providing that Sub-Air herself has been killed and at least half her troops with her. Any more than that and they might still pose a threat, especially if she's brought along a second-in-command. He nodded, realizing by the flat tone of her last words that she no longer considered him her second. He hadn't really expected any different. Slaves, Malisoel mused. Yes, I'd like to see Sub-Air's troops groveling like dogs at my feet. At your feet? That'd mean you'd have to come down from your litter. Understood, he said. Then lead the way, Captain. He gave her an almost imperceptible bow, spun on his heel and marched back to the front of the procession, where he told his troops the new rule concerning prisoners. Without much further ado, he led the libertarian procession into the blackened wasteland of the upper courtyards, the Sonia collage and zombies with them. He strained his ears, but there was nothing to hear except the whistle of wind ghosting in through the cracks in the walls. All else was black and dead. Apparently the nuke had done its job. Leaving his own second to keep the front of the procession in line, he pushed back through the lines of soldiers and small dunes of radioactive ash toward the litter borne by Malisoel's lackeys. Malie was looking around at the wasteland, and he realized he could read nothing on her face, not anger, not sadness. Nothing. He used to be able to read everything. Well, Captain, I guess we give a little look into towers, what's left of them, just to make sure, then we sit tight for the moment. That is, until Sub-Air. From the cracks in the walls and the windows of the ruined battlements, Francois Mauclery and his 84 survivors unleashed their arsenal. Ambush! Roared Malisoel in scandalized anger. Immediately, she began yelling out orders at the top of her lungs. Rolf was at least gladdened to see some color in her cheeks. No longer was her face placid, but livid. He ran toward the front, shouting at the top of his own lungs, blow those damn snipers to hell. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Roche Sarnova, still the reigning Dark Lord, had begun circulating rumors that the dragon that killed Colonel de Soto was acting under Sub-Air's influence, he spelled the doom of his coven's attack on the mountaintop. For, when the 20 Shades and the attack helicopters rose to fight Sub-Air's half, who they believed to be responsible for the destruction of the Red Light Outpost, they saw a bunch of dragons shooting fire down on the mountain. Immediately they realized that their lord must have been right, that somehow Sub-Air did have control of dragons, and that even now she was using the beasts to annihilate the last survivors of the outpost. So it was only with the most loyal thoughts in mind that they launched their missiles on the dragons and their own much-beloved leader, Roche Sarnova. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Though the Coven, the 8 dragons and Ladrido saw the birds coming, it didn't occur to them until too late that the castle helicopters wouldn't be on their side. They were completely unprepared when the first volley of missiles shot from the choppers, traveling at much higher velocities than the rockets from the handheld launchers, and without mercy drove themselves into the dragons. The first one hit Damara in her side, not a fatal shot, but it caused a great deal of pain, as well as blowing off half her wing. With Ladrido clinging to her long neck, she spiraled down toward the battlements of the castle. Immediately upon seeing his amour so wounded, Gethrol, giving no heed to Roche's frantic orders, dove after her. Venator, Nakara's friend and another black dragon, received 3 rockets, all in his flank. Perhaps mortally wounded, perhaps just too stricken to maintain flight, he veered off and headed back west, likely hoping to find the lake and his lair in time to heal. Ruger's steed, Montalvo, was also hit 3 times. The first 2, blasting into his ribs, caused him to roar in pain, but otherwise the great red dragon seemed prepared to shrug the damage off. However, the 3rd rocket struck him just a few feet behind where Ruger was sitting, in the middle of his thick armored neck, and savagely beheaded the proud WYRM. Shocked, Ruger continued straddling the disembodied neck for several moments. Further up, Montalvo's head still twitched from side to side, his mouth gnawing, trying to breathe fire. They plummeted 100 feet before Ruger recovered enough to launch himself into the air, where he levitated. He glanced down to see the massive carcass of Montalvo strike Gethrol's back and pitch the green dragon into a roll from which he almost didn't recover. Thankfully, Roche Sarnova had managed to stay on, still trying to goad Geth into flying back up into the fray. Ruger looked to see what other damage the rockets had done. Majestica sported a scorched hole in the center of her chest and seemed weakened, but alive. With a trembling heart, Ruger saw that Danielle was fine. The flaming pink dragon Yazbak, upon whom Sophia rode, was missing a foreleg, but was still functioning, if a bit dazed for loss of blood. 2 scorch marks, and plenty of blood, marred Drakeshar's white flank, but the pale dragon and Jean-Pierre both lived. A large wound marked Shalung's backside, which served only to make him surlier and harder for Karkar to manage, but he would live, feistier than ever and probably much to the hunter's chagrin. Meanwhile, the Coven had recovered themselves and were successfully batting away the helicopter's volleys, as well as those launched by Subair's half, who had received a reprieve. Ruger knew the Coven couldn't fend off all those missiles forever. Sooner or later, and probably sooner, someone would get in a lucky shot. He rose, flying through the cold, snow-whipped air, and headed for the helicopters. He chose the lead one, still firing its deadly cargo at his friends. He flew right up in front of the windshield so that the pilots could see him for who he was and pounded on the windshield with his fists. Glass splintered under his blows. Just what the fuck are you dumb bastards doing? This is Ruger, your fucking heir. Those dragons aren't your enemies, they're your friends. They were trying to blow Subair and her fucking army off the face of the earth. Stop firing and order your buddies to stop firing or I'll kill you all. They immediately quit firing. Seconds later the other 9 birds did, too. Pounding on the windshield once again, Ruger said, "Now get your asses up the mountain and kill that bitch." He floated away a few feet. Sure enough, after a moment all 10 birds flew up toward the crest of the mountain, and Ruger sent out a telepathic signal to the dragons and their riders, telling them not to harm the machines or their pilots. As it turned out, he could have saved his psychic breath. Once Subair realized the helicopters weren't going to attack the dragons anymore, she ordered her soldiers to put them down. Missiles flared down from the ridge of the mountain, exploding the big black attack helicopters in one bright violent bloom of fire after another. Ruger swore and rejoined his coven. He saw they were more ragged and beat up than he thought from below. In fact, they all pretty much looked to be on their last legs. None had ever tasted immortal blood, at least not since becoming Kavasari, and what with all the energy they'd been expending, they were growing weak rapidly. Ruger felt it, too. The dragons, broken bones and muscles gleaming in the starlight and from the lights of the fires on the mountain, appeared too weary to maintain flight for much longer. This looks grim, Ruger thought. Nevertheless, he greeted Danielle with a smile as he settled behind her on Majestica, and bade the others to begin circling the mount once more. Unspoken was the fact that, without the presence of Sarnova, Ruger was their new leader. "What do you think?" he asked Danielle, leaning into her. She grabbed one of his hands and squeezed it. "I don't think this is going to end well," she said. Chapter 10. Cor whooped as she fired down on the Libertarians from the top of one of the ruined battlements. She loved this. She glanced over to Harry, who, like herself, knelt in a niche in the wall, a rifle to his shoulder, and said, "Give 'em hell, Harold." She turned back to the Libbies. They were alternately trying to return fire and also to find non-existent shelter. 3 other shades shared the battlement with Clor and Harry, 2 armed with rocket launchers, and Clor was enlivened to see one of the rockets blow apart a Libertarian fleeing back toward the empty arch where those big oak doors had been. The coward erupted like a frog with a firecracker stuffed up its ass, and Clor wished she had one of those damned launchers. Ah, well. At least she had an accurately sighted automatic rifle. Maybe not so spectacular as those launchers, but she dealt out her fair share of pain. Then, all of a sudden, things took a twist. A pastel-purple dragon sat down in the far northern courtyard, a wing badly wounded and carrying a skinless demon on its back. A few moments later a massive red-scaled carcass of another dragon fell several yards in front of the first WYRM, startling the pastel one and its ghoulish rider. In fact, the impact of Montalvo's carcass actually split the stone where it hit and nearly caused the floor to cave in. For a brief instant, all gun and missile fire ceased, everyone and everything caught in disbelief by this sight. Then, just as quickly as it had began, the ceasefire ended, and the courtyards broke out once more into a field of wanton slaughter. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Try as he might, Roche Sarnova was unable to convince or even psychically manipulate Gethral into abandoning his rescue attempt on Damara. If anything, Roche's constant prodding only made Geth more determined to resist. Then the great red carcass of Montalvo struck Geth on the back, nearly breaking his spine, and spinning both Dragon and Dark Lord around in frantic circles. "Level out, damn you!" Sarnova said. "Level out. I'm trying." Finally Geth pulled himself out the spin, only to continue downward. "The others need our help," Sarnova said. Geth didn't bother answering. He landed next to Damara and Ladrito, just to the north of the massive mound of flesh that had once been Montalvo. Even as Gethral craned his neck to speak in reassuring tones to Damara, Roche studied the bloody ruin and wanted to cry. He'd been the one to recruit these dragons, these great WRYMs he'd worked so hard to save, protect, and keep hidden, and now he was getting them killed. He wrenched his gaze away, turning to regard a shell-shocked Ladrito instead. "How are you?" the Dark Lord said. "No complaints. But you'll excuse me for saying, Jesus, look up ahead." Roche couldn't see anything of the southern courtyards because of Montalvo's carcass, but he heard the popping of gunfire and missile eruptions and surmised what Ladrito must be referring to. The Libertarians were here, and somehow Francois had organized a defense against them. For a moment, Roche was torn. Should he fly up to oversee his coven or lend aid to his old friend and usurper? Before he could answer this question, Gethrall said, "Roche, hop off." "What? Damar, I can't fly. If that battle comes this way, she'll be vulnerable, in as bad a shape as she's in. I've got to bring her back to the lair. Also, I think Monty broke something in my back. I, too, need to heal. Once I've seen to Dammy, mayhap I'll return to aid you. Not get the hell off my back before I throw you off." Roche slid down from the dragon's neck in time to help Ladrito dismount from Damara, then led the Batman away from the two lovers, over to the shelter of Montalvo's carcass. As Roche watched, Gethrall flattened himself as much as he could, making it easier for the wounded Damara to climb onto his back. Once she was secured, both dragons bid Roche and Ladrito adieu. With a mighty heave, Gethrall lifted into the air, flapping his massive wings for all he was worth, and flew his beloved over the castle walls and away. Damara helped as much as she could, flapping her one functional wing. "Damn," said Ladrito. From the mountaintop, 10 flaming helicopters plummeted towards the northern courtyard, straight toward where Sarnova and Ladrito were standing. Even as Roche moved, it began to rain helicopters. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. All in all, despite the unexpected ambush, Rolf was pleased. At least, pleased in how his men and women responded to the crisis. True, a few cowards had darted back inside the castle, but the majority reacted to the emergency just as he'd trained them to. Recognizing the danger that the missiles represented, the platoons formed loose groups, knelt close to the charred ground and returned fire. When a missile lanced toward them, they scattered. Nearly 20 were killed, but most of these casualties occurred during the first seconds of the ambush. Rolf gathered up 6 of his fellow Jandros and ordered them to fly up to the level, or higher, if circumstances required, of their attackers and return heavy fire. He watched them ascend through the night air dodging rockets and bullets and smiled as they began discharging their weapons. Off to the side, the lone Kalash climbed one of the ruined but occupied battlements, looking nothing so much like King Kong mounting the Empire State Building. She thrust her arms into one of the blasted windows, shrugging off missiles and bullets, crushed a group of ambushers in her mighty paw, scooped their remains into her mouth and kept climbing toward the top, where another group of assailants waited. The 10 zombies, acting as a unit, charged into another tower and disappeared from sight, though Rolf could hear the reports of their weapons as they dealt with the enemy. Rolf himself, while firing up at the battlements and ducking rockets, made his way toward Melisawel and her portion of the army, all the while making a mental checklist of the positions of the enemy's firing squads. When he reached her, he found her litter a smoking pile of rubble. Malie had taken to the ground the moment the firing began and was, even now, issuing orders to her soldiers. Rolf appreciated her poise. He'd half expected her to order the army back into the castle to escape the ambush, but no, she was a fighter. Despite himself, he found his feelings toward her thawing. A bit. "Hail, good captain!" she shouted as she dove to avoid an explosion. Standing again, she glanced briefly at him, then turned her attention, and that of her gun, back to the enemy. "How goes things?" she said over her shoulder. "Well. But unless we get out of this courtyard, the castle soldiers are going to kill us. We're sitting ducks." While she continued to fire up at the west wall and the ruined battlements there, he turned his back to hers and began firing up their eastern counterparts. "I agree," she said, "though I must point out that we're holding our own for the moment." "Only for the moment. You're suggesting we charge those battlements?" she said. "It would be better than staying down here, but I've been thinking." "Yes?" "First," he said, dodging a missile, "I hope you've noticed the dragon activity to the north." "They don't seem to be bothering us any." "No. They, and the others still flying up near the mountain, seem to be attacking Subair and her army." Bullets stitched into her leg, and she twisted away. "I would never have believed I'd live to see dragons, but by God, I'm glad I did. They're making my job much easier. I wish them good hunting. Maybe they'll kill that bitch. Anyway, continue. Second, I've noticed several things about the position of our attackers. Most notably, their force seems to be concentrated in the western wall and towers, the ones embedded in the mountain. Only a token few occupy the east towers, all of which are badly damaged and seem on the verge of sliding into the chasm." She grunted as she ducked another fusillade. "I hadn't noticed that, Captain, but you're right. So you're suggesting? I say we charge the western side and deal with the east afterwards. But we've one thing to keep in mind." "Yes?" He reloaded. "If Junger and Yagota's spies are correct and if the bastards themselves weren't lying to us, it seems that Francois Mauclery, the new Dark Lord, is a Cavassari. If he survived the nuclear blast, he's probably the one orchestrating the ambush. In other words, let's not underestimate them. That's what the collage is for, to kill the Kavasari if any are encountered. Mauclery and that order of his. So you advise an attack against the west? Yes. She hissed as a bullet grazed her cheek. Sounds like a plan to me. Get your men ready and let's do some damage. As he ran back down the clusters of soldiers, he stopped at each group to give new orders, then raced on to the next one. At the far northern end of the courtyards, he saw that 2 living dragons had disappeared from sight. A storm of disintegrating helicopters began falling, and Rolf saw 2 shapes weaving through the terrible precipitation. One was a demon thing and the other was of more human shape, compact frame, dark hair and eyes, copper-toned skin. No, thought Rolf. Surely that's not Blackie himself. As the helicopters fell, the 2 figures dashed into Rolf blinked the bulk of the decapitated red dragon for cover. The burning debris of the helicopters pummeled the northern courtyards, some large fragments striking the great red corpse itself but doing little more than denting the thick hide. Once Rolf had given orders to all the platoons, he gave a shout to Melisawel, signaling her half of the army. Turning to his soldiers, he said, in the name of Ludwig, let's do this thing. With him in the lead, they charged at the nearest battlement. That's about the time that Rolf's clothes and the garments of many other libertarians burst into flame. Their own guns began firing, seemingly of their own volition, at each other. The captain growled, tearing the burning fabric from his body, and glanced across the courtyard at the southeastern battlement, atop which stood a broadly smiling ambassador, it could be no other, moonlight gleaming on his flaxen hair. Goddamn Kavasari, Rolf snarled, and proceeded to strip naked. Subair caught sight of the approaching scouts as she oversaw the troops digging deeper into the mountaintop. Shifting her attention to the circling dragons, she narrowed her eyes on the rainbow-striped WIRM that bore 2 riders. She'd seen the tall dark one, flying through the air, and knew beyond a doubt that he had to be a Kavasari, which in part explained how the riders were controlling these beasts. He must be their leader. She promised to herself, then and there, that if she survived the next few hours and actually became queen, that her next mission would be to rid the world of the fucking Kavasari parasites, even those who deigned to help her. Especially them. Grand General, said one of the scouts. Report, she said, not taking her eyes from the dragons. The libertarians are under fire, my lord. An ambush. She nodded absently. Good. That'll save me some time in finishing them off. Yes, ma'am. Anything else? Several of the Libby's uniforms caught fire, and their guns began firing at each other, much like what happened to us not long ago. So there's another Kavasari down there. Apparently, Grand General. Let's just hope that the Libby's kill it before we go down. Speaking of which, one of you round up the Kavasari gifted shades and bring them to me. I've got a plan. Danielle held on to Ruger's hand, letting the beautiful bulk of Majestica carry them along in the circle of dragons. She watched the glory of clouds and moon and stars spinning away in the night and tried to calm her frantic mind. Things had gone terribly wrong, and she expected things to get even worse before they got better. What's the plan? She asked Ruger. No more multiple assaults, he said. Only 1 dragon will pass over the mountain at a time. That way the other 4 can deflect whatever gets hurled at the attacker. Sending any more than 1 across would thin our abilities too much. Okay, but what about when we pass over? Then there'll only be 3 others to protect us. Carker, Soph, and Jean-Pierre. He kissed the back of her neck. Sorry, but when Majestica makes her pass, you're staying behind. Levitate until I return. That way you can guard my rear or Maji's belly. But. No buts. I'm not going to steer you into harm's way if at all possible, and this way you can protect me while I protect you. No argument. Okay? Inwardly, she railed against this edict, but she nodded. Okay. Via Majestica, he issued the new orders. No one objected, not even Carker, who was the oldest shade among them, the closest to Roche Sarnova and by most rights should have been the leader. Hop off and cover my rear, Ruger told Danielle when he was done. You're not going first? If I'm to be the leader, then I'm going to lead from the front. Suddenly panicked, she gripped his forearm. I don't want to lose you, baby. You won't. Rug. That was an order, soldier. Reluctantly, she levitated off Majestica. She floated for a moment, stunned and scared, as the colorful wings passed below her, bearing dragon and rider toward the mountain. Choking back tears, Danielle blew Ruger a kiss he couldn't see and drifted to the crest of the ridge, where she set her mind to guarding Majestica's belly and the life of her beloved. Damn, said Subair, as the dragon swept down. God damn it. She was livid because the Kavasari gifted shades, only 7 of them now, had just arrived and she hadn't had time to give them her plan, a foolproof strategy to bring down and kill the Kavasari leader. But now he was bearing down on her and she hadn't given the necessary instructions. Snarling, she yelled to her soldiers, "Quickly, all of you, get to cover. Fire no rockets at the dragon on penalty of death." Immediately, the 60 soldiers still living burrowed into the new entrenchments. She followed, but not before casting a withering glare at the dragon and its hellspawned master. Her clothes burst into flame and she cursed, loud and lone, as she jumped into the tunnels and hid with the others. From overhead, Majestica scorched the already blackened mountain, finally curdling the river of blood until it coagulated completely, not that this did any good, as the river had been evacuated after the last strafing run. Subair had recognized that it would be useless by the time of the next pass and so had ordered the tunnels enlarged and deepened. As she descended into them, shedding her flaming garments, she stomped into the small cubby in which the 7 Kavasari gifted shades huddled. Mute, they stared up at her naked and lightly burned body. She sat down and said, "Here's the plan. So far you've succeeded in bringing down 1 dragon. 1. I won't tolerate that sort of failure again. I understand your lack of success was due in large part because you were acting separately, guiding individual missiles by yourselves. No more. Especially now that we're running low on the things, rockets must be conserved. Consolidate your power. All 7 of you must guide a single missile or 1 missile at a time. That way we can defeat the mine thrust of the Kavasari. Got it?" They nodded. "Meanwhile," she continued, "the other troops will throw up as many rockets as we can spare to camouflage the ones you'll be guiding. I suppose that the Rainbow Dragon won't be attacking for a while, so that leaves the other 4. Logically, our greatest threat is the largest, that big brown one. If I remember correctly, its name is Shalung. That's your mission. Bring down the brown, then we'll deal with its rider." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Lord Karkar had caught and captured Shalung well over 800 years ago, but the dragon still harbored a fierce resentment toward him, even if being captured had saved the WYRM's life. That ornery streak had only ensured that Karkar would choose Shalung to ride, though. He liked a challenge. Slowly, lost in the battle and tormented by the loss of his fellows, Shalung grew easier to manage, his rage at Karkar channeled toward those that had killed Nakarat and Montalvo. Good, thought Karkar. Hate them, not me. Hate could accomplish a lot. So he thought as he watched Ruger and Majestica streak over the mountaintop, laying waste to the barren ground, all that was visible of Subair's encampment. It surprised Karkar when no missiles sought to intercept the two. Karkar chalked it up to Subair's fading arsenal. Just the same, something wasn't quite right. Which is why it was almost reassuring that, after Majestica and Ruger completed their pass, a flurry of missiles sought to bring down Sophia and Yazbak, that striking flaming pink dragon just a little smaller than Shalung himself. Of course, due to the Coven's skills, none of the missiles reached the dragon and its dark-haired rider. At first, the hunter had been reluctant to concede command to Ruger, but the old werewolf's curiosity had overridden his pride. He wanted to see what the Darkling could do. All the while, he reminded himself of his vow to Jean-Pierre, that from now on he would no longer be an indiscriminate predator, but would only prey on those that were of dark hearts. Oddly, Karkar felt that this new way of life would be pleasing, that perhaps the albino and the Darkling had been right about evil and right also about living a good and moral life. Inwardly, he allowed himself a sigh, because it was a moot point now. Karkar had given his word to Jean-Pierre, and Karkar would not go back on such a promise. After Sophia and Yazbak completed their semi-successful strafing run, successful because neither had been killed, semi because they'd only killed 3 or 4 of Subair's troops, it was Karkar's turn at bat. Grinning, he patted Shalung's tough neck. "Ready, my friend?" "Ready to flay Nakara's murderers alive," growled Shalung. "Not to be your friend. Get your stinking hand off my neck and let's incinerate these fucks." Karkar laughed. He hadn't known how contemporary the dragon's speech had grown but was delighted by it nonetheless. "Then let's be off," he said. The great brown dragon carried Karkar over the crest of the mountain and down to Subair's earthen encampment, which instantly sprang to life. Bullets and missiles flared up at the duo, while Shalung blew flame, scattering them, and Karkar used his new gifts to light the clothes of Subair's half on fire. Karkar grinned. Yes, he reflected, Ruger and Jean-Pierre had been correct, it did feel good to be on the side of the righteous. And it had only taken him a millennium to. A missile slammed into Shalung guts, guided there, Karkar assumed when he was capable of rational thought, by Subair's 7 Kavasari gifted shades. They then sank 3 more rockets, one at a time, into Shalung's golden brown paunch. Shaken by the concussions, Karkar gripped Shalung's spinal horns, momentarily forgetting that he could levitate at will. How had missiles reached Shalung? Ruger and the others should have been strong enough. Screaming, Shalung plummeted to the ground. Carker shouted to him to keep flying, but Sha Lung gasped, "The bastards have killed me, Carker. Get off while you can." Despite everything, Carker almost smiled. In his last moments, Sha Lung had ceased to hate him. The dragon drove into the ground at an angle, too weak to use his wings or legs to slow the impact. He skidded nearly 100 yards and stopped, clouds of dust boiling around him. The impact threw Carker off his back. The hunter landed on the blackened earth, spitting dirt and flakes of blood. He stood, slowly, and glanced all around. Subair's troops closed in, guns and rockets at the ready. Carker leaped into the air. The guns roared. Thousands of bullets lanced into him. He cried out but continued to fly. Another volley of bullets pounded him. Pain. Excruciating. His strength ebbed, and he fell back to earth. The enemy troops advanced. Several raised rocket launchers. Sha Lung, in his final moments of life, swung his great head around and caught half a dozen soldiers in his mouth. With satisfying crunching sounds, he began to chew, and the soldiers that had been aiming their instruments of death at Carker fired on the dragon instead. Sha Lung rocked from these explosions, then let out a last torrent of fire that incinerated the 6 shades still in his mouth. Even as sorely wounded as he was, Carker was touched. Struggling to keep his feet under him, the hunter swept his great machete out of its leather scabbard and turned to the advancing horde. He was now too weak to fly. Bleeding from 1,000 places, he smiled. "Come hither," he bid them, swinging his blade so it caught the light of the moon. "Come and do your worst." They came. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. By the time Rolf finally led his platoon into the battlement, most of his troops were naked and only half still carried guns. Thankfully, they'd all kept presence of mind enough to bring their swords. As soon as they disappeared into the cracked and tilted tower, the ambassador's assault abated, just as Rolf had hoped. The guns ceased firing erratically and nothing else burst into flame. As soon the Kabasari couldn't see them, he wouldn't risk firing the libertarians' weapons for fear of hitting his own people. Rolf turned to his 20 troops, naked and burned and riddled with bullets from their own weapons, and said, "We'll deal with that fucking Kabasari later. We have other business first." They nodded dumbly. Probably, none of them had ever had experience with a Kabasari or even knew what such a creature was capable of. Rolf himself lacked the former, but he knew the latter all too well. "Ready to kick it in gear?" he said, not making it a question. "Aye, sir," many replied. The rest nodded, but not so dumbly this time. They were regaining their wits and their nerve. "Then let the charge begin," he said, and led the way up the ruined staircase. Pieces of it were missing, and in several instances Rolf had to vault across gaps to reach the next stair. He brought his troops up to the first story, where 5 castle soldiers lay in wait. A missile whizzed past Rolf and slammed into the wall just behind him. The blast knocked him several yards to the side. Ironically, this saved him from the most severe volleys of the castle soldiers. Even as his platoon came racing up after him, he shifted into his beast form and lunged at the nearest enemy soldier. Rolf tackled him to the floor, while the man's closest comrade turned from firing on the libertarian platoon to fire on D'Aguila. Ignoring the bullets, Rolf expanded his wings, lifted himself into the air and rolled over so that the soldier he'd been pinning to the floor was now above him, but just as frozen, his every limb locked into place by Rolf's claws. The captain dropped onto his back, wrapped his wings about the doomed man in the familiar death shroud and bit off the man's head with his long crocodile mouth. Outside of his cocoon, he could hear his troops cheering him on. When he unfurled his wings and tossed the carcass to the side, the other 4 castle soldiers were dead. Rolf morphed back into his more human form and appraised the scene. 2 of his troops had been killed by missiles and 5 others sported serious wounds from bullets, but otherwise his platoon had come out on top. "Good job," he told them. Going to the bodies of the 2 dead troops, what was left of them, he bade the rest of his platoon to give them a moment of silence, and they bowed their heads. That done, Rolf snapped up his broadsword from the ground, where it had fallen when he'd shapeshifted, and raised it high overhead. Onward! He charged to the next level to find it deserted. As was the next. On the 4th floor they met heavy resistance, but prevailed. At the end of the battle, Rolf's platoon had been reduced to 11 troops, most of which were seriously injured. Rolf had anticipated this and had ordered them to leave several of their enemies alive, if barely. Now he ordered his troops to feed on the castle guards and heal themselves. Rolf partook in this himself, as his wounds were among the worst. The 5th floor, the highest, was deserted. Rolf had taken the tower. Mission accomplished. He walked over to a window and peered out at the next tower, this one roofless. For a moment, there was no life, but then 3 zombies, the only ones still living, Rolf learned later, and 8 libertarians marched onto the top of the battlement, all covered in blood but obviously victorious. Rolf greeted them and they whooped at seeing him. Then, remembering the Kavisari, Rolf ordered the troops and the zombies on the other battlement to descend to the second highest floor, where they'd be safe from the ambassador's attacks. Sure enough, a second later and their clothes burst into flame and their guns started firing at each other. They quickly scampered downstairs. Beyond that tower mounted another, this one badly damaged. Once, he could tell, it had had a roof such as the tower in which he now stood, but it had been torn away in the nuclear blast. On top of the ruined battlement stood the Sonia collage, surrounded by half a dozen libertarian soldiers. As soon as the collage saw him, the blunt limb rose into the air, its petals peeling back, and Sonia popped out, waving at him. He just barely resisted the compulsion to flush. Instead, he shouted that they should all take cover, which they did just as the libertarians' clothes began to catch fire and their guns turn on them. Fucking Kavisari, he muttered. D'Aguila communicated with Malisoel via radio. She'd been successful in taking her tower. Indeed, all the towers had been taken and the castle loyalists hiding in the cracks in the Great Wall had been slaughtered. Now, she said over the hiss of static, it's time to finish off the east side and that damned Kavisari. You realize I'm naked and burned right now? Fuck her. I'll show him to mind his manners. Rolf had to smile at that image of Malie. Yes, he said. It's time we finish this. He was about to add something else when he saw Roche Sarnova and a skinless demon streak across the abandoned courtyard below. When Sarnova, hidden in the chest of Montalvo's corpse, realized the helicopter shower was over, he ushered Ladrito out through the great red dragon's neck and emerged, wet, into the cold night to hear the sounds of battle raging nearby. Thanks, Roche said. For what? Your idea to hide in Montalvo. You saved my life. The skinless ghoul grinned. I guess you get to be my slave for eternity. Isn't that the old Chinese custom? Good thing I'm not Chinese. Roche watched the battle, trying to get a sense of it, then swore. Francois had ambushed the libertarians, but the Libbies had the advantage of greater numbers and firearms and were quickly overcoming him. He saw Francois himself standing on top of the southeast tower. We've got to get to him, Roche said, and pointed. Ladrito strained his eyes. Then let's hurry. The libertarians should be almost through with the west by now. Together they ran across the ruins of what had once been the upper courtyards. Roche was surprised there was anything left of them at all, or of the entire structure itself for that matter, but fortunately the castle had been built too well and the warhead on the nuclear device too small to have destroyed anything more than it had. As he ran, he saw the places where fountains and monuments had been. At one spot, he saw the tall sculpture of the woman with a sword in one hand and a globe in the other. The statue was all but obliterated, it had been tossed up against the eastern wall and been fused there by heat. Damn them, he said. They'll pay for this. He remembered Ruger and the rest of the coven and for an instant thought about calling a halt to his dash to Francois. But no. The libertarians would be finished with the western walls and towers by now, indeed, he could see many of their bloodstained forms stirring in the battlements. He had to get to his friend. Together, maybe they could stop the invasion and, perhaps, eventually, rebuild what had been lost. He reached the great crater where the fatal missile had struck and hedged his way around it. He levitated off the ground for a few seconds to speed up his plight, then realized he could actually fly up to greet his oldest friend if he wanted. That would mean abandoning Ladrito, though. He stayed grounded. It didn't matter, though. That brief exercise of his Kavisari powers proved disastrous. Previously, Malisoel had been more focused on the fight than studying the blasted courtyard below, but when her eyes caught movement there, she looked. When she saw one of those figures leap into the air and maintain his position there, she recognized him for a Kavisari. A moment later and she recognized him as Roche Sarnova himself, not through personal interactive with the man, of course, but through photographs and paintings she'd seen throughout her life. Though her desire to avenge Ludwig's murder had been subordinated to the task of winning the castle, she felt her priorities flip for an instant. This was the man who'd killed her husband. She snapped her head about. The Sonia collage clung to the side of a nearby battlement, all the monster's available eyes on the Dark Lord. The thing seemed to be twitching in anticipation. Malie understood. The Sonia collage recognized him. Not simply as the Dark Lord, whom she had known well before becoming part of Younger Yagoda's Tapestry of Death, but as a Kavisari, too. Programmed by both the Balaclava and the Libertarians to attack any Kavisari except Amelia when possible, and also to kill both Dark Lords if she could, Sonia was barely able to control her instinct to dive off after Roche Sarnova. Malisoel grinned. Maybe she'd have to sacrifice a formidable ally to deliver justice to Ludwig's murderer, but in her instant of rage that seemed a small price to pay. Attack! She ordered Sophia, and pointed. The creature didn't hesitate. The Sonia collage leapt from atop her battlement, realigning into a giant net or parachute to slow her descent, and fell almost on top of Roche Sarnova. Shifting again, she seized him in one massive pincer. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Roche gasped. One moment, he'd been running to save his friend. The next, a shadow had fallen over him and he was being lifted into the air to stare at the glistening mouth of the collage. Younger and Yagoda, he fumed. They had created this abomination. They had sent that missile. At that moment, he didn't see the collage as presented in the flesh, he saw it as the manifestation of those two evil bastards. Consumed with rage, he unleashed his pyrokinesis on the creature, setting many of its bodies aflame and catching Sonia off guard so much that she stumbled backward and plummeted into the nuclear crater. She took Roche, snarling and thrashing in that pincer, with her. Flames and darkness and screaming. The scores of bodies that comprised the collage squirmed hungrily all around Sarnova, and the great, flame-lit mouth gaped just ahead. The pincer shoved him toward the maw. 3 long tongues thrust past the triangular shark teeth toward him. You bastards! He heard himself shout. It almost sounded like another person. Younger and Yagoda, you're nothing but. The pincer tightened. That hideous blood-spattered maw drew closer. Its 3 tongues slapped Roche across the face, leaving slimly trails, and he wrinkled his nose at its fetid breath. Closer. Now he could look down its throat and see the hungry pulsing things waiting there. His last thoughts, as the collage pulled him down and in, were of Francois and Carker, and of the utopia that could have existed if not for the fucking balaclava. He threw back his head and roared. It was the last anyone ever saw of him alive. Chapter 11. Enraged, Ruger watched Subair's troops close in on Carker. We've got to help him, said Danielle. Yeah, but how? Taking the dragons will torch Carker, too. There was only one way, and he knew it. No! Shouted Danielle as Ruger leapt from Majestica's neck and flew down to the mountain. Ruger, no! Somewhere in her voice he heard the words he's not worth it, baby, but Ruger flew on. Evidently, Jean-Pierre had had the same thought, as Ruger saw him fly down from atop Drakeshar. On her 3-legged steed, Sophia cried out after him, but the albino pretended not to hear. Jean-Pierre and Ruger merged, flying side by side, as swept down to save their adopted father from certain doom. How'd they do it, do you think? Jean-Pierre asked over the whip of the wind. We know the Sangrosanks were giving them blood, but how did they suddenly build up the power to drive those rockets like that? I don't know, Ruger said. I suppose they must have come up with a way to combine their efforts. For all we know, they've got a warlock down there. Jean-Pierre didn't smile. Out of the corner of his eye, Ruger saw a dark shape shooting straight towards him. Danielle was coming, after all, but she didn't look too happy about it. Jean-Pierre swore as his own beloved hopped off her dragon and raced towards him. Can't stand to be left. He stopped as his gaze fell on Carker making his last stand. Bleeding from 1,000 wounds, the hunter rushed the horde of enemy troops with his machete. Bullets and missiles flew at him, but none were driven with the force that had taken down Shalung, and Carker managed to divert all but one of the missiles, even as tired and bullet-ridden as he was. One was all it took. It caught Carker on the hand holding the blade. He was swinging his fist so fast that it created the necessary weight for the rocket to detonate. His arm exploded in a cloud of fire, blood and bone, and the blast kicked the great white hunter 20 yards to the side. Ruger pushed himself to fly faster. Carker sprawled bleeding into the blackened earth, charred and missing an arm, 1,000 bullet holes in him, and it didn't look like he was going to get up. His leg twitched. Subair's goons would be on him before he had a chance to recover. Jean-Pierre and Ruger steeped their dive, barreling straight toward Carker. Only at the last second did Ruger realize his mistake. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Subair realized it, too, and she was in a position to twist it to her immediate and world-altering advantage. When Shalung and its rider had crashed, Subair sent off nearly 30 of her soldiers. Her hope was to capitalize on the sentimentality of the Kavasari leader and draw him into the open where her 7 snipers could shoot him down. Then she recognized Shalung's rider, and that just made the circumstances more bizarre. How can the hunter be a fucking Kavasari? To her shock, all 4 of the other dragon riders leapt off their mounts and flew towards the spot where Carker was dying. Jesus, she said, more in awe than anything else. 5 Kavasari, and dragons. It was too much. Nonetheless, her cunning had paid off, as it always had before now, and she realized that this was perhaps her best stroke of luck yet. She grinned. The riders had left their dragons defenseless. The Kavasari leader had slipped up. What a pleasure it is to be so smart. Keeg, she addressed the leader of the 7 remaining Kavasari gifted shades. Get your group's asses up, Point your rockets at the largest dragon and keep shooting till you've got them all. In succession, 3 projectiles blazed toward Yazbak, and Subair nearly laughed out loud as the flaming pink WIRM bellowed as the missiles stuck him, then dropped down the side of the mountain to his death. Now that one, she said, and indicated Drakeshar. *****. When Roche Sarnova disappeared into the void with the collage, many voices shouted their protest. 7 in particular shouted the loudest. Ladrido was the first. He lay along the perimeter of the crater, his borrowed ghoul body half crushed by one of the collage's legs. He looked like nothing so much as a roach squashed by a boot but still somehow alive. After his initial shock, he gathered himself up and flew out of the useless body and formed his usual human figure with the bats. Looking down into the crater, all he could see were flames and shadows in a fiery ball, descending slowly through the bowels of the castle. Captain Rolf de Guila was the second. When he saw Sarnova fly briefly through the air, he thought, "God damn, another one? How many fucking Kavasari can there be?" He realized that it must have been the first one, the ambassador, that had changed Sarnova, but how many others had he altered? That was a sobering thought. Then Sonia leapt off her tower and Rolf screamed at her to stop, knowing all the while he was wasting his breath. Kawar and Harry were the third and fourth. Looking down from the eastern tower in which they were stationed, they'd immediately recognized the Dark Lord, if not the skinless apparition running alongside him, and felt hearted by his appearance. Devastated by the fall of the Western Wall, they'd given up hope that the Libertarians could be driven back. That was, until they saw Roche. But as soon as he appeared, a collage took him with it into the dark hole of the crater. They shouted in horror, each gripping the other's hand tightly. Melisawel was the sixth. She roared insults down at Sarnova's falling form and smiled. Finally, she thought, justice had been served. Francois was the sixth. He'd been smiling as he watched his old friend run across the courtyard to join him, and then all of a sudden that thing had leapt down from western battlements. The ambassador screamed, then, without so much as a conscious thought, he leapt off the tower, flew through the air and dove into the hole after his friend. As soon as he did, he remembered his duties to rout the Libertarians, but what sort of creature was he if he'd let Roche be killed when there is a chance he could do something about it? And damned if there wasn't. Through the darkness, he saw the end of the hole below, the scattered debris where the 30 castle soldiers had ambushed the Libertarians just 15 minutes ago, the rubble and their bodies illuminated by the flickering fires thrown high from the great mass of dead flesh and kindling that was the collage. The beast lay in a nightmarish heap, its amorphous form kicking and twitching as if caught in the grip of death. Francois landed next to it, hunting for any sign of Roche, screaming his friend's name. There was no response. The ambassador stepped closer to examine the still twitching collage. He saw its great lipless maw, but Roche was not there, nor was he caught in any of the pincers or arms. Perhaps he'd been crushed under the weight of the monster and was even now trying to dig himself out. With that in mind, Francois began tugging and rocking the collage, trying to lift it off the ground far enough so Roche could scamper out. No one came out. Overcome with grief, Francois fell to his knees and wept. He didn't know how long he cried, but when he looked up he saw a strange blunt limb extended from the twitching mass of the collage, the ends of its tapered form peeling back like grotesque petals on a flower. A female torso shot out, her gray eyes lively and her dark hair streaked with silver. She offered the ambassador a cruel smile and said, her voice full of Jamaican inflections, "Did you lose something?" The ambassador leapt to his feet and drew out his dagger. "You bastards! We get that a lot." Francois took a step forward and lifted his dagger high. The woman wagged her finger at him. TSK, ambassador. Kill this vessel and you'll never see your friend again." "You mean, he's not dead?" She laughed. "Well, we didn't say that, now did we?" "What do you mean, you swine? Where is he?" Through the woman thing, Younger and Yagoda laughed at him some more. Francois was just on the verge of throttling her despite the threat when suddenly a form shot up from the apex of the collage, a form Mauclery knew all too well. Roche Sarnova, now a part of the collage, smiled down at the ambassador. "So nice to see you again, Francois." Mauclery collapsed. It seemed that all life had left him, gone up in a puff of smoke. All that was left was ash. "If it's any consolation," the woman thing said, "your friend killed our pet, just as she killed him, and drew him into her own beautiful tapestry. Too late to be of any use to her, we're afraid. We'd hoped his blood would be strong enough to revive her so she'd be able to consume you next, but alas, the fall was too far, the drop too hard, the flames too bright. This thing looks pretty alive to me." The woman thing shook her youthful head, and in that moment Francois thought he recognized her. "Yes, a Gensiv, a girl from the taverns." "Sonia," he said. She smiled bitterly. "Yes, that's who we're speaking through now. Would you like to speak to her a moment in private?" If that means you getting the fuck out of her head, then yes. She laughed, then suddenly stopped. Her face recomposed itself, and she blinked, now seeming shaken and tired. She stared placidly at him. Evening, Ambassador. Evening, Sonia. Tell me, are you really dying? Blackie set too much of me on fire, and the drop pretty much crushed me. It's only a matter of time now. Is there any way you can release any of the bodies this thing's made of? I don't know. My masters didn't teach me how, if there was a way, and I'm not saying there is. But, when you die, will all the rest of them die, too? In a sense, they're already dead, but, yes. I'm the nexus. The nervous system. Through me, my masters guide it, either directly or through pre-programmed instruction. Why did you attack Roche? I'm programmed to accept Melisawel as a master. She ordered me to attack and kill him. That's only one reason, however. He was a Dark Lord and a Kavasari. As a gift to the libertarians from my highest masters, my lords, my creators, I was to eliminate the army's greatest threats. And so I have tried. I've consumed one Dark Lord and one Kavasari. It was thought that only one Kavasari would be found, but when I realized that not to be the case, my programming took over and I prepared to pounce. Melisawel ordered me to do so, and I did. Wearily, the ambassador studied his oldest friend. Roche. Jesus. Is there any way to get you out of this thing? Sarnova shook his head sadly. Even if you could cut me out of here, Francois, I'd die, because I was never formally killed and resurrected by Younger and Yagoda. I'm not a zombie. I'm just a part of this thing now, and if I'm separated from it... Fuck. I'm not too happy about it, either. Good God, Roche, I'm sorry. I know I lived a lie, that I misled you for thousands of years, but I'm still your friend. I won't allow this. Don't, Francois. I forgave you for lying about your true nature not long after you told me about it. Don't beg my forgiveness, and don't waste your time trying to save me. I'm dead already. Believe me, I wish, he shook his head. You've got a dream to save. Maybe Subair was right, maybe shades and humans aren't ready to coexist, but someday we will be, and I want you there to lead the way. And I want you there. What I need to do is go down into the Sabo, find the bastards and force them to get you out of this thing. No offense, Sonia, he added. None taken, she said. Sonia, can you talk your masters, can you get in their heads? She tilted her head. They're close to me, now. All I can read from them is that they're engaged in some fierce combat. The strange thing is that they seem to be fighting only one opponent. I wouldn't have expected one to pose such a problem to them. Francois had to smile. Amelia. His smile faded. I told her to stay the hell away from here. Why did she have to be so fucking thick-headed? Because of Ruger, said Sarnova. I suppose that must be it. Well, if she's down there, she probably needs help. I'd better. No. What? With me to back her up, we'll defeat the Balaclava in no time, then find a way to get you out of here. Can't you hear it, up above? The libertarians are laying waste to last of my people, the last of your people. I know you want to save me, and I wouldn't mind being saved, but I'd much rather die here and now than live with the knowledge that my kingdom and dreams died with me. Please, Francois. If Amelia's really down there giving them battle, you know you can't get to her in time. Either she'll prevail or she won't. You can't do anything about it. But you can, hopefully, stop Subair and Melisawel from destroying everything we fought so hard to preserve. Is that a deal? Don't be a martyr, Roche. Goddamn, you've been a part of my life for 3,000 years and more. Stop being so melodramatic. I'm dead. Go help those that aren't. Instead, Mockery lit a cigarette, offered one to Roche and sat down beside him. Above, gunfire sounded. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Melisawel realized that both Dark Lords were absent from the battle, and hopefully for good, she ordered her army to begin assaulting the eastern wall with the missiles it still possessed. Supplies were running low. Fuck, said Cloire, when she saw Mockery disappear into the crater. There goes our last chance. Maybe he'll come back, Harry said. Hope to hell you're right. She glanced around at the other shades occupying the top of the tower. Their faces were drawn in grim lines. No, she realized, more than just grim, hopeless. Nearly 60 shades had been in the western wall, and all were dead, which left roughly 25 castle shades, former members of the largest immortal army on the planet, by God. To defeat the libertarians. Really not good odds. Even if the Kavasari Mockery returned with a living and ready-to-kick-ass Roche Sarnova, the castle would just as surely fall. What else can we do? Harry said. Run and hide. Fight another day. But the dragons aren't helping. Well, maybe they were, by delaying Subair's half, but seems to me they're dying or jumping ship. She turned her gaze to the northeast tower, the one from which Byron had leapt, and the one on which a black and quite dead dragon was impaled. Below the black one lay a steaming and massive red carcass of another WIRM, whose head and neck had landed on the top of the central northern tower. No help from that quarter. Run and hide, eh? Harry said. Unless you can come up with some great plan or other. Ruger sending you anything? Nothing. She cast her gaze at the other shades, huddled together and holding a similar conversation. Hey, lads. Any ideas? They regarded her solemnly. We'd give our lives for our kingdom, ma'am, one said. But only if our deaths would serve a purpose. Going up against those fucking libbies is suicide. I don't know what the hell's going on up there at the mountain, with all those dragons and shit, but I know Subair's supposed to be up there and the fact she ain't here yet must mean them dragons is on our side. Still, the libbies'll be firing at us or charging us any second. Right now they're regrouping, probably, collecting all the rockets still live in the storage lockers. Once they get their shit together, we're history. As I see it, we've 4 options. Surrender. Die a warrior's death, killing as many of them as we can for they cut us down. Jump off this tower and end it now before they can make slaves out of us. Or run the fuck away. Thanks, Custer. You asked, ma'am. She swung back to Harry, whose gaze was fixed on the mountaintop. See anything that might help us? Ruger's lost another dragon, he said. I can only see 2 more up there, and I don't see a rider on either of them. She nodded. She had to assume the worst-case scenario in which Ruger and the rest of the Kavasari were dead and that the 2 dragons still circling the mountain would follow suit. And yep, there went another one, a long sinewy white one. She could see several bloody eruptions on its flank, then a missile actually took off its head. She turned her eyes away as it fell. Okay, she said, horribly aware of the hitch in her voice. Run and hide. Seems the only real option, doesn't it? How to run and where to hide? Harry said. That was a good question. The soldier she'd called Custer herded his men toward the stairwell. To Clar and Harry, he said, I wish you both luck. You may do as you see fit, but my men and I've discussed the matter and VE agreed that fleeing the castle is not an option, and neither is surrender and slavery. We've determined to take the warrior's path. He slapped a fist over his heart. Death to our enemies. Give 'em hell, see. He shot her a weary glance and followed his men down the stairwell. Harry reached for her hand and squeezed it. I, for one, would like to see the libertarians stopped, but I don't think we're up to it. Despite all the plans, all Ruger and Danielle and the rest have tried to do. None of it's worked. If I believed in karma, I'd say the castle was meant to fall. At precisely this moment, rockets began streaking out from the western battlements and slamming into the eastern wall. Apparently the libbies had gotten their shit together. I love you, Clar. Shut up, love. I'm thinking. She put her mind to imagining their escape, but couldn't quite picture it. Where was there to escape to? Vibrations and tremors rattled the tower, and she knew she'd better come up with something fast. The eastern wall, heavily damaged by the nuke, didn't need much encouragement to go sliding off into the chasm. Think fast, Clar. A rocket struck the side of the tower just below one of the niches in the wall. The whole stone platform rocked from the impact, and the section of floor Clar was crouched on gave out. Only by leaping to the side did she avoid following the floor down through the 5 levels of the tower. As it was, she knocked into Harry and sent them both rolling until they collided with the far wall. Hey, she said, choking dust. He blinked. Hey. Shouting erupted from the courtyard below. She rushed to the remains of the parapet in hopes of seeing Mockery rising out of the crater with Roche Sarnova right behind. Instead, she saw Custer and his motley pack being blown to smithereens by rockets. What's going on? Harry asked, still slumped against the eastern wall. The warrior's path, she mumbled, thinking, so he really decided to commit suicide, after all. Would have been easier and with better scenery going into the chasm. All at once, several rockets slammed into the tower, one flying right over her head so that its fiery tail actually singed her hair. She raised a fist and was shouting insults at the libertarians when she realized that more of the floor was giving out. Holy fuck, Harry said from somewhere behind here. Jumping to a stable piece of ground herself, Clar spun to see the floor in the wall Harry had been stationed at gone. Simply gone. Much of the platform was disintegrating and she could feel the whole tower tilting to the side. The whole eastern wall must be sagging over the abyss. Harry! She cried. No answer. Harry! Finally, a wheezing claw came from somewhere over the side of the tower. Scampering carefully across the crumbling surface, she reached the empty place where the wall and the floor had been, where Harry had been, and leaned out. Jesus, she moaned. Hanging by his fingernails against some crumbling stone, Harry hung, his legs swinging freely out over the chasm. Only then did Clore realize just how badly the tower was tilting. It leaned almost 45 degrees out over the abyss, making it impossible for Harry to find a toehold. Bits of stone crumbled under her boots to fall down on his head. He groaned, and for a horrifying moment she thought he'd let go, but he didn't. He may be a short lush of a mortal with a healthy paunch, but he was as tenacious as the proverbial bulldog. Still, she realized that by continuing to stand over him she was only inviting greater avalanches, so she stepped back, not knowing what to do. Harry was going to his doom and there wasn't anything she could do about it. Even as she was about to go back to the hole in the parapet, she saw one, then two, hands gripping the rotting stone of the blasted floor. He'd made it up. Harry! This stone, need some help. One of his handholds disintegrated. His hand slipped from sight. The fingers of the other turned white with the effort of hanging on. Jesus! Right then Clore was faced with the most difficult decision of her life. She could easily let Harry fall to his death, which would solve that problem. She'd never have to risk her heart again. She'd become like Sophia had been before Jean-Pierre. Clore would be the new Ice Queen. After all, what was love anyway but lust and codependence? It would be stupid to go on living with Harry. Idiotic. It would totally go against everything she stood for. She leapt for his one remaining hand and clutched it desperately, squeezing his fingers so hard he cried out in pain. Even as she reeled him back in, a missile exploded the ground where she'd been crouching a moment before. It would have killed her. She clutched Harry to her fiercely. He held her just as tightly and wiped at the tears from below her eyes. She kissed him, and he returned the kiss with passion. The tower leaned even further out over the chasm. The wall holding it in place wouldn't hold much longer. The view this new angle afforded Clore was a beaut. The falling snow and the white mountains and the sheer breathless beauty of the chasm itself, and, off to left, the tiered balconies of the blood and stone. She cried out as the tower began its irrevocable descent into the abyss. Shifting into her beast shape, completely catching Harry off guard, she turned him about, grabbed a mouthful of the back of his thick coarse coat, and tried to say, "Hold on, love." She dashed toward the wall, now nearly bisecting the horizon in a vertical line, and vaulted over the edge, wrapping one hairy stump of a foreleg about Harry. Flying, they sailed through the snow-whipped air toward the balconies of the blood and stone below and to the side. She didn't think they'd reach it. Her launch had been too awkward, her legs not coiled enough, the angle all wrong. They'd never make it. Almost, they didn't. They neared the second balcony just as their speed began to drop. Luckily, their velocity was enough to send them hurtling toward the third, the lower, deck, and an updraft caught them just in time to ensure that they didn't miss the balustrade. The problem was that the updraft hurled them a little too hard. She hunched her shoulder to protect Harry from the impact. They smashed partway through the wrought iron balustrade. Both Harry and Clore screamed. Caught, stuck. Her weight dragged them back into the abyss. She released Harry and hurled him across the snow-covered balcony. He skittered and rolled, throwing up bright red blood from a wound in his arm received when they'd blasted through the balustrade, and in which he was still stuck, like a bug in a spider's web. But a really heavy bug that was falling out, slowly, and in the wrong direction. She'd kicked Harry too far out for him to help her. Sliding backwards. She could feel the cold wind of the abyss lashing her backside. "I love you," she called, and began falling backwards. Harry didn't respond. He flung himself to a standing position, still spewing blood all across the beautiful whiteness of the balcony, and started skidding and loping towards her, almost skating at times on the ice and falling flat on his face at others. She watched him warmly, too weak to escape from her entanglement and the balustrade too well made. She fell. She caught herself, by one claw, on the icy ledge. No longer could she see Harry, but she heard his cry of pain as he fell once more and went sliding towards her, hurtling actually, he smashed into the balustrade face first. The cold rough metal cut him in a half a dozen places. Clore! Her one claw lost its traction. He grabbed it. Her nails dug into his flesh and her shaggy weight started to pull him through the same hole from which she'd just slithered. She changed forms, and from the expression on his face she knew he wasn't gawking at her nudity but her wounds. She felt faint. The snowflakes seemed to be turning black and they danced in spiraling geometric patterns all about. Very tranquil, very. A dead weight in his arms, Harry reeled her naked and bloody body onto the deck with him. "Jesus," he said, examining her wounds. Not only was her back blackened by a missile and cut by countless pieces of shrapnel, but her front was damaged badly from the impact and entanglement with the balustrade. He writhed out of his own bloody coat and draped it about her. "Thanks," she murmured. Consciousness flickered, but it was there. She felt his heat and smiled. "I love you," she mumbled. "And I love you," he said, holding her close. "But now we've got to get you someplace warm." She felt herself lifted up and had the sensation of his warm body and marching feet. Then, with a smile, she gave in to the black snowflakes, and darkness claimed her. Chapter 12. In the end, Carker was saved from the weapons of the 30 soldiers only because the troops looked up to see Ruger and Jean-Pierre streaking out of the night towards them. Jean-Pierre smiled as the enemy began firing upwards and utilized his new powers, in conjunction with Ruger, to turn the soldiers' own weapons against them and to set the very ground upon which they stood on fire. It created the necessary distraction as the albino and the darkling closed in on the hunter. "My boys," cried Carker, as they helped him to his feet. "You shouldn't have risked it, not for me." "Be quiet," Jean-Pierre said. Ruger squeezed the old werewolf Cavassari's shoulder affectionately. The adopted sons hoisted Carker off the ground by the armpits and bore him away from the soldiers, who were still dealing with the confusion Jean-Pierre and Ruger had unleashed. The albino smiled again as he saw Sophia flying towards him and called out to her. As he and Ruger reached a good height, Sophia and Danielle joined them in the air. Danielle embraced Ruger and kissed his cheek. You, Sophia said to Jean-Pierre, or tried to, and he could tell by the set of her brows that she was livid but attempting not to let it out. "You could have been killed." So could Kark. As her eyes drifted to the barely conscious hunter, her visage softened. She said nothing. "Thank God you're all okay," Danielle said. "But what now?" With an urgency that seemed to have been building up in him for some time, Ruger said, "All of you, quick, back to the dragons. They're vulner." Several rockets arced brightly through the air and struck Yazbak. Sophia screamed, echoing the horror of the WIRM's own howl, and started flying in the dragon's direction. Jean-Pierre caught her wrist. As the beautiful pink Yazbak fell to his death off the side of the mountain, another bright volley caught the albino's eye. When he saw the target of the missiles, he flew off himself, only to be pulled back by Sophia. "Don't," she whispered, just as one of the explosions took off Drakeshar's head. The sinewy white dragon, liquid red as much as gleaming white now, flew on for several horrible seconds before he started his last silent plummet to the ground. Another volley raced out toward Majestica, but the crafty rainbow dragon had seen enough to know her fate and outmaneuvered the rockets as she darted off toward the west, toward the lowlands and the lake. Sickened as he was by the death of his own steed and companion, as well as all the others, Jean-Pierre was glad that at least one of the dragons had escaped. At any rate, it was clear that Carker wouldn't be flying anywhere for the time being. They had to find a place to rest. To the north, Jean-Pierre told the others, and they nodded, having reached the same conclusion. The northern tip of the mountaintop was the furthest from Subert's encampment. As one, they flew, leaving the shouting of Subert's army behind. Jean-Pierre glanced back to see a messenger running up to the 30 soldiers that had meant to kill Carker and deliver a message. They cast their shadow-strewn faces toward the coven, and Jean-Pierre could tell that, whatever order they'd received, they were none too happy about it. The coven landed at the northern tip. Gently, Jean-Pierre and Ruger lowered Carker to the ground, where he breathed harshly, snortingly, as if each inhalation might be his last. The albino knelt beside him and thrust his wrist before Carker's mouth. "No," the hunter gasped. "I'll not weaken you, my boy. For the love of life, Carker, drink my fucking blood. You need it more than I do. Go on, drink." Ruger knelt down, too. "You're stubborn and prideful, Kark, but Jean-Pierre told me about your vow to kill only evildoers from now on." "He did he?" breathed Lord Carker, too weak to open his eyes. "If he hadn't, I might have just let you die out there." That roused Carker, at least a bit. "And you call me stubborn? You're so righteous you're—" "Quit it," said Jean-Pierre. "Just drink." Still the hunter hesitated. "Go on," urged Ruger, a new stridency in his voice. "If you don't, you'll be the death of us all. The soldiers that attacked you, they're coming this way. My guess is Subert's willing to sacrifice them in order to give her the time she needs to get the rest of her army down to the castle. And we're all damned weak, Kark. We need you up and functioning if we're going to fight them off." Without another thought, Jean-Pierre bit into his own wrist and let the blood pour down Carker's throat. At first, the hunter started to protest, but he stopped himself. He may be proud, but he wouldn't let his pride get his boys killed. When Carker was able to sit up, Jean-Pierre removed his wrist, only to have it replaced by Ruger's. The albino agreed. Carker had nearly died out there, was still missing an arm and was riddled by 1,000 bullet wounds. Blood from just one shade wouldn't be enough to help him recover, and maybe not even blood from two. As it turned out, both Danielle and Sophia also had to cough up some blood before Carker could stand. When the hunter seemed alert enough, Jean-Pierre began to check his weapons. The others began to check theirs as well. "Baby," Danielle said to Ruger, as she field-stripped her Colt .45. "Talk with Harry. Find out what's going on down at the castle. Subert can't have more than 30 troops herself, maybe less. And if Francois and the castle forces were able to hold off the libertarians, maybe we still have a chance." "I told Harry not to get involved with the fighting," Ruger said. "And he always does what you say." Ruger agreed. After a minute of psychic conversation with his mortal friend, he gave the bleak news to the rest of the coven. "The libertarians have won," he said with a voice Jean-Pierre could tell was suppressing rage. Roche Sarnova was taken down by a collage through the crater where. As Ruger reiterated what Harry had told him, Jean-Pierre's heart sank. He reached blindly for Sophia's hand. He thought of all the planning and scheming to save the castle, all the hard choices, only to find out now that, despite everything, Subert and the libertarians would win. Shaking with disgust, he jabbed a magazine into his Beretta. The 30 soldiers drew near. Studying them, Jean-Pierre saw that over half were burned and mostly naked. Only half still retained guns, and Jean-Pierre felt confident that their ammunition must be running low. A few rocket launchers thrust out, but he doubted that Subert would sacrifice the shades that had enabled the dragon's murders. Indeed, she probably needed their telekinetic strength to get down to the castle, since taking the stairs would leave her army exposed for too long. Most of the 30 carried sabers or swords, and many showed no other weapon. They were a ragged and beat-up lot, but Jean-Pierre knew that, once and not too long ago, they'd been castle soldiers. Whatever their hardships and lack of weapons, these were experienced and cagey fighting men and women, and their faces were determined. "Any particular strategy?" asked Sophia. "We're all weak, so try to avoid flying too much, or starting too many fires," Ruger said. "Rely on our strength and purpose. We've got to defeat these assholes so that we can stop Subert and Mallier and hopefully save Roche and Montclair, and everything that goes along with that." "Will someone please give me a fucking weapon?" Carker said. Danielle handed him her pistol-gripped riot gun and Sophia passed him a big double-edged silver knife, which Carker jammed through his waistband. One-armed or not, the hunter intended to do some damage. "The main thing is," Carker said, "to finish them quickly and completely. Stick together and kill them all." The advancing troops stopped and fanned out. For a long moment, all that could be heard was the cold wind careening across the blackened mountaintop. Then Subert's troops fired their missiles. The coven took to the air, flew over the loosely strung line of soldiers and dove straight into the enemy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. "Damn it," Sarnova said, as Francois lit his cigarette. "You should be up there. To die like the others?" Despite all Roche Sarnova's urging, Francois had refused to leave. He could hear the sounds of rockets and explosions overhead and knew the war, the vision, everything, was lost. And his best friend, whom he'd lied to for thousands of years and ultimately overthrown, was dying. Damned if Francois was going to abandon him now, when Roche was really all Francois had left in the world. "I will," Montclair added. "If you die on me, I'll rise to avenge your death. I doubt I'll kill all the libertarians, but I'll wreak havoc before they bring me down." "No," said the Dark Lord. "Damn it, you've got to live. If it's true, if indeed we have lost and there's nothing to do about it, then you've got to hide yourself somewhere and, someday, somehow, recruit those who share our vision. Carker and Ruger, they should be your first. The rest of the coven, if they're still alive. You've got friends, Francois. Perhaps. But I love only one." Roche made a sound, part sigh, part moan, but the fight seemed to have gone out of him. He fell on the collage, sitting on the dead flesh in silence, and Francois knelt beside him. Together, they killed their smokes and tossed the butts down to the carnage below. "Gods," Roche said, and took a deep breath. "You know I love you, too, Francois." "I know. Then I can't allow you to kill yourself by avenging me." Montclair smiled. "Not much you can do about it." "But why? After all, you've lived thousands of years. Why not a few more thousand? If I had a friend like you, I would. But with the world the way it is, I've no desire to live in it, without someone to alleviate the horror of it all. Ironic, isn't it, that the libertarians, who were founded by a man devoted to peace and progress, are the ones that make me so bitter? There's more good out there than bad, Francois. And I'd like to think you were out there somewhere among that goodness, projecting the world in a positive direction, much like Ludwig tried to do. I'd like those to be my last thoughts, not you dying to avenge me. Die for love, not hate. I will." Roche closed his eyes, and Francois wrapped an arm about his shoulder. Please don't get yourself killed, my friend, Roche said. I can't stand the idea. Then wish me luck. Maybe I'll vanquish. You never know. Roche issued a small chuckle. If there is an afterlife, Francois, expect me to give you the cold shoulder for a while. I'm sure I'll still be quite pissed off at you. They sat and talked for a while, about old times, the good and the bad, about their shared lives. Suddenly, they began making confessions to each other, little secrets they'd kept to themselves until now. Both were crying and laughing when the time finally came, when the collage gave one great roiling surge and collapsed. Caught in a laugh, with tears flowing from his eyes, Roche listed to the side and rested his full, lifeless weight against Mauclairie's chest. Francois lifted his face up to the moonlight filtering in through the crater and roared. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jesus, muttered Melissoel, as Francois's howl drifted up. Here we go. The Libertarians had destroyed the eastern wall, sending most of its crumbling bulk into the chasm, and Malier's soldiers were just now finishing up inspecting the ruins for survivors. They found none. Malier and Rolf, as well as several high-ranking members of her inner court, were discussing the specifics of their plan against Sub-Air and her half when they all stopped and turned south toward the crater after the eruption of that sudden and bone-chilling wail of rage and anguish. Everyone! Malier snapped. Battle stations on the double, and I mean move. They hopped to it. All 83 survivors of the Libertarian Army, only 83, she thought, out of well over 200 to begin with, rushed to positions along the western battlement, preparing their weapons as they ran, too late. Only a dozen soldiers had reached the western wall when Lord Francois Mauclairie shot out of the abyss to avenge the death of Roche Sarnova. He set the clothes of the Libertarians on fire and forced their own weapons to assault them even as they scrambled for protection among the battlements. Melissoel made no attempt to stay in the open with her besieged troops. Lackeys in tow, she disappeared into the western wall and ordered the soldiers that had made it there before her to follow. She raced past the dismembered and exploded corpses and up through the tower until she arrived at the 4th floor. Take up positions at the windows, she ordered. Fire your rockets at that damned Cavassari and bring him down. They fired, but their volleys were easily tossed aside by Mauclairie, who continued to sweep over the heads of the fear-drenched soldiers. Malier could only shake her head and curse. Francois wasn't content to simply ignite the clothes of his enemy. Once he saw the packs of missiles and the troops who bore them, he fixed his powers and detonated the weapons, killing a score of Malier's troops in seconds. She howled in rage. Handfuls of flaming and naked troops reached the relative sanctuary of the western walls, and more charged after them. Francois cut them off. For the first time, he touched the ground, but only for the second it took to wrest his saber from the hands of a soldier. He used it to slice off her head, then butchered the next closest Libertarian. Bullets rained into him, but he seemed impervious to any damage as he leapt through the air, his flaxen hair highlighted by the moon and his handsome face grave and splashed by fresh blood. Tell them to spare no ammunition, Malier informed a trio of runners, who then brought word to the combatants. Missiles Francois seemed to be able to divert easily, but bullets were another matter. Either they were too fast for him to deflect or he simply didn't care. Malier thought the latter was the more likely. The ambassador was self-destructing, she realized, and she would use this to whatever advantage she could. When her message had been received throughout the tower and neighboring battlements, bullets pounded the Cavassari even more fiercely, but more of the rounds struck the soldiers he hovered above than struck him. Fuck, Malier said. Pretty much, came a gruff voice from behind her, and she turned to see the unclad, burned, and bleeding body of Captain Rolf de Guila. His only weapon was the broad, curved saber he was rarely without these days. He eyed her nudity and the burned parts of her skin, and she could tell he was only barely biting back a smile. Any suggestions? She asked, rather tartly. He can fly. Well, so can I and the rest of the surviving Jandros. He'd cut you down before you got in one cut of your blade, which, by the way, needs washing. He did smile then, revealing his plentiful needle-sharp teeth. I think I'll round up my brethren and see what we can do, unless, that is, you have any contradictory orders. No, Captain. Gather your men, but... He hesitated. Yes? Be careful. He placed 2 fingers to his forehead and gave her a mock salute. As you wish, my lady. He gave her a wink and left. She returned to the window. Below, Francois was still wreaking havoc. Some of the Libertarians fired back, but the majority crawled, burned and maimed, away from the blood-coated apparition of vengeance. As she was watching the action, Melissoel was struck by the fact that the ambassador had yet to speak, to denounce those whom he considered responsible for his castle's destruction and his friend's death. His silence only made him more ghostly and surreal. Malier supposed that his one great cry of agony had been all the vocalization he required. Out of missiles to explode, he flew about chopping off the heads of individual soldiers and then dismembering them. Slowly, the steady hail of bullets seemed to be slowing him. Several times, he had to pause, as if to orient himself, and as the deluge continued, he began missing the marks he tried for with the saber. But when he missed, he unfailingly struck again, and he never missed the same mark twice. Heads and arms rolled across the blackened courtyard, now turning a liquid red, and all the while, rounds tore into the vision of fury. Malie's only hope was the creature's self-destructive nature. At any moment, he could decide that enough was enough and simply fly away, but he never did, and never would. He would kill and kill again, until either the libertarians were all dead or he was. But she knew, and she suspected that he knew, as well, that despite his awesome powers he was hopelessly outnumbered. As long as he continued carrying out his vengeance, he was doomed. She grinned when moonlight illuminated his ghastly face, as she saw in his eyes that he knew his fate better than she. Watching him drop his bullet-battered saber to the ground and wrench another from his next victim, her grin fell away. Looking at the man in all his agony and rage broke something in her, or unlocked it. For a fleeting instant, she felt empathy. She felt pity and sorrow at the countless deaths she'd caused because she wanted to be queen. Then the moment passed. No self-doubt would cripple her victory, she told herself. She was stronger than that. She leaned against the window, her blackened hands holding her in place within the blackened window, and watched the demon float over yet another soldier and decapitate him. "Get in your licks while you can," she said. "Your end won't be long now." Asterisk. D'Aguila, standing in the alcove of the tower, turned to the other 4 Jandros and inspected them. All bore wounds that proved their loyalty to Melissuel and to him, as well as their willingness to fight. Only one still wore clothes. They were a gaunt and hardened bunch, their singed wings tucked behind them, ready to spring at his signal. Satisfied, Rolf turned to glance back out the doorway and caught sight of the ambassador hacking a libertarian soldier into pieces. Bullets continued to riddle the Cavassari, and his concentration seemed to grow weaker by the moment. Any time now, Rolf thought. In all fairness, he didn't really want to kill the ambassador, but then he hadn't wanted to kill all those castle soldiers, either. War was war, and D'Aguila was resigned to it, though he still hoped that, at some point, Malie would show her old self again and rescind the order to kill Subair and her half. If she did that, Rolf would be satisfied. If she actually went through with it. His thoughts stopped when he saw Mauclery leap to his next victim and miss on not just the first swing of his blade, but the second. Rolf turned to his men, all armed with the most powerful guns the army could provide, except himself, who carried only his blade, and said, "All right, folks. It's time." He flew out and they followed. They rose into the air and advanced on the ambassador, who was drenched from head to foot in many bloods, most of all his own. He was so bullet-ridden he was probably as much metal as flesh now. And still he kept up his indomitable fury, diving over the badly diminished ranks of libertarians and hacking soldiers apart, one by one. Mauclery saw the advancing Jandros, with D'Aguila in the lead, and his pale blue eyes locked onto the captain. Rolf nodded in grim acknowledgement, shifting into his reptilian form. With his enormous crocodile mouth, he smiled at the pleasure of being in this shape, of enjoying the freedom it gave him, then forced the smile from his face and shouted towards the Cavassari, "Surrender or die." Silent, Francois rose into the air as if to accept the challenge. All the while, bullets continued to pour into him and Rolf felt momentarily unnerved at how much pain this creature was undergoing simply to avenge a death. Had Rolf ever loved someone so much, to endure so much on their behalf, or had he ever hated an enemy so much that pain would be subordinate to rage? No. And, looking upon the wasted form of his intended victim, he was glad to have escaped those passions. Rolf barked an order and his team fanned out, forming a loose semicircle around Francois, who simply hovered at the focal point, unsmiling, almost serene but for the angry slant of his eyebrows. Wind, gusting in through the empty space where the eastern wall used to be, tickled the ambassador's blood-matted hair and whipped the remnants of his clothes. It all created the illusion that the Cavassari was a fierce blur, every part of his otherwise stationary figure rippling in quicksilver in the air. The only parts of him clearly visible were his pale eyes, and they fixed tight on Rolf, who felt his blood grow cold. "Now," said Rolf. His team fired their machine guns, and, in the next few instants, time seemed to slow. As the bullets streaked toward their target, Mauclery snapped an arm up and pointed upward over Rolf's shoulder. The captain didn't have to ask what he was pointing at, Melissuel. The Cavassari's blue eyes lifted from Rolf to bore into the future queen, and the bullets tearing toward him were averted. They hummed angrily, circled around Mauclery like maddened bees, then shot up over Rolf's shoulder. Rolf heard the loud roar as they passed over him and, a brief moment later heard Malie cry out in pain and surprise. The 4 Jandros at D'Aguila's command ceased pulling the triggers of their weapons, but that didn't stop the guns from firing. Under the telekinetic control of Mauclery, their aim swiveled, they tore loose of the Jandros' hands and hovered in midair, relentlessly firing at Malie until their ammunition ran out. Instantly, the spent guns fell to the ground. Rolf heard Malie's surprised exclamations turn to whimpers of pure physical agony. Rolf lifted his saber high and charged the Kavasari. Mauclairie's face remained hard. The only change occurred in one of his arms, which cut his own blade back and forth so that its coating of gore flew in all directions. But the Kavasari had no intention of blade-to-blade fighting, and he showed absolutely no fear at Rolf's beast form. Instead, as Rolf drew near, the wind changed. All of a sudden, a gust blew with terrible fury, knocking him off course and spinning him through the air. Within seconds, he was aware of circling the Kavasari at a dizzying speed, the other Jandros in similar positions, as if Mauclairie were the eye of some invisible tornado and the flyers its sole targets of destruction. Dismay swept Rolf. He'd never heard of a creature that possessed enough power to control the very wind. His eyes stung. His guts churned. He felt nauseous and wanted only to get off this hellish ride, but he was all but paralyzed. Caught in the cyclone, with the world receding and becoming an ever faster blur, he couldn't even move his tail, or wings. He cried out but couldn't hear his own voice above the wind. He felt like he was being smashed against a wall, flattened. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. All 5 Jandros, including Rolf, were flung to the ground. He struck the courtyard hard, felt one of his wings snap, and rolled until he smacked against a wall. Things grew dark, but he shoved the blackness away and puked quietly. At least, it seemed quiet. Temporarily deafened, he could hear nothing. When he was able, he rose unsteadily to his feet. He had unconsciously changed forms. He sawed his saber off to the side and crossed to pick it up, keeping his eyes open for the Kavasari. Across the courtyard from him, Francois hacked apart the body of one of Rolf's Jandros, who, like Rolf, had been flung against a wall. Unlike Rolf, he wasn't being given time to recover. A few missiles, the libertarians weren't quite out yet, flared through the night, but none penetrated Mauclairie's telekinetic net. Done with the Jandro, Mauclairie rose back up into the air, but slowly. The man must be extraordinarily drained, Rolf thought, after his recent display. As if thinking the same thing, Francois leapt toward a burned soldier, a man pretending to be dead in order to escape the Kavasari's wrath. Mauclairie plucked the man from the ground and carried him up into the air, where he cradled the man in his powerful arms and bent his neck to sink his fangs into the soldier's throat. Rolf shivered. If the ancient Kavasari was strong enough to have done all he had, the Fates alone knew what he could continue to do if he kept feeding. Quite conceivably, he could destroy the entire army. Mauclairie paused. He looked down on the face of the shuddering man in his arms. Francois, coated in blood, the winds whipping his clothes and hair, his vibrant eyes gone dim with exhaustion, gazed down upon the face of his helpless victim and studied it. Next he looked all around the courtyard, at all the butchered bodies, and something went out of him. He seemed to know, in that instant, that he could indeed kill the entire army. Apparently he'd not thought himself so strong. Probably he'd never had occasion to expend such energy before, at least not in a long, long time. As he took in the carnage, an actual tear rolled down from one blue eye. Francois ran a hand through his victim's hair, gently, then dropped the soldier to the ground. The man, though unharmed, did not move. Shocked, his eyes stayed transfixed on the ambassador. Francois floated up, his arms outstretched and his head thrown back. 5 missiles flew through the air at him. Mauclairie did not turn them away. Instead, he encouraged their approach. As Rolf watched on with wonder, Francois gave himself up to death. Tears and blood dripped from his face as the missiles struck him. He exploded in a conflagration that shook the night. When the blossoms of fire receded, there was nothing left of the ambassador but ashes on the wind. Chapter 13. Damn, said Subert, watching Francois Mauclairie's destruction from the mountaintop. She'd hoped that the Kavasari would kill the rest of the libertarians before she had to lead her half down to the castle. Now it seemed that the libertarians would still have a force adequate to fend for themselves. Subert began to think that she might just have to let them live. She shifted her attention to the northern tip of the mountaintop, where those 5 Kavasari were still engaged in battle with her 30 soldiers. Obviously they were much weaker and younger than the creature that had destroyed half the libertarian army. Still, they were holding their own against her troops. She saw Karker floating through the air in beast form, a female soldier clutched to his shaggy chest with his one arm while he chewed on her back and clawed at the soldiers just below him with his legs. Subert recognized 2 others by sight. Jean-Pierre, the hunter's companion, stalking through the remains of the 30 soldiers, prowling side by side with some woman Subert did not know, both causing their fair share of damage. And Ruger, the fucking darkling, the darling of Lord Karker, whom Subert now recognized as the tall Kavasari she'd assumed to be the leader of the quintet. He fought back to back with a short black-haired waif that Subert assumed to be the gutter angel, Danielle. Subert's 30 troops were dwindling fast. She had to make her move, now. Keeg, she shouted to the leader of the 7 Sangro-Sanks gifted soldiers. It's time. Yes, my lady. Within a minute, all her remaining troops, just under 30, had boarded their skiffs. Most of the outpost had been incinerated during the quintet's attack, but there was just enough debris to be used as conveyances. Subert climbed aboard hers and gave the order to proceed. Under the power of the Seven, her army rose from the mountain and flew down through the chilly night and the softly falling snow to land in the northern courtyards. At the far end, she could see the bulk of the Libertarian army pouring from the western wall to inspect the remains of François Mauclery and that of their own dead or dying. Subert spied Melissoel standing up, surrounded by half a dozen lackeys, draped in a heavy jacket and receiving blood, one at a time, from those clustered around her. Obviously the bitch had received some injuries. Too bad she hadn't been killed outright. Subert issued orders, then led her soldiers quietly up through the wreckage of the courtyards toward the Libertarians. She counted over 40 of Melissoel's misguided troops still living. Damn. When Ludwig's widow spotted the advance of Subert's half, Melissoel could be seen issuing orders. Her army fanned out and, warily, approached the newcomers. Melissoel took the lead. When they were about 20 yards apart, the two armies stopped and eyed each other. Subert stepped into the open. Suddenly, she felt very exposed. Melissoel, naked except for the heavy jacket, marched into the blighted clearing to join her. So we meet again. Indeed, Subert said. She forced herself to breathe deeply. It seems you've lived up to more than your share of the agreement. Job well done. Thank you. A shame those dragons assaulted you. I had no idea about them, or I'd have sent you word. Subert hid a sneer. I'm sure. And too bad about that Cavassari attacking your army like that. Who would have guessed him to be so powerful? Melissoel's smile froze. Yes. Too bad. I noticed that neither you nor your army intervened. Alas, there wasn't time. Of course. Now, about the conditions of taking the castle. Yes, time to get down to business, Molière said. I say that since my army and my allies ensured victory, that those conditions be altered. Further, I say that I, more than anyone else, hereby deserve to rule and be crowned the new ruler. What say you, Subert? I think not, Melissoel. I, as part of the council itself, initiated the war and have seen it to its conclusion. I'm the only one properly qualified to be crowned. However, I recognize your achievements and would be satisfied with awarding you a membership on the council, once the castle has been restored and I'm rightly in my place of power. Councilwoman Melissoel. The Jandro seemed to think that over for a minute, her face composed in an artful frown. Then, I like Queen better. She whipped a blade into her hands, it had been hidden under her coat, and plunged it into Subert's stomach. Subert screamed and threw herself backwards. She had been wrong, she thought, as she saw the bullets and missiles start to fly, the war hadn't ended yet, after all. Asterisk. Cutting through what was left of the 30 soldiers with Jean-Pierre, Sophia felt both invigorated and disgusted. The latter came from killing these soldiers. Their ruler might be evil and certainly they'd been a party to her atrocities, such as sacrificing all their human fodder to be used as a protective mound in which to hide, but did they really deserve death? Pretty much, was her conclusion. Actually, she felt great satisfaction in gutting them and taking off their empty heads. Before long, the battle was over. The few surviving soldiers ran off into the night in retreat, but the coven did not pursue. When Jean-Pierre, wounded severely, as was everyone, but he was worse off than the others, clutched her hand, she indicated the battlefield and said, "They're not all dead, baby. We can drain the ones still alive and get some strength back." "Just drain them?" he asked, coughing blood. He clutched his knees, then fell sideways onto the ground. She crouched and ran her fingers through his hair. "If they still have a chance to make it, yes," she answered. "I think we've hurt them enough." He nodded, coughing up more blood. Ruger and Danielle, both bleeding and wobbly on their feet, drew close. When Danielle saw Jean-Pierre's condition, she said, "Goddamn." She darted off, snatched the torso of a largely dismembered but still living soldier, and carted him over to the albino. "Go on. Drink." Unlike Carker, he didn't have to be told twice. Once all the members of the coven had replenished themselves, they set off toward the southern tip of the mountain, where the stairs descended down to the castle. Sophia stopped so as to catch her breath. Down in the courtyards, the Libertarians were engaged in mortal combat with Subert's half. It looked to be a bitter and bloody battle, fought hand-to-hand for the most part. The armies must have run out of missiles. Sophia glanced over at Jean-Pierre, who looked much better now. "Should we intervene?" "No. So we just stand here?" "Yes," said Ruger, his sad eyes on the fight. Behind his stern mask, Sophia detected real inner turmoil. "What about your friend?" she said. Ma-Li-A. He shook his head. It's Melisawel, now. And that's supposed to mean she's lost to us. I've got to let her go her own way. Sophia looked to Danielle, but the dark waif seemed just as grim. She traded Ruger's life for nukes, Danielle said, her voice harder than Sophia could remember. One of which killed over 200 shades and God knows how many mortals. But surely she didn't authorize. It doesn't matter. She's a killer, Soph. All of them down there are. I wish, well, it doesn't matter. They've chosen their fates. Let them live with it, or not. Surely we've got to do something, Sophia persisted. No, said Carker. He'd robbed a body of some cigars and he lit a stick now with his one hand. His brown eyes were not as troubled as Ruger's, but they weren't happy either. We've done everything we can, Soph. She swore. That's just it. We've done so much. And now just to sit back and watch? Carker's right, Soph, Jean-Pierre said. We've done all we can. We, that is, the side of the righteous, if there is such a side in all this, we failed to triumph over evil. So let evil be destroyed by evil. He squeezed her arm. Look at it like this, Ruger said. What we accomplished, everything we did, what we went through, it all meant something. It allowed us to reduce Subair's half to a manageable number. After the fighting below, maybe the libertarians are similarly reduced. Everything we did was worth it, just for the chance we're giving them. What chance? Sophia said. To destroy each other. If we hadn't killed most of Subair's people, she would have easily defeated whatever's left of the libertarians and become the new Dark Lord without question. Now who knows? And whoever wins, we take down, and what's happening now makes it that much easier for us. Sophia still didn't like it, didn't like watching a bloodbath that she felt they could stop, but she knew that, alone, she couldn't do much about it, and the others seemed to accept this turn of events as if. Slowly, though, remembering the mountain of human corpses that Subair's half had erected and remembering the wretched state Ruger had been in upon his return from the libertarians and the balaclava, she came to accept it, too. Carker, she said. Yes? Can I have one of those cigars? And did anybody search those bodies for a flask? I need a drink of something. Something strong. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As he ducked and dodged and wove through the battle, lashing out with his big saber, Captain Rolf de Guila lamented the fact that missiles had run out at such an inconvenient time. Fortunately, Subair's half seemed to have exhausted their supply of the things, as well, which meant the two armies had to finish the war in a sloppy close-quarters battle. He led a platoon of soldiers into the heart of Subair's army, destroying the remains of the front lines. He plunged his saber into the throat of an enemy and sawed the blade back and forth until the man's head came off, at the same time arresting the sword arm of an attacker with his free hand and slashing at her guts with the talons on his partially transformed feet. He shifted all the way so as to be below the average striking range of the enemy, and on all fours raised hell. He whipped his muscular tail, knocking troops over and then biting off their heads. He hamstrung them with his claws and blinded them with his wings. Shame he couldn't fly with his cracked wing, but he figured he was doing pretty well without it. Bullets and blades punctured him, but he did his best to ignore the pain. It was a long, bloody battle, and not one that he particularly enjoyed. No longer was it a war of ideals or even politics, but simply of power. He couldn't forgive Ma-Li-A for becoming such a creature. Whatever misgivings he felt didn't stop him from fighting, his enemies were every bit as power-driven and wicked as Ma-Li-A. In a way, he found release through killing them, as if each time he laid one to rest he was laying Ma-Li-A to rest as well. Would that it were so? Eventually, Subair got the point. Her side was losing. She called a general retreat, probably hoping to find some advantageous position in the northern courtyards, which weren't quite as ravaged as the southern. Things didn't go well for her there, either. Her army was dwindling more rapidly than the libertarians. By Rolf's estimation, she was down to about 15 troops, while his own army held around 25. Of course, on both sides, many, if not all, shades bore missing limbs and serious wounds. Surrender! Subair called. I surrender. Melisawel, halt your attack and we'll lay down our arms. For a moment Rolf allowed himself to swell with hope, maybe Ma-Li-A would. No quarter shall be given. Roared the mistress. Kill them all. Rolf battled on. Subair commanded her troops to clamber atop the massive red carcass of Montalvo. It was to be their final stand. From their perch, hiding behind the thick spinal ridges on the dragon's back, Subair and her half rained their fire onto the libertarians, and sure enough many were damaged so badly they dropped. Upwards, said Melisawel. Root the bitch out. The remains of the second largest immortal army on the planet scaled the dragon, not without injury, as the half kept pouring down their arsenal, and managed to climb onto the broad, red-scaled back, where Sub-Air and her troops were waiting. For the most part, that was it. Amidst the spinal horns atop the mountainous back, the two armies fought their final fight. Rolf leapt and snapped and swung his saber where he could, and before long the Libertarians had driven Sub-Air and her half, now 5 troops, toward the drop-off where Montalvo's neck had been blown off. Rolf led several of his men around to wait below the end of the severed, bloody neck, and as soon as they took position, Sub-Air was teetering above them. Along the dragon's back, Melissoel advanced, death in her eyes. She approached Sub-Air and the other 4, accompanied by the 10 troops still in her army, all that was left, save for the 6 Rolf had commandeered. "Well, Sub-Air, how shall we do this?" asked Malie. "Shall I kill you, or would you prefer the honor of doing me that service yourself? If you do, I promise to let these other 4 live." Sub-Air spat on the ground, or the back, at Melissoel's feet. "Coward! You won't even face me in a fair fight." Malie lifted an eyebrow. "An actual duel? Is that what you're proposing? It's the only honorable recourse." "Honor?" Malie looked amused. "Captain, what do you think?" "A duel seems sporting," Rolf said. "Fine," Malie said. "A duel it is." The soldiers stepped back as the two women faced each other. Rolf ordered one of his men to toss Sub-Air a blade, which she caught and passed back and forth between her hands to judge its weight and balance. "It'll do," she said. "Blade's a bit dulled by hacking off my friends' heads, but it'll make it all the more painful when I do the same to you, Melissoel, darling." "Let's be at it, then." Sub-Air and Melissoel leapt at each other, their swords flashing in the moonlight. They danced and parried and, occasionally, sank hits into the other. It was a beautiful and an awful spectacle. It seemed to last for hours. The duelists battled from one side of the courtyard to the other, while the survivors of the final battle with the last 4 members of Sub-Air's half joined the audience, egging their mistress on. The Morbine and the Jandro fought with such an all-consuming rage it was almost painful to watch. The blades flashed and clanged, but the duelists weren't above employing their free hands or feet into play. At one point, Sub-Air drove a boot into Melissoel's abdomen and then promptly lowered her sword to cut off the Jandro's head. Quick as a cat, Malie caught the descending blade in her bare hand and thrust her own sword through Sub-Air's breast. With a cry, the Morbine threw herself backward off the blade, wrenching her own sword out from Malie's grip, and the fight resumed. Eventually, though, it had to end. At the point in the northeastern wall where the statue of the woman holding the sword and the globe had been fused, Sub-Air proved the victor. Melissoel had been driving her there in a fury of destruction and had thought herself to be the clear offensive player. So it surprised her when Sub-Air suddenly leapt past Malie's defenses and cut off the mistress's hand. The hand, and the sword gripped in it, went flying, and Sub-Air kicked Malie to the ground. Melissoel screamed. She attempted to leap to her feet, but Sub-Air quickly and firmly planted a boot on her chest and smashed her to the ground with such force that it stole the Jandro's breath. Yes, Rolf thought. It had been a fair fight. Now Melissoel would die. But with honor. Just as Sub-Air raised her sword to cut off her opponent's head, Malie grabbed a handful of snow and radioactive dust off the ground and flung it in the Morbine's eyes. Sub-Air stumbled backwards, uttering colorful obscenities, and Melissoel sprang to her feet. Blood spewing from the stump where her right hand had been, she recalled her own blade to her left and advanced on Sub-Air. She struck and struck again, driving Sub-Air backwards. Then, with a final savage kick, Melissoel knocked Sub-Air onto the point of the statue's sword, and the Morbine roared as she sank onto the stone blade. She dropped her own blade to grip the sharp edges of the lance she was descending. Malie moved forward, grinning from bloody ear to bloody ear. The small group of libertarians converged on the scene, Rolf leading the way. Sub-Air's screams turned to moans as she sank lower on the bigger-than-life sword, her strength vanishing with each inch she descended. At last she came to rest at the stone hilt, and that's when Melissoel raised her blade to catch the starlight. She brought it down, quickly, and cut off one of Sub-Air's legs above the knee. The Morbine hardly had the strength to cry out, but she tried. Malie cut off the other leg, her grin growing less human. This isn't right, Rolf thought. Melissoel had gone too far. I surrender, Sub-Air moaned. I surrender. Melissoel shook her head, spraying blood from her hair. I don't think so, Sub-Air. I don't understand, gasped the Morbine. I thought all you wanted was to avenge Ludwig's murder. I did and have. That's irrelevant now. Besides, I've turned my back on Ludwig. He and the rest of his friends were always talking about the corruptive influence of power. She snorted, then with another flash cut off one of Sub-Air's arms. They never conceded its joys. That, my friend, is what I've discovered. Evil doesn't exist. Only pleasure does. She hacked off Subair's last arm. By this time, the Moorbine could only whimper in protest. And now, Subair, I think it's my time to take my rightful place, and my rightful throne. I will be queen, and establish my own empire. The days of the Dark Lords are over. She brought her sword around in one last final arc, and cut off Subair's head. Blood fountained from the stump of Subair's neck, but only a pitiful amount of it. She had lost so much already. Caught up in her own triumph, Melissoel laughed over the impaled carcass. She laughed, long and loud, and every chortle was a dagger spike in Rolf's ears. She laughed, her chest rising and falling, tears in her eyes from so much hilarity. It was too much. Rolf strode forward. With one sure, strong motion, he lifted his long broad saber high and cut off Melissoel's head. Blood jetted from the place it used to be, while the head itself spun to the blackened floor and rolled. With a mighty heave, Rolf hefted Malie's still wriggling body into the air and brought it down onto the tip of the statue's sword. Impaled, the living carcass sank along the blade until it bumped into Subair's remains and stopped. Rolf gave the grisly sight one last look, then marched over to Melissoel's head and ran it through. Satisfied that she was dead, Rolf turned to face the 11 troops. They were stunned, as was he, but they made no move against him. After a long moment of silence, one said, "All hail Lord Rolf d'Aguila, the new leader of liberty." The others echoed the words. In almost perfect unison, they bowed toward him. "No," Rolf said. "We've come a long way, you and I, but it ends here. Now. None of us is the visionary that Ludwig was, and I'll not lead an army without a vision. I hereby declare the Army of Liberty disbanded." No sooner had he said this than a great green flying shape soared out of the northwest, over the crumbled battlements, then over the courtyards themselves. A dragon, Rolf thought, almost happily. Then he saw the flames. Within a minute, the mighty Gethrall had torched them all. Chapter 14. From atop the mountain, Karkur grunted. That was unexpected. Danielle agreed, but said nothing. Neither did anyone else. For a long minute, they all just stood there staring down at the courtyards, where Gethrall was landing. The great WIRM took a few moments to examine the flaming bodies of the soldiers he'd just obliterated, then turned his grave eyes up to the mountain. "I think he wants us to come down," Danielle said. The coven lifted off the mountain, through the snow and wind, and in under 30 seconds touched down on the courtyards to regard the Leviathan. He spoke each of their names, and finally his gaze settled on Ruger. "Why the sudden appearance?" asked Lord Karkur. "I thought you'd slunk off back home with your tail between your legs." With a motion so fast that it surprised even the hunter, Gethrall whipped his head around until his hard snout nearly touched Karkur's nose. Danielle could see the dragon's breath stir the hunter's hair and whiskers. The old codger only straightened his back. "Stupid shades," snarled the WIRM. "You mean, even with your Kavasari blood, you couldn't feel their passing?" Karkur's face fell. "You mean?" Solemnly, the dragon nodded, then flicked his eyes toward the shadows along one wall. "It's all right now, vampire, you may emerge." Cautiously, Ladrito stepped out of the darkness from the northwestern wall and approached the 5 Kavasari and the enormous dragon. Warily, seeming overcome with grief, he gave a short bow and said, "Gethrall speaks the truth. I was there. I couldn't stop it, but I was there." "Tell them," demanded the dragon. Danielle had an awful feeling that she knew what she was about to hear, and clapped onto Ruger's hand tightly. He threw off the hand and wrapped his arm about her instead, drawing her in. Ladrito told of the deaths of the Dark Lords. After Roche Sarnova had been pulled down into the crater by the collage, Ladrito had evacuated his ghoul body and watched with horror as the monster and the king descended in a flaming ball. A moment later and Francois Mauclery zipped by the cursed vampire and plunged down after them. Upon recovering his senses, Ladrito dispersed into his bat cloud and followed the 2 Dark Lords down, hoping to be of some help. When he found that he couldn't, and that further, Roche had been assimilated into the collage and was carrying on a very personal conversation with the ambassador, Ladrito had felt uncomfortable hanging around when he could be of no obvious help and had arisen to the courtyards above. By this time, the libertarians had been blowing the southeast wall into the chasm and, again, Ladrito failed to realize how he could be of any assistance. So he'd hidden in an area of minimal activity, where he'd waited and recorded events. It was these events which he told the coven, haltingly and emotionally. He finished by accusing Gethrall of needless slaughter, as d'Aguila had apparently not only killed Melissoel but disbanded the Libertarian army despite the fact that he would be its new leader. Gethrall didn't apologize as such, though he did allow us how he could have been hasty. Nevertheless, maintained the dragon, the Libertarians had killed the only 2 people that had ever come to visit him and for whom he cared, and, such being the case, he didn't mourn being the instrument of their destruction. The coven barely paid attention to this last part, they were too busy pondering the deaths of Roche Sarnova and Francois Mauclery. I don't understand, said Carker. Why did Francois allow himself to be killed? Ladrido shrugged. He was good, he said simply. He abhorred what he'd done to the libertarians, and just stopped. From what I overheard, when he and Roche were talking, I think he was just tired of life. And hoped to see his friend in the life to come, if there is one. Sentimental drivel, murmured Carker, but said no more. I understand, said Sophia. Melisawell, from what I understand, would kill anything in her way to quench her thirst for vengeance. Along the way, she lost her heart and humanity. Francois, with the same motivation, did not. Although he was a mass murderer, Danielle couldn't help but throw in. I mean, the scouring. Ruger nodded. Crime and religion. Jean-Pierre cast a glance at Ruger over Danielle's head, but she caught the message just the same, and now. Ruger, still with his arm around her shoulder, cleared his throat, demanding everyone's attention. We'd better finish this. Maybe we'll get some help, if what Ladrido overheard was true, if Amelia is already down there. Maybe by the time we get there, it will be done. But don't count on it. If any of you need time to recuperate, let me know. We'll all need to be at peak strength for this last part. Gethral bowed his head. At once, Danielle understood why the dragon had fixed his eyes on Ruger. She didn't know what to think about it, but she was sure Ruger wouldn't like it, not one bit. Strangely, he acted as if the thought hadn't occurred to him, as if he were deliberately blocking it out of his mind. And maybe he was. No one needed to rest. Good, Ruger said. Then let's go kill Younger and Yagoda, and find out once and for all who killed Ludwig. They were likely waiting for Sub-Baron Mallier to turn on each other before they came up and assumed command of the Empire, but now Amelia's distracted them. We'll never have another chance to catch them off guard like this again. We must strike sure and fast. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As the Coven, accompanied by the bat cloud of Ladrido, flew down the massive nuclear crater, examining the ruins of the castle on their way, Ruger thought of Amelia. The prospect of seeing her again after so many years? She had been his one true love since the French insurrection up to the American Civil War. A long time. After her death, he'd become an evil, self-absorbed and alienated creature. Carker had altered that, had driven home the message that he should rise out of his mental quagmire and see the greater picture, that immortals should enjoy and utilize their gifts to the fullest extent desired. Eventually, Ruger had come to realize that he desired to be shed of his murderous existence and had given himself up to the sun. There, Amelia had stepped in to urge Hoswell to bring him back to his former self. Hoswell hadn't quite succeeded, but Ruger's time with the benevolent crime lord had eradicated thoughts of suicide. Life had still been miserable, and he took little satisfaction in creeping about the earth in shadows, a hollow shell except for his grief and self-hatred, alone for the most part. Then he'd found Danielle, who had renewed his love and respect for life, including his own. Now the two would meet. His first true love, and his second. That is, if the fucking balaclava hadn't killed Amelia. On that, Ruger could place no wager. If Amelia were half as strong as Mauclery had been, she should be able to defeat the assassins. Ruger hoped for this desperately. The Coven landed where the dead collage lay, fire still rising from the motionless mound of putrescence. Dead castle soldiers lay all around, some buried beneath the rubble that seemed endless. Ruger's mind flashed back to the pools of pleasure, and he had to stop himself before imagining their destruction. He knelt next to the strange blunt limb to see the woman, Sonia, Ladrido had named her, as had Captain d'Aguila before him, extended from its open tip but lying lifelessly on the ground. Calling out her name and gently slapping her face did not revive her. Reluctantly, he lamented that he'd never be able to use the technique the late Captain Rolf d'Aguila had told him about, that is, Rolf's theory about how a collage could be killed. Then again, Rolf had said that he half liked Sonia, when Younger and Yagoda weren't in control of her, so maybe it was better that Ruger never test the theory. With the others, he clambered atop the rotting mound of the collage to find Roche Sarnova's remains. Though the Dark Lord's legs were fused with the monster, Francois had laid him face up with his arms folded across his chest. His eyes were closed. Silently, Carker cradled the stiffened body, and no one said a word when the hunter wept openly, combing his rough fingers through Roche's hair and kissing the dead tyrant's forehead. Finally, when Carker realized that he was holding up the mission, he rose to his feet and wiped the tears from his eyes. He demanded a moment of silence for his fallen friend, and everyone joined hands and bowed their heads solemnly. I wish we had time to say some words over you, Roche, Carker said, when the moment was over. But our window's short, and we have to go. Just know that I love you, and that I mean to make the bastards that did this to you pay. They descended, layer by layer, eventually entering the blood-spattered corridor where Colonel Hernandez had led the resistance against the libertarians and failed. Since much of the battle had been played out with rockets, especially at the beginning, the Coven encountered more and more gruesome sights as they marched down the torchlit hall, finally to descend the staircase that led to the catacombs. They used the same stairwell that Melisowell and her army had used not too long ago, and shortly found the wreckage where Hernandez had dropped several layers down upon Melisowell's human fodder. Ruger led the way, flying down this ragged avenue to land in the rubble and twisted death that lay below. Ruger showed the way into the Sabo. Here he paused. He stood motionless, wondering if the Sabo would act. However, once stopped, he realized he didn't have the slightest idea of how to get from here to where the bastards kept their lair. Thankfully, Carker and Jean-Pierre did. They'd had much experience down here hunting mortals with the late Roche Sarnova, and, as he allowed the hunter to lead the way, Ruger didn't miss the wistful look in the old one's eyes. Ruger hoped that what Jean-Pierre had said was true, that Carker had indeed arrived at some level of morality, but whether he had or not, it was his amoral past that lent him knowledge of the labyrinth, and for this at least Ruger was glad. "This way," said the hunter, after the Darkling had given a brief description of the Libertarian encampment and the landmarks leading to it. Ruger followed close behind. Jean-Pierre, also somewhat familiar with the area, took up the rear. Ladrido, sensing greatest friendship with the albino, lagged behind, as well. Thus the women formed the center of the procession, which would have irked either one of them on any other night. "Remember," Ruger cautioned. "If Younger and Yagoda are still alive, they'll use the Sabo's parasites to attack. So if you see any movement along the walls, floor, or ceiling, get out of the way." "Roger," said Danielle in all seriousness, eyeing the walls. A quiet lay on the tunnels. The torches flickered faintly, and from somewhere drifted the smell of sulfur. In the darkness ahead of them, something shifted, and the Coven paused. When nothing came of the sound, they marched on, the earthen walls twisting and branching off, leading both up and down in angles so subtle Ruger hardly noticed. An eerie silence seemed to have overcome the labyrinth, as if something had died. Or was about to. The smell of bat guano, or something like it, curled out from a large archway. Ruger felt his skin crawl as Carker steered him towards it. "I'm not going to lose another eye," he told himself. The atrium of the quasi-pterodactyls was dark, only a few dim torches flaring towards the domed ceiling, and here in the higher portions of the room Ruger saw countless ledges and fissures from which the winged parasites gazed with their all-too-human eyes. The chamber was enshrouded in silence, except for the occasional ruffle of leathery wings and the soft spitting of the torches. The smell of pterodactyl guano invaded Ruger's nostrils, but there was another, stronger odor which caused him to light one of Carker's cigars, not to dispel the stench, but to calm his trembling hands. Beyond loomed the exit to this hellish chamber, where he could see a long wooden bridge, cast by a red light from below, a gorge. Even from his position within the atrium, the smell of sulfur and acidic vapors wrenched into livid memory the moment when he'd lost his arm and a good measure of his hopefulness. But with his companions all around him, and with Danielle's hand on his shoulder, he turned his mind to the mission at hand. "Humph," muttered Carker, staring up at the ceiling. He took several steps toward the middle of the room, his face in deep perplexity. Abruptly, several of the quasi-pterodactyls lit out from their various perches and circled him, wings flapping. "Die, die." It was the voice of the Sabo, Ruger realized, not of the balaclava. Then, quite suddenly, the birds quit circling the hunter and returned to their ledges and crags. Still deep in thought, Carker said, curious. Jean-Pierre stepped up beside him. Sophia followed, her eyes darting all about the room anxiously, as she had never seen its like before. In fact, for her and Danielle and maybe even Ladrido, the whole world of the Sabo would appear alien and horrible. "It's dying," said the albino. "They don't even have the strength to attempt to instill fear. Look at them." Ruger watched the winged goblins and saw what Jean-Pierre was saying. The birds hunkered low in their perches, most of them not even having the energy to raise their beaked heads or to stand erect. "Maybe Amelia killed Younger and Yagoda," he said. "The Sabo's a zombie now, and if its masters die, so will it, in time." "The bastards better not be dead," said Danielle. "Without them, we've no way of finding out why Ludwig died. Besides, from what I know, the Sabo feeds on fear and, shit, Carker, how old is it?" "Many millennium. Care to imagine how many people it's killed over the years? It's evil. Don't get me wrong, I don't fault it for being that way. I mean, it is what it is. Unlike us, it's probably had little choice in its method of feeding. But it's still evil. So Carker, Jean-Pierre, don't look so damned glum. I don't care what good times you had down here with your old buddy Roche, hunting and killing innocent people, but you're beyond that shit now. This labyrinth. This thing, is behind you, or isn't it?" Jean-Pierre turned to her, his face betraying no anger, only sadness and the frustration of being unable to explain. "Maybe it's a relic to you, Danielle, or a symbol of things you abhor, and which we're beginning to. But back then Carker and I were different. This place brings back good memories, not of killing innocents, but of camaraderie and fellowship. To see the Sabo dying, it's like watching a part of us die. With good riddance, said Sophia. Come on, stop dawdling. We've got enemies to kill and truths to extract. Jean-Pierre, come. But. Enough. Ladrido and the coven moved onto the bridge, which stood on wilted legs overlooking a deep gorge. A pungent red river flowed through it, and Ruger had to pause to collect himself at the sight. The acidic air proved more prevalent here, but he puffed his cigar and tried not to smell it. Damn, said Jean-Pierre, leaning over the rickety balustrade to peer down. The others followed his gaze. Ruger was shocked to see the vast difference between this gorge and the last one he'd encountered. The last one had been full of a bubbling, swift-flowing river of some hellish color, squidoids swimming all about and bobbing hungrily at the surface. In this gorge, the river was low and hardly moved. The squidoids floated about, some swimming weakly, or swaying with what feeble currents there were. In fact, it looked as if the squidoids were actually resting on the floor of the ravine, that's how low the river ran. Carker, as if he had expected as much after the atrium, simply nodded sadly. Yes, Jean-Pierre. It's dying. I guess we'd better move on, Jean-Pierre said. It was then that Ruger glanced backwards, toward the atrium, to ascertain for certain that the quasi-pterodactyls weren't about to issue forth an attack, and his eyes fixed on an enormous object high above the atrium's archway. A collage. He only had an instant to record the image, but it was enough. His eyes searched the jumble of faces and bodies that composed the abstraction until they landed on two very familiar faces. Two of the prongs on the three-pronged tail of the collage were Loireau and Killian, the last people he'd expected to find down here, or in that thing, as was the case. Then again, they'd struck a deal with devils, Cloire had said, and this is how devils repaid such things. The former mercenaries' foreheads were marked by the sign of the Christian cross, as was every other face visible, Ruger noticed. Surely not. Killian and Loireau seemed to look at Ruger apologetically in the moment before they, and the third prong on the tail, whom Ruger didn't recognize, shifted into their beast forms. The familiar blunt limb of the collage extended, its petals folded back, and another known face popped into view, Laszlo, grinning ear to ear. All this happened in about a second. It was only when Laszlo shot an index finger at Ruger and said, "Repent or die," that the others in the coven took notice of the collage, wedged as it was into the corner between the wall and roof of the closed ravine. Its limbs had dug deep holes into the earthen surfaces, from which it suspended itself like some mutant spider. Before the pilgrims had time to process exactly what they were looking at, the Laszlo collage was barreling down on them with such speed and savagery that its intended targets were prevented from forming any defense. Laszlo disappeared back into his limb as the collage struck the bridge and destroyed it, the monster's bulk smothering the journeyers before they could even attempt to fly away. The trap was perfectly orchestrated. The collage carried Ladrido, the coven, and the remains of the bridge into the chasm. They fell forever, and landed hard. Ruger's cigar flew from his mouth, and he tasted blood on his tongue. Wheezing, he dragged himself out from under a section of the monster. He saw Danielle struggling against a wall of flesh that was pressing her under the shallow red water, hands and claws raking her. Ruger kicked at the enemy limbs as he pulled her out, then helped her through the bobbing squidoids into an area beyond any of the collage's various limbs. Red water, if that's what it was, splashed around their ankles. Danielle summoned her weapons into her hands or levitated them. Ruger did the same, keeping an eye out for the rest of the group. Sophia, already on her feet, fired into the collage, her eyes locked on Carker, busy freeing Jean-Pierre from a malformed pincer. Ladrido was nowhere to be seen. Ruger squeezed his trigger, shooting at the collage, and he employed his telekinesis with all the force he could. He reached out with his mind and tried to set the blasted thing on fire. Several of the weaker, and mortal, he realized, zombies burst into flame, but on the whole this collage seemed impervious to the trick. It was fashioned almost exclusively from shades. Damn! With a triumphant yell, Carker succeeded in prying apart the pincer and Jean-Pierre scrambled on his hands and knees in the low red water until he was far from the collage. Carker joined him. The Laszlo collage struggled ungracefully to its feet and issued a mighty roar from its primary mouth. Its mouth had lips. Ruger winced. "Repent or die, sinners," said the creature. "I, Christ and Son of God, command thee. With this new form, I establish my own heaven on earth. Be consumed by me, and become one with God. Come, sinners, and be reborn into the living testament of God that I have humbly become. I, Laszlo Christ, am the word and will of the Almighty. I carry with me the promised land. I beseech ye, your consummation will be your salvation." Bloody hell, Carker groaned, and shot the collage with the riot gun. Jean-Pierre uncased his own gallery of armaments and began blowing holes in the monster. Sophia joined him. "There! Ladrido, on the far side of the thing. He dispersed into 1,000 bats and began swarming in a dark cloud about the collage, trying to distract or blind it. Ruger, too, kept firing. With a speed hard to believe from a thing so enormous, the Laszlo collage swung its tail and appendages at the coven, oblivious to Ladrido's swarm. One arm shot toward Ruger. Grabbing Danielle next to him, he just barely pulled them away from the many-jointed limb in time. The marshal scurried through the red sludge and dying squidoids till he judged they were at a safe distance, but when he glanced over his shoulder he saw how wrong he was. The collage, elongating itself into a serpentine form, ably pursued the odd flock. "The ground's no good," Danielle said. They lifted into the air, their weapons spinning and firing about them, without any obvious effect on the target. Laszlo, through the primary mouth, continued to rant and rave. Carker, Jean-Pierre and Soph, also being attacked on the ground, took to the air as well. Laszlo struck at them with his three-pronged tail, and Ruger was shocked to see Loireau and Killian attacking Jean-Pierre. In wolf form, they snapped and clawed in mindless hate, their own wolves completely subordinated to Laszlo's. These weren't faceless goons composing the collage, Ruger knew. They were real people, once with minds and histories of their own. This abomination had absorbed them and transformed them into mockeries of themselves. It mocked even their own deaths. He saw Jean-Pierre eyeing the prongs of the tail, as well. Anguish shone in the albino's eyes even as he dodged another strike from Killian. There was no recognition in Killian's eyes anymore, only savagery. Jean-Pierre clubbed him on the side of the head and flew above him. "Killian," he said. "Loireau. Snap out of it. You don't have to be this way." They only raved and snapped. Spittle flew from Loireau's mouth as he struck at Carker, who dodged. "The only way to free your friends is to kill this thing," Carker said, and Jean-Pierre nodded. It was a scene out of the blackest nightmare if ever there was one, Ruger thought. 5 flying shades, swirling and attacking a monster of grotesque and surreal proportions, a never-ending cloud of bats circling it, all taking place in a shallow red river littered with sections of a broken bridge and bobbing squidoids, and all the while, the behemoth issuing a sermon. Ruger crossed in and out of Ladrido's cloud, alternately hacking away at the immensity of their nemesis with the gold-inlaid scimitar borrowed from Carker, attempting to torch the thing, and simply blowing countless small holes in it with his guns. Nothing seemed to slow it. Suddenly, the swarm of bats composed itself into a dense mass, then invaded the body of a growling werewolf embedded in one of Laszlo's walls of flesh. The werewolf cried out at the invasion, then abruptly stopped. Ladrido had taken over the body. Subsequently, Ladrido attacked neighboring zombie fiends, swiping off heads of some and disemboweling others. Ruger cheered. On his next pass, Ruger saw Ladrido evacuate his host, after killing it and many of its neighbors, and move on to possess yet another. Maybe, if the Batman could someway possess Laszlo, this whole battle could be over. But the mad priest hid in his thick armored limb. If only Ruger could lure him out. But how, when Laszlo could preach from the primary mouth? Answer: destroy the mouth. Ruger approached the yapping hole warily and slashed its thick lips with his blade. He shot it up, tried and failed to torch it, then began to simply kick in its teeth. 3 long tongues drove toward him, all branded with the sign of the cross and moving with such unexpected speed that he could not escape in time. Sophia barreled into him and knocked him out of the way, her momentum carrying them both clear of the tongues. As the two ducked and wove to avoid being trapped by the flurry of limbs that moved much faster than the Sonia collage, Ruger thanked her and they parted, both to fight in separate areas. How were the Cavassari supposed to kill this thing? Invulnerable to fire, bullets, blades, boots. Laszlo snatched Ruger out of the air. In a movement so fast Ruger didn't immediately recognize it, he found himself at the end of one of the collage's limbs, in a hand with 5 fingers and 2 thumbs. Each digit was a zombie shade. Ruger struggled against the hand, but it was too strong. Worse, looking about, he saw all the others, except Ladrido, who kept possessing zombies, killing their neighbors and moving on, in similar predicaments. All were firmly locked into a hand or a pincer. The collage's primary mouth laughed. "Foolish sinners! I offered thee a chance to repent, to willingly be consumed and brought forth into the promised land, but you resisted. In the eyes of God, this does not reflect well. I, humble Christ, must teach you right from wrong, teach you to worship and respect the Almighty. But what do? You attack the very angels this corporeal heaven is built upon. You call your zombies angels, Laszlo?" Ruger said. "That's a stretch even for you. Ruger, my wayward sinner, ye who I have longed to bring into the fold for some time now, ye see not the angels here? Those once bereft of life, but now through my power of resurrection restored? And once restored and purified, admitted to my heavenly gates, of which you so rudely tried to kick the teeth. Yes, my sinners, I am the messenger and the deliverer. It falls to me to purge and restore you, to wash your sins in fire and drag you through it, then clean, to a place in my heaven. Be good, and thee shall rank angelic. Continue to be wicked and I'll place you in my foulest extremes. Just don't let it be near your mouth, said Danielle, squirming in the grip of a pincer. Blood leaked from her hairline down one side of her face. Harlot, watch thy tongue or ye shall suffer the gravest of consequences. Blasphemy is high on the list of 10, and I shall administer justice accordingly. Isn't murder on your goddamn list? Said Jean-Pierre. Murder? You plan to eat us. Eat? Eat. Dear me. My son, you shall be consumed, made pure, elevated in spirit. Christ does not sin, does not murder. Christ raises you to a new level of peace and understanding. Ladrido continued to hop back and forth across the great expanse of roiling flesh that was the collage, killing zombies wherever he went, but he couldn't hope to kill enough to weaken Laszlo before the coven was consumed. Ruger remembered Rolf de Guillet's words about how to destroy a collage. I'd hate to do it, but if it had to, I think it could be done, by cutting off her head, he'd said concerning Sonia. Cut off the mouthpiece's head. But how? Ruger thought back to the time last night when he'd sliced a mud shark into ribbons using his blades. Eyeing the tubular blunt limb in which Laszlo hid, Ruger saw the possibilities. He struggled against the massive hand that gripped him. Karker's scimitar had been pressed against his side, where it was now being driven thanks to the considerable pressure exerted by the 6 undead digits of the hand. He latched hold of the hilt and pulled and squirmed and kicked until, with a groan, he yanked the scimitar free. Too tired to raise any sort of war cry, he simply hurled the blade through the air, guiding it with all his Kavasari strength. It cut lengthwise through Laszlo's protective limb, then doubled back and cut a second niche. As it continued to amputate the limb at the limb's halfway point, Ruger permitted himself a smile. He could see that he had all the other pilgrims' attention. Several had caught on to his plan and were lending their own blades to the task. Finally, with a dead sucking sound, half the limb fell from the stem and dropped to the wet red floor, sending ripples through the shallow water. Ruger watched the severed section intently, hoping to see Laszlo pop out. Instead, Laszlo erupted from the ragged cavity of the limb still attached to the body of the collage. Ye hellspawned agents of debauchery will not prevail against Christ. If you say so, Ruger said, and sent his blade hurling back towards the would-be savior. Laszlo swiveled and caught the scimitar in his real hands, then turned another smug smile Ruger's way. Your toys cannot affect the holy messenger. Now come through the gates of heaven and be purged. Join the legions already here. Become one with me, one with God. Ladrido. Ruger said. Enter him, he's exposed. But Ladrido was not visible. He must be presently possessing one of the corpses. Just as Ruger was turning his thoughts to how to cut off Laszlo's now exposed head, the collage visibly started leapt, actually, its primary mouth issuing an indignant shriek. Smoke billowed over the monster's head. Then Ruger heard a distinctive crack and the collage flinched again. It spun so that it could face its new enemy, thus giving the Kavasari a view of the monster's backside, which bore large blackened scorch marks, before the members of the coven were moved in rotation to the body by the long undead arms. Lightning crackled from a point on the ground, stemming from no discernible entity, and zapped the collage just beneath its mouth. Skin festered and blackened and a pall of smoke issued from the wound in a proud black column. The collage lurched toward the spot in the river where the lightning had been issued, but its arms found only air. Then, at a different point, the invisible entity unleashed another barrage of lightning, this one blowing off one of the monster's legs. In rapid succession, 2 more bolts struck out and disabled 2 more of the Laszlo collage's legs. The priest howled as if he could personally feel the agony, and again the beast, the heaven on earth, stumbled laboriously around, trying to locate its assailant. But after every blast, the lightning wielder relocated, eluding Laszlo's many arms. Bolt after bolt slammed into the smoking bulk of the collage, until it finally folded under its blasted legs and sank to the level of the river. Still, Laszlo would not relent. Its many-jointed arms lifting it up, the collage crab walked in ardent pursuit of its attacker. Ruger had the unfortunate experience of being in one of the hands propelling the thing about, and though the hand still retained its fist shape in order to keep him imprisoned, the jarring pressure of the grip in the river basin squeezed Ruger unmercifully, grinding his very bones. A continuous cacophony of thunder reached him, and he relished every smoldering roll. Each signified another hit against Laszlo. Lightning blazed onto the scarred and walking mountain of flesh, one bolt actually scoring on the Leviathan's primary mouth. Ruger knew this because suddenly the monster stopped its ravings, at least, the primary mouth ceased to function. When it did, Laszlo renewed the sermon in his own voice, damning the heretic or demon currently assaulting him. A white light bolt slammed into the limb bearing Ruger, blowing it half apart so that only a few remnants of skin and bone tied the forearm to the rest of the limb. In seconds, the sheer weight of the nearly severed forearm broke those threads and the amputated thing fell into the river. The static electricity causing his hair to stand on end, his ears and brain humming, Ruger pried open the fist and floundered free of the collage. A converted foot swung down to smash him, but he rolled clear in time to be carried by the small waves the impact created. Crawling out of the Laszlo collage's way, Ruger rose to his feet and shook his head to clear it. Water and blood sprayed out. Just what the hell was going on? Lightning, invisible opponents. Ruger could see Danielle and the others, some trapped in the hands that were even now dragging the insane monster about in an ever-increasing frenzy. Ruger leapt into the air and landed on the back of the Leviathan, a back composed of many immortal zombies that rose to attack him. He kicked and shoved his way through this wretched forest, driving towards the front of the creature. Soon Ruger found himself on the precipice overlooking the ruins of the blackened primary mouth and the many appendages still functioning in aggressive pursuit of the invisible foe. Ruger jumped down on the halved limb on which Laszlo resided, made his way to the edge and peered down. No sign of Laszlo. Like a turtle, he doubtlessly retreated as far back as he could into his heaven in order to avoid the ear-splitting bolts of lightning, which, Ruger noted, were diminishing in number, as if the attacker's powers were nearly spent. If that was true, then time was short. Ruger grabbed the bloody edges of the cavity and swung down into the dark recesses of the cavity. He felt jostles and tremors through his feet as the collage barreled along and smelled the rot of death and the acrid fumes of the river all around him. He saw little but shadows. He stepped forward. Laszlo, this is your chief sinner here, so come and get me. A flash of light, Ruger's borrowed blade, swinging forward, Laszlo right behind. I'm here, you insufferable agent of the Dark One, I'm here and ready to send you back from whence you came. Sinner, begone. Ruger lunged forward, but the arms and hands extending from the inside of the living cave grasped at him. They tried to hold him so their master could finish him off. Ruger knew he couldn't last long in here. With the darkling stymied, Laszlo sprung forward, not on legs exactly, he didn't seem to have any, but propelled by a network of nerves and fleshes unique to the collage. The priest slashed Ruger across the chest. Ruger belted him in the face, then grabbed the arm of the hand wielding the blade and arrested it. Other arms, those of the collage, jerked him backwards, and his grip was lost. Laszlo stuck Ruger through the middle. Even as the darkling cried out, he grabbed the wrist of the hand holding the scimitar and, with his free hand, encircled Laszlo's throat and squeezed. Hard. Laszlo pressed the palm of a hand to the hilt of the scimitar and drove it further into Ruger's body, Laszlo's eyes widening with pleasure. Trying to ignore the pain, Ruger, still throttling the mad priest, plunged a thumb into one of Laszlo's big dark martyr eyes. Blood spewed from the wound and the priest screamed, but in that moment his grip on the scimitar grew lax. Ruger reclaimed the blade and, struggling against the myriad of arms that sought to entangle him, sliced Laszlo across a raised arm. The blade severed the flesh cleanly and the forearm fell to the ground. Only then did Ruger fully remember the might of a Kavasari. As Laszlo cringed and slunk backward into his den, Ruger advanced. Die, already. You crucified Danielle and me, you've done evil things to your goddamned angels. You're a hypocrite, Laszlo. You call yourself Christ, you think this monstrosity is your own little heaven. Well, if you want to be Christ so much, you know your fate already. So step forward, damn you. No, cried Laszlo. Don't. Stop. My time is yet to. Ruger swung. The blade tore through the priest's neck so cleanly that the head didn't even move. Only a circle of blood proved the blow. Disgusted, Ruger drove a boot into Laszlo's nose and kicked the offending head into the recesses of the tunnel. Then, swiftly and fastidiously, he began hacking apart the carcass so that Laszlo would never rise again. His labors completed, the whole collage gave a great shudder, knocking Ruger to his knees, and the world tilted as the behemoth died and sank into the river. After taking a moment to collect himself, Ruger exited the limb and waded through the sludge until he found Danielle, who was just freeing herself from the now dead fingers of the fist that enclosed her. Once extricated, she ran to Ruger and threw her arms about him. Too full of fading adrenaline to articulate his thoughts, he merely took comfort in the reassuring weight of her. For several minutes, they went around freeing the various members of the coven, who didn't really need much help now that Laszlo was dead. They asked Ruger few questions, and his answers were short and to the point. A cloud of bats descended over the coven and materialized into Ladrito's more human form. He smiled at everyone and bowed in acknowledgement to Ruger. Jean-Pierre broke from the group and knelt over the three-pronged tail of the collage, where he studied the faces of Loireau and Killian, now restored to their human shapes through death. Sophia joined him, a hand on his shoulder. Ruger and Danielle quietly discussed going over there, but realized this was something private the albino and his wife must do. You were assholes, Jean-Pierre said, his voice thick. But you deserved better than this. Fucking Younger and Yagoda. Almost in tears, he raised a dagger. May this bring you peace. He lopped off Killian's head, then Loireau's. Solemnly, he rose and, arm in arm with Sophia, rejoined the others. The commissary examined the mountain of knitted corpses that had nearly killed them, making sure that it was, once and for all time, dead, then raised the question of the sorcerer, if that's what Laszlo's nemesis had been. Where was he? Where'd he come from? Suddenly, out of air that had been empty only moments before, a figure emerged into visibility. Indeed, he said modestly. I am a sorcerer. Perhaps the only one still living. The man was tall, skinny, dressed in a blue robe, clean-shaven, clean-haired, and exuded an atmosphere of serenity, health, and, even, respectability. So it was with great surprise that Ruger finally recognized the face. It was Kirnavar. Chapter 15. Jean-Pierre was dumbfounded. He had barely gotten over the shock of surviving Laszlo and beheading Killian and Loireau, and now this? Kirnavar, the mortal he'd personally turned into a werewolf, an act he had regretted until now, when the sorcerer had helped save them all. But how could Kirnavar be such a thing? Jean-Pierre had just grown to accept the existence of magic, but to meet a creature that could control magic, and that this creature was Kirnavar. Further, from what Ladrido had told him, sorcerers could not become shades, so what the hell was going on? Before Jean-Pierre could speak, Ladrido stepped forward and pointed an accusing finger at Kirnavar. You. Great Jehoshaphat, it's you. Kirnavar studied the Batman critically. Yes, vampire, it's I. And you're the evil little leech that killed my niece. Understanding dawned on Jean-Pierre. Jesus. It had been Kirnavar's niece Ladrido had fed from, and Kirnavar that had transformed him into his current form. But that would have to mean that Kirnavar was at least 1,000 years old. What the fuck's going on? Demanded Danielle with her usual forthrightness. Kirnavar, what, who, how? Goddammit, what happened to you? Kirnavar gave her a sad smile. Quite a bit, Danielle. Not all of it I can remember. The past, it comes back in pieces, but I remember the gist of it. As for the last 900 years, I remember them only as a blur, a dream. One from which I've just come out of. But, said Jean-Pierre. I made you. I mean, what are you? How did you? Kirnavar nodded. Yes. You all deserve to know my tale, but I must make it brief, as other events demand our attention. Very much so, said Ruger. In fact, why don't we walk and talk at the same time? But first, let's make sure Laszlo never rises again. He spun about to face the immense broken heap of the collage, and Jean-Pierre and the others turned to join him. Ruger directed a hand at the rotting mountain and a burst of fire exploded from the collage's flank. The rest of the coven, and even Kirnavar with his thunderbolts, joined in, and soon the fallen heaven was a conflagration so bright and hot the coven stepped back from it. Silently, they watched the monstrosity that Laszlo had become ignite into a bonfire of singular proportions, and if any of Laszlo's souls escaped from the thing, Jean-Pierre could not see them for the pillar of smoke that rose, rich and black, from the putrid paradise itself. That done, the group set out, bound for the stronghold of Jungerin Yagoda, and the former madman told his tale on the way. As you've surmised, I was a sorcerer, started Kirnavar. I was born about 850 AD, if memory serves. I won't bore you with my childhood or early years. I'll advance to the final part of my life as I was then, and which I'm only now recovering. Around 1100, the Dark Lord Roche Sarnova began banding up all the most powerful sorcerers for some mysterious purpose. This coincided with the disappearance of a great many magical creatures. I, being an adept of considerable reputation, was invited, and I used the term loosely, to join Roche Sarnova at the castle with the other sorcerers he'd been collecting. I begged not to go, fearing something sinister. Besides, to tell you the truth, I was something of a hermit and didn't relish the thought of society. Especially, I dreaded long conversations with my colleagues. Ultimately I couldn't go because my researches had been building toward a great discovery, which I was then on the brink of, and I could not leave them unattended. So I did not join the glut that rushed to the castle to do Sarnova's bidding. On with it, said Karker. Sorcerers are mortal. But, through use of their powers, they can extend their life for long periods of time. Sometimes, as in my case, for centuries. Not being a religious man, I greatly feared death and my studies were leading toward a solution to that problem. The only creatures then who could be labeled invulnerable to oblivion were, of course, immortals, so I did some exhaustive research on what kept them alive. Their curse was not known then and is not known now, to the best of my knowledge. I, of course, being a sorcerer, could not become undead, besides which, I rather disliked most shades and didn't wish to live for eternity among their company. Ultimately, my study showed that shades must give up something for their immortality, they must be critically flawed or damned in some way. I figured that this might, perhaps, be the secret, though I was reluctant and quite unsure of how to curse myself. Then news filtered to me that the sorcerers Roche Sarnova had enlisted had all been killed and that the councilwoman Subert was endeavoring to rid the earth of our kind, once and for all. We became a hunted species, what was left of us. Mostly the youths and the ill-trained, the ones Roche Sarnova had neglected to invite. Subert tracked and killed them easily. I like to think that a few, like myself, went underground and survived, but of this I have no proof. I now had a new and very real reason to become immortalized, and I needed to do it soon, hopefully with the added effect that whatever I would become would discourage Subert from pursuit. In this, I succeeded, but at great cost. I discovered the secret of immortality, and my studies had shown a way to achieve it and accomplish the desired goal of foiling Subert. She would never know me to be a sorcerer in my new form. Unfortunately, my studies were harried because of my very literal deadline, and I never did completely explore the ways in which I could achieve a life without death. So, with Subert and her troops hot on my heels, I enacted the only spell that I'd yet to come up with. I damned myself with insanity. Since this was a new field of magic, I didn't understand the full implications of this. I was, in effect, my own guinea pig. I'd hoped that the insanity would wear off after a while, but my hopes were ill-founded. I lived for nearly 1,000 years as a lunatic, but I did live. The spell worked. I don't remember much of that time. It is as hazy and unfocused as my thoughts back then. Only when Jean-Pierre gave me his blood did something spark in me. Not understanding, exactly. But the spark was there. Eventually, I wound up with Balaclavian and Calgid bloods. In small portions, at first, these weren't enough to reverse the insanity, but they helped. I vaguely understood that if I could get more immortal blood, pure blood, that the effects of my self-tailored curse would go into submission. Thankfully, I was right. Only tonight did this event occur. Afterwards, I spent many hours wandering around, rediscovering myself. I employed my talent for invisibility and eluded the zombies my former masters sent to fetch me. When I heard the wars going on in the castle, I raced up there, where I found this robe. I shaved and washed my hair and body of the feces my former persona so enjoyed, and determined to join the fray. Quickly I learned that the castle was on its last leg and that the libertarians and Subert, my arch-enemy, were soon to conquer. I retreated back into the Sabo, where I found the Laszlo collage lying in wait for somebody. You, apparently. I decided to stay in the area to keep tabs on it, as I knew it to be up to no good, and, further, I vaguely remember Laszlo being an enemy of my former persona. So I stayed, and you came, and that is all there is to tell. Fascinating, said Karker. But why isn't this common knowledge? Said Sophia. I mean, 900 years ago is hardly prehistoric. There should be texts about magic, sorcerers. Subert crushed those documents. She only allowed fictitious accounts of wizardry to be printed from that time forward. Why did Roche Sarnova allow her to do all this? Asked Danielle. Karker answered this one. Subert had developed a following after her underhanded way of killing the sorcerers in the castle. Roche punished her for the way she went about it, but this only gave her more supporters. Everyone likes a martyr. So when she took 100 troops that were loyal to her to go off and, in her words, do some scouting, Roche knew that to stop her would only swell her following, and he was right. Once the rest of the council heard about her crusade against the sorcerers, she quickly lost status. Jean-Pierre focused on Kernavar. You're saying the only reason you could accept Shade Blood was because you were already immortal. Correct. He nodded, thinking that fit with what Ladrido had told him. Even as he thought of the Batman, Ladrido said, undo this curse, Kernavar. I've spent 1,000 years existing as a cluster of fucking bats. And, being locked up in the refuge for almost as long, I haven't killed an innocent human in all that time. Please, Kernavar. I've suffered enough, and recently I've vowed to abide by the morals of my new friends here. I greatly thank you for saving their lives and understand why you cursed me, but I'm a new man now. You've shown your goodness toward my friends. Now please, if you have it in you, bestow that same goodness on me. It's true, said Jean-Pierre, and explained how Ladrido had saved his life and how the Batman had vowed to become moral. Much to Jean-Pierre's irritation, Kernavar refused to take his word for it and turned to Danielle. Danielle, what say you? She paused, but only for a moment. What Jean-Pierre and Ladrido have said is true. They're good, now. Or at last, I should say. Even Karker's gone vegetarian. She explained that though she didn't know Ladrido well, he had helped to save the coven. When Kernavar remained unconvinced, she added, would your niece want you to damn her murderer, now reformed, for eternity? Slowly, Kernavar faced Ladrido. Very well, vampire, I'll release you from your curse, but don't get your hopes up just yet. The words of your new friends are convincing and I'd love to believe them, but I'll have to observe your merits for myself. If I'm satisfied with your performance in the fight to come, I swear to lift the curse. Ladrido smiled broadly. Thank you. I cannot tell you. Well, let me just say that I deeply apologize for my actions against your niece. More than the lifting of my curse, I beg your forgiveness. That, too, shall be decided tonight. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ruger proposed, once the pilgrims had reached the portal they'd been headed for before the collapse of the bridge, that Kirnavar should consult with Karkar on the most direct route to the Balaclava's lair, since, after all, the sorcerer knew precisely where it lay. That done, the procession moved on. Ruger tried without much success to stem the flow of emotions threatening to dull his senses. On the one hand, he was scared that if Amelia had not been victorious against Junger and Yagoda, then the assassins would have taken her blood and might yet prove too powerful to overcome. In which case, Danielle would be in great peril, and he didn't relish that thought at all. On the other hand, if Amelia had beaten her enemies, then Ruger very much wanted to see her again. But on such an occasion, he wanted Danielle to meet her. Maybe that would in part satisfy Danielle's curiosity about his past. And on yet another hand, Ruger tried to turn his thoughts to the new arrival, the sorcerer Kirnavar, and the bizarre string of circumstances that had brought him here. In this, however, Ruger failed to find sufficient mind meat to play with. After his initial surprise upon seeing Kirnavar as a sorcerer, Ruger had sunk within himself. He supposed that he'd seen too much death tonight, and been a party to too many killings, and that his heart had formed a protective layer of indifference. Even if the world threw all the gore and strangeness in its belly at him, he would no longer flinch, not tonight. That's how hard he felt himself to be. The only thing that kindled his interest was seeing Amelia again, and finding the answers to why their mutual friend Ludwig had been murdered. About this latter subject, Ruger already had guessed an answer, it waited only to be tested. He looked over his shoulder and gestured for Danielle to join him. The corridor was plenty wide to accommodate this. "How are you?" he asked. "Things are weird, but," she shrugged. "I just can't wait to get back somewhere human, and eat a fucking hamburger. You know what I mean? Something normal." He smiled. "I promise you, first thing after we get out of this madhouse, we'll stop off at the first burger joint we see. Here, shake on it." They spat on their palms and shook. 10 minutes later, Kirnavar said, "We're almost there. First stop is the room Junger and Yagoda shared with the libertarians. It's on our way and, as I remember, Melissoel left behind her nuclear weapons there, as well as some men to guard them and mortals to provide communication. I was sure she'd alert them to trigger the nukes if she were killed." "She didn't even see it coming," said Ladrito. D'Aguila struck from behind. "That's probably why we're all still here. There, see that archway? That's the room, one of the feeding chambers of the Sabo. Melissoel's people may still be there." Cautiously, the group made their way to the archway and paused, looking out at the vast chamber with all its hanging chains and death trap cages. Ruger remembered the unpleasant hour he'd spent in this very place. In one corner lay a group of dismembered shades and beheaded mortals, the soldiers and the human lynx Kirnavar had spoken of, dead. 3 crates rested nearby. "Let's take a look," said Jean-Pierre. Overcoming his reservations about re-entering this space, Ruger led the troop out into the feeding room of a dying Sabo and toward the jumbled mass of body parts in the crates, all the while imagining the scene as it had appeared under Malier's rule. The only trace of her was the ridiculous adobe throne. One of the soldiers was naked as well as dismembered, a fact explained a moment later when a tall red-headed woman entered the chamber through another archway and paused. She wore the bloody uniform of the naked man. "Lashera," exclaimed Kirnavar, and took a step towards her. Lashera moved toward Pilgrims, her eyes, puzzled, fixed on the sorcerer. "Kirnavar, is that you?" "Yes. I've recovered myself. It's a long story. You, fucker. You killed me, you're the reason I'm here. God damn you. And when you came down here yourself, you..." I know, he said. "I apologize for all my former persona did. That's not me anymore. Listen, Lashera, you must tell us, what's going on? Did Amelia come? Are your masters dead? What of these soldiers?" She scowled. "I have no masters anymore, whoever you are. I'm just Lashera, zombie. Without their bloods, I'll probably be dead in a few days." She shook her head violently. "Fuck. Lashera," Ruger said, remembering how all the libertarian soldiers had turned to watch her come and go. She'd always gone naked before, presumably at her master's will. Which meant that if she was clothed now. "Are they dead?" he said. She turned her piercing eyes on him and rolled her shoulders in a self-consciously bored shrug. "Near it, anyway. Amelia's got them cooped up back in their lair." Surprising himself, he smiled. "Amelia? She's alive? She won?" Ask her, darkling. Don't think I don't remember you. But who the fuck cares? I'm just a zombie, doomed to die like the Sabo and all the others. Surely there's a way to keep you alive, said Danielle. None that I know of. Anyway, I don't intend to waste my final moments chatting. I'm to assist Amelia in whatever way I can. She may ultimately be the death of me, by doing in Younger and Yagoda, but I owe my freedom to her, even if it kills me. She sent me to fetch back the nukes. She thinks she can use her powers to render them impotent. Here, make yourselves useful, I've been a slave long enough. Grab a crate and follow me. I'll take you to her. What about them? Asked Jean-Pierre, pointing to the carnage surrounding the crates. Killed by Amelia when she attempted to persuade them to surrender the nukes to her. By then, she'd already caged Younger and Yagoda and was tying up loose ends. Enough chit-chat. Grab a box and follow me. Carker, Jean-Pierre and Ruger each picked up a surprisingly heavy crate and, with the rest of the group, followed Lashira through one corridor after another until they reached the vast feeding room where Ruger had been tortured and caged. He shoved his reservations aside, knowing that his long-lost love was waiting just around the bend. After he and the two werewolf Kabasari set down their crates, the members of the group moved into the center of the enormous chamber, and there was a scene that Ruger knew he would never forget. In the background, the lifeless body of Collage lay crumpled on the ground, still smoldering in places. In the middle ground, two of the human bird cages hung low, just 10 feet off the ground, and in each cage huddled one of the balaclava, hardly recognizable they'd been injured so badly. They lay on their sides in pools of their own blood, barely moving. And when they did move, they moaned. Finally, in the foreground, Amelia perched on an empty crate, looking weary and sorely wounded herself, puffing on a cigarette. Her strawberry blonde hair in bloody tangles, she wore a sword in a hilt about her waist. When she saw the coven, she rose in sudden alarm. Her gaze fell on Ruger, and the alarm dropped away. She smiled. Ruger! She ran forward. Amelia! She crashed into his arms, knocking him backwards. He laughed. I don't know what to say. That should be a first. She kissed his chest, then, suddenly embarrassed, stepped backwards and examined the rest of the group individually. She spent some moments examining the sorcerer and what, for her, must have been the hideous form of Ladrido. Then her eyes settled on Danielle, and she gave a small, almost apologetic smile. You must be Danielle. And you're Amelia. Amelia laughed pleasantly, then embraced Danielle. The latter didn't seem prepared for the former's sudden bursts of emotion. This was not the Amelia that Ruger remembered, but it was likely the Amelia Mocklery had described, only a few long hours ago. Thank fate for you, Danielle, whispered Amelia, still holding Danny tightly. Before you, I wasn't sure if Ruger was going to make it. He had his friends, but no one, you snapped him out of it. She flicked her eyes on Jean-Pierre and Lord Carker. I can guess who you are, but if Ruger sees fit to keep your company, I guess you're better specimens than I've heard reported. But who in the world are you? Sophia said. Jean-Pierre's wife. And you? Ladrido, my lady. Cursed by the fellow standing next to me. A sorcerer? Amelia glanced at Ruger, and when he nodded to indicate the claim was credible, she inspected Kirnavar. He introduced himself, and Lashira added, he's the creep that killed me. He's different now. Before, he was a lunatic. I might die soon, but at least I've seen it all. Indeed, replied Amelia, then once again returned her attention to Ruger. It's been so long. An eternity, he agreed. I heard that you and Francois. Sadness came over her. Yes, we were involved. I felt him pass just a little while ago, just after Roche Sarnova. She wiped away a tear. Let's not speak of it, okay? Okay. What about the bastards? Said Danielle. Let's get that issue cleared before we start on anything else. Business before pleasure. The Kavasari Amelia nodded. Agreed. Before that, though, am I mistaken, or are you, Danielle, and Ruger, and you other three, are you not Kavasari? We are, Carker said. Turned by your own Francois. Without him, we'd most likely be dead. If you two were involved, I can only thank him through you. Anyway, it looks like you've got the fuckers caged. For that, I also thank you. Have you had time to interrogate them? I know why they killed Ludwig, if that's what you mean. Why? Said Ruger. She almost smiled at that, and her lovely eyes bored right through him. Come on, Ruger, I know you better than this. You already have it figured out. I can see it on your face. So lay it out for us. I want to know if you're as sharp as I remember. Here, any of you, want to smoke? She produced a pack and everyone except for Ladrido took her up on the offer. Now tell us, Ruger. Tell us why these sick bastards killed our friend. He paused, collecting his thoughts, and drew on the stick. It was all so clear to him, now that it had reached this point. It had begun when he'd interrogated Junger in the caverns beneath the Green Lake, but now all the vagaries were washed away. No one hired them to kill Ludwig, he said. They did it all on their own initiative, despite whatever lies they told us at the time. My guess is that when Roche originally hired them to do some artwork for him, they came here, to the castle, thinking to create a masterpiece, but art is never the only thing on their minds. Once isolated in the catacombs, they began their usual exploring, tunneling. They're old, they lived in the time of dragons and sorcery. They knew of the sorcerer massacre here, and they probably wondered what happened to all the dragons and magical creatures that existed in their early years. They endeavored to find out. They figured Roche was hiding some deep, dark secret, and he was. I guess they found the sabot first. Maybe that's all they found that first time. But with their obsession with labyrinths, they fell in love. It was more than that, though. They were well aware of all the turmoil going on, of the War of the Dark Council. They stored all this away for future use. Soon they were approached by Francois to instigate the scouring. I know this from what I learned in Lariba, that they killed Testifa, one of the first to be scoured. Their connection to Francois led them to you, Amelia, and the Titan Vistrat, who then commissioned them to hound Danielle and I in order to prevent you from killing him. By the way, whatever happened to him? Vistrat, I mean. Amelia shrugged. I don't know. I gave him a test, and I guess he passed. He absconded in the middle of the night and neither he, nor Kristen, has been heard from since. I suppose they're sipping margaritas on a beach somewhere. Anyway, go on. So far, you're pretty much on track. Killing his cigarette, Ruger tossed it to the floor and continued. Well, Junger and Yagoda apparently orchestrated a massive plan, which they proceeded to set in motion. All they needed was a catalyst. Roche's empire was tearing itself apart, Hoswell had gone into hiding, they were allied with the most powerful crime lord in America, who they figured held a pretty precarious seat with you in the picture. In short, the entire immortal world was in crisis, and they placed themselves in prime positions to bring it under their control. They just needed to give an already volatile situation a push. They needed to completely destroy Roche's empire and all the major players involved. Further, they needed Khaljit blood, which they conveniently procured while hounding Danielle and I. Their next step toward complete physical power would to become Kavasari. Hence the need to lure you into their trap, and what better trap than the sabot? I'm skipping ahead. They needed to destroy Roche's empire, already in chaos, so they picked the second largest immortal army in the world, Liberty, which was also in a state of tension. Ludwig wanted to disband it, but the majority wanted to preserve it and advance its plans. How could the Balaclava capitalize on this situation? Junger and Yagoda confronted Ludwig. I guess they wanted to size him up, see if they could push him around. See if they could get him to attack the Dark Lord. They couldn't, so they did something even better, something to unify all of Liberty and set it on a mission of revenge against Roche. Making their presence known to the army, relying on the fact that their artwork for the Dark Lord had been publicized enough to reach the libertarians, in brief, attaching themselves to his image so that they'd appear his minions, they killed Ludwig. His murder was the catalyst they needed. They made no attempt to hide their identity. They agitated and confused Melisawel into such a state of outrage that she had no choice, in her own mind, but to reorganize the army and go after Ludwig's killer. Problem was, she didn't trust the Balaclava. They counted on this. In all her attempts to torture possible employers of the assassins, she sank ever deeper into a moral morass, exactly what Junger and Yagoda were probably hoping for. Ultimately, she wound up on the darker side, her morality set aside for the moment. Then Junger and Yagoda subtly encouraged her to explore the trappings of evil, of power, and they made sure she liked it. Maybe at that point it was inevitable. She'd become a creature of hate, a thing separate from her past self. The lure of power, in this light, wasn't much of a step. So she enjoyed and abused her new authority, becoming corrupt in the process, all of which served the assassin's needs. In the end, she did what they wanted, she attacked the castle, in which the Balaclava had already firmly embedded themselves, using Singer's Khaljit blood to create their own army and enslave the sabot. But I don't think even they anticipated their good fortune when Malie allied herself with Subair. Thus, all three armies were able to attack at once. Unwilling to take any chances, the assassins used a nuke to wipe out over half the castle's population. They were counting on the ambitions of both Malie and Subair, counting that the two would kill each other off, which they did. All went according to plan. And had it not been for Roche's refuge, we couldn't have used the dragons. Or, rather, they couldn't have helped us. And without Francois' blood, we'd be dead several times by now, I'm sure. Without those two things, Younger and Yagoda would have won. They'd have the castle, a wonderful labyrinth, their own undead army, and remember they consider death an art, or something like that. In short, they'd have it all. A perfect morbid paradise in which they were the supreme rulers. Plus, of course, they were counting on Francois to relate to you that I was here so that you'd come. They were wagering that your love for me hadn't diminished over the years. I guess it was an easy wager to make, knowing that the Titan used me, through them, to stop you from taking his place. They were very clever. Thankfully, you were a lot stronger than they bargained for. You beat them. I think my biggest mistake all along was thinking of them as assassins, as mercenaries, people that would require an employer. I was wrong. Assassins they might be, but lacking in ambition they are not. They saw an opportunity and seized it and were damned close to achieving their goal, too. He paused. I guess that's about it. You did fine, Amelia said. From what they've been willing to tell me, your story matches perfectly. Smart bastards, aren't they? Dangerously so. Their plan was so complex, yet so simple. Almost genius, really. I don't doubt their intelligence. It's the other workings of their minds I have problems with. My love, I fear they'll continue to trouble you. With a movement so fast he saw only a blur, she whipped out her sword and plunged it through his stomach. Shoving a boot on his chest, she withdrew the blade and made a cut toward his neck. Now understanding, if only in part, what was happening, Ruger leapt aside, her blade just nicking his cheek. Amelia threw back her head and laughed. It was a wicked laugh, and filled with Jamaican inflections. Simultaneously, the large dark figures in the lowered cages rose. Their prisons exploded about them, and Younger and Yagoda stood tall and proud. Now that, one cried, was art. Immediately, the heretofore lifeless collage rose up, quite ably, and loped towards the pilgrims. A horde of zombies issued from various archways, bearing arms and leers. Lashira, smiling, leapt into the air and transformed into a long, sensual, beautiful dragon reminiscent of Chinese drawings. With a sick feeling, Ruger realized that Amelia hadn't been victorious, at all. They drained her of blood, becoming Kabasare themselves, and turned her into a zombie. That's when the true last great battle of the war began. Chapter 16. To Danielle, the whole thing possessed a surreal, dreamlike quality. Thankfully, the shot didn't prevent her from taking action. Yanking out her half-side rapist killer, she leapt towards Amelia, slicing straight for the jugular. Amelia, quick, sure-footed, well-practiced in swordplay and many centuries old, easily dodged the younger Kabasare. She stepped forward suddenly, then twisted to the right, leaving a boot in Danielle's path, which Danielle stumbled over. The younger shade sprawled on the ground, coughing dust, and swore when she got the breath to do so. Before she could recover, Danielle felt Amelia's blade plunge through her backside, out her front and through the ground itself. I've got your gutter angel pinned, Ruger, darling, what should I do with her? This, maybe? Amelia twisted the blade, skewering Danielle and ripping the hole wider. Danielle cried out. Damn you bastards! Ruger said. The sword pulled free of Danielle's backside. She heard blades clanging furiously. When she rolled to the side and rose from the now bloody ground, helped up by Ladrido, she saw Ruger and his former lover going at it, hell for leather. Danielle chanced to look toward the balaclava. She still couldn't stop thinking of them that way, to see them still standing in their sundered cages, laughing. Making no move to join the fray. Puppet masters till the end. God, how she hated them. Ruger called, Danielle, you okay? Holy. It came out as more of a gasp than she'd intended. Scimitar knocking and sparking against Amelia's sword, not taking his eyes off his opponent, Ruger said, then you and Ladrido and Kirnavar, go kill that fucking collage. Kark, Soph, Jean-Pierre, do what you can with the zombies. I'll deal with Amelia. You're cute when you're angry, Amelia grinned, and leapt past his defenses to stick him in the chest. He kicked her in the crotch, batted her sword away and took the air out of one of her small breasts. Feeling little or no pain, the zombie only smiled and shook her head. Come on, lover, come on. Ruger and Amelia, dancing and slashing, sparks and blood flashing in the torchlight, never hesitated. Only one would walk away from this fight. The collage was loping ever closer, and the hunter, the albino, and the ex-ice queen had already scattered to fight the rotting horde. Danielle hated leaving Ruger without any protection, but, as the collage was lumbering closer, she figured that destroying it would protect them all. She turned to the sorcerer and the vampire he damned and said, ready for another? They nodded, and she led them toward the towering mass. Not so big and impressive as Laszlo, and scorched in several places, no doubt the real Amelia's work, it was still of giant stature, arrayed with many wicked limbs and exuded in all its roiling shifts of flesh and people the overwhelming monstrosity of its creators. Danielle flew straight towards its 3-tongued maw, thinking it the creature's greatest threat. She'd rather die by its limbs than be consumed and assimilated by it. At least this one didn't spout gospel. Still, it was all the more revolting for not having lips. Instead, many arms and faces popped out from around the cavity, acting the part of mandibles. Kicking and punching at its teeth, she raked the mandibles with her blade. Tongues darted out and ensnared her legs. Drew her toward the maw. She closed her eyes and focused her powers. Opening her eyes, she channeled her energies, the tongues caught fire and released her, but only for the moment. Retreating into their home, they doused the flames in the creature's drool and shot back out again. This wasn't working. Danielle took off, quitting the mouth and flying over its roiling back instead. When possible, she unleashed her energies and was rewarded by seeing a puff of smoke rise from a fire she'd started. Nothing like the great scorch marks Amelia had left behind, but it was something. She rose to see what the other two were doing. Ladrido, diving into an assimilated body, possessing it and attacking the other assimilated zombies within reaching distance. Then lighting out from the destroyed body and possessing another. It was the strategy he'd used on Laszlo. Since this collage was smaller and already somewhat beat up, Ladrido was causing it to weaken at a quicker pace. Kirnavar cursed and muttered to himself, still visible. Occasionally a bolt of lightning would flare out from him and score the height of the Leviathan, but it was clear to Danielle that the sorcerer had nearly exhausted his magical energies for the time being. She joined him on the ground. "It's fading," he said. "Once, I could keep this up all night, but it's been so long. Give me time and it shall come back, but we haven't got time." This was the man who'd saved her life twice now. Also, he'd tried to kill Ruger. And had killed many others, including Lashira, who was now flying down low over Karker, Sophia and Jean-Pierre, in his mad quest for power. He was changed now, but Danielle didn't really know the new Kirnavar. "Snap the fuck out of it," she said. "If you haven't got much power, then make what you've got count. The blunt-limbed see it, that's how Ruger killed Laszlo. Laszlo hid there. Save your energies till you're sure of a strong shot and blow the limb to hell. You must not think well of me, Danielle. Like you told Ladrido, you've got to earn it. So earn it." She took to the air again and did her level best to lay waste to the collage's flank. The problem was that once a significant portion of a section of hide had been destroyed, the collage would sift another layer of hide on top of it, presumably nurturing the wounded layer in the interim and smothering the fire. Danielle had to admit that Junger and Yagoda had designed these things well. She glanced back towards them, still standing erect, smiling, though she could only see their profiles. They watched Amelia and Ruger duel it out, not lifting a finger themselves, just enjoying the show. She gritted her teeth and redirected her hatred back towards the collage. "Die, already," she said, landing on its back. The resident debtors rose and encircled her. She cut one down, then another. So many, she thought. So many lives destroyed by the fuckers for their art and thirst for power. Killing these things seemed a cruel kindness, but she didn't see them as individuals. They were past that now. They were machines of death, mere pieces in a work of art that symbolized everything she hated, and she cut them down, one after the other, with the force of that passion. For every one she ended, another rose in its place. A rotted hand reached for Danielle. She hacked it away. Another tried to grab her around the middle. She slicked its head in two. Gore sprayed her. A half-liquefied creature seized her ankle. She sliced it off at the gooey wrist. The fingers still dug in. Suddenly the roiling floor of flesh beneath her parted. She was sucked into the chasm by groping hands and arms, disconnected from bodies, just sticking out of the sides of the fleshy well. She braced her own hands against the edges of the hole, but the hole widened. Her grip slackened. The debtors above shoved her down, the disembodied limbs below pulled her towards them. She tried to fly, to break free. They caught her and forced her deeper. Suddenly she was inside, and the roof of flesh above sealed shut, trapping her. Hands held her in place, stilling her blade, dragging her deeper as inner walls of flesh closed around her. "Oh, no," she said. "I don't think so." A spark, a flame. Then another. "Take that, assholes." Heedless to her scorching, the walls closed tight around her so that she could feel their sticky surfaces, their groping hands. A man's head pushed itself past a purplish, heart-colored wall and smiled at her. "Join us, Danielle," said the collage. "Join us and be free." With a surge of adrenaline, she ripped out of the imprisoning arms and kicked the face so hard that her boot lodged in its brain. As she tugged her foot free, more arms caught her. The fleshy walls pressed tighter. Tighter. Like being in some monstrous womb. Finally, she could see nothing else but the section of flesh immediately before her. Her small chamber began filling up with a thick, acidic fluid, stinging and biting into her boots and ankles. She would be assimilated into this thing without passing through the mouth at all. No! She exerted all her power, but the bastard's designs were too perfect. In minutes, she'd be like Roche Sarnova, not even an official zombie, just another article in another of the fucker's masterpieces. No! The fluid was almost to her hip level, and it seemed that the walls no longer pressed against her. She was pressing into them. Becoming a part of it. She threw back her head and screamed. Then, suddenly, a great shudder passed through the collage. It stiffened, calmed, and grew quiet. It fell. Her stomach lurching, Danielle felt the sensation of a short plummet. The acidic fluid surged up and over her, but the hands and walls had ceased to pulse with life. Kicking and scratching and clawing, she propelled herself up through shifting slabs of flesh until finally she emerged from the beast's innards. Gasping, she stood in the open air and tried to wipe the slime off her. She was on its back again. Looking around, she saw only the occasional twitch or spasm of a zombie. Smoke caught at her nose. The collage had collapsed, and Danielle was now just 20 feet from the floor of the feeding room. She saw the blunt limb cut raggedly at the base, blackened, and the limb itself lying dormant on the ground. Its amputated end looked scorched and whiffs of smoke trailed up from it towards the ceiling. Off to the side, Kirnavar, arms folded across his chest, smiled to himself. The sorcerer gave her a nod acknowledging her rather unflattering condition, and said, "Am I earning my keep yet?" She pulled a trail of slime from her hair. "You're starting off damned well." A cloud of bats circled about her, formed a shape. Together she and Ladrido leapt off the back to join the sorcerer. "Nice work," the Batman told him. "You did good yourself," Kirnavar said. "I couldn't believe you actually flew into the mouth." "You did what?" Danielle said. Ladrido shrugged. "Saw you go into its back, figured maybe I could help you from inside, so I flew into the mouth, 3 tongues and all. Burned a bit." He winked at her. "I tried to penetrate, but couldn't. Flew back out. Nothing more to it than that." "Like hell," she said, touched. Impulsively, she hugged him. Then Kirnavar. "Thanks. Now let's go help the others." Ruger was still fighting Amelia, slashing at her back and forth. He seemed to be holding his own for the moment, but Jean-Pierre, Carker and Sophia weren't doing so well against the zombies. Danielle was setting out to help them when suddenly she noticed the balaclava staring at her. "Fuck you," she called. "Sorry, dear," Junger said, removing one of his miniature tusks and picking his overlarge teeth with it. "But it's not quite that easy." The horde of zombies moved toward her group, and it was about this time that fins erupted from the ground. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Carker, for his part, was enjoying himself mightily. Bashing in zombie skulls was just about the most enjoyable pastime he could have invented. Of course, in this particular circumstance, he'd have made the game more level if given the chance. When the Coven of Five had faced off against Subair's 30 soldiers, that had been a battle easily, if bloodily, won. And those shades had been responsive to pain in a way that these fucking debtors could never be. He estimated them to number in the 70s or 80s. Over half bore great scorch marks where, undoubtedly, Amelia had assaulted them. Probably she'd killed a great many of the things when she'd attacked. Wounded or not, however, the zombies were quite up to the challenge. Many had adopted defenses similar to those at Laszlo's mission. Jean-Pierre had told him all about it, wearing the skulls of their dead on their own heads to make it that much harder to slice their rotten melons open. Also, some wore pelvic bones or metal collars about their necks, thwarting attempts to behead them. On top of all this, they were almost all armed. Carker liked a challenge. He, Jean-Pierre and Sophia were outnumbered, true, but the 3 were Cavassari now. That counted for a lot. Unfortunately, they couldn't use their power of flight, as the Lashira dragon circled overhead, and she was at full strength. Carker tried to exert his pyrokinesis, but even against these half-dead creatures only a few small sparks flickered. Nothing the zombies couldn't overcome. So, one-armed, Carker was stuck with brute strength and telekinesis. It would have to do. In his hand, he held a saber, the largest he'd been able to liberate from the claws of his victims, and about him hovered a dozen other blades, which he put to ample use. Howling, he ran through the putrid throng, splitting open and severing heads where he could, using his fist and feet as often as the blades. He felt complete release. Freedom. He lived for battle. The zombies sensed his audacity and never moved against him unless they had others to back them up, and gods knew there was never a shortage of others. Just the same, he plowed through their ranks, slashing and kicking. He grabbed a gun off the corpse of an enemy, then fired into its friends' heads until it jammed. Tossing it away, he snatched his saber, which had been hovering, out of the air and hacked through another neck. The zombie shot him, too, and stabbed him, but he kept on going. Sometimes he fought alongside Jean-Pierre or Sophia. These were the moments he cherished the most, but more often they were lost in the chaos and were forced to fight individually. Fins rose from the floor. So the Sabo wasn't dead yet, after all. Younger Yagoda had probably just exited its consciousness and drained it of their strength, thus giving the coven the impression that it, and they, were dying. All to fool the coven into walking into a trap. The Laszlo collage had just been meant to delay them so that everything could be made ready for their arrival. Younger and Yagoda liked a show. Just then, the zombies parted like a curtain, and on the other side were Jean-Pierre and Sophia, fighting back to back. No wonder the debtors had backed off. 3 Cavasari were too many, taken all at once. Carcur, said Jean-Pierre. A broken blade shot out from his hip. It looked like a zombie had stuck him and then had the sword snap clean off. The hunter joined them, and a clearing created itself, as the zombies stepped back and debated among themselves the best way of attacking now. In the relative silence, Carker could still hear the endless clanging of Ruger and Amelia dueling it out. I say we get them on the run, whispered Sophia, aiming a bloody sword toward the nearest group of zombies. Herd em back to the tunnels. Carker nodded. Ruger could use our help after. They charged the nearest wall of zombies, hacking and kicking and shoving. It had the desired effect. The wall moved backwards, in the direction of the closest archway. Carker sensed the other debtors to the sides and rear advance on the backs of the Cavasari, and he wheeled about to discourage them. It was then that he saw Lashira. Barreling out of the forest of chains and cages of the upper reaches of the room, her brilliant blue, gold and red scales catching the torchlight in lurid display, she angled directly at the leader of the charge, Sophia. Carker roared a warning to Jean-Pierre and Sophia, but too late. The beautiful WIRM bloomed from the forest of chains too fast, her hungry mouth already open in greedy anticipation. In a mere second, Lashira would be holding Soph in her terrible jaws. For the merest instant, Carker hesitated. He could let Sophia die. Part of him wanted to. She had claimed Jean-Pierre's affections in a way only Carker had before. Not even Danielle had claimed him as fully. If Sophia died, Carker could have Jean-Pierre back, provided they lived. They could return to the old ways. No more of this vegetarian bullshit. They could be. Lord Carker leapt into the air and intercepted Lashira before she reached her mark. He cried out as she closed her jaws about him, impaling him with her long sharp teeth. I should have known, Carker muttered, and plunged his saber into Lashira's eye before the dragon drew him into her mouth completely, and began to chew. Roche, my friend, here I come. Chapter 17. Carker. Jean-Pierre cried, watching his mentor consumed by the zombified dragon. Sophia grabbed his arm. We're trapped, baby. Unwilling to move his head from its fixed point, he took in the fact that the army of debtors was closing in rapidly. Not afraid of 2 weakened and distracted Cavasari, they gathered for the kill. He felt no fear, however. He could withstand them, drive them back, butcher them till the army was reduced to ectoplasm. But he had no such desire. Lashira must die, he said, and shot into the air, a sword in each hand. Jean-Pierre. You bitch. He said as he neared the beautiful serpent, who was trying to remove Carker's blade from her eye. She seemed to smile when she saw Jean-Pierre, though, and slithered gracefully through the air to catch him. He heard Sophia join him in the air. A great chorus of zombie outrage erupted from the ground. She reached his level and flashed him an enigmatic look, whether in sympathy, annoyance, fear or some combination he couldn't tell. In any case, he was glad to have her with him. He sacrificed himself for me, Sophia said, and it was almost a whisper. For us. Then Lashira was upon them. Coiling and spinning like a snake, her claws scratched the air and her wings billowed gorgeously. Jean-Pierre and Sophia dove toward her ever-elusive, coiling flank, their own blades a blur. Together, the albino and his daughter hacked and cursed at the WIRM. Lashira whipped her head around and snapped at them. If they made even the slightest miscalculation, Lashira would have them for dessert. Already, he could see, she was much stronger and more vibrant after having ingested, the very word chilled him, and spurred him on, Carker's flesh and blood. In all likelihood, she was a Cavasari of a sort now, too. Jump on her, said Jean-Pierre, and leapt on Lashira's backside, sticking himself on a few of her spinal horns in the process. Seeing his move and realizing its advantages, Sophia almost made it by his side. Instead, she landed on the golden underside, where handholds were fewer. Nonetheless, she clawed her way up, panting, and joined Jean-Pierre. Good thinking, she said. Let's hope. In this case, he'd realized, utilizing a Kavasari's powers was no advantage at all. Quite the reverse, as it was impossible to kill a flying, nimble dragon, while you yourself were flying as well. Like a poor swimmer trying to grasp a 20-yard eel in the ocean. But now, on Lashira's back, they could simply climb up to her neck and put their swords to. Before they could get in position, Lashira whipped her head around. Snap! Jean-Pierre and Sophia darted, each going a different direction. Lashira's jaws crunched closed on empty air, spraying spittle. "For Karkar," said Jean-Pierre, and Sophia repeated it, as the two positioned their blades. "God damn you both!" howled Lashira with her last breath. The blades took off her head and sent it hurtling down to the zombies. Her body lost momentum, and Jean-Pierre and Sophia hopped off, hovering. "We avenged you, Karkar," Jean-Pierre said. "Let's help the others." Sophia led the way toward Danielle and the others, surrounded by zombies, but before the two could reach them, Jean-Pierre heard strange flapping noises, dry and leathery. The noises originated from hundreds, if not thousands of. There. And there. And. Fuck, groaned Soph. The sight filled Jean-Pierre with the same hopelessness he heard in her voice. Out of every archway, legions of quasi-pterodactyls gusted out like the grim harbingers of death they were, and from every beaked mouth came the incessant chant of die, die, die. But this time it wasn't. Jean-Pierre knew it wasn't the Sabo speaking. The thousands of bright-eyed parasites were under Balacladian control once more. The time for play was over. Asterisk. Ruger, mainly oblivious to the chaos enveloping the rest of the feeding room, kept a careful focus on his opponent. It seemed to him that they must have been dueling now for hours, but Amelia showed no signs of flagging, and why should she? She was a zombie, a marionette, though with the benefit of the real Amelia's knowledge and skills. Did puppets tire? No, but their masters could. Unfortunately, Younger and Yagoda showed no symptoms of fatigue. Ruger, however, was quite exhausted, both physically and mentally. Parry, thrust. Parry, thrust. Lunge, slash, block, dive, roll. Fly through the air, spinning around her, their blades flashing in dripping gore. It was an endless battle. Perfectly mechanized, practiced moves, like a chess game, and like two chess masters, each knew how to strike and defend. The only deciding factor would probably be simple exhaustion. Amelia was stronger, quicker, and more ruthless, but not by much. She may have been a Kabasari for over a century now, may have had all that time in which to explore, perfect and exploit her skills, and it showed, but back when they'd both been vampires he'd been the stronger of the two, even though he'd been the younger. And he was no weakling now. He held his own, if just barely. She'd scored so many hits on him that, when fighting on the ground, the blood jetting from him literally caused him to slip in his own juices. Sometimes he actually went down, escaping only within a hair of his life. The holes he'd poked through were bled little, and he didn't know whether this was a trait of aged Kabasari or zombies, or a combination of both. Regardless, she'd scored on him far more than he'd done on her, and his reflexes and timing were gradually diminishing. He constantly talked to her, reminding her of the 80 years, a human lifetime, they'd shared together, all that time they'd loved each other. Somewhere in her, he knew, lived a spark of her true self, and he figured his best chance of coming out of this thing alive was to bring that spark to the surface. So far he wasn't having much success. "Remember the homestead?" he asked, dodging a thrust. "Remember after we built it you grew scared of the crocodiles?" He smiled, caught in the memory. "Only after I coached one to gather some wildflowers in its mouth and deliver them to you did you get over it." You laughed. "Remember, remember?" "I remember, darling," she said, lunging past his defenses and sticking him in the bladder, then retreating. "I remember all those times, all those fucks when you took such special care. Your foreplay I remember could last a week." Then the slow, gradual procession to the true masterful rollicking fuck. "I remember smiling and crying out your name, thinking you an idiot the whole time. You believed you could make me come. God, what delusions. I laughed at you behind your back. Did you know? That's what I remember. I laughed and laughed." As if to illustrate, she laughed and thrust her sword. Sweat flying, he blocked it. "Damn it, Younger and Yagoda, let her go. If you want me dead, do it yourself." This, he looked at the thing his beloved had become, this is too much. "Sorry, Darkling," one called, "but we find this much more amusing." Ruger fought on. Eventually, of course, the inevitable happened. Weakened beyond the point of endurance, he slipped on ground which had been made muddy by his blood and went down. Amelia struck. Her blade descended straight towards his neck. He threw up an arm to block the blow, and she lopped his arm at the elbow. He tried to rise, but she planted a boot on his chest and ground him into the mud. He drove his scimitar towards her, but she deflected the blow, sending his blade spinning 30 yards away. No, he gasped. Amelia! She raised her sword for the final blow. As she was about to bring the sword down, her eyes seemed to see him for the first time, to really absorb that she was about to kill her former beloved. Visibly, she hesitated. She sucked in a ragged breath. Then, slowly, her eyes drifted from Ruger's many wounds to his own eyes. All of a sudden, her face screwed itself up. Amelia, he said, this time more clearly. She'd stopped grinding him into the mud and he could breathe. Ruger, she rasped. My love. What have I done to you? A sense of urgency overtook her and she lowered the blade, reversed it, and placed the hilt in his weak right hand. Please, while I'm still me. Finish it. Amelia, you're here. It's been so long. Yes, and unless you use this time right now to do what you must, it will be much longer before we meet again. So, please. Noah, finish it. She bowed her head, craning it so that her neck showed, long and elegant and vulnerable. Swallowing, he brought the sword about in a tight arc. Her head went flying and her body, as if in a final embrace, fell on him. When he was able, he rose to his feet, staring down at the ruins of the woman who had been his reason for living for nearly half his life and his excuse for killing for another 90 years. Not a day had gone by that he hadn't thought of her, and now this. His black eyes rose to meet those of the demons on their elevated cages. Why? He said. Both jackals beamed. Because it was art, Younger said. And why did you release her? We withdrew from her mind because she was about to kill you. We couldn't let that happen. What? Why? You've got all you want now. His gaze flicked to the battle where Danielle and the others fought the zombie horde. You don't need me any longer, he added, then, suddenly, got it. Ah. Wistfully, he shook his head. I'm the Dark Lord now, aren't I? Indeed, said Yagoda. And so, you see, we don't have it all. You must declare one of us your heir. This must be a formal passing of power. He studied them. 1. Wouldn't the other grow jealous and kill the other for the crown? They actually laughed. You know nothing of us, said Younger. We are one and indivisible. It matters not who you formally crown. We will rule together, for we have no choice. I don't understand. Of course you don't, said the other, throwing an amused look at Younger. You've no conception of what we are, and, I'm afraid, you will never know. Ruger looked toward the battlefield once more. I want none of the others harmed. You don't need them, do you? Oh, we do. At least, we need 1 or 2, to serve as witnesses and legitimize the proceedings. We would think Jean-Pierre and Carker the most reputable witnesses, the rest are expendable. Sadly, Lord Carker is dead. We'd intended to kill the Ice Queen, but he intervened. Carker's dead? Killed by a dragon, no less. He would have approved, we think. Stricken, Ruger sank to his knees, dropping the sword in the dirt. Oh, look at the poor thing, Younger said. What will life be like without his precious Carker? Ruger, if you crown us, we'll spare your friends. If not, you shall all die and we'll find some other way of legitimizing our authority. But we will. We certainly don't want the Sangro-Sanks after us, and in order to save ourselves from them we need to be the Dark Lords. Officially. Ruger hesitated a long moment. Go to hell, he said. You'll never get your power from me. You'd corrupt the whole empire, pollute the world. You'd be the, to use a word, spiritual death of us. The community. Never would we be able to establish Roche's Jerusalem. Humankind would want us exterminated, and rightly so. No. If it means my death, then so be it. I'll not make you kings. If there is an afterlife, I'll at least be able to look myself in the mirror there. They frowned, but their ill mood proved short-lived. In fact, they seemed almost incapable of melancholy. They were too smart to be stymied for long. And your friends, purred Yagoda. Would you have them die, as well? Ruger gnashed his teeth. Think, Ruger, think. Nothing. His mind was blank, his powers expended. He couldn't see a way out of this. Of course he didn't want his friends to die, not for his principles. He wouldn't condemn them simply because he was a self-righteous jackass. But, then, would they feel any differently about bestowing crowns on the bastards' heads? He knew they wouldn't. Younger, grinning, his tribal tattoos and tusks lending him an even more hellish aspect in the torchlight, made an expansive, friendly gesture with his hands and said, Here, Darkling. We'll clarify the issue for you. Ruger heard a scream Danielle issue from the tumult of the battle. Almost immediately, her voice was lost and Ruger sprang to his feet, sword in hand, and took a step forward. Suddenly, directly between the two pedestals of the balaclava, a gigantic mudshark erupted from the ground. Its mouth exploded in gore, and in the scattering mist of blood and flesh stood Danielle, captured as Ruger had once been, but she was now too strong for the parasite and it hadn't taken her but a few seconds to kill it. Even as its body slumped to the ground, she took flight. Yagoda seized her by the neck and drew her to him, holding her tightly. While she cursed and writhed in his grasp, he relieved her of her blade and tossed it into the far recesses of the chamber. She flailed in his arms, but it was to no avail. He was too strong. Her eyes found Ruger, and he saw relief and love in her face. "Rug," she said. "Danny." "Sorry to interrupt," said Younger. "But my brother, Ruger, and I were just having a discussion. Perhaps, dear, darling Danielle, you can be of some value. We want Ruger to either make us his heirs or abdicate the crown to us. If he does the latter," said Yagoda, "we're prepared to spare his life. And the rest of yours, too." "Yes," said Younger. "This is our new decision." Danielle glanced from Ruger to Younger and tried unsuccessfully to twist her head about to look at Yagoda. "Don't give them the throne," she said, turning back to Ruger. "I hadn't intended to." "Then on to the former point," said Younger. He gave Danielle's head a violent yank. Ruger cried out. When Yagoda released Danielle's head, she slumped in his arms, breathing harshly. "So," cooed Younger. "You don't want your precious Danielle to die." "Unfortunately, unless we need her as a witness to legitimize your handing us the crown, she will. If you can stomach to see us tear off her head and break her body apart and eat it right before your eyes, fine. We'll find some other way to legitimize our seat." Damn it all. What could Ruger do? Could the bastards find another way to legitimize their authority? He didn't think so. They were bluffing, he was sure. This was their one and only chance to become Dark Lords, and the burden fell directly on him. With Danielle's and all the others' lives hanging in the balance. He couldn't kill them. They were powerful, vigorous, and healthy. He and Danielle were weak. So, in the end, it was not a battle of muscle or even brain. It was a matter of will and honor. "Don't do it," Danielle wheezed. "I don't care if they kill me, baby. Don't let them be kings." "But..." "No. When it happens, just close your eyes. Stop up your ears. But don't give in. All the others, they'll feel the same way." From somewhere on his person, Yagoda produced a dagger and plunged into Danielle's back so that its red tip poked out her chest. She opened her mouth to scream, then shut it, obviously trying to be strong for Ruger. "We mean it, Darkling," said Younger. "Close your eyes if you want to, but I don't think that will stop us from having our way with your beloved. In one night, we'll have killed both of them." He smiled. Danielle's words were pretty and from the heart, but you'll regret having listened to them when we're tearing her limb from limb, raping her in every hole, even some new ones, and eating her alive. Stop your ears if you want, Darkling, but I'm sure her screams will still get through. Slowly, Ruger's gaze drifted from Younger to Danielle. "I love you," he told Danielle. "I love you, too, Rug." Gulping, he said, It's Noah, baby. My first name." Despite herself, her eyes widened, and she even gave a small smile. "I love you, Noah. Now close your eyes." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. "This is no good," Jean-Pierre said. Sophia pressed against his back, her borrowed sword raised before her. Zombies pressed in from all sides, scores of them, rotting and grinning. Jean-Pierre cut one down as it sprang at him, and the others around him paused. It wouldn't hold them for long, though. Somewhere Kirnavar and Ladrito would be fighting, if they were still alive, but they wouldn't arrive in time to save the albino and his daughter. "The air," Sophia said, and leapt overhead. "No! Too late." Instantly the quasi-pterodactyls dove toward her, screeching. She sliced off one's head, then another's beak. Another bit off a chunk of her arm, and still another bit at her neck. She just barely dodged in time. Jean-Pierre flew up and dragged her out of the path of the screeching cloud. "The air's no good," he said. "Where's Ruger and Danielle?" Frantic, he looked around, and felt the blood freeze inside him when he saw Ruger on his knees before the balaclava and Danielle gripped in the iron claw of Younger. The screeching cloud of bird things wheeled about, coming around one more time to bear on Jean-Pierre and Sophia. There was no escaping them this time. Unless... "Come," Jean-Pierre said. With new energy, he raced through the air toward Younger and Yagoda. Sophia followed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Well. Younger demanded. What's it to be? Ruger opened his mouth to refuse them one more time. He knew it would herald the death of Danielle, of everyone, but what choice did he have? Before he could speak, he heard the screeching of the quasi-pterodactyls. He snapped his head to see the cloud boiling toward them through the skies, Jean-Pierre and Sophia right ahead of them. The albino and his daughter blazed straight for Younger and Yagoda, both letting their swords lead the way. Yagoda waved his arm, and a giant mudshark burst through the ground at them. Jean-Pierre and Sophia flew over it, their trajectory taking them just above the balaclava. Even as the mudshark subsided into the ground, the tide of pterodactyls sailed over its snapping jaws and after its quarry, barreling straight into Younger and Yagoda on their way. The balaclava swore and gestured, but evidently their control of the sabot and its minions was not absolute. Ruger plucked up his sword from the ground with his mind and hurled it at Yagoda. Busy swatting away bird things, the balaclava didn't see the sword coming until it was too late. Once again, Ruger hacked through his dreadlocks and severed his head. Only this time, Ruger was determined, there would be no coming back. Younger screamed, his bloodshot eyes swinging to Ruger even as Ruger flew like a dart toward him. The balaclava started to shift shapes, to become a demon thing in order to better grapple with Ruger, but Danielle, still held against him, jabbed him in the eye and bit him on the shoulder. His form blurred but didn't change. Ruger tackled him with such force that Danielle spun away, free. Ruger drove Younger back, and back. Younger slammed his fists into Ruger's face and side, but Ruger felt no pain. He lengthened his fangs and tore out Younger's throat. Finally he smashed Younger into the ground. The ground split under them, and blood spread out below Younger. It pumped like a geyser from his ruined throat, then lessened. Feebly, Younger gestured toward Ruger, directing the sabot. The pterodactyls returned, circling overhead, and the zombies milled over. A fin erupted from the floor. The minions seemed unsure, however, and they didn't close on Ruger. Younger had lost too much blood. Ruger held out his hand, and the scimitar returned to it, almost eager. Danielle approached, then Jean-Pierre, Sophia and the others. Quietly they stared down at the last surviving balaclava. He glared up at them, hate and loss etched in every feature. Any last words? Ruger said. Younger opened his mouth to speak, but Ruger didn't give him time. He swung, and Younger's head rolled free. Blood spurted from his neck. Danielle picked the head up in both hands, stuck her tongue at Younger's still-moving face, and tossed the head upward, into the cloud of quasi-pterodactyls. No longer controlled by the assassins, they tore it to shreds. Jean-Pierre and Sophia took up Younger's body and tossed it to the zombies, who did the same. Next they found Yagoda's remains and fed the pieces to different mudsharks. With the screeching of the quasi-pterodactyls in the background, the remains of the coven turned to each other, too tired to smile or do much of anything but hold themselves upright. It's done, Ruger said, throwing an arm around Danielle. She leaned into him. It's finally done. Epilogue. Harry Lavaca, sipping on a very dry martini, watched the sun as it set spectacularly over the ocean. He sat, relaxed, on the large patio of his beach house on Swakashani, the main island of the Swakashani Islands, while a warm wind tossed the palm trees off to the side and ruffled his curly dark hair. Though he'd only lived here for about 3 weeks, he thought he could get used to island life. As the last rays of the sun disappeared over the sea, 2 figures emerged from water, both naked and smiling. Harry grinned at their dripping appearance and, being the good host that he was becoming, stood, collecting 2 robes and 2 towels, and marched down to the white sandy beach. Ruger and Danielle smiled at him, not at all embarrassed by their nudity, as they dried themselves, then shrugged on the robes. The 3 exchanged a few comments and moved to the deck, where the warm winds further dried the 2 immortals. Have a good day? Harry said. Hell, yeah, said Danielle. You've got some great diving down there, marine life up the kazoo. It was something, Ruger admitted. I think Cozumel's got some competition. He grabbed a pack of smokes off the table, extracted 2, stuck one in his mouth and handed the other to Danielle. As if by magic, the end of the sticks flared. But Harry wasn't going to be distracted, he'd spent too much time puzzling over the events of the past month, and he wasn't about to be put off by small talk now. You've got a lot of explaining to do, he said. You pretty much left me on a cliffhanger. We can talk scuba diving later. Ruger seemed amused. Sorry we got here so late last night. We didn't have time to tell you much. And we spent all day in the water instead of checking out your guest rooms. Harry waved this aside. That, I'll forgive. Hell, I'm the one that suggested you spend the day underwater. You came here for a vacation, after all. Danielle patted him on the hand. You always were smart. The shades exchanged glances, and Ruger turned back to Harry, smoke blowing like dragonfire from his nostrils. When'd we last see you, anyway? I mean, when did you leave the castle for the second time? When Cloire did. After your coronation ceremony. About a month ago. And how far did we get in telling you about that night? It clearly pained the Dark Lord to talk about it, but he seemed to feel he needed to, that speaking about it would erase the pain. Or, at least, alleviate it to some degree. I think we left off telling him about disposing of the bastards' bodies, Danielle supplied. Ah. He nodded, apparently relieved. We got through the worst of it, then. Well? Harry demanded. What happened? Once Junger and Yagoda were dead, the zombies, they just all stopped. Slowly, they came back to themselves, and most asked to be killed rather than wait and die without Calgid blood. He paused. Sadly, he added, their wish was obliged. Harry waited, trying not to picture the scene. What about the sabot? It chose to wait, Danielle said. In fact, I think it's still alive, after a manner of speaking. And the nukes? We dismantled them telekinetically on the spot. It was less risky than it sounds, Ruger said. We could sense when we pushed in the wrong direction. Later we made sure the components were properly seen to. That was that. It took a while, but finally everyone. Jean-Pierre, Soph, Kernavar, Ladrido, Danielle, me, we gathered up top. We gave aid to the survivors and tried to start picking up the pieces, establish some order. At one point, a powerful shade contested my rule. Ruger sighed. He didn't get far. Not that I wanted that authority, but I wanted him to have it less. I remember, Harry said. I didn't leave till just after that. Cloire said she couldn't stand it anymore and wouldn't come back until there was electricity. That's right. I want to know about what happened after we left. Ruger nodded. The remnants of the funhouse of the Forsaken gathered in the ruins, and they entertained us by lantern and torchlight. It was surreal. Jean-Pierre finally gave Max the blood he'd promised him, not enough to make Max a Kabasari, but enough to make him stronger than he was. By then, the Sangrosanks had arrived. They'd felt Roche's death and flown in to observe what was going on, if not to help. They bowed to me. Before everyone. I told them I didn't want the throne. They said I had no choice, that from what they'd seen I'd make a great king. They said I could have Danielle by my side as queen. We'd rule together. Neither of us wanted any part of it, of course. But their response was, we understand that, but who else? Pick someone you'd throw this burden on if you could, in good conscience, and we'll abide by it. So I told them I'd be their rotten king if they disbanded, or at least changed the priorities of their order. Reluctantly, they agreed. Some were sympathizers of Roche's vision, but were bound by their order to fight him. After all the turmoil, the war, after Amelia's death, she'd been one of them. Their morale was low, their faith in the priorities of their quasi-religion deflated, and their founder was dead and had exposed the order for what it was. Francois had taken the mythology out of it. Well, they acquiesced. It wasn't easy, said Danielle. We stood there arguing with them for some time. They were stubborn, all right. But their faith was in tatters. All they needed was a push. How did you change them up? Asked Harry. Ruger and Danielle smiled, almost laughing. What? Tell me. They're now our police force, Danielle said. It was our way of making sure they only fed off immoral shades. Actually, it was Jean-Pierre's idea. A good one, too. Harry opened his mouth to speak, then paused. What is it? Ruger said. Harry fortified himself with a sip of his martini and said, after all you've been through, have you now come to any new, beliefs? You mean God? Not necessarily. Just anything. We believe in magic, said Danielle. And to tell you the truth, we're glad to be away from it. Right before we came here, Ruger made the taxi that picked us up at the airport stop off a super burger and we chowed down something fierce. But God? Or gods? No. I don't think so. But, as Ruger says, our minds are more open to the possibility than ever. If magic can exist, why not God? And what about evil? Evil, Ruger repeated slowly. Yes. I guess Danielle believed in it all along, but I only started to when I realized how utterly immobile Junger and Yagoda were in their ways. He ran a hand through his black hair, still wet. Through the 1500 years or so they'd been alive, they hadn't altered at all. In fact, if anything, their appetites had increased. So, yes, I believe in evil now. But not as an element of nature or anything like that. I believe it's just a state of mind, and like all states of mind it can be transitory, or, in some warped brains, it can linger. So what happened afterward? You mean, once Ruger and I were crowned king and queen of the Dark Empire? Danielle said. Yeah. I'd never have thought either of you, even under the most bizarre circumstances, would fall into seats of power, much less the king and queen of the only formal empire in immortal society. Hastily, Harry raised a hand. Don't misinterpret me. I see you didn't have a choice, and to tell you the honest truth, I believe the same thing the Sangrosanks did. I couldn't pick a worthier pair to rule it. So what happened? It was tedious, Ruger said. I've never liked bureaucracy and sure didn't like to be the head, or one of the two heads, of one. He made a distasteful face. Wasn't much fun, especially at first. Danielle and I sent out word to all the far-flung elements of the Empire that the war was over, peace was restored, all that. We invited them all to come to the castle at a certain date. We gathered up the survivors of the castle, hired some more shades, and began reconstructing what had been destroyed. Thank the fates for telekinesis, otherwise we'd never have been able to restore that ruin in a decade. But we did. The work's still going on, sculptures and paintings being reproduced, etchings and all that. But by and large, it's finished. Enough so that when the 2 weeks came about, Danny and I stood on a replica of that same white tower in the upper courtyard and gave the speech to everyone. We told them everything. Everything. It took most of the night. For the next week we settled disputes among the people. General Brasher was chomping at the bit to have a go with one of councilmen that had comprised Subair's half. He actually wanted us to set up the pit again so he could duel it out with the councilman. Ruger shook his head. It was a tense week. In time, he shrugged. In the meantime, continued Danielle, we asked Kirnavar to go down into the refuge and renew all the spells laid by the sorcerers Subair killed, the spells that were about to expire. He's still down there, I think. Kind of made a home of it. Making the lives of the inhabitants of the refuge more bearable. That's one of the things Ruger and I've had the hardest time with. Should we maintain all those creatures? Some of them are pretty damned evil. We still haven't come up with a solution we can live with, but we're working on it. Also, we've made our convictions known about establishing a land of our own, a homeland, and about making peace with humanity. I think it's having some effect. We hear them arguing over it, some for and some against, in the restaurants and taverns. Instead of just telling the council to do what we want, like Roche did, we're planting the seeds. Speaking of that, we don't have a council, except for Jean-Pierre and Soph and Ladrido, who's now a man again. Kirnavar lived up to his word. Also, Ruger said, we've issued an edict preventing innocent blood, mortal or not, from being shed, and we've made the presence of the Sangrosanks known. Now all shades are aware that if they kill an innocent, they're likely to wind up as dinner for a hungry Kavasari. He laughed. It wasn't a popular introduction. We thought the castle was going to mutiny on us there for a while. But the four of us, Jean-Pierre, Sophia, Danny and me, were all still Kavasari. No one attacked us. I think we've earned their respect, too. And it's generated a whole new industry. Now the slavers can't just kidnap random humans and sell them off. Now they have to actively look for evil humans, which takes more time and, naturally, they charge higher rates. And the blood and stone. Now that's got to be an expensive place, now that it's got an all-vegetarian menu. We thought that in itself might generate a rebellion. He cleared his throat, but the corners of his mouth were turned up. When he resumed, his voice was more subdued, but still charged with emotion. So ways are changing, Harry. Whether they like it or not, shades are going to have to be moral from now on. But it's a tough transition, and we're getting a lot of static from it. Nothing we can't handle, though. Danielle stubbed out her cigarette and let herself unwind. Thank goodness we've got Soph and Jean-Pierre. They've agreed to alternate the thrones with us, at least, until we find a new leader. We don't want to be doing this forever, or until we establish a form of democracy. Democracy, Harry said. Ruger, I thought you were opposed to the idea. You always said people weren't informed enough, because of all the misinformation out there in the media, and that people didn't have enough of a selection in terms of candidates to make a good choice. I can't believe you'd turn presidential on me. Ruger almost looked sheepish. True, he said. But with a small population like the Empire, it may just work. And there won't be any stupid parties. Just individuals, with individual beliefs. That's it. At least, that's what Danielle and I, Ladrido, and Jean-Pierre and Soph, are driving for. Whether or not the population accepts it remains to be seen. And if they do? Check this, Harry, Danielle said. The Sangrosanks have offered us positions as chiefs of police in the event that we can ever get ourselves uncrowned. She shook her head again. You never know, do you? These guys are 1,000 years old, each, and they want us youngsters to be their chiefs. Talk about a lack of direction. But they're trying hard to pioneer a new way of life, that's something I can respect them for, and are having a hard time with it. If they want some guidance, Ruger and I are up to it. So, will you? Become chiefs of police? It's a possibility. Meanwhile, we're stuck at the castle, except for when Soph and Jean-Pierre take over and we get some free time, like now. Taking the hint, Harry smiled. Well, thanks for catching me up. Anyone up for a drink? They both accepted, and he crossed to the wet bar, mixed 2 drinks and returned. Good, said Ruger, sipping. But what is it? Oh, just something I made up. A little orange juice, a little aged whiskey, some cinnamon. I'm becoming quite the bartender. What happened to Coir? Danielle said. She left just last week. Not permanently, don't get me wrong. She went off to find Vistrat. She's always said she thought he was still alive out there. From what Amelia said, he might be. He is. Harry withdrew a folded envelope from a pocket and extracted the single sheet of paper it contained. I got this 2 days ago. From the Titan? None other. He says he found out about Cloir's obsession to find him. Having his infinite resources, I'm exaggerating here, actually, it's a pretty modest letter he found out about me and Cloir. Hence, the letter starts with, for the eyes of Cloir and Harry Lavaca only. Though he goes on to say I can tell Jean-Pierre about it, too. He smiled. I wonder if he placed her name that way on purpose. Cloir Lavaca, he ran a suddenly nervous hand through his hair and went on hurriedly, so I can't quite read it to you, but I doubt he'd object too much if I gave you two, of all people, an account of what it says. Which is? Said Ruger. He talks of the scouring. He actually apologizes for it. Says he was swept up in dreams of worldwide power. Then his partner, Amelia, tells him to kill Kristen. We've heard of her, said Danielle. Amelia gave him this ultimatum, either Vistrat kills Kristen painlessly or Amelia makes it painful. If Vistrat doesn't kill Kristen, Amelia kills him and or kicks him out of the whole operation. So he has no choice, really. He says he went so far as to put his hands around Kristen's neck, but as soon as her eyes popped open he started crying and begging her forgiveness. She grants it. He takes Kristen and some money, he's not a fool, and leaves for parts unknown. Doesn't say where they went, but he wants Coir to know that he's out of the crime lord game altogether. He and Kristen are on their honeymoon, and she's convinced him to lead a good life. Not that she needed to. It sounds like he made his decision the night he defied Amelia's ultimatum. Finishing his drink, Ruger said, she told me it wasn't really an ultimatum. She said she was testing him, and that he did the right thing. I don't know how much of that was Amelia and how much Younger and Yagoda, but my guess is that if he'd actually harmed Kristen, Amelia would have killed him. Pretty cruel test. And it may have killed an innocent girl. Ruger thought on that for a moment. Maybe not. I think Amelia saw something in him, something that hinted that he wanted more than power, something fundamentally good, and staged the test because she knew what the outcome would be. Then again, I could be wrong. He arched his back and stretched his arms, getting himself limber. Harry, what about Marcella, the painting of her? Did you burn it? Harry sighed. No. I put it in the attic. In the end, I figured that, symbolically speaking, burning that picture would be destroying my past. At one time, I thought that was the healthy thing to do. Now, though, I think it's a vital part of me, that I shouldn't forget it, but by no means should I hang it on my living room wall, either. When I'm ready, someday, I'll go up to the attic and confront it. But not yet. Coir had helped him in that decision, he remembered. He couldn't wait till she returned, but he didn't want this talk to turn maudlin. This should be a celebration. Apparently Danielle felt the same way. She patted Ruger on the chest. Come on, baby, let's go show Harry what all this means to us, what this whole experience has done. Ruger groaned, but followed her lead inside the house, presumably to their suitcases. Harry waited, taking out a case of cigars and lighting one. The still warm breeze carried the smoke lazily away, past the rustling palm trees and the white beach, beneath the benevolent eye of the moon, high and nearly full. The odd flock re-emerged, and at the sight of them Harry nearly fell out of his chair, he was laughing so hard. Tears came to his eyes. Both still wore their black jeans and black steel-toed work boots, but their shirts. Danielle wore a psychedelic tie-dyed affair, while Ruger wore an honest-to-God Hawaiian shirt. Still laughing, Harry rose from his chair and embraced them both. My, he said. I'd never have thought, color. I thought I'd seen it all when I saw dragons. He mixed another round of drinks, thinking that through all they'd been through, all the horrors they'd escaped, the most visible sign of that change was a broadened wardrobe. And yet, really, it said quite a lot. Colors. No more doom and gloom. He herded them back toward the table, where they all took up cigars and drinks, their conversation calmly set aside for the moment. A time of peace and friendship overcame them. They sat and smoked and drank and watched the undulating liquid movement of the ocean and the waves crashing on the moon-drenched shore. Overhead, the sky blackened and the stars twinkled behind the thin shifts of near-translucent clouds. The smell of the sea, of a good cigar, the feeling of being with friends. Harry felt at peace for the first time in what seemed like forever. At last, Danielle said, "I think we should have a toast." They raised their glasses, then paused. "What should we toast to?" said Ruger. "We should," Harry considered. After all they'd been through, what single toast could possibly sum it up? As host, he felt it his duty to speak it. "Guys, I love you like family," he said. "In point of fact, after this cigar I'm going to take you inside and fix you an old Mexican specialty of mine I haven't made since Marcella died. So I can think of 1,000 toasts to love, to friendship, to honor, but tonight, at this second, I think the only possible thing we can sincerely toast to is this, to the hell of it." "To the hell of it," they said, and raised their glasses to the night. The end. Author's note. If you enjoyed my book, it would be greatly appreciated if you left a review so others can enjoy it too. It will not only help other readers discover The Living Night but is incredibly rewarding to me to see how people liked it, as well as learning any ways I can improve. In fact, to encourage you to leave a review, if you liked the novel and review it, just email me at jackconnorbooks@gmail.com and I'll gift you a free copy of another one of my novels. In the US, go here to leave a review. In the UK, go here. Did you spot any flaws? Typos? Plot holes? Just plain bad writing? Email me at the address above and I'll fix it. To receive a free novella, and to hear about my next discount or free promotion, sign up for my newsletter here, http://forms.aweber.com/form/42/1144971442.htm. My subscribers get to hear about my new works first, as well as any freebies or discounts. If you enjoyed The Living Night, you'll almost certainly like my other books. I'd recommend Nightmare City or The Jade Queen as good places to start for Living Night fans. Thanks, and happy reading. Jack. P.S. Turn the page for a complete listing of my other books. Books by Jack Connor. Lord of the Black Tower, a dark epic fantasy series. The War of the Moonstone, Part 1. In the US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b00gzx60lu. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co.uk/gp/product/b00gzx60lu. The War of the Moonstone, Part 2. In the US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b00iixu54c. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co.uk/gp/product/b00iixu54c. The War of the Moonstone, Omnibus Edition. In the US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b00j17dse8. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co.uk/gp/product/b00j17dse8. War of the Black Tower, Part 1. In the US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b00i49cr50. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co.uk/gp/product/b00i49cr50. War of the Black Tower, Part 2. In the US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b00i8cisa. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co.uk/gp/product/b00i8cisa. War of the Black Tower, Part 3. In the US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b00iiuc5g6. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co.uk/gp/product/b00iiuc5g6. War of the Black Tower, Omnibus Edition. In the US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b00j0tlsyo. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co.uk/gp/product/b00j0tlsyo. Lord of the Black Tower Mega Omnibus, which includes all War of the Moonstone and War of the Black Tower books. In the US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b00lr30g80. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co.uk/gp/product/b00lr30g80. The Living Night. An Epic Horror Adventure Series. Part 1. In the US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b00kjjt86. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co.uk/gp/product/b00kjjt86. Part 2. In the US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b00kjjl29u. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co.uk/gp/product/b00kjjl29u. The Livorna Books. Nightmare City, a post-Steam Lovecraft adventure, Part 1. In the US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b0002. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co. UK/GP/product/b0002. Nightmare City, a post-Steam Lovecraft adventure, Part 2. In the US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b0026aofy. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co.uk/gp/product/b0026aofy. Nightmare City, a post-Steam Lovecraft adventure, Omnibus Edition. In the US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b00j190ec0. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co.uk/gp/product/b00j190ec0. City of Shadows. The US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b00b873kw. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co.uk/gp/product/b00b873kw. City of Shadows, The Rubies of Master Lo, a dystopian steampunk supernatural adventure novella that takes place in the same world as Nightmare City. In the US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b00j2h8ncy. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co.uk/gp/product/b00j2h8ncy. Empire of the Worm. Empire of the Worm, A Tale of Sword and Sorcery and Supernatural Horror, Part 1. In the US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b007mb7bru. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co. UK/GP/product/b007mb7bru. Empire of the Worm, A Tale of Sword and Sorcery and Supernatural Horror, Part 2. In the US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b00igeography. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co.uk/gp/product/b00igeography. Empire of the Worm, A Tale of Sword and Sorcery and Supernatural Horror, Omnibus Edition. In the US, http://www.amazon.com/dp/b00j19fmgs. In the UK, http://www.amazon.co.uk/gp/product/b00j19fmgs.